Chapter 571. When I came to a mountain that seemed to be piled up of gravel, Shizhou cast a spell, and the gravel automatically separated a path. Please. Shizhou made a gesture of asking, and then directly entered the passage. Qin Yang and others followed closely. As they just entered, the gravel landed again and blocked the passage. After walking for half a column of incense, the front suddenly lit up. A large hall, dotted with moonstones, is particularly mysterious and peaceful. Shizhou showed respect and brought Qin Yang and others to the front of the hall. There are still people living here? Qin Yang asked. Although the main hall is well preserved, it gives people a feeling of deserted and devoid of any vitality. This is the king's tomb. Shizhou explained. The bearded man's face was full of excitement. Clothing tomb? Qin Yang's eyes turned to Shizhou, and his eyes were a little cold. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan were also surprised, while Peony covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed. Close tomb, let alone dead people, there is not even a dead person here. No wonder it would be more troublesome to want to see this person, and that was the reason. Should you be talking about Jing Tianfeng, King Xuanhuan? Mutant asked. Qin Yang looked at Peony, do you know? Peony explained, 10,000 years ago, when we first settled in this secret realm, the ruler of the human race was called Jing Tianfeng. It's just that he fell for some reason, and then the next king established himself as the emperor. From then on, the lord of the human race became the Xuanhuan emperor. Yes, this is the tomb of King Jing Tianfeng. Shizhou said. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, if it's this person that you want to take me to see, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to see him. After speaking, Qin Yang turned around and was about to leave. Shizhou stopped Qin Yang and prayed, please revive the king, only the king can lead us out of this exile. Impossible. Qin Yang looked at Shizhou indifferently. Knowing that he has the ability to resurrect, it seems that when Xuanhuan was resurrected before, this guy must have spied on in some way. It is no wonder that this person is mysterious when they meet, and it seems that he knows himself. Why? Shizhou asked, still looking at Xuanhuan. In his opinion, Qin Yang's resurrection of people is very simple, which is simply a small effort. Qin Yang said helplessly, the materials required for the formation are not many. It is impossible for me to consume precious materials for an unknown person. What materials do you need? I can give it to you. Shizhou said hurriedly. Qin Yang laughed and said, is there any Kongming stone? Shizhou shook his head, but he had never heard of it. Is there a Yin and Yang tree? Shizhou shook his head again. Is there Taiyin spring? Shizhou is already desperate, what kind of treasure is this? Since there is nothing, what can you give me? Qin Yang looked at Shizhou coldly. He doesn't care whose tomb this is, there is no way out, so he will find a way by himself. Shizhou stopped Qin Yang firmly and said, if there is no direction from the king, you can't leave this place of exile. Impossible to leave? How do you think we got in? Qin Yang asked with a smile. I came in through the exile formation. Shizhou said. Qin Yang and Jiang Chengwei looked at each other, and a question that had always been in their hearts also emerged. That is, the formation in Xuanhuan Palace is a random teleportation formation, but they were transmitted to one place at the same time. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked. Shizhou asked, do you know what this secret realm is called? Of course I know, isn't it the secret realm of Kanglan? Qin Yang said. Shizhou nodded and said, that's right, but the real name of the Kanglan secret realm is actually Songhai Tianlan. You were in the Tianlan secret realm before, and here is the Songhai secret realm. Speaking of this, Shizhou added, only those who have been exiled know this. Those who have not been exiled only know that there is still a continent. And, there are countless monsters in the Tianlan secret realm, do you know? How did you see it? Jiang Chengwei pondered, I have never seen it, and all I have seen are the monsters that entered the secret realm with us. Shizhou explained, that's because all the monsters were banished here from the very beginning. Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand and said, what you said is meaningless. Since we know that this is another secret realm, it saves us a lot of trouble. The big deal is to shuttle back to the Sky Continent, and then come in again and naturally enter the Tianlan secret realm. Shizhou seemed to know Qin Yang's thoughts and said, I don't know what ability you have to leave here. But what I want to tell you is that as long as you have been to this mysterious realm of the sea, you will never be able to enter Tianlan. It's a secret. Why? Jiang Chengwei asked. Shizhou explained, everyone who has come to the mysterious realm of Xuanhuan will be branded on their bodies. This brand is imperceptible, but the exile formation can be identified. As long as you appear in the Tianlan mystery realm, the exile formation will be automatically activated and will you teleport here. Shizhou continued, it's more than that, if you are teleported directly to this continent, it will be fine, if you are teleported directly. When you go to the sea, you are not lucky to be here every time. Unless. Shizhou hesitated. Unless what? Jiang Chengwei asked. Shizhou looked at Qin Yang and said, unless you enter the Tianlan secret realm, you are not within the scope of the exile formation. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, it was almost impossible. The gate of the secret realm is in Xuanhuan Palace, and the exile formation is also in Xuanhuan Palace. Previously, Shenlongjiu did not set coordinates in the Tianlan secret realm, and it was impossible to directly shuttle to the Tianlan secret realm. Qin Yang, Jiang Chengwei, Xuanhuan, and Peony fell silent, and the four of them looked at the hall at the same time. This hall is the king's tomb, and it seems that this is the only way out. Peony reached out and gently pulled Qin Yang's robe, with a worried look on his face, but he didn't dare to ask for mercy. Resurrection is limited, not as you see it. Qin Yang took a deep breath. Shizhou looked overjoyed, Qin Yang already agreed. A bearded man was happy like a child. Shizhou nodded again and said, as long as we can see King Xuanhuan, we can leave this place of exile forever. A place of exile is a cage that has no 4 seasons and no changes. Moreover, the resources here are scarce and desolate. Even in the sea, there is nothing of value. As long as you can leave here, even if you go to the Tianlan secret realm, what if you can leave here and return to the sky? Shizhou was so excited that he finally waited for this day. Qin Yang and the others entered the hall, and on the throne of the hall, the king's robe sat on it. But it was empty, just a piece of clothing. I can only say try, after all, it's been so long, I don't know if the dead soul is still there. Qin Yang said. Please. Shizhou said respectfully. Chapter 572 King. After finishing the arrangement of the Death World formation, Qin Yang did not rush to arrange the Reincarnation formation, but directly urged the Death World formation. The heart-pounding rules were turbulent, and Shizhou felt chills all over. Unlike the previous peak, this personal experience made him get goosebumps all over his body. There is only one thought in my mind, this gate of the dead world should not appear in this world at all. Jiang Chengwei is already familiar with it, and Xuanhuan is already a regular customer. But the peony on the side was trembling with fright. Facing the gate of the world of death, everything seems to be empty, leaving only the irresistible life and death. Crack! Boom! Crash! It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, followed by the sound of the heavy and decayed door slowly opening. There seemed to be countless chains on the door. This sound had never appeared before, and even Qin Yang was taken aback. The gate of the dead world was originally just a gate of light that could not be seen clearly, but now, a real gate has been summoned directly. The dark ghost face emerged, which is the relief on the gate. The ghost face seemed to have a spirit, and its two eyes stared coldly at the person who summoned it, Qin Yang. As if confirming something, the chain's crash sounded harshly, and then, the door to the world of death was fully opened. Have you improved the formation? Jiang Changwei asked in a low voice. Qin Yang shook his head and looked at Xuanhuan instead. Both of them had the same question in their hearts: could it be the ghost from before? It was different from the past. In the past, the gates of the world of death were filled with howling ghosts, but now, the gates of the world of death are empty. No, as soon as this door is opened, all the dead people around will come here. Why? Qin Yang wondered. Will the land of exile lack the dead? Obviously not possible. It didn't take long for a figure to walk slowly from the door. The robes on his body are bright, exactly the same as that on the throne. Shizhou trembled with excitement, and quickly knelt down on one knee. Welcome the king. This is an old man, his eyes are full of wisdom. He looked at the gate of the world of death doubtfully, and then looked at Qin Yang and others. Looking at Shizhou, King Xuanhuan sighed a little and said, "Are you from the Shi family? I saw his shadow from you." Shizhou pursed his lips and said, "The ancestors were the commanders of the guards who followed the king." King Xuanhuan said with some sadness, "I killed your family and made you suffer from me. You should not come to the place of exile." The two began to reminisce directly across life and death, and the scenes from the past also reappeared. There was a rebellion in the Xuanhuan kingdom, and after the kingdom changed hands, it was declared emperor. The heartfelt guards of the Shi family fought desperately to protect the king, but were banished together and could never go back. The king also knew that he was summoned back, looked at Qin Yang, and couldn't help but marvel. So young, to have such a means, it is impossible to view it with common sense. Knowing Qin Yang's purpose, the king said, "I know the way to liberate this place, but I won't do it." As soon as he said it, everyone was dumbfounded. Shizhou asked, "Why?" The king looked at Shizhou, and without answering, asked, "Didn't your ancestors tell you the reason?" Shizhou shook his head blankly. The king explained, "The place of exile originally existed for protection. Too many sinful people have been exiled here, and there are even fierce monsters. Once this place is liberated, all the creatures in the place of exile will return to Tianlan. Secret realm. The monsters are different from the humans. They have a long life and complete inheritance. In 10,000 years, the humans can let go of their hatred, but the monsters will only get worse." Jiang Changwei deeply agreed. For the human race, let alone 10,000 years, 1,000 years is a long time ago. Unless everyone is a god emperor, can they have a long lifespan? But the demon clan is different. This is equivalent to you imprisoning them for a lifetime. It is only a few generations apart. The hatred is at its strongest. Once you go back, is it worth it? Shizhou asked inexplicably, "But we didn't find any powerful monsters here." "They are also in the sea, and they are not in the river with the well water of the human race." The king glanced at Shizhou and said meaningfully, "That's because they know that they can't go back if they kill all the people in the exiled land." As soon as the voice changed, the king suddenly said, "Do you know how I died?" Shizhou froze in his heart. Could it be because of the kraken? "It's useless to say more, tell us the method." Qin Yang interrupted directly. The king looked at Qin Yang and said firmly, "Impossible." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Impossible? I think you are also a practitioner of the sky. You don't know what is going on in the Tianlan secret realm, right?" The king frowned and said, "It was the practitioners of Wensu continent who suddenly resisted after being dormant. Now they should be ruled by the practitioners of Wensu continent?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "That's right, but it's worse than you think. All the practitioners in Wensu continent have become nobles, and you are the lowly commoners. This is not the point is the commoners. They've all been brainwashed, they've long forgotten the past. This is their life. The king struggled. You just don't want to see the sky. The creatures in the secret realm of Lan are devastated, no matter how they live, they are alive anyway, right? Qin Yang asked. The king was non-committal, neither refuting nor acknowledging. Qin Yang chuckled and said, I'm afraid this can't be what you want. What do you mean? Asked the king. Qin Yang said, now the Xuanhuan Empire is in chaos, and the control has changed hands. Let's not talk about this. Now that the Xuanhuan Empire is about to attack the spiritual race, it is inevitable that the creatures you see will be ruined. This is impossible. The king said, the human race must not attack the spiritual race. Once the 5 elements ascension formation is destroyed, the entire secret realm will collapse. Qin Yang reached out and turned over, and found 2 spirit beads. A gold spirit bead, a fire spirit bead. You should know each other, right? Qin Yang said. The king's pupils shrank, and he wanted to step forward, but was firmly blocked by the gate of the dead world. How could the spirit orb be in your hands? The king set off a storm in his heart. Qin Yang pointed to Shizhou, and continued, you can ask him what level this secret realm is now. Shizhou immediately replied, God King level. The king trembled, exclaiming repeatedly, impossible, impossible. The downgrade of the secret realm can only prove that the 5 elements ascension formation has long since expired. The secret realm is automatically repaired, which consumes too much power, which is the root of the downgrade. If the 5 elements ascension array is not repaired, the secret realm will collapse. And it may at some point increase the speed of the collapse. Once that time is reached, even if there is a 5 elements ascension formation, it will not help. Qin Yang said indifferently, you don't want to see the life of the Tianlan secret realm ruined, but it is already. You don't want to let the entire Kanglan secret realm collapse, but it has already begun. In this case, why don't you tell us how to leave this place of exile? At least the 5 elements ascension array still has the possibility of repairing. This. It was impossible for the king to believe Qin Yang's words so easily, but 2 of the 5 element spirit orbs are in Qin Yang's hands, so there is no need for any proof. Chapter 573. What? You sent them into exile? Xuanhuan Guqing exclaimed in Xuanhui Palace. Qin Feng didn't know that the place of exile was such a boundary. Once he entered, he would never be able to get out. At this time, he felt anxious. Xuanhuan Guqing helped Yulingshan suppress the other nobles, making Yulingshan the new Xuanhui emperor. In exchange, Xuanhuan Guqing temporarily took over the control of Xuanhui Empire. Just as he was about to attack the spirit clan, Qin Feng boasted, but was scolded by Yulingshan. After some explanation, Xuanhuan Guqing and others knew that this place of exile turned out to be the secret realm of the sea. And the place where they are located is the Tianlan secret realm. Unless the 2 secret realms are opened, those who enter the exile can only be imprisoned there forever. This is the original words of Yuling Mountain. Qin Yang doesn't care, no one cares where he goes, but he has 2 spirit beads in his hand. Qin Feng said uneasily, I don't know that the formation is to send them to the place of exile, but I feel that the formation is mysterious and unpredictable, and it will definitely be able to send Qin Yang and the others far away. Xuanhuan Guqing stroked her forehead lightly, she was powerless to say anything, only one sigh in her heart, yes, you really sent them far. Doesn't this mean that our task of repairing the 5 elements ascension array has not been completed? Emperor Tiangang frowned. Such a great game, but it fell short, but it was only because of a mistake by Qin Feng. The army of the Xuanhui Empire has been assembled, and there is a magic weapon picture scroll, and the army can appear anywhere at any time. This is similar to the Tianmen seal. Not only that, most of the cultivators in the sky have joined, and the combat power is unprecedented, and it is only in the blink of an eye to sweep the spiritual race. As long as the remaining 3 spirit beads are in hand, Qin Yang can be completely blackmailed. At that time, everyone will have the points to repair the 5 elements ascension array. But now it's better, everyone's imagination has become a bubble. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flickered, and he said firmly, Qin Yang's ability is unfathomable, even we can't take advantage of him, he must have a way to leave the place of exile. Emperor Tiangang said, of course Qin Yang can leave. With the divine dragon Jade, he can go back to the sky continent at the worst, and continue to compete for hegemony from the next level. Anyway, his points are the highest among all divine kings. But what should we do? After he leaves, he will definitely not send the Ling Zhu in again. Xuanhuan Guqing shook his head and said, what I want to say is that if Qin Yang has a way to leave, Jiang Chengwei will naturally be able to leave with him. Qin Yang will not send the Ling Zhu back, but Jiang Chengwei will definitely persuade him. Speaking of this, Xuanhuan Guqing laughed, our military advisor has always been indecisive and comprehensive. If he just leaves, he will definitely not be able to let it go. After a pause, Xuanhuan Guqing added, furthermore, this 5 elements ascension formation is related to the Holy Land of Haitian. If this secret realm collapses, it will not benefit anyone. At that time, the 2 spirit beads in Qin Yang's hands will not be treasures, but will become a sinner because of this, offend the dragon clan, and offend the world. Then we. Emperor Tiangang pondered. The plan remains the same, we will attack the spirit clan today. Xuanhuan Guqing said domineeringly, get the 3 spirit orbs first, and then, wait for Qin Yang to bring the 2 spirit orbs to his door. Exile land. What? Duanjitai is the Rongtian Great Array? Shizhou's eyes widened. For a long time, people in the 12 Ks of Juzhega thought that it was just a huge platform of heaven and earth, but no one knew that there was a mysterious formation hidden there. The king nodded, looked at Qin Yang and said, as long as this great formation is activated, the place of exile is the secret realm of the sea, and it will be integrated with the secret realm of Tianlan. Qin Yang asked, curiously, when did the secret realm split into 2? The king said, 10,000 years ago. Why do you want to separate? If it's just for exile, isn't it too big? Qin Yang was puzzled. Who would divide the secret realm in 2 in order to banish sinners? This is simply a fantasy. The king said, if it is not separated, the palace will have a road to the sky, which leads directly to the holy land of the sea and the sky. Qin Yang and the others looked at each other. It turned out to be the reason. The entrance to the Kanglan secret realm is a road to the sky. On the sky continent, fly to the highest point along the road to the sky, and after entering the secret realm, you can fly up again. Then he came out of the secret realm and returned not to the sky continent, but to the Haitian Holy Land. However, even if the Rongtian Great Array is activated, the sea and the secret realm of Tianlan are integrated, and this road to the sky will not appear. Because the Dragon Clan had set up a formation outside early, and several Dragon Clan God Emperors had set up the formation in person. I am afraid that even the old man of the formation of the Sky College can't crack it. Wait a minute, I'll resurrect you. Qin Yang said. No, you can start the fusion of the sky, you can. The king shook his head and said, I am tired, and the affairs of this world have nothing to do with me. Can I start the Rongtian Great Array? How do I start it? Qin Yang frowned. The king looked at Qin Yang and said slowly, as long as you take out 2 spirit orbs on the Xuanhuan platform, the Rongtian Great Array will start automatically. After speaking, the king turned around directly, and the gate of the dead world closed tightly with a bang. Ah? Qin Yang was stunned, staring at the ghost face above the gate of the death realm. This formation is not closed by itself. The ghost face seemed to have a spirit, and a pair of eyes seemed to tell Qin Yang, since people don't want to be resurrected, what do you want to do if you don't close the door? Want to come in for a stroll? Sorry, but refuse to enter. The ghost face's eyes were full of fear and vigilance, as if he was afraid that Qin Yang would get into the door. It turns out that the gate of the dead world changed, because of this. Qin Yang was speechless. This is completely to send a guard to guard himself, not to go in. Don't you just master the rules of destruction, and even the underworld doesn't accept me? Duanjitai. Qin Yang groaned. Jiang Chengwei suddenly said, the news I inquired before said that the 12 caves of Juzhai here will go to Duanwangtai to discuss matters. Shizhou nodded and said, that's right, Duanliangling is the unique strength of the master of the 12 caves of Juzhaigu. If there is no major event, it is impossible to use it. Major event? It's a major event to start the Rongtian formation now. Take us to the destruction stage. Qin Yang said. Shizhou took a few steps back and stared at the treasured garment on the throne, his face full of sighs. It seems to indicate that the past is over and the future is coming. Duan Weitai, the owner of Shenfeng Cave, Mo Qinfeng, stood beside Feng Lian and the three like a younger brother. They had already arrived, and the other village owners and cave owners had also arrived one after another. Suddenly, the heaven and the earth changed, and a huge shadow shrouded the entire Duanjitai. Kunyu the Kraken. Mo Qinfeng said in shock, this is the giant among the Krakens, how could he come here? At the same time, all the human races who have come to Duanjitai are all changed, and some people even want to escape in horror. Feng Lian laughed lightly and said, I was still thinking before that the strength of this sea monster is so strong, it would be a waste if it is not used well. Now it seems that it is really what I want. Look, there is still a figure standing on the head of the Kraken Kunyu. I don't know who shouted, everyone looked carefully, and their faces turned pale, with fright. The Kraken Kunyu, one of the peak powerhouses in the land of exile, dares to stand on his head? Does that mean that this person is stronger than the Kraken Kunyu? Dragon Girl Aoker. Feng Lian was also startled, but when he saw the figure, he narrowed his eyes. Chapter 574. Why is Aoker here? Feng Lian stared at the figure closely. If there were people in this exile, besides him, Zhou De and Shifeng, the next plan might not be implemented well. After all, the hegemony order can monitor everyone's every move. Although it can be blocked, the Dragon Girl Aoker obviously has no reason to block it. After taking control of the place of exile, it is completely possible to counterattack the Xuanhuan Empire under the banner of the place of exile, but if it is monitored before that, then Shifeng's means of controlling the place of exile will be exposed. Once exposed, the meaning is different. Would you like to control her too? Shifeng asked. Feng Lian shook his head and said, Dragon Clan is naturally exempt from some control. Although your confusion is strong, you may not be able to control her. What's more, she is a Dragon Clan. The Kraken Kunyu is shaped like a kuanping and has a body like a giant whale, and the entire Duangshuantai is under its shadow. A pair of eyes looked at everyone contemptuously, and he said through his spiritual sense, Dragon Girl, this is where the Rongtian Great Array is located. The inheritance of the demon clan is more complete than that of the human clan, and some are imprinted in the bloodline. The fusion of the sky is not a secret among the sea monsters. Aoker nodded lightly, her face full of depression. She wanted to show off her skills, but who would have thought that she would be teleported to this place where birds don't shit? The place of exile. It is still the Songhai secret realm in the Kanglan secret realm. One secret realm is actually divided into two, and thinking about it makes her a headache. Can we go to the Tianlan secret realm through this great formation? Aoker asked. Yes. The Kraken Kunyu was also a little excited. Then what should we do next? How does this fusion formation start? Aoker asked again. As long as any spiritual bead appears here, the Rongtian Great Array will start automatically. There is no need to go to the Tianlan secret realm at that time, because the Songhai secret realm will be integrated with the Tianlan secret realm. The sea monster Kunyu replied. Lingzhu? What spirit bead? Aoker was puzzled. The Kraken Kunyu explained, the spirit orb guarded by the spirit clan is also the core of the 5 elements ascension array. Ah? In that case, how could the Lingzhu appear here? Ao Kuer had an ominous feeling in her heart, wouldn't she be trapped here forever? The Kraken Kunyu said, the prophecy has come, and it will definitely appear. The so-called prophecy was similar to what Granny Z knew on Muling Island, and it was nothing more than destruction and rebirth. It's just that the Kraken is much luckier than the spirit race. The Kraken was not destroyed, but was reborn and freed. My human race is discussing matters, why did you Siren come here? The cave owner of Xuanhuan Cave, Mo Xuanhuan, shouted. The sea monster Kunyu scoffed and said disdainfully, I will come if I want, and I will leave if I want. When will this place of exile be said by your human race? Mo Xuanhuan suddenly choked, and the other practitioners in the 12 caves of Juzhegu were all nervous. Feng Lian came out to smooth things out, looked directly at Aoker, and said with a smile, it seems that it's not just us who are unlucky. Aoker heard this voice, looked at it, and was suddenly stunned, isn't this the young master of the Feng family? Next to him are Zhou De and Shifeng. These 3 people were teleported here at the same time, and they were also unlucky to be together. Wrong. Aoker looked at Feng Lian 3 people and entered this secret realm. The teleportation was random, and there must be something strange about 3 people being teleported here at the same time. Could it be? Aoker thought of the Tianmen seal of the Zhou family of the 8 Shinto clans. If Feng Lian and Shifeng were branded, Zhou De could instantly teleport them over. Aren't you interested in this hidden dragon competition if you don't do the quest? Aoker asked tentatively. Feng Lian smiled lightly and said, Dragon Girl is joking, how could she not be interested? It's just a matter of time, so I can't get away. After a few words of communication with Zhou De in the spiritual sense, Feng Lian continued, this is the place of exile, and the task is not here. Why don't I send the Dragon Girl a ride? Send you back to the Tianlan secret realm? Aoker's heart moved, if this is the case, it would be better. Feng Lian's words also reached the ears of others, and the practitioners in the 12 caves of Juzhai were all boiling. Where is this sacred? Have such ability? There is no return to the place of exile, but whoever has the opportunity to return to the secret realm of Tianlan, who will stay here for a while. Aoker frowned, and she asked Xiang Kunyu through divine sense voice transmission, are you sure it's the fusion of the heavens that activates the great formation to let the sea and the sky merge into one, rather than leaving the place of exile in some other way? Kunyu was excited when he heard Feng Lian's words earlier. After hearing Aoker's question, he firmly replied, yes. Aoker nodded lightly, looked at Feng Lian, and said, there are too many sea monsters, I'm afraid it will be hard work. Feng Lian suddenly choked, and Zhou Da's face was also hard to look at. The implication is to send all the sea monsters back? How can that be? Not to mention whether it can be done or not, even if it can be done, Zhou Darii is exhausted. Isn't this a refusal? Dragon Girl is really joking, I'm talking about helping you, not helping all the sea monsters. Feng Lian said. Aoker said helplessly, the dragon clan and the sea monster are very close. Seeing them suffer here, as a dragon clan, I can't bear it. I think, there must be other ways to leave. Zhou De said directly. Said, impossible. Only I have the ability to send people away from this place, and there is no other way. As soon as the words fell, all the races looked at Zhou De with bright eyes. Is this what Duang Xuantai wants to discuss this time? It was impossible to send off, and the people from Juzhai 12 caves were almost here, so Feng Lian had to continue the plan. It's just that the plan has changed a bit. Originally, it was to directly let Shifeng control everyone, but now I am afraid that it can only be subdued by normal means. Feng Lian winked at Mo Xuanhuan, while Mo Xuanhuan nodded lightly and walked to the center of the Xuanhuan platform. The Kraken Kunyu has transformed into a human form, and both are watching from a distance with the dragon girl. Whether it was the Kraken Kunyu or the dragon clan, who had never seen it before, everyone was afraid to approach. Although they were afraid, they looked forward to what Qin Feng said. Everyone must have guessed something just now. Yes, I used the order to summon everyone from the 12 caves of Juzhai to come here, just to leave the place of exile. Qin Feng's voice resounded all over the platform, and everyone was nervous, even breathing carefully, for fear that they might have missed something. Since you can leave, what are you waiting for? Qin Feng, Lu Xiu, remember your favor, an old man said. This person is the owner of Qianfeng village in the 12 caves of Juzhaigu. Whether it is personal strength or Qin Feng's high strength, they are at the forefront in this place of exile. Human Qing? Haha. Qin Feng sneered and said, no one has left this place of exile for 10,000 years. Now that there is a chance to leave, can it be fooled by just a single favor? Lu Xiu looked at Qin Feng. If he hadn't heard Feng Lian's conversation with Long Envy before, he would have thought that Qin Feng was joking. What do you think? Lu Xiu asked. Everyone else also looked at Qin Feng. Chapter 575 You are really unlucky. Qin Feng coughed lightly, and through Shi Fei's ability heart network, he had already learned of Feng Lian's plan. Immediately, Qin Feng did not answer directly, but said, all of us have been exiled here, and we cannot leave for generations. And those who exiled us were not the practitioners of the Sky Continent with the same origin as us, but those outside the territory. Saying so, everyone was also provoked outrage. Although the inheritance is cut off, why everyone is in the place of exile has been circulated since it was recorded. The cultivators of Wensu continent gave them a chance to live, and they did not kill them all. But they suddenly rebelled and directly exiled the ancestors of everyone present. For thousands of years, criminals have been exiled here, and everyone knows more or less about the secret realm of Tianlan. Anti-customers are the mainstay, and the dove occupies the magpie's nest. Qin Feng pulled everyone to a united front in one sentence. Qin Feng continued, now, we finally have a chance to return to where we belong, so we must unite to completely destroy the Xuanhuan Empire, take back our continent, and take back our country. Yes, I can't let those people from Wensu continent go away this time. We must kill them all. Weeds are not eradicated, there will be endless troubles. The cultivators have high fighting spirit and can't wait to kill them now. It's just that the respective leaders and cave owners of the 12 caves in Juzhai stood on the sidelines and saw Qin Feng's plan. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, this is the desired result, he coughed lightly, and then said, since we are going to counterattack, then we should share the enemy. Lu Xiu interrupted, don't go around in circles, just say your purpose directly. Qin Feng stopped beating around the bush and said bluntly, I propose that everyone form a revenge alliance and sound the horn of counterattack. But since it is an alliance, there must be a leader of the alliance. Only in this way can the order be banned. Die. The cultivators whispered and talked a lot, and some of the few loose cultivators were not happy. Aren't we doing well now? Although the 12 caves of Juzhaigu have been in constant friction, they are still in harmony. After returning to the Tianlan secret realm, they will naturally share the same hatred. A loose cultivator said. The Feng Shengshui who can mix as a loose cultivator in the land of exile are all extraordinary people. His words naturally carry some weight, and some of the weaker forces in the 12 caves of Juzhaigu agree. Needless to say, if you want to choose the leader of this alliance, you must be qualified by a big power, and then they will be someone else's younger brother for no reason. Especially in the 12 caves of Juzhaigu, they both want to annex each other. This is an open and aboveboard opportunity. I agree too. Lu Xiu said, just keep the status quo, and when we return to the secret realm of Tianlan, even if they fight each other, they will be enough to be kings. The other leaders and cave masters nodded. Chen Feng laughed and said, "By the way, there is one thing I forgot to say. That is, I want to return to the Tianlan secret realm. There are restrictions on the number of people, and not everyone can go back." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's heart tensed, and some loose cultivators and weaker people's faces suddenly sank. This is obviously threatening everyone. If you want to leave, you must surrender. For a time everyone glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng continued, "Don't worry, I won't be so ruthless if everyone is a fallen person in the world. Today, we will compete on this stage, and the strong are qualified to leave the place of exile. Qualify, and then discuss the Alliance Lord." Having said that, the loose cultivators were immediately happy. Feng Lian glanced at the dragon girl who was watching curiously, and couldn't understand what she was thinking. In this way, we can only use this method to survive the fittest and collect the elites. Lu Shou opened his mouth and said, "I think that the leader of this alliance can also decide like this. It's up to the strongest of us, how about that?" Chen Feng looked at Feng Lian, who nodded lightly. "Okay." Chen Feng said. "Wait." Lu Shou said, "Before this, you have to convince us that we can really leave, right? What if this is your Shunfeng cave deliberately playing tricks on us and trying to provoke the relationship between Jizhai 12 caves? In the end is the old fox, thoughtful." The others also looked at Chen Feng expectantly. Zhou De stepped forward directly and made a decision. The phantom of the heavenly gate seal appeared, the sound of the avenue hummed, and a door of light opened directly. Beyond the gate of light is another world. The rich spiritual energy swept out from the door of light, making all practitioners intoxicated and crazy. Even Lu Shou is not calm, this is actually true. Lu Shou groaned and said, "It's actually going to be a decision, and the fittest survives." So is it a battle of individuals or a battle of forces? If it was the latter, it would obviously benefit Lu Shou. Qin Feng's high strength is second to none in the place of exile, and only a few of them, such as the crushed stone village led by Shizhou, can compete with it. Chen Feng was about to speak when Lu Shou said again, "Since we are going to counterattack Xuanhuan, the trust and tacit understanding between practitioners is also very important." The meaning of the words is naturally inclined to use the latter method. But for the Feng Lian 3, there is no difference. As long as there is a chance, everyone will become the puppet of Shurfein, just like the master. Although it retains its own personality. Waiting for everything, but one more master. This is the power of Shurfein's ability. Chen Feng laughed and said, "Since it's for fairness, of course it's a personal battle. Each faction selects 100 people and directly obtains the qualifications to lead the exile land. Compete with other forces. In this way, everyone can accept it." Soon, the major forces began to move, and Duan Wangtai was very lively for a while. Feng Lian just needs to wait quietly, and he will bring an elite army back to the Tianlan secret realm, and at least one of the 5 elements must be scrambled for. Counting the God King of Shadows and Blood Skeletons, in terms of peak combat power, he is no weaker than Xuanhuan Guqing, who controls the army of the Xuanyue Empire. It was a mess. Among all the forces, Crushed Stone Village was especially chaotic. Because they have no masters, Shizhou has not yet arrived. "Here. Our leader is here." The cultivator of the Crushed Stone Village shouted loudly. People from other forces also turned their attention to it. With such a big event, Shizhou would be late? Just beside Shizhou, there are also 4 people. Seeing these 4 people, some cultivators knew that they had the same identities as Feng Lian and the Dragon Girl, and they were some contestants of the cultivators in the sky. But when Aoker and Feng Lian looked over, they were all stunned. "Yo, someone was sent here directly?" Qin Yang couldn't help but be happy. "Qin Yang." Aoker's eyes lit up, she hurriedly ran over, and said, "You are so unlucky? You were also teleported here?" Qin Yang looked at Aoker complicatedly. Aoker looked at herself suspiciously. What's wrong? Of course, Qin Yang also discovered the three Feng Lian, and knew that the three of Zhou De should not be teleported here at the same time, but one of them should be teleported here, and then Zhou De used the Tianmen seal to gather the three. In this case, Qin Yang said with a smile, "We're not really unlucky, but you are." Chapter 576, Why is it so troublesome? What do you mean? Aoker said angrily, looking at Peony, as if she was a flower fairy full of spiritual energy. Wherever you go, you have such a good relationship with women. Aoker asked, "Who is this? Wow, it smells so good." Aoker sniffed her nose, causing Peony to blush and hide behind Qin Yang. Because Peony saw the dragon horn on Aoker's head, the Kraken is powerful, and the one stronger than the Kraken is the Dragon Clan. In this hidden dragon contest, there are actually dragons participating. He was so familiar with Qin Yang. She is a flower herself, can it be fragrant? Qin Yang said, casually. Saying so, makes Peony's cheeks redder, like a ripe apple. Hey, among these beauties all day, I can't seem to show that I'm here. Jiang Chengwei stroked her hair and suddenly said. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched, while Xuanhuan simply took a step to the side and resolutely drew a line. Simply reminiscing about the past, Qin Yang also knew what the so-called disruption was. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian and the three playfully and watched the play with Aoker. Damn, why is he here? Feng Lian couldn't understand. In the previous information, everything did not leave Qin Yang, and Qin Yang was also the one with the highest score among all the god kings, who won the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao alone. Fortunately, the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao were destroyed. Later information, Qin Yang and others left. Feng Lian thought Qin Yang went to the Spirit Clan, but he didn't expect to come here. What should I do? Do you want to take the opportunity to kill him? Zhou Da's eyes radiated cold light. Shi Fein looked at Qin Yang with a bit of confusion, and agreed with Zhou Da's proposal. They have completely mastered the current power, and they have a chance of winning against Qin Yang again. Moreover, with the help of the entire Shenfeng cave, there is not necessarily no chance. It really doesn't work, even if it is exposed. Shi Fein can control all the practitioners present, and even the Kraken. Today, there are many masters and countless strong players in this stage, which makes them more likely to win. Feng Lian shook his head and said, "We will focus on major events first and see what happens to him. If he doesn't do it, we won't do it either. We will have a greater advantage when we wait for Tianlan's secret realm." Feng Lian pondered. Don't be afraid, that's a lie. Especially when the Principality of Aoki and the Principality of Nanyan were at war, Qin Yang and the incarnation of Tian Gord started a fight, and a punch caused a turbulent flow of rules. On the stage, the fiery competition is still going on in an orderly manner. In order to leave the land of exile, all the practitioners did their best. Various magical powers and martial skills emerged one after another, and the power of various rules was extremely powerful. Some are even stronger than the cultivators in the sky. After all, their martial arts were all inherited from before 10,000 years. For them, there is no such thing as the 9,000 years of oblivion on the sky continent. By the way, I asked you about several kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Qin Yang asked. What are you asking? You even know Helangsha, and there are things you don't know? Aoker rolled his eyes. Qin Yang shrugged and said, if you know it, you will know it, but if you can't find it, that's another matter. Even if I know Helangsha, if you ask me to find it, I can't do anything. Aoker asked curiously, what are you looking for? Qin Yang thought about it and said, empty dark stone, Yinyang wood, Taiyin spring water. After a string of names was spoken, Aoker was dazed and said, I know about Kong Mingshi, but I don't know about the rest. Really? Where is the Kongming stone? Qin Yang was happy. Aoka replied, does Xingchen Tianlu know? Qin Yang nodded. Xingchen Tianlu is built with empty stone formations. Aokur said, the formation of empty stone formations is based on the road to the sky. Qin Yang was full of black lines, and said, I don't want to hear these principles. Aokur thought about it carefully, and said, if there is an empty stone, there should be some in the East China Sea Dragon Palace, but I'm not sure. You always go to the Dragon Palace anyway, and you will naturally ask for it when the time comes. All right. Qin Yang nodded. He didn't forget that he wanted to help the Dragon Clan refine Hyuanden. In the break, only the practitioners of the Gravel Village did not fight with each other, and the other forces have even fought hard, which has exceeded the momentum of the discussion. Qin Yang frowned as he looked at the messy stage, and shouted, stop it all. The scene was silent for a while, but soon the fight broke out again. This is about freedom and whether it is possible to leave the place of exile. Who will take Qin Yang in the eyes? By the way, you are also proficient in battle formation. Do you know the Great Rongtian formation? Aokur asked. Qin Yang said, of course, I came here. Shizhou had already led the Crushed Stone Village to Qin Yang's side, and all the practitioners of the Crushed Stone Village looked at Qin Yang with strange expressions. If it weren't for Shizhou's prestige to convince the public, some people would have come out to question it. Can you activate the Great Fusion? Aokur's eyes widened. The Kraken Kunyu on the side also looked sideways frequently. Yes, I have 2 of the 5 element spirit orbs in my hand. If I take out any one of them, the fusion formation will start automatically, Qin Yang said. Looking back at Shizhou, Qin Yang ordered. Said, if you don't want to be confused and die, let your people quit the stage. Why? Shizhou was puzzled. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I don't know either, the level of this fusion formation is too high, but I can see 1 or 2. Once this formation is activated, nothing will be left in the Duanjitai. Even if it is leaving Duanhuantai, the fusion of the 2 secret realms will also undergo great turbulence, which is equivalent to being squeezed by the power of the 2 secret realms, and the closer they are, the greater the pressure. Qin Yang glanced at those who had just entered the God King behind Shizhou, pointed at one of the middle-level God Kings and said, below him, you will die within 100 miles of the Duangshuantai. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and even Shizhou's scalp was numb. Some people whose cultivation base is not enough to be a God King, their faces are ashen, and their calves are shaking. Quickly withdraw. Shizhou ordered immediately. The cultivators in the Crushed Stone Village were dubious, but for the sake of their lives, even those intermediate and high-level God Kings retreated one after another. Such a change naturally caused other forces to be puzzled. Qin Yang shouted again, I won't remind you for the 3rd time, this is the 2nd time, stop me. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang and gave Shifeng a wink. Shifeng directly stopped all the practitioners in Shinfeng Cave through the heart network. The practitioners in Shinfeng Cave were just pretending, but when they stopped at this time, they were even more uniform, and they were simply incomparable. The retreat of one force caused quite a stir, and the other force stopped directly, making it even more unpredictable for other forces. Lu Xiu stretched out his hand and pressed it, causing the people in Qianfeng village to stop. At the same time, everyone was staring at Qin Yang. Boy, stop if you tell us to stop? What are you? Lu Xiu looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, and said, if you can't say something, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear our anger. Qin Yang didn't take this threat seriously, shrugged his shoulders, and said, don't you just want to leave the place of exile? Why bother? After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Lian playfully. Chapter 577. Feng Lian's heart skipped a beat. Is there any other way for Qin Yang? Lu Xiu laughed angrily, looked at Qin Yang and said, isn't it? You are too frivolous. If we could leave the place of exile, why would we be trapped here for 10,000 years? Actually, it's really not difficult. Qin Yang glanced at the cultivators in the gravel village who had already retreated, and said, if you want to leave, you can leave the Duanwangtai with them. Of course, the farther you can withdraw, the better. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and emphasized, this is for your own good. Fart. Zhou De said loudly, this Qin Yang is our mortal enemy. This time he came here to make trouble. He deliberately wanted to play with you. Don't listen to him. Zhou De demonstrated the space gate before, so that everyone clearly saw hope, so his words carried a lot of weight in everyone's heart. Lu Xiu's expression turned cold, and his eyes flickered. If he could kill this kid, he might be able to please Zhou De. He could see that Mo Qinfeng had already led the Shenfeng cave to the Feng Lian 3 people, and those 3 young people who could subdue Mo Qinfeng must not be easy. It's just that he didn't know that Feng Lian's method of conquering was unusual. Bold and young, how dare you to tease us, this old man will let you know the price of teasing us. Lu Xiu shouted in a deep voice, and slapped it directly with his palm. Qin Yang deflected the offensive with a flick of his hand. Lu Xiu frowned suddenly, this kid is not easy. However, he was determined to kill. He stretched out his hand to take out a magic weapon, and threw it directly at Qin Yang. Thousands of knives and nets. This is a net that exudes a cold and cold light. There are thousands of sharp blades in the net. No matter how strong the defense is, if it is caught by this net, it will immediately be strangled to pieces. Lu Xiu sneered and said, this is a divine magic weapon. The net is taken from the tendons of the powerful kraken, and the blade is sharpened by the sharp teeth of the kraken. The more you struggle, the tighter the net will be, and the stronger the attack of the blade will be. I didn't expect Qian Feng's Haijiaizhu to directly use the means of pressing the bottom of the box. It seems that he has used it once in memory, or to deal with a huge kraken. In that battle, he directly killed the kraken at the peak of the God King level, and he became famous in one battle. This poor boy is really bad. The practitioners in the 12 caves of Juzhegu sighed and shook their heads one after another. This kid looks good, but he didn't expect to die so miserably. It's not a loss to die under Lu Xiu's 1,000-knife net. The net directly wrapped Qin Yang, and as long as Lu Xiu moved his mind, he could be smashed into tens of thousands of pieces. Lu Xiu looked at Zhou De and said with a smile, I have already captured him alive. If I want to kill him or cut him, it's up to you. Lu Xiu looked at the 3 Feng Lian with strange expressions, and asked, what's wrong? Feng Lian pouted, Lao Tzu's swallowing gourd couldn't catch Qin Yang, how dare you say that you were caught alive? Zhou De said coldly, just kill it, of course if you have the ability. Lu Xiu was instantly furious. This was clearly despising himself. Immediately, his spiritual sense moved, and the net of 1,000 knives tightened directly. The bloody and terrifying scene did not appear, and the net of 1,000 knives seemed to be ineffective, and it did not tighten at all. The nearest blade was also half a foot away from Qin Yang's body. The cold light is sharp, but it can't get any closer. Lu Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and then, Qin Yang reached out his hand and stroked lightly in his eyes. Such a powerful magic weapon was easily cut in half by Qin Yang. It seems that you are all unwilling to retreat? Qin Yang said slowly, I said, I won't remind you a third time. After speaking, Qin Yang reached out his hand and took out the fire spirit orb. Lu Xiu's pupils shrank. This surging fire rule power directly caused the temperature of the entire Duanjitai to rise sharply. Boy, you actually have such a treasure? Come on, let me see what attacking methods you have. Lu Xiu's forehead showed cold sweat, the power of the spirit orb is too powerful. Qin Yang glanced at Lu Xiu and said, if I want to kill you, do I still need the spirit orb? Lu Xiu was confused, and all the practitioners looked at Qin Yang curiously. Sudden. The entire Duanjingtai trembled, and the ground shattered directly. The gravel flew around and hit the practitioner, and it was directly through a transparent hole. The practitioners in the God King realm were caught off guard and were seriously injured, and the practitioners in the God King realm fell on the spot. It's just gravel. Feng Lian's eyes widened. What's going on? Zhou De directly urged the seal of Tianmen, and sent Feng Lian and Shi Feiying to the distant air. Even with him, Mo Qinfeng and other Shunfeng Cave God King realm practitioners were also taken away by him. At this moment, everyone knew why Qin Yang wanted to persuade everyone to leave Duanwangtai. But this is not over yet. The ground cracked, but the formation base was exposed, and the mysterious blue light spread, and a beam of light rushed up into the sky. The Xuanhuan platform is as large as 10 miles in a radius, and the entire beam of light is not small at all. In the beam of light, there is a lot of pressure, but this divine light soars into the sky, making the low-level God King disappear in an instant. Some cultivators who haven't had the time to escape have all fallen silently. Qin Yang, come out quickly! Aoker shouted from a distance. Now, in the beam of light, only Qin Yang and other middle-level God Kings of all forces are left. Some intermediate-level God Kings are also struggling to support, and will soon be unable to support them. Qin Yang clenched his teeth and held the fire spirit orb tightly. He definitely wanted to leave, but he had to take the fire spirit orb with him. But just when he took out the fire spirit orb was out of control, and a huge force was pulling it to take away the fire spirit orb. Go back further! Qin Yang shouted loudly, but his voice couldn't get out at all. At this time, the beam of light has penetrated the entire mystic realm of the sea, and the pressure in it is enough to shatter everything. What's the matter, Lao Tzu's fire spirit orb? Qin Yang grabbed the fire spirit orb and said nothing, and his whole body was taken to the sky. The speed was slow at first, but a sudden acceleration caused Qin Yang's figure to disappear directly in place. The fire spirit orb burst out with hot flames, dragging a long flame tail and disappearing into the sky. At the same time, a strange red light spread in the sky, as if a picture scroll was slowly unfolding. In the picture scroll, there is a continent, but it is just a continent that hangs above everyone's heads and hangs upside down. No, the beam of light has spread. That beam of light is enough to turn the intermediate God King into a powder. Run away. All the cultivators fled like birds and beasts, and Feng Lian's faces were ashen, and they could only retreat a little further. The spreading speed of the beam of light obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. Almost in an instant, the entire mysterious realm of the sea seemed to freeze, and everyone was caught up in the circle of light. Chapter 578. Everyone's heart is ashes. Don't they want to die like this? Zhou also had a doubt in his heart. Could it be that this fusion of the sky, the reintegration of the two secret realms of Songhai and Tianlan, is to destroy the entire secret realm of the sea? But gradually, although everyone felt that time seemed to stop, but they did not die. That aperture, only near Duangshuantai, has huge pressure, and in the distance, the pressure does not have the power to kill the intermediate God King in seconds. The vision of heaven and earth continued to change, and the clouds in the sky were scorched by fire, directly burning out another world. It was as if the gap between the two great secret realms had been burned through. At the same time, Tianlan's secret realm. Xuanhuan Guqing led the army to attack the Wood Spirit clan, while Emperor Tiangang, the 8 gods of war under his command, led other gods of war to attack the Shui Spirit clan and the Earth Spirit clan. The battle has entered the white-hot stage, and on the side of the Earth Spirit clan, Emperor Tiangang has already sent a message: the Earth Spirit clan has been destroyed, and the Earth Spirit Pearl has been obtained. The spirit race is at stake, or the extermination of the clan has reached the final step. Only the Wood Spirit clan was still struggling to resist. Granny Z fought against Xuanhuan Guqing and was seriously injured. Emperor Tiangang attacked the Earth Spirit clan and rushed to the Shui Spirit clan. Within half a day, the Shui spirit clan would be destroyed. And at this moment, inland, Xuanhuan Empire, Imperial City. A beam of light shot up the sky. Wrong. Instead of rushing up into the sky, a beam of light shot down from the sky. Even if the beam of light is thousands of miles away, you can see it clearly, and you can feel the great pressure even on Muling Island. The entire Imperial City was instantly wiped out, revealing the huge formation base under the Imperial City. Apart from the array of law abutments, there is no more debris. All living beings vanished into ashes, and even the spiritual energy dissipated. The beam of light is constantly expanding, and soon, the entire Tianlan secret realm is also wrapped in the aperture. At the same time, the sky of Tianlan secret realm also burned, and a new world appeared in the sky. What's going on? What happened? Xuanhuan Guqing was dressed in imperial clothing, her compact armor highlighted her exquisite figure, and she was not weak as a god of war. And beside her is the incarnation of the purple mother-in-law, with the help of Lulua, her face is pale. Behind Granny Z, the wood spirit hall and her body were crumbling and falling apart. As long as she died, the wood spirit race would have no life. The accident of the beam of light and the sudden emergence of another world in the sky made Granny Z's eyes wander, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The prophecy has come true. Do you know what happened? Xuanhuan Guqing asked indifferently. Granny Z laughed sadly, and said, the Lord of Destruction, the spiritual race was destroyed, the sea was upside down, and it was reborn. The seed of hope will see the light of day under the leadership of the Holy Sun. The broken prophecies are now being fulfilled one by one. Mother-in-law. Lulua burst into tears and shouted, didn't you say that the Son of God can save our spiritual race? Granny Z lightly rubbed Lulua's hair with a heartache on her face, and said, in the prophecy, the demise of the spirit race is inevitable. I'm sorry Lulua, the reason why I let Peony leave is because she is the last hope of the spirit race, because she is the spirit master. A bizarre light circle enveloped two worlds, and everyone was covered. The world is changing, and the enormous pressure makes it difficult for everyone to breathe. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes were bright, and she looked at Granny Z, and sneered, hand over the spirit beads, to keep your spirit clan from dying. But you don't know how to praise. Even if you get the spirit beads, you will rearrange them back, right? There is no loss for you spirit races. It is stubborn and unclear, and the annihilation of the clan is also your own fault. Empress Changu, this is no longer your era. Granny Z looked at Xuanhuan Guqing with resentment. Xuanhuan Guqing sneered, what? Could it be that there is still me in the prophecy? Everything will be destroyed, and only the destruction will usher in a new life. You should have fallen long ago, but even if you are resurrected, it will not change your life. Granny Z said. Xuanhuan Guqing clenched his fists and punched out. The mighty realm of Qingming makes all the spirit races unable to resist. The coercion of the superiors is called the realm of rogues by Qin Yang, and it is so terrifying. The spiritual race can only be slaughtered, and Xuanhuan Guqing no longer holds back. I just gave Jiang Changwei a face before, so I didn't attack your wood spirit clan. You forced me. Xuanhuan Guqing's killing intent was overwhelming. In order to protect the wood spirit clan, Granny Z divided her power again, and the purple petals turned into spiritual shields, blocking each spirit clan. When the shield is broken, Granny Z's power will be weakened by 1 point. The peak powerhouse who can compete with Qin Yang has even more terrifying weaknesses. Of course Qin Yang knew about Granny Z's weakness. At that time a meteorite attacked and almost collapsed the entire Wood Spirit Island, but Qin Yang didn't do it. Xuanhuan Guqing is not Qin Yang. As the Empress of the Ages, she is decisive in killing, as long as the result. The figure of Granny Z faded a bit, and the giant tree body with purple flowers behind her was also shaky. One after another terrifying cracks appeared on the body, and after a few more attacks, Granny Z would surely fall. Grandma Z vomited blood and was extremely weak, but her eyes were bright and unusual. Looking at Xuanhuan Guqing, she seemed to be pitying her. Xuanhuan Guqing was stimulated by this look, attacked again, and drank in a low voice, "I want to see, how long can you last?" Whoosh! An arrow full of destructive power shot directly. Xuanhuan Guqing reached out and grabbed it, but the arrow suddenly disappeared. Frightening feather arrows? Shape-shifting shadow arrows? Nangong family? Xuanhuan Guqing raised her brows, her heart tightened, and she hurried to dodge. But the previous arrow was shot from behind, and even if she hit in time, her arm was still pierced. The imperial armor was shot and shattered, making Xuanhuan Guqing stunned for a moment. What a powerful attack! No, there is something wrong with this arrow. Xuanhuan Guqing narrowed her eyes. Although this arrow is very strong, it must not penetrate the imperial armor. The royal family has always collected. That divine arrow disappeared again, and this arrow technique actually brought the arrow back. But in this moment, Xuanhuan Guqing has made it clear by the breath he feels that this arrow is made of the ivory of the mammoth. Even back then, there was no artifact refiner who could turn such a spiritual material into a magic weapon. Let alone wasting on an arrow? Where the arrows disappeared, among the army, there was a group of people who were incompatible with ordinary soldiers. Chuchinga. What are you doing? It's too early to reveal it now. A man whose appearance was hidden in a black robe shouted angrily. Chuchinga grabbed the recalled arrow and bent the bow again. The ocean is hanging upside down, and the world has changed drastically. If we don't do it now, we will have no chance. Chuchinga said slowly. The black-robed man was stunned, frowning and looking at the sky. The sky is different from before, now it is an ocean. In the ocean, there are continents dotted like stars. The sea hangs upside down in the sky. The fusion of the sky has merged the two secret realms into one. Chapter 579. My Spirit Orb. Qin Yang's body fell from the sky, and his whole body was like a fireball. He did not smash directly along the beam of light and landed on the formation base of Xuanhui Palace, but stopped directly in mid-air. In this way, Qin Yang held the spirit bead and hung in the air. But from his perspective, the scene he saw was unusual. The two secret realms, the Songhai secret realm, hangs upside down on the Tianlan secret realm, and the junction is constantly merging. In the light curtain. Lingzhu, can't run, what if you are in danger when you hold it like this? Aokir and the others sat on the Kraken Kunyu and flew over. It is also the Kraken Kunyu. If it were replaced by other big monsters, I am afraid that it would not be able to withstand such a lot of pressure. Ah! Aokir exclaimed, and hurriedly covered her face in shame, her eyes through the gap of her fingers. She was still aiming at Qin Yang. Peony blinked her big eyes, wondering why Aokir was like this. Qin Yang also reacted, the solid and explosive muscles on his body were directly covered by the robe. In fact, even though Qin Yang tried his best, he couldn't keep his clothes. During this fall, Qin Yang changed several times. The more Lingzhu, the better. If it falls into my hands, I will definitely have to repair the 5 elements ascension array, but if it falls into someone else's hands, that's not necessarily the case. Qin Yang said, looking down curiously. Jiang Chengwei and others also looked at the ground, and the surrounding scenery seemed to have been seen before, but this formation was never seen before. Where is this? Xuanhuan asked. Jiang Chengwei was startled and said, I remembered, this is the Imperial City. Xuanhuan laughed dryly and said, the Imperial City? Where is the Imperial City? Thinking of what happened in Duanwangtai before, the pressure that even the intermediate God King couldn't handle, Xuanhuan's heart tightened. The entire Imperial City, I am afraid, has been wiped out. Those guys of Emperor Tiangang are gone? Xuanhuan showed a strange expression. Jiang Chengwei said speechlessly, we are not dead, how can they die? I just don't know where they are now. But Peony sensed something, her eyes suddenly flushed red, and hot tears poured out. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. The two secret realms have been merged into one, the sky is an ocean, but it is constantly rising. The inexplicable force that had been pulling Huolingzhu disappeared, and the Huolingzhu was collected by Qin Yang again. Wood Spirit Clan. Wood Spirit Clan. Peony burst into tears, Mother Z has fallen. Qin Yang was startled, impossible. Impossible to be so fast. Jiang Chengwei pondered and said, the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao were destroyed before, the strength of the practitioners of the Xuanhuan Empire has greatly increased, and there are practitioners from the sky to join. With Xuanhuan Guqing's character, he will attack directly. Xuanhuan nodded and added, it is indeed possible to have a picture scroll instead of the Tianmen seal. Moreover, with the strength of Emperor Tiangang and others, it is really easy to attack the spirit race. Back then, when the myriad realms fought, compared to this, it was just like a child playing at home. Not to mention Emperor Tiangang and the others, even if Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan lead the army to fight and capture one of the spiritual islands, it will only take a few hours. At the same time, practitioners are constantly falling from the heaven, and these are practitioners in the land of exile. There are also countless sea monsters, who jumped out of the water from the sea and came to the sea in the secret realm of Tianlan. This is a historic moment for all beings in the exiled lands, freedom is finally here. Come on, go to Muling Island. Qin Yang said. After speaking, he directly stepped on the head of the Shanghai demon Kunyu. Although the Kraken Kunyu was displeased, he didn't say anything, and Qin Yang was the only one who dared to stand on his head, besides the dragon girl. If it wasn't for Aoker who said that Qin Yang's relationship with the dragon clan, he wouldn't be able to spare Qin Yang at this stop. The Kraken Kunyu, with the bloodline of Kuimping, flies very fast, and almost reached the sky over Muling Island in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Wood Spirit Island was chaotic, Grandma Z fell, all the members of the Wood Spirit clan were red-eyed, and their resentment offset Xuanhuan Guqing's mighty realm of Qingming and began to fight to the death. At the same time, the Alliance's Shadow and Blood Skeletons also launched an attack, fighting against Xuanhuan Guqing's army. The three-way melee made the entire Muling Island a raging battle. This is not over yet, and after learning the information, Feng Lian was even more impatient, and led the practitioners of Shenfeng Cave to join the war directly. The four-way melee is imminent. The practitioners in the exiled land were ecstatic when they regained their freedom, but they did not forget their previous agreement. Even if it wasn't because of Zhou De that they regained their freedom, their identity as a place of exile brought them together quickly. Shen Fengdong directly attacked Xuanhuan Guqing's army because Feng Lian was originally a shadow man. The Earth Spirit Orb and Shui Spirit Orb have already been mastered by the God of War in the sky, and the only thing they can compete for is the last Wood Spirit Orb. But the cultivators in the exiled land didn't know it, and Lu Xiu decided almost instantly to join Feng Lian's camp. Therefore, all the practitioners from the 12 caves of Juzhegu joined in. Only by winning this battle can they gain the status they want. Sister Peony, you are here. Lulua rushed into Peony. In his arms, tearful eyes looked at Qin Yang with hatred. Aren't you the Holy Sun? Aren't you going to lead our spirit clan back to life? Now my spirit clan is perished. Lulua shouted loudly. Grandma Z's body has collapsed and no longer has a shape. The Wood Spirit Hall was also in ruins, and the Wood Spirit Orb was taken away by Xuanhuan Guqing. Peony and Lulua hugged each other and cried. Qin Yang looked at this messy battlefield and fell silent for a while. Also silent, there is Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei said with emotion, the spiritual clan has left the seeds, and the spiritual clan is not yet extinct. But I added a sentence in my heart, I didn't expect that in the end, I couldn't save the spirit race. Looking inland, Xuanhuan Palace still has a beam of light reaching the sky. Songhai Mystery Realm has risen for an unknown distance, and it is completely invisible. The beam of light is also slowly disappearing, and the secret realm is still the same as before. It seems that there is no difference. Jiang Chongwei took a petal from nowhere, and the petal had already withered, just like a specimen. The faded purple, along with the entire petal, is gradually dissipating. At the same time, there are purple petals all over the sky, which are the petals of the purple mother-in-law. Peony and Lulua saw the petals in Jiang Chongwei's hands at the same time. Peony was shocked and blurted out, You are the holy son of my spiritual race. I'm sorry, I'm late. Jiang Chongwei apologized deeply. Qin Yang was also shocked. Sure enough, how could the lord of his own dignified destruction be the holy son? But I never thought that the holy son that the wooden sage, Granny Z, had been talking about turned out to be Jiang Chongwei. Calling all the people of the Wood Spirit clan, we will withdraw from the Wood Spirit Island. This is the only way for the Spirit clan to preserve their inheritance. Also, we must hurry to find other Spirit clan people. Jiang Chongwei said. Chapter 580 Discussing Self-Protection. With the help of Peony, Jiang Chongwei persuaded the Wood Spirit clan who had gone berserk. If not, the Wood Spirit clan would be completely wiped out and fight to the point where no one was left. Among the Wood Spirit clan, some old tree people actually recognized Jiang Chongwei, which made Jiang Chongwei take the name of the Holy Sun. It was you who saved our spiritual race 10,000 years ago, and it is still you today. Peony said gratefully. The Wood Spirit clan pays attention to returning leaves to their roots, and death is only the nourishment for other clansmen to grow. Therefore, death is not the end, and the remaining clansmen will continue to live with their share. The Wood Spirit tribe quickly walked out of the shadows, but their anger could not be suppressed. He led the Wood Spirit clan directly to Hualing Island. As the destroyed Ling Island, it was not shrouded in the current war situation. Jiang Chongwei sent people to look for other spiritual races, and now only by uniting all spiritual races can we get through this catastrophe together. Soon, many spirit races came to Fire Spirit Island, including the survivors of the Fire Spirit race, as well as the survivors of the Shui Spirit race and Earth Spirit race that had just been destroyed. The Five Elements spiritual clan gathered together, and even the power in the exiled land, the crushed stone village, came under the leadership of its owner Shizhou. Facing the hostility of all the spirit races, Shizhou explained again and again. When they learned that Shizhou was actually the descendant of the old king's guard, the attitude of the spiritual race improved slightly. Even if they rearrange the Five Elements Ascension Array, it's not over. A fire spirit race said angrily. That's right, destroying my homeland and slaughtering my clan, this hatred will never be shared. The Earth Spirit clan responded in harmony. Jiang Chongwei reassured, everyone calm down, the strength of the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire has greatly increased, and there are Xuanhuan Guqing and the Tsangqiang God of War, their strength is not the same as before. The other forces in the land are not easy to deal with. Jiang Chongwei has a headache. In today's turbulent war, it is already very difficult to save these seeds. Still thinking about revenge? The most urgent task is to protect yourself first. Jiang Chongwei said repeatedly. The Five Elements spiritual race elected a temporary leader to discuss matters in the ruins of the Fire Spirit Hall. Since they've come here, they shouldn't attack, right? Qin Yang said, now Xuanhuan Guqing and the Land of Exile are fighting hard, and they don't care if they want to fight. Huang Quan shook his head and said, Qin Yang, you don't know what happened in the past. Emperor Tiangang and other gods of war in the sky always insist that they are not of our race, and their hearts must be different, and they must kill all alien races to eliminate future troubles. The Moon Emperor is the best example. I think once they pull out their hands, they will definitely come to deal with the spirit race. Is there anything else? Qin Yang frowned. These people from the spiritual race are indifferent to the world and have no ambitions. They will not let go of Anshou? Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, Xuanhuan is right. After all, the spiritual race is different from the human race. Their growth cycle is extremely long, and the changes of the world are just passing by in their eyes, so they don't like fighting. But in the eyes of the human race, this is not the case. The spirit race is very powerful in this secret realm. And for sure, they're getting stronger. Jiang Chengwei added, for the sake of the 5-element spirit pearl, they have completely offended the spirit race. Even the leader of the spirit race, everyone's eyes were full of hatred at this time. Jiang Chengwei said, no one else will tell me that Xuanhuan Guqing is not a vegetarian. If she knows there is a threat, she will definitely remove it. She will never allow even the slightest threat. Peony is more sensible. After Granny Z fell, she was sad and matured a lot. At this time, she said, if we don't take revenge on them, will they still deal with us? Jiang Chengwei said seriously, I want to emphasize that what Xuanhuan Guqing cares about is not whether you want revenge or not, but whether you have this ability. As long as you have this ability, it is her threat. Why are you talking so much? Let's join the fight while they fight themselves. If they wait for a winner, it will be unfavorable to us at that time. The temporary leader of the water spirit race said. Don't worry. Qin Yang interrupted, the current situation is that of the quartet forces, but they are divided into 3 camps. Among them, the spiritual race and the crushed stone village are one, and the other 2 are Xuanhuan Guqing and the Xuanhui Empire. The army, the shadows and the blood skeletons and the exiled land join forces. Everyone looked at Qin Yang in confusion. Could there be any other explanation? Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, I have always had a guess that the shadow is very close to the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. Jiang Chengwei frowned and said, this is impossible, Xuanhuan Guqing will not support the dark forces. Qin Yang shrugged and said, that being said, Xuanhuan Guqing has been dead for thousands of years. In her previous rebirth, something went wrong. Do you know how she survived? What method? Jiang Chengwei asked. Shadow's core formation, stealing the sky and shifting the life formation. Qin Yang said slowly. Moreover, this formation is not an ordinary life-stealing formation, which can capture vitality without letting the sacrificial die directly. This formation may not even be able to be refined. Also, I also tested it before. Chu Jiansan is a royal guard, and every time he talks about shadows, he changes the subject. Qin Yang pursed his lips and said, if we rashly join the war, in case. I'm afraid that the Eldar will be attacked. Whatever he does, we will never sit still. No. No matter what if you die in battle? The leader of the Earth Spirit clan said indignantly. Why didn't you die when the Earth Spirit race was attacked? Qin Yang asked back. The temporary leader of the Earth Spirit tribe was speechless. The temporary leader of the Fire Spirit clan said, my Fire Spirit clan was attacked and deceived. If it wasn't for the Fire Saint's repeated orders, no one of my Fire Spirit clan would survive. Now is the time for our counterattack. Counterattack? Qin Yang chuckled and said, with your current strength, although the 5-element spiritual races have gathered together, their combat power is not as good as that of one of the original spiritual races. Not to mention that they may be of the same spirit, the battle is just a pretense, even if you encounter any party, even if it is a practitioner from the 12 caves of Juzhai in the land of exile, you may not be able to win. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang pointed to Shizhou and said to the temporary leaders of the 5-element spiritual race, you have seen the people he brought, and now let you spirit races fight against them. Do you dare to say that you will win? Shizhou scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Although humble, he was extremely confident. The crushed stone village was also one of the most powerful forces in the exile land. Now that its strength is completely preserved, how many gods and kings are there? All the gods and kings of the five elements spiritual race added up, and it was nothing more than that, not to mention that they were all defeated soldiers, and most of them were people of the spiritual race who were still in their infancy. Can't we just sit here and wait until we die? Could it be that the fate of our spirit clan can only be left to Mermaid? It's not just him, all the spirit race people can't swallow this breath. I won't help you fight, but our enemies are the same. Qin Yang looked at the depressed expressions of everyone and said, also, I won't lead you to attack them, but I will teach you some things. The ability to protect yourself. Chapter 581 Battle Formation. Speaking of this, everyone's eyes lit up, but except for Peony, the other temporary leaders of the spiritual race were suspicious. The five elements of spiritual clan are gathered together, and it is not difficult to protect yourself. Jiang Changwei said in a deep voice, there are many battle formations that are suitable for your current situation. Jiang Changwei looked around and said, I looked at this fire spirit island carefully. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If there is a battle formation, you will be safe. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, what I want to teach you is the battle formation. Speaking of which, Jiang Changwei's divine sense transmitted a voice and called Qin Yang away. The two discussed from a distance. What battle formation are you going to teach them? I have a suitable one, but I still need to deduce it. Jiang Changwei said. What suitable battle formation do you have? Qin Yang asked. If there is, then as long as there is a prototype, Qin Yang can use the replication system to completely copy it, and then it will be more effective at that time. Jiang Changwei pursed her lips and said, 8-gate array. Qin Yang raised his brows, 8-gate array? 12 slaughter god array? You. Jiang Changwei was stunned for a moment, and said, could it be that this battle formation is what you want to teach them? After a pause, Jiang Changwei looked at Qin Yang suspiciously and said, you know? Qin Yang sighed and said, I thought you had a better battle formation. If it were these 8 formations, I could indeed. After speaking, Qin Yang also added, and I have experience. In the Principality of Aoki, Qin Yang had already taught the battle formation, and with the cooperation of the 5 elements battle armor specially made by Tsangqiang Academy, the combat power was indeed strong. Although there is no 5 elements battle armor, these 5 elements spirit race are purer than any battle armor. Jiang Changwei hesitated, but even these 8-door formations may not be able to defend against them. We do not have the core of the 8-door formations. If there are 5 elements spirit orbs, even these surviving spirit races are enough to resist the army. Qin Yang grinned and said, who said no? Jiang Changwei frowned and said, since you know the 8-door formation, then you also know that this formation focuses on balance, and there must not be one kind of strong and another weak. 5 element spirit beads, we only have fire spirit beads and golden spirit beads now. The remaining soil, water, and wood are not there. Qin Yang shook his head, the smile on his face was even stronger, you seem to have forgotten something. Jiang Changwei thought about it for a while, then she was shocked and said with joy, sure enough, the sky does not destroy the spirit clan. How could he forget that Qin Yang has a formation flag comparable to Lingzhou? For the 8-door array, the required array flags are 4 flags of soil, 2 flags of water, 2 flags of wood, 2 flags of fire, and 2 flags of gold. The array flags owned by Qin Yang were 2 flags of soil, 1 flag of water, and 1 flag of wood. Plus a fire spirit orb and a gold spirit orb, it is exactly half of the complete 8-door formation. If the formation method is modified, the 8-door formation with formation flags and spirit beads, once the battle formation is displayed, there is no fear of Xuanhuan Guqing and other armies at all. Even if the 8 gods of war gather together, they may not be able to defeat them. But time is running out, I don't know if the formation can be changed. Jiang Chongwei sighed. Qin Yang said speechlessly, change? Change what? I just teach them not to? The question now is, how to let them practice. Time waits for no one. Jiang Chongwei said, the drill is simple, and using my domain can help them achieve more with less effort. The two discussed it, and it turned out to be a match made in heaven. He quickly returned to the previous Fire Spirit Hall and told the story of the battle formation. The temporary leaders of the 5-element spiritual race looked at each other in dismay. Qin Yang not only did not rob them of their spirit orbs, but at this time, they had to set up 4 array flags. Qin Yang emphasized, I don't care what you think of Lingzhu, I want to declare that my flag is absolutely worth less than this Lingzhu. And my 4 flags are all my belongings. Qin Yang repeated it again and again. There are only 4 array flags in total. Also, if this calamity is over, this flag will be returned to me. Qin Yang said with emphasis. The temporary leaders of the 5-element spiritual race expressed their gratitude, and left the rest to Jiang Chongwei. Where are you going? Peony asked Qin Yang as he walked outside. Help you to delay the time. Qin Yang smiled, and after speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Huang Quan stayed on Huling Island and helped Jiang Chongwei. As for how to help? Of course it was a living target. There are also cultivators from Shizhou and other gravel villages who have also become targets. As long as there is a real battle, the battle formation can be quickly formed. Although Qin Yang can buy us a lot of time, you have to speed up. Jiang Chongwei said, others only know that the Fire Spirit Bead and Jin Lingzhu are on Qin Yang, and they won't come to attack until they get the 5-element Spirit Bead. Us? Isn't Qin Yang dangerous? Mutin worried. Huang Quan curled his lips and said, don't worry, everyone may be in danger, but he can't. Qin Yang Fei left Huling Island, and as expected, there were several monitoring spiritual thoughts swept over. It was just that he swept away from Qin Yang and did not lock Qin Yang. Qin Yang Shu. With a frown, the Qiankuan Wanxiangju comes with all the advantages of copying the exercises, and Mi Tianjue is among them. Usually it runs automatically, if it's not deliberate, other people really can't lock themselves. Cancel the characteristics of the cultivation technique that runs Mi Tianju, and sure enough, the spiritual sense is locked in, more than what Qin Yang had just perceived. One after another figure flew over directly and surrounded Qin Yang. There are ethnic forces, and more are monsters. In the distance, there are people who are just monitoring, but they do not show up. It's useless to kill you now. Why don't I wait until the end of the Qianlong competition, and then I will send you on the road? A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Wait until the end of the hegemony competition to ensure that you get the Air Island base. At that time, there is no need to worry about not being able to enter the secret realm that needs to be ranked. At that time, wouldn't it be beautiful for Qin Yang to make a copy and be promoted directly to God Emperor? These are the cornerstones of his promotion to God Emperor. Stop talking nonsense, are you going to cut yourself off or let Lao Tzu swallow you? Said a middle-aged man with purple eyes. The words were full of rage. Qin Yang's eyes swept away, this is a monster in the shape of a beast, with the blood of a dragon bird. This bloodline is also the top among monsters, although this guy's bloodline is not pure enough. Qin Yang no longer blocks the hegemony order, so that Mr. Chichia's surveillance can see him again. Then, Qin Yang said, when I entered here earlier, I wanted to end your troubles. It's not too late now. At the same time, Qin Yang sent the hegemony order and sent a message to all those who had the hegemony order. I, Qin Yang, on Jinling Island, waiting for you to come and die. Chapter 582 Rules are added. The monsters and humans surrounding Qin Yang looked at each other in dismay. They never imagined that Qin Yang would dare to speak madly in the face of himself and others. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of Qin Yang, and it was Mr. Qiqiao. Huh? Qin Yang was taken aback. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and said, regarding the Qianlong contest, the rules need to be supplemented with 2 points. You said. Qin Yang said. At the same time, text messages were also displayed on everyone's hegemony orders. First, during the hegemony competition, no one may block the hegemony order except during the task gap period. Qin Yang's head was immediately covered with black lines. As a result, those who are invisible. No, those things that you don't want to be seen, how can you fix them? What about the second? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao said, second, only the owner of the spirit orb will get the points for repairing the 5 elements ascension array. Because there are 5 spirit orbs in total, the 300 points must be divided into 5 parts, and each spirit orb has 6 points. Very. What? Qin Yang was taken aback. It's not fair. Why is it unfair? Mr. Qiqiao asked back. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, before we didn't enter this secret realm, before we started the task, the practitioners in the star realm had already obtained more than 100 points. According to this, our points are higher than those in the star realm. The way and speed of obtaining it is too different. It's not just Qin Yang who thinks so, the other God King realm contestants run wild one after another. If this goes on, won't the Star Realm cultivators become the biggest winners? Moreover, some people who temporarily tried to make breakthroughs at a huge cost are even more wanting to cry without tears. Mr. Qiqiao smiled and said, first of all, nothing will be truly fair. Second, the competition is not this level, and many of the following tasks are simply not within the reach of practitioners in the Star Realm. The division of labor is different. There at the same time, the participants in the God King realm will naturally get more points than the Star Realm, and they will be faster. Qin Yang nodded, and in this way, it was still acceptable. Changes to the rules have been communicated. In the battlefield, the shadows and blood skeletons that besieged Xuanhuan Guqing were even crazier. Qin Yang put down his rhetoric on Jinling Island, and the battlefield will definitely shift. Now we must fight for the wood spirit orb in Xuanhuan Guqing's hands. Feng Lian said in a deep voice. If the battlefield is transferred and Tiangang Emperor and others gather around Xuanhuan Guqing, it will be difficult to fight for it at that time. Xuanhuan Guqing said that there was suffering. Shadows and blood skeletons attacked ruthlessly. Most of them were sneak attacks and assassinations. The soldiers of the Xuanhui Empire led by him, although their strength had greatly increased due to the previous Lingbao Thousand Scrolls, can be truly combat effectiveness. It can't be compared with the elite of Shadow and Blood Skeleton. Thinking about sending all the powerful assistants, including Emperor Tiangang, to attack the Water Spirit Clan and the Earth Spirit Clan before, and he alone led the army to attack the Wood Spirit Clan, it was really a big deal. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Feng Lian from a distance, and shouted loudly, "You and I will fight, and Qin Yang will only be able to take advantage of the fishermen. Why don't we make a deal? Together, to kill Qin Yang, the 2 in Qin Yang's hands will be defeated. Lingzhu, how about one for you?" Feng Lian laughed and said, "I want Qin Yang's 2 spirit beads, and I want the wood spirit beads in your hand. The deal? It's based on the situation of evenly matched forces. You can't protect yourself now, how about you? Negotiate with me?" Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flashed coldly, and he said angrily, "Don't think that the secret key of the gods can make you lawless. Compared with the real powerhouses, you are still far behind." Feng Lian clenched his fists, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he sent a voice transmission to Zhou De and Shifeng, saying, "This is the best time to kill Xuanhuan Guqing. At all costs, I want to kill her. For Feng Lian and the others, more important than the wood spirit pearl is the task of killing Xuanhuan Guqing. If Qin Yang knew about it, he would be greatly astonished. It turned out that Qin Yang always thought that the Xuanhuan royal family and the shadows were one camp, but it was not. The battle became more and more tragic, and the blood on Muling Island was already flowing into rivers. Zhou De used the Heavenly Gate seal to continuously save his own practitioners on the battlefield. Before he could be grateful, the rescued people were already controlled by Shifein. Soon, the cultivators who joined the battle group at a loss as soon as they regained their freedom in the exiled land were gradually completely controlled by the three Feng Lian. The ability of the concubine Yingxinwang became more and more terrifying. The heart network connects all those who are controlled, and everyone's perspective is shared. As more and more people are controlled, almost everyone has the ability to control the overall situation. Coupled with the fact that shadow and blood skeletons specialize in assassinations and sneak attacks, the army of the Xuanyue Empire began to rout. On the other side, Qin Yang was still surrounded. With the change of the rules, some people who secretly observed and monitored could not hold back. 5 spirit orbs, each with 60 points. Although these 60 points may not sound like a lot at first glance, you must know that most of the God King contestants now only have 50 points. One is to find the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and the other is to find the 5 elements ascension formation. There were even more God Kings who had never gone to the Xuanyue Empire's imperial city before, let alone seen the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. So there are only 20 points. These 60 points are enough to change the ranking of the contestants in the God King stage. The most important thing is that Qin Yang already has 150 points, which is the reward for obtaining the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Only by grabbing the spirit orb can we overwhelm Qin Yang. In any case, the importance of the Lingzhu no longer needs to be explained again and again. The eyes of everyone looking at Qin Yang are more greedy than killing intent. A chirping sound, like a dragon like a bird. Previously, the middle-aged purple eye was directly transformed into the body, more powerful than the swallowing bird, and even the size of the sea monster Kunyu. A purple light brushed towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and pressed it, propping up the world. Ziguang almost pierced through the world, but when he approached Qin Yang 3 feet, it was completely dissipated. Qin Yang was stunned. This big monster with the blood of the dragon bird really has a few brushes. The middle-aged Zimu was also stunned. Didn't expect Qin Yang to block his attack so easily? Following his shot, the others attacked one after another. Qin Yang laughed. The white jade dragon appeared out of thin air. The dragon swung its tail, and unceremoniously sent everyone away. Stepping on the dragon jade, Qin Yang shouted loudly, "I said earlier that I would wait for someone to die on Jinling Island. If I don't go, wouldn't I release a pigeon? If you want to kill me, just send a horse over here." Before the words fell, the person had already flown into the distance. Qin Yang was afraid that they didn't know where Jinling Island was, so he deliberately slowed down. This time, the Chankuan ring must be kept. Qin Yang said secretly in his heart. If it wasn't for the identity of the peony spirit master and had its own space, so many treasures could not be contained in the past. The demon clan and the human clan, who were swept away by the tail of the dragon jade, were all in a state of embarrassment. The middle-aged Zimu's eyes were full of fear, and he used a secret technique to inform the other monsters. At the same time, the human race also summoned their own messages, besieging Qin Yang, and it is not enough for them. A more mighty war is about to begin. Chapter 583. The Hidden Dragon competition is so tragic. Outside the secret realm, beside the light screens everywhere, the people watching the excitement were all cold. At first, I thought this competition was just a competition. As I said before, it is not allowed to shoot at other practitioners. The rules are so good, but it was during the mission gap. Now everyone is fighting hard for the mission, and battles are inevitable. The endless variety of martial arts and the incomparably powerful rules made everyone who watched in front of the light screen stunned and amazed. This is the peak duel between the God King of the Sky Continent and the stars. Look! The Xuanhui army, led by Xuanhuan Guqing, has been defeated. Everyone stared at one of the light screens. On the light screen image, Xuanhuan Guqing fought Feng Lian, Zhou Da, and Shifeng alone. Although they were not inferior, Xuanhui soldiers were no match for Shadow and Blood Skeleton at all. The authorities are obsessed, bystanders are clear. In the eyes of the audience, the practitioners of Shadows and Blood Skeletons are simply massacres. Xuanhuan Guqing is injured. Not only someone shouted, but Xuanhuan Guqing was trapped in Feng Lian's chi-swallowing world, and a black light shot, it turned out to be an arrow, and directly pierced his thigh. The majestic imperial armor did not tremble at all against the attack of the Peak of the God King, but it was shot through by this arrow. The arrow was stuck on Xuanhuan Guqing's thigh. Xuanhuan Guqing didn't frown, and looked behind him with a stern gaze. "It's your kid again." Xuanhuan Guqing stretched out his hand and pulled out the arrow, looking at the black light emitting a destructive wave. Xuanhuan Guqing sneered, "How many such arrows do you have?" Chuchinga swallowed and spit, trying to recall the arrow, but the arrow could not break free from Xuanhuan Guqing's control. "Good opportunity." Zhou Da's eyes lit up, and he patted the space with a palm. The phantom of Tianmen condensed his palm, and the next moment, Zhou Dalian teleported to Xuanhuan Guqing's back with his attack at the same time. "Huh?" Xuanhuan Guqing squinted her eyes with disdain. Full of majestic pressure, Zhou Da slapped his hand, but the attack still landed on Xuanhuan Guqing's arm. Xuanhuan Guqing's chi and blood were rolling, but most of them were angered. The dignified Empress of the Ages was actually forced to fall into such a disadvantage. Shifeng took out the listening Daoqin, and with a jing sound, she shouted in a low voice, "Xinwang," bewildered. Xuanhuan Guqing's body trembled violently, and the divine light in her eyes subsided, but within a short time, the scorching divine light bloomed in her eyes again, and she was directly out of control. "You're too tender to control me." Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath and said slowly, "I thought that only Qin Yang was worthy of my sword, but now it seems that I underestimate you all." As soon as the words fell, the three Feng Lian felt their hearts tighten. "What? She didn't use the strongest means?" Feng Lian was shocked. Zhou Da didn't even dare to attack again rashly. Shifeng's face turned pale. The task of assassinating Xuanhuan Guqing was indeed difficult. "Emperor Sword!" Xuanhuan Guqing shouted angrily and reached out to grab it. The imperial armor exudes a colorful divine light, which is so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. With a colorful divine sword condensed in his hand, Xuanhuan Guqing's aura suddenly changed. The majesty of the Qiangu Empress was completely revealed. With a light wave of his hand, Feng Lian's domain was directly torn in half. Emperor Jianyao pointed at Feng Lian. Xuanhuan Guqing became indifferent, and his voice was flat, "Submit or die." Feng Lian seems to be in the middle of the wild, and he is as small as a mortal, and there is a tall god standing in front of him. Xuanhuan Guqing Qingming's mighty realm was fully opened, and the entire Wood Spirit Island was shaken by the endless coercion. In the battlefield, the two sides had a meal together. The faces of the soldiers of the Xuanhui Empire showed a look of submission, while the Shadows and the Blood Skeletons showed horror. This is just the momentum that spreads to this side, and it has already made them dare not be the enemy. Feng Lian's forehead showed a cold feeling, and the phantom of the swallowing gourd lingered on the surface of the body, but it was still unstoppable. Being pointed at by Xuanhuan Guqing's Emperor Divine Sword, Feng Lian's entire body stiffened. "It seems, you want to die." Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Feng Lian indifferently, and swung out a sword. The seven-colored sword qi exudes divine light, as if it is about to open up the world, and the entire Wood Spirit Island is afraid that it will also be split in half. Feng Lian bit the tip of his tongue and broke free from Qin Ming's mighty pressure. At this time, his chi swallowing the world had already been broken by Xuanhuan Guqing. Swallowing the heavenly gourd. Feng Lian sacrificed the magic weapon and directly confronted it with the super god-level magic weapon. God King level secret realm, it can't exert its full power at all. Xuanhuan Guqing raised the corner of his mouth. I wanted to try it for a long time. Can my Emperor Sword smash your gourd? Having said that, the divine light is more condensed and more powerful. Shurfeiyin suddenly flew far away, holding a strange decision in her hand. At the same time, Feng Lian and Zhou Da's eyes suddenly lost their minds, and they were already controlled by Shurfeiyin. Qin Ming is mighty enough to subdue all living beings. As long as Xuanhuan Guqing fully activates the power of this rule, they can't resist it, let alone fight it. Only by keeping a distance can you be free from stress. Then let Shurfeiyin replace them to control the body, which can naturally reduce Qingming's mighty pressure. Feng Lian had a posture of resisting the sword qi, and Zhou Da's figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Lian, slapping his palms in front of him. At the same time, Tianmen showed its body, and the powerful colorful sword energy disappeared directly. Oops! Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes widened, and he already had a bad premonition in his heart. She turned around and slashed a sword, just in time to hit the sword energy transferred by Tianmen's seal. Xuanhuan Guqing was slashed directly to the ground by his own sword energy, and his figure smashed out a large pit with a radius of 10 feet. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Shurfeiyin in the distance. Okay, yes, you can come up with such a way to deal with me. After all, Xuanhuan Guqing was careless. Not only him, all the god emperors in the gods' calendar know the functions of the secret keys of the 8 gods, and are also familiar with them. But without fighting for too long, he has lost his sharp judgment. Shurfeiyin, who was stared at by Xuanhuan Guqing, panicked, and her pressure increased sharply. At the same time, Shurfeiyin released the control of Feng Lian and Zhou Da. The two besieged Xuanhuan Guqing again. In the stalemate of the battle, an aura of destruction made everyone's heart skip a beat. Puff! Xuanhuan Guqing dodged abruptly, but still couldn't dodge, and an arrow shot through the waist and abdomen. The imperial armor was shattered, and the entire imperial armor was shot through continuously from before, and its power was not as strong as before. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes lost calm, but instead, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt. Bastard! Xuanhuan Guqing scolded angrily. She never thought that Chuqinga even had such an arrow. And this time, she didn't deliberately be on guard, and Chuqinga also kept an eye on it and called the arrow back. Chapter 584, Bloody Battle in All Directions. The three Feng Lian looked at each other, and Feng Lian nodded secretly. This song of Qinga helps him one after another. It seems that he really wants to join the shadow? Anyone who has investigated Qin Yang knows who is around Qin Yang. This song is one of them. Even the grievances between Qin Yang and the blood skeleton have a lot to do with Chuqinga. Chuqinga joined Shadow, and Feng Lian and the three of course knew it, but they just ignored it all the time. Thinking about Qin Yang's arrogant temperament, he wouldn't send undercover agents at all. Feng Lian has already made plans to talk to Chuqinga. The most important thing is that Chuqinga's combat power has been recognized by Feng Lian. This archery skill is 1 point stronger than Nangong's archery skill. Moreover, Chuqinga's concealment was so powerful that it could not be detected or locked at all. This is simply a born assassin. To make Xuanhuan Guqing so passive, Chuqinga made a great contribution. Feng Lian looked at Xuanhuan Guqing calmly and said, "You have already lost, you are not our opponent. As you said, this is now a God King level secret realm, so." Feng Lian laughed, "Everyone is a God King, how can you be better than us?" Xuanhuan Guqing watched Feng Lian quietly, but as soon as the Emperor's sword came out, he did not dare to attack rashly. The previously transferred sword energy had actually seriously injured her. The real injury actually came from himself, and Xuanhuan Guqing himself thought it was funny. Why? Why don't you ask your gourd? Xuanhuan Guqing said. Feng Lian snorted softly and said, hand over the wood spirit beads, I will spare your life. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan Guqing laughed loudly. With her mind, how can she not see that Feng Lian is using the law? How could the dignified Empress of the Ages, the only descendant of the Xuanhuan imperial family, and the future Empress Xuanhuan, be so humiliated? For anyone else, I would rather fight to the death than retreat. And Xuanhuan Guqing knew that Feng Lian wanted her not to retreat, so she could take the opportunity to kill herself. My grievances and grievances with you will add another. Xuanhuan Guqing said coldly, and after speaking, he threw the wood spirit orb directly. Feng Lian was stunned, and didn't even catch the wood spirit orb immediately. The wood spirit pearl exudes surging vitality, and wherever the breath passes, the grass and trees are in the spring. Zhou Da stretched out his hand, and the wood Lingzhu had already appeared in his hand, but Zhou Da's expression was also very stunned. Xuanhuan Guqing sneered and ordered the troops to withdraw. Feng Lian looked hesitant, and finally looked at Xuanhuan Guqing with cold eyes. If she stays and continues to fight, she will take the blame for killing her. But if she leaves, and then pursues and kills her, it is obviously beyond the scope of mission, and it will be equivalent to directly declaring war on the Xuanhuan Empire. Feng Lian pondered in his heart, if this is the case, the shadow, the blood skeleton and the Xuanhuan Empire will die, then the biggest winner will be Qin Yang. Did you just let her go like this? Zhou Da Xinyan sound transmission. Feng Lian clenched his fists angrily, and said, it's the Empress of the Ages, the mind is unpredictable. Don't worry, we still have a chance. The hegemony order was found, and there was a message on it that, on Yin Ling Island, Qin Yang had already fought with those who wanted to kill him or get the spirit orb from him. The entire Yin Ling Island is about to be sunk. Finish it, and then assemble for the final battle on Yin Ling Island. Feng Lian said. After he finished speaking, he walked towards Chuchinga in the distance. At the same time, all the audience in front of the screen were amazed. Xuanhuan Guqing was so powerful that he was defeated. And now in the battle, only Yin Ling Island is left. The battle there was even more fierce, and the blood on Yin Ling Island was already flowing into rivers. Qin Yang fought alone in all directions, and did not lose the slightest in the face of giants from all sides, which was even more exciting than Xuanhuan Guqing's battle against Feng Lian and the three. Just under the force of the rules, Qin Yang's annihilation rules can always disrupt the positioning of the starry sky compass and the broadcast of Mr. Qiqiao, resulting in the screen being always intermittent. Some pictures are broadcast from a distance, which is not real. Because Qin Yang's speed is too fast. Huh? Xuanhuan Guqing lost? Qin Yang was stunned. The tragic battle in the eyes of others was very casual to him. In the turbulent flow of rules and regulations, Qin Yang strolled leisurely. While fighting, he did not forget to read the hegemony order. Just now, there was a message on the hegemony order that Feng Lian snatched the wood spirit orb from Xuanhuan Guqing's hands. Strange, does the shadow have nothing to do with the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire? Your own people beat your own people? Your own people rob your own people's things? Qin Yang frowned, recalling the time when he first knew Xuanhuan Guqing. Come to think of it, just relying on a sky-stealing life-shifting formation to conclude that it is indeed a bit reckless. But Chu Jiansan never explained it, and Qin Yang would fight against him without saying a word. Qin Yang touched his chin and said to himself, with his status, as well as being famous early without publicizing it, it makes sense not to explain. Qin Yang himself had forgotten that he was the one who didn't bother to explain anything. Good boy, death is imminent, and you dare to lose your mind. The middle-aged Zima flicked his fingers, and a divine light shot directly at Qin Yang. Although not incarnate. When the beast is on the body, the beam is large, but the power is not small at all. Qin Yang shook his head slightly, dodging the blow from behind. Zemo's middle-aged body trembled with anger. This kid didn't even face himself. This is completely ignoring him. Sir, I'm here to help you. A wind-breathing sparrow spread its wings, and a hurricane rolled up across the entire Jinling Island. The gust of wind caused everyone to retreat crazily, and their faces suddenly sank. That monster, do you want to swallow the 2 spirit beads alone? Do you want to stop us from doing this, or do you want to kill Qin Yang? Among the crowd, there were constant condemnations. King Feng snorted coldly, and a wind blade was thrown directly at it. Qin Yang's order, under the command of the 12 dragon birds of the demon god temple, accept it. Qing Fengke said coldly. When I mentioned the demon temple, the dissatisfied voices subsided a little. Qin Yang looked at the gust of wind around him, getting stronger and stronger, and the power of this magical power became stronger and stronger. But he didn't leave the center. If he wanted to leave the hurricane, he had to at least fly out of Jinling Island. If you say that you are in Jinling Island, you will never leave. Qin Yang put away the order for hegemony and slammed his palms. Divine ability, earth-shaking fist. In the hurricane of perseverance, a giant statue waving his fists again and again. Hurricane was punched straight through, but quickly recovered. King Feng laughed and said, I know you are conceited, but it's too late to crack it now. King Feng shouted, supernatural power, hurricane funeral. Suddenly, the hurricane that filled the entire Jinling Island slammed, and the powerful hurricane suddenly became confused into countless turbulent currents, and the wind knives collided with each other. Chapter 585 Killing Feast. The Immortal Body. Qin Yang smiled and directly stimulated his physical strength. The black light flashed, and the figure became elusive. Obviously still in place, but there seemed to be many double images. It was after countless wind knives slashed on Qin Yang's body, and then they were slashed by other wind knives one after another, with no gaps and no interruptions. The rules of the wind are messed up, and there is actually a turbulent flow of rules with only the rules of the wind. Qin Yang, what can you do even if your physique is strong? Can you possibly handle my magical powers? King Feng was extremely confident and said, I rarely use this trick, because it is too powerful. If you can die under this trick of mine, it is not wrong for you to die. Everyone is staring at the center of the hurricane, and the terrifying turbulence makes people afraid to approach. The situation between heaven and earth is changing, and the surrounding sea rolled up huge waves, attracted by the hurricane, and then smashed to pieces by the wind knife. Outside the secret realm, Mr. Qiqiao exerted all his strength to directly reveal the picture. Everyone gathered in front of the light screen without even blinking. Everyone knows that under the chaos of rules, no one can survive. Because the turbulent flow of rules will pull the rules in the practitioner's body, even if they can withstand the attack from the outside, the power of the rules in their body will run wild, and they will explode and die. This is also the reason why the God Emperor cannot take action on the Sky Continent. Today, in this God King level secret realm, there are monsters that can create a turbulent flow of rules, but this hand is not weaker than the power of the world's top supernatural powers and rules. Some people feel sorry for Qin Yang's conceit, and some feel pity for Qin Yang's impending fall. The middle-aged Zima looked at King Feng with an unhappy expression, and said, Do you think I can't kill him? King Feng hurriedly returned, No, of course you can kill him. But with your identity, it is too cheap to shoot him. Why should the descendants of the dignified 12 venerable Long K be bothered with an ordinary human race? The middle-aged Zimu frowned and said, He is not an ordinary human race. The demon god's palace has issued a lore order. How could someone who can dispatch such a lore order to kill them be ordinary? Just like the previous battle, he already knew that he was by no means Qin Yang's opponent. Now Qin Yang is surrounded by powerful enemies, and most of them are human races, which is a help. But King Feng did this, and immediately angered other people. What? Are you afraid that I will destroy the Fire Spirit Orb and the Golden Spirit Orb? Don't worry, the treasures of heaven and earth will not be destroyed easily, and once Qin Yang's Quanhuan ring is broken, I will collect all his wealth as soon as possible. King Feng's eyes were full of greed. No. The middle-aged Zima shook his head and said, you can't kill him with this move. Qin Fengke laughed and said, rule turbulence is a forbidden technique, and it can also be regarded as opportunistic and crooked. But it is undeniable that this kind of magical power that specializes in triggering rule turbulence is very powerful. Certainly dead. Really? Suddenly, a frivolous voice came from the ear. Then, the voice said again, destroy my Quanhuan ring? Do you know how much wealth I have? Do you know what is in my Quanhuan ring? Qin Yang frowned. Even if he wanted to kill himself, how dare he think about his treasure? Not to mention so many Tianxingshi, just considering the materials of several great formations, if anyone dares to be greedy, Qin Yang will not show mercy. King Feng's heart tightened and exclaimed, impossible, how could you get out of the chaos of rules? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, it's just a God-King level secret realm. Even if the pressure of the entire secret realm is squeezed on me, it can't help me. Your fake rules are still trying to make it difficult for me? Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, you're not even as good as the Wood Saints thought, yet you dare to speak out. If you don't say it, I'll almost forget, I'm the Lore Order of the Demon Temple, right? King Feng said, it's not just you, everything related to you will be rewarded for killing. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp, really? His eyes turned to the middle-aged Zimu. This guy turned out to be the descendant of the 12 venerable monks of the Demon Temple? It looks like a big fish. The middle-aged Zimu stunned and said, kill you first, and then kill the others. Qin Yang nodded lightly, and King Feng attacked with magical powers again, but this time, Qin Yang didn't dodge at all. When Qin Fengke was secretly delighted, she was terrified when she saw that Qin Yang was unscathed. His attack turned out to be ineffective against Qin Yang. Alas! Qin Yang sighed, looked around, and said slowly, maybe everyone thinks I have a good temper. As if chatting, Qin Yang continued, we won't say anything, please, let's go. When you're done, stretch out your hand. Divine ability, destroy the Mahamudra. A huge handprint condensed by the rules of annihilation directly grabbed the wind sparrow. King Feng used the rules of the wind and called out a huge wind knife to slash at the big Madra, but it was crushed by the big Madra. At the same time, Qin Yang's trace has been lost in King Feng's eyes. Divine ability, destroy half-moon beheading. Black annihilation half-moon suddenly appeared in the air, and at the same time, the head of King Feng with wide-eyed eyes fell down. The corpse slammed to the ground, and the blood of Jinling Island became thicker. Next, you. Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged Zimu. The middle-aged Zimu was startled and wanted to directly transform into the body, but before he could change, Qin Yang pinched his neck. The invasion of the obliteration rule made him fully resist the power of his own rules, and even the power to be transformed into the body was gone, and it was all used to resist. The purple divine light bloomed and wrapped around his body, but Qin Yang's arm was not affected at all, and the black light became more and more intense on Qin Yang's hand. The middle-aged Zimu's face flushed red, and he wanted to send a voice transmission from the divine sense to ask for help, but others couldn't keep up. In his eyes, the last scene was Qin Yang grinning. Can't stop the power of my rules? But can your neck withstand my hand? Qin Yang heard a sour voice, crack. The middle-aged Zimu's eyes burst out, his neck was twisted, and his breath was still not exhausted, but the rules of annihilation that followed turned his neck into nothingness. No more life. The next one. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Qin Yang frowned, his hand slammed open, and the swords of annihilation appeared behind his back, spinning around like a huge divine ring. Humph, but I killed 2 demon beasts, but if you are capable, let the young master come and take you down. An old man leaned on a cane and knocked it directly. The crutches are good in the wind, like a huge magic weapon, smashing down on the head. Such mighty power opened one's eyes, but the huge divine weapon had no follow-up, and it didn't even hit Qin Yang at all. Too slow. Qin Yang shook his head gently. The old man looked at his chest, and a horrified void appeared out of nowhere, beyond his divine sense perception. Qin Yang's voice was like the voice of heaven, resounding between the heavens and the earth, through the light screen, and also ringing in everyone's ears. This is your voluntary participation. Killing Feast. Chapter 586. In the light screen, the killing was silent. All the onlookers watched this unprecedented killing feast. The entire Jinling Island seems to have become the paradise of death, with thousands of ghosts, carnival. The divine sword is invincible across the sky, just like reaping wheat, reaping life. Is it the god of war? Unparalleled in combat power, fighting alone in all directions, looking down on the heroes, no one can stop. Qin Yang used practical actions to show the entire sky continent what the real god of war is. Qin Yang is the battle master of Songqiong Academy. In the face of so many martial arts and supernatural powers, he really can calmly resolve it. More than just resolving it? It's just that you can see the weakness at a glance, and then attack its fatal point, killing the enemy with one move. The battle screen has been completely filled with all the light screens by the Jinling Island where Qin Yang is located. All those who are concerned about the Qianlong hegemony tournament see Qin Yang in their eyes. Although it was a feast of slaughter and blood flowed into rivers, Qin Yang's shocking sword fingers were able to break through all methods with one sword. This Jinghong sword is not only powerful, but also integrates the true meaning of countless martial arts. That is, in Qin Yang's hands, this Jinghong sword can exert such power. The people of the 8 Shinto clans watched this battle, and their thoughts were naturally different from those of ordinary people. The 8 Shinto clans, the 8 most powerful stunts, are indistinguishable from each other. But the people of the 8 Shinto tribes have never seen such a powerful skill. The only difference is the user. Even if it is stronger than Xuanhuan Guqing's Emperor Sword and Chu Jiansan's Emo Xingjian. In the Xuanhuan Palace, Emperor Xuanhuan was shocked. Chu Jiansan was silent on the side, thinking in his mind, if he faced Qin Yang's situation, would he be able to do this? There is only one answer, no. No matter how hard you try, you can only escape. But Qin Yang is different. Qin Yang did not flee, but was fighting. He was like a god of death, waiting for the enemy to come and die. Bah! A sound of water sounded. Qin Yang landed on Jinling Island, stepped on the sea of blood, and made such a sound. The blood stained the soles of Qin Yang's shoes. Qin Yang was unmoved, but looked up at the enemy who was still missing. There are so many left. Qin Yang knew that these were only a small part of the enemy, and more had yet to show up. Frowning his brows, Qin Yang's eyes were clear and firm. Even if he kills more people, his heart will not be shaken. He stopped. Let's go together. A senior god king shouted, and everyone suddenly became excited. There are so many people in front of paving the road, and the last one to taste the fruit is yourself. With this thought in mind, everyone rushed forward again. Qin Yang pinched his fingers to his chest. Long Wei Jujia. A phantom of a dragon head wrapped Qin Yang's body, and a pair of cold and dark eyes made everyone tremble. The black circle of light rippling, and all the people surrounded by the circle of circles froze, and some people even lost their eyes. The Annihilation Rule and Long Wei were released at the same time. This stunt directly killed nearly 100 god kings in 1 second. The halo dissipated, and the first group of people who wanted to opportunistically fell. Don't be afraid, no matter how sharp a knife is, there are times when it becomes blunt. An old man displayed his supernatural ability, from a distance, raised his finger to the sky, and directly drew a violent thunder. Thunder was like a mad dragon, roaring towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and with a violent grip, he crushed the thunder dragon directly. After that, Qin Yang pinched his fingers, and his fingertips swirled around with an obscure mysterious light, painting in the void. Void becomes a symbol. The sky is round and the place is full, the 9 chapters of the law, the 10,000 laws of heaven and earth, and the battle of thunder in all directions. The entire Yin Island seemed to have become a world of thunder, and one after another mad thunder fell. Sky Academy, in the Forbidden Area. The old talisman maker Bafang Divine Emperor's eyes widened, and the old man who was watching the video, the old man who made alchemy, and the old man who was his elder brother, all looked over. When did you teach him your famous stunt? The old man of the formation method, the 8 extreme god emperor, asked. No. I don't know. The old man who made the talisman looked blank. I remember that he just showed Qin Yang the thundering 8-square talisman that he created when he was still the king of God. In the thunder world, the eyes of the old man who had previously displayed the thunder dragon were dull, and every thunder was no weaker than his thunder dragon. Boom! Electric and light flickered frequently between heaven and earth, and a thunderbolt directly smashed him into scum. Using such powerful tricks will inevitably consume a lot of energy. As long as we keep attacking, we will also consume energy to kill him. It wasn't just anyone who roared, the besiegers' offensive continued unabated. Ha ha ha. Get out of the way for me. A heroic voice laughed between heaven and earth. A mighty middle-aged man, wearing a battle armor, with the thunderbolts of heaven and earth on it, made his battle armor reveal a stronger aura. The god of the Temple of Heaven, Rigo. I don't know who said the name of this person. Lega held a halberd and pulled the thunder of the world. Such a thunderous world greatly increased his strength and made him more able to take advantage of the situation. I really don't know whether to live or die, and dare to cast thunder in front of me. Lega waved the halberd in his hand, and the thunder was pulled directly on it. The space began to ripple, and his tricks were about to break through the level of a god king. Such an attack is almost the same. Qin Yang nodded lightly. What? Qin Yang is just interested? It turns out that the previous battles were boring battles for him? This Rigo's strength is not weak among the gods of the Temple of Heaven. The god of the Temple of Heaven, Xing Xiao, who was killed by Qin Yang before, has a lot worse combat power than Rigo. Some people didn't dare to approach, and avoided them far away. Obviously, Rigo had been unable to restrain himself in order to kill Qin Yang. Approaching hastily, I am afraid that I will be directly involved in Rigo's magical power and cause accidental injury. Let me tell you, what is Thunder Battle Bafang? Lega roared, as if the god of thunder was alive, and all the thunder in the world was under his control. Qin Yang's talisman battles in all directions, and he is immediately out of control. Qin Yang did not force control, but let the other party continue to seize control of Lei Ting to increase the power of this magical power. At the same time, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and held it by his side, and the rules of annihilation began to condense quickly. A new extinction divine sword was gradually formed, but the body of the sword kept vibrating. Look, Qin Yang's sword is starting to tremble, he can no longer control his power. Isn't he scared? We have to cheer up. Once Qin Yang dies, we should quickly grab his Quanhuan ring. Everyone was overjoyed, the outcome seemed to be decided soon. But people with discerning eyes are extremely jealous. Qin Yang's control over power no longer needs to be explained in this series of battles. How could Qin Yang be afraid? How could he not be able to control his own power? There is only one explanation, and that is that Qin Yang's sword is stronger than his control. Chapter 587, One Step Two Steps. Shocking Feather Arrow Skill, Charged Arrow. This martial skill is true, could it be that I misread it? An elder from the Nangong family dropped his jaw in shock. Among the martial arts in the world, there are very few magical powers that can condense power indefinitely, and the charging arrow in the Jinyu arrow technique is one of them. However, the practitioners of the Nangong family would not be able to do Qin Yang's step. Because the arrow skill is more important, it is the accurate head, even if there is the ability to lock, such a powerful force is difficult to control, and even affects the lock. This is not just a requirement for strength, but more about the strength of spiritual thoughts. The sword has two edges, if the sharpness can hurt oneself, it will not be worth the loss. But Qin Yang, obviously there is no such concern. Buzz. The space began to vibrate, and all rules were rejected. Stab. Qin Yang's right sleeve was directly torn apart by the powerful aura, and his strong and sturdy arms were exposed. It didn't look like a gorgeous trick, but it shocked everyone. The god of the Tiantian temple narrowed Lei Ji's pupils and looked at Qin Yang on the ground below, but he seemed to be looking at an ancient beast. Facing Qin Yang's pair of annihilated dragon eyes, Lei Ji's heart tightened even more. Humph, I don't believe that your sword is stronger than mine. Lei Ge roared, Lei Zhan Bafeng. Thousands of thunders condensed together, and a lightning bolt shot towards Qin Yang. The space began to warp, seemingly extremely fast, but as if time stood still. In everyone's eyes, there is only one color of electric light. Qin Yang looked at this thunder light quietly, flicked his fingers, and the condensed divine sword shot out directly. The collision of the power of the two rules, the ultimate power display in the God King level secret realm, slammed into each other. The entire Jinling Island was raging with thunder, which was more terrifying than the rule turbulence created by the previous rules of the wind. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded, only one word. Explosive. Qin Yang said. In an instant, everyone's heart was covered with a layer of ashes, and under everyone's terrified eyes, it seemed that a collapse point of a secret realm appeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. Oops, the space has collapsed. Run away. The collapse point of the secret realm devoured everything frantically, and everything was inhaled into it. Rigo, who was the first to bear the brunt, had a different feeling, but this feeling made him unable to even think of fleeing. This is not the collapse point of the secret realm, this is the rule of annihilation. Lei Ge felt that the Lei Zhan Bafeng he released was not swallowed by the collapse point, but was given to the rule of annihilation contained in one of Qin Yang's explosive swords. Destroyed. The collapse point, that seems to be getting bigger and bigger, is actually just the power of the rules of annihilation that spreads out. Without any shockwave raging, the previous Thunder World disappeared cleanly. The entire Jinling Island has also disappeared. With one blow, the entire Jinling Island was directly wiped from the Kanglan secret realm. The huge formation abutment is revealed and hidden in the seawater, which is the foundation of Jinling Island. The super god-level formation base was constantly shaking, and the formation lines on it could not withstand Qin Yang's explosive sword, so they were smoothed out. The whole world seems to be blank, and immediately, the rules of heaven and earth are reversed, forming a regular tide. The sea rolled back, and spiritual energy poured in, filling this blank field. Only Qin Yang stood on the base of the formation, staring at the formation for a while. Where is Rigo's figure? Another divine general died at the hands of Qin Yang. I shot myself in the foot with a stone. Qin Yang was speechless for a while, repairing the 5 elements ascension formation. Originally, he only needed to have no spiritual beads. Now, almost all the formation lines of this formation base have disappeared. If he wants to paint again, even if Qin Yang copied those complicated lines, it is not a simple matter to outline the engraving on this super god-level spiritual material. Sealing the sky and painting the earth. A sound exploded, and everyone was startled. At the same time, the entire space of the Jinling Island formation abutment was tightly sealed. Feng Tian treasure mirror? Qin Yang raised his brows and shook his head immediately. This is not the secret key of the gods to seal the Tianbao mirror as a prison, this is just a magical power. Looking up and looking into the distance, the army rushed forward, and the person in the lead was Emperor Tiangang. And the one who released the magical power of the heaven and earth was a middle-aged man next to Emperor Tiangang. Qin Feng looked at Qin Yang with joy, and laughed loudly. It is also your honor to let one of the 8 gods of war in the sky deal with you personally. Is it a sneak attack by yourself? Qin Yang laughed playfully. Chen Feng's face froze, and he said angrily, anyway, are you still capable of escaping from me now? You're afraid you can't even move one step. The invisible prison locked the space where Qin Yang was, and the rules were strangled every day and night. In everyone's sight, Qin Yang seems to be really fixed. But then, everyone looked at Qin Feng with suspicion. Qin Yang raised his leg and took a step, then raised his leg and took another step. It looked no different from normal, and Qin Yang regarded the Feng Tian painting as nothing at all. Qin Feng looked embarrassed and said, good boy, no wonder you were sent to the place of exile. Can come back again. You really have some skills. Is it your fault? Qin Yang raised his brows. He looked at Emperor Tiangang next to him again, provoking himself full of fighting intent. Qin Yang stretched out his hand in a gesture of invitation and said, come on, let me see how capable the 8 gods of war in the sky are. Emperor Tiangang held the long spear in his hand and said quietly, the 8 tribes of the Shinto are just the guardians of the secret keys of the gods. To put it bluntly, it is just an errand. Only in our hands, the secrets of the gods can exert the strongest power. But you know, why don't we control the secret keys of the gods ourselves? Why? Qin Yang really didn't know. Because of the secret key of the gods, the 8 Shinto clans have each created the exercises and martial arts around the secrets of the gods. But only the Qin family is different. The Qin family's Jinghong sword finger is stronger than the crazy dragon palm and Yulongbu. Even if there is no divine dragon jade, or the most powerful crazy dragon palm and Yulongbu, the Qin family is still the Qin family. Because, we are already invincible gods of war. Emperor Tiangang said slowly. Qin Yang laughed and said, I'm still the invincible tyrant. Who won't take the title? Who will I scare? Emperor Tiangang clenched his teeth immediately, even if Xuanhuan Guqing repeatedly told him not to fight Qin Yang for the time being, he couldn't stand Emperor Tiangong's violent fighting intent. Tyrant Qin Yang. The onlookers whispered one after another. The name is not an exaggeration. Jinling Island, which was bloodied before, has made Qin Yang famous. Even Qin Yang himself didn't think that the casual quarrel with Emperor Tiangang actually gave himself a name that could never be washed away. Hand over Huo Lingzhu and Jin Lingzhu, we cannot be enemies. Emperor Tiangang took a deep breath and said, at the same time facing us, you have no chance of winning. Qin Yang disagreed and said, why are you taking all the benefits? Emperor Tiangang was stunned, everyone was confused, what does this mean? Qin Yang said, not being an enemy is a great thing for you. Do you still want my spirit master? How can you think of good things? Chapter 588. It's a good thing for us not to be your enemy? Emperor Tiangang continued to take a deep breath, your tone is 10 times more mad than I was back then. Well, since that's the case, let you feel it first. Tianwei. Emperor Tiangang mobilized the power of his own rules. Domain, Heaven. Emperor Tiangang directly displayed his own domain. Tianwei Magic Gun. The spear in Emperor Tiangong's hand pointed at Qin Yang. The enormous pressure directly dissipated the magical powers Qin Feng exerted. At the same time, Qin Yang's body seemed to be on a mountain. Raising your arms and legs, it seems to be extremely heavy. It was as if he had come to a new world, and his cultivation base had nothing to do with it. It's interesting. Qin Yang paced gently, slowly walking towards Emperor Tiangang. 1 step, 2 steps. Same move, same as before. In Chen Feng's Fengshan Wadi before, Qin Yang walked 2 steps, adapting to the banned space, and after 2 steps, his heart was clear, and he had full confidence in rushing out. And this time around, he is also adapting, constantly improving his strength to offset the pressure of the heavens in this field. The corners of Emperor Tiangong's eyes twitched. How could he not see Qin Yang's intentions? In just a few simple steps, Emperor Tiangang was impressed. Even Xuanhuan Guqing can't adapt so quickly in his own heaven. Even Jiang Changwei was at least 10 steps slower than Qin Yang. Even if you can get used to it, you know what it means when you really fight. Emperor Tiangang rushed to Qin Yang, Tianwei Shingun. Like a god guiding the way, Qin Yang is equivalent to fighting while carrying the pressure. And Emperor Tiangang is not only unlimited in his own celestial realm, but his power can also be increased. Ding! Qin Yang pointed it out, directly on the tip of Emperor Tiangong's spear. When the giant force came, Qin Yang's fingers went numb, and his entire arm was shaken. With a pair of fleshy fingers, to resist the magic weapon spear, how strong is Qin Yang's physique? People were confused and at the same time fearful of Qin Yang. In the previous series of battles, Qin Yang still has such fighting power? Jinghong sword finger, the strongest point is not in the thousands of flying swords, but in this finger. A light flashed in Emperor Tiangong's eyes, and the fighting spirit was even stronger. I didn't expect that the realm that even the Jinghong sword god could not reach back then was achieved by you. Emperor Tiangang praised. Jinghong sword god pointed at Jiangshan with a pair of fleshy fingers. His physique was not strong, but his sword fingers were irresistible. If Qin Yang had not cultivated to this level, this shot would be enough to destroy Qin Yang's arm. Qin Yang took a half step back, his sword fingers changed, and he grabbed the spear. Seeing the smile on Qin Yang's face, Emperor Tiangong's heart jumped. Almost instinctively, Emperor Tiangang pushed out with one knee. At this time, Qin Yang also kicked out a kick, which happened to hit Emperor Tiangong's knee. Kick the sky. The huge force made Emperor Tiangang almost unable to hold the spear in his hand, and his hand slid directly from the middle of the spear to the tail of the spear. Let go. Emperor Tiangang roared, and the spear shook. Qin Yang resolutely let go. If he did not let go, he would definitely fall into the disadvantage of being dragged by this force. After letting go, Qin Yang was not to be outdone, and slapped it with a palm. The long spear danced and went around in a circle, directly entering the dragon, swinging its tail and drawing it. As soon as Qin Yang turned around to avoid the blow, Emperor Tiangang waved his spear, and countless cold lights flashed, trying to stab Qin Yang who was in the air into a sieve. How could Qin Yang be a vegetarian? He waved his right hand repeatedly, pinched the sword in his hand, and waved countless afterimages with his arm, accurately hitting all the spear tips. The force of the shock shook, causing Qin Yang's figure to retreat violently, and Emperor Tiangang rushed over against the Jinling Island formation base. The spear shoots out like a dragon, and with each step, the force becomes stronger. Drag knife slash? Qin Yang was keenly aware that the true meaning of this move's martial skills was similar to the drag knife slash. Facing such domineering martial arts, Qin Yang flicked his hands. The breeze blows the willows. Fight hard with softness. Directly pull the gun out. The gun gas was shot out, and the sea was pierced by a single shot, spreading thousands of battles. Emperor Tiangong's empty door was exposed, and Qin Yang slapped it with a palm. Crazy dragon palm. No need to charge up, the loud and high-pitched dragon roar sounded directly. A real dragon was shot directly with one palm. Emperor Tiangang pressed his hand, the spear hit the ground, and the figure twisted directly to avoid the palm. Qin Yang raised his arm to block it. Without showing weakness, he raised his foot and kicked the spear that was the fulcrum of Emperor Tiangang. The two of them retreated, and a tense and intense battle was dazzling, and it was actually a no-win. All the onlookers shouted wonderfully, and the audience in front of the screen also stood up in shock. The fight between the two looks simple, but every move is unparalleled. The control of power, the manipulation of rules, both. When you reach the peak of the peak, you can use a single shot, and you can use the tricks that others can barely release after a long time of accumulating energy. Happy? Emperor Tiangang laughed loudly. Qin Yang also laughed and stretched his body. Such a refreshing feeling. I am afraid that only when my strength is still very low, the battle with Wei Yu will be fought. But Qin Yang is no longer the Qin Yang he used to be, and Emperor Tiangang is countless times stronger than Wei Yu. This is a real rival to Qin Yang. Battle! Emperor Tiangang shouted angrily and rushed over again. It's good. Qin Yang stepped on his feet hard, and the figure rushed at a faster speed. 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, Emperor Tiangang felt like he was holding a dragon in his hand. His spear gas was like a dragon, and the seas in all directions were shot out by one after another. An inch is short, an inch is dangerous. Qin Yang fights close to him, and sometimes he shoots a palm, like a storm hitting the shore, and his power is not weak at all. It was just the aftermath of the battle that caused the sea to rise and fall, and around the entire Jinling Island formation abutment, the sea area with a radius of 100 miles was directly boiling. 100 miles away, Xuanhuan Guqing came with a large army. Seeing such a scene of aftermath, he felt the power of the rules and was shocked. Emperor Tiangang is serious? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned and hurriedly flew over. When he came to Jinling Island, Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't help but take a breath. The entire Jinling Island has disappeared. On the pedestal of the formation, Qin Yang and Emperor Tiangang were fighting each other, and the aftermath shot out one after another, causing everyone to avoid and dare not approach. Even the formation base is constantly adding terrifying traces. Even if it is a super god-level spiritual material, it can't stand the battle between the two. The battle is extremely tense, as fast as lightning. If you don't concentrate, you can't even keep up with the rhythm of the two. What you can see is only the afterimages left after the battle between the two. Even if Xuanhuan Guqing wanted to stop it, the two of them were still on the left a moment ago, and when they wanted to speak, they had already fought to the right. Tianwei Divine Spear. Emperor Tiangang stabbed with a spear. Jinghong Sword Finger. Qin Yang pointed out. Once again, there was no winner or loser, and the shock wave affected Xuanhuan Guqing in the sky. Qin Yang bullied himself up. Even if Emperor Tiangang held a long spear, he was extremely flexible, and he was not afraid of getting close at all. The two fought hard again. Qin Yang was under too much pressure in the realm of Emperor Tiangang. Even if Tian had predicted the tricks in advance, it was a little difficult to dodge, so he simply did not dodge. Emperor Tiangang slapped Qin Yang's arm with a shot, while Qin Yang slammed his foot into the chin of Emperor Tiangang. However, Qin Yang was sent flying by a single shot, and he couldn't keep up with the follow-up moves. Emperor Tiangang couldn't feel it either. The two finally separated, and Emperor Tiangang gasped heavily, fighting more and more bravely. Qin Yang also wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaled like a pillar, and adjusted his state. Stop. Xuanhuan Guqing could be considered to have found an opportunity and landed directly between the two. Chapter 589. When you fight now, you will only lose both sides, and let the fisherman benefit. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Fisherman? You mean Feng Lian? Emperor Tiangang stood with a gun and looked majestic. Of course he knew that Xuanhuan Guqing was frustrated and the wood spirit pearl was snatched by Feng Lian. Qin Yang was looking at the imperial armor on Xuanhuan Guqing's body. It seemed to be of high quality, but it was broken everywhere, and it was abnormally embarrassed. Feng Lian has this ability? To be honest, Qin Yang didn't believe it. Whether it was Feng Lian, Zhou Da, or Shi Fein, it was really impossible to shoot Xuanhuan Guqing's imperial armor into so many holes. Their magical powers have no such effect at all. If it can destroy the imperial armor, it is estimated that there is no complete set, not like this. Xuanhuan Guqing's face was ashen. She had never suffered such a big loss, and she immediately said, "If there is not one person in the shadows who is good at hiding and has excellent archery, I would not be embarrassed like this." Speaking of which, he took a deep look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang immediately understood that it was Chuchinga. Excellent archery? Is it from the Nangong family? In the air, a man was carrying a longbow. It is one of the 8 gods of war, Shi Tiangong, who shoots the sun arrow. It is not only a superb archery, but also a top refining master. The sun-shooting bows and sun-shooting arrows he wears are all made by himself. It's just that he only builds them for himself, but never helps others refine them. No. Xuanhuan Guqing returned. Shi Tiangong was interested and said, "Nangong's archery skills are really good, but not too strong. I want to meet the person who can shoot through your imperial armor." Xuanhuan Guqing's face became more and more ugly, and said, "Although his arrow skills are strong, his arrows are even stronger. The arrows made of black ivory of the sky-splitting mammoth are enough to shoot through my armor even with rough arrows." Although the words are a bit exaggerated, it shows that the black ivory of the sky-shattering mammoth is very powerful. What? Shi Tiangong's eyes twitched. Someone can make that thing into an arrow? This? Shi Tiangong's heart was extremely complicated. He could use the black ivory of the heavenly splitting mammoth to make arrows. This strength was not something that ordinary refiners could do. Even for a top-level refining master, it takes a lot of time to refine. What's more, such a powerful magic weapon material is used to refine arrows. Isn't it a pity? Qin Yang scratched his nose. No wonder the old man was so excited at the beginning, and he even took a huge risk to steal the old man's magic fire. The black ivory of this sky-shattering mammoth is also top-notch in the eyes of these gods and gods. Rare spirit material. Everyone is there? Xuanhuan Guqing said coldly, not like an empress, because she was an empress herself. Yes. Emperor Tiangang said in a deep voice. A solemn air. Yes. Chen Feng landed on the abutment of the Golden Spirit Island array. Yes. Shi Tiangong said. Exist. 7 of the 8 gods of war are here. 7 people went to this station, and each of them was an independent existence, so the power gathered together and directly suppressed the entire battlefield. When the monsters and human forces saw such a scene, they didn't dare to attack Qin Yang next to them. Except for Gong Yegan, all of them have arrived. Emperor Tiangang said. Gong Yeqian, the lord of Tianhong, is now in the realm of the god emperor, so he can't participate in the Qianlong competition. The 8 gods of war in the sky have all been released. Xuanhuan Guqing holds the emperor's sword in her hand, and as long as her sword is pointed, it will sweep everything. Xuanhuan Guqing turned back and looked at Qin Yang quietly. The 7 gods of war also cast their gazes. Huge pressure was directly on Qin Yang, but Qin Yang still looked calm. Just rushing this concentration is enough to look down on the heroes. You must know that there are many strong men and giants around, and they dare not even approach. Xuanhuan Guqing had an idea, wanting to kill Qin Yang first, but thinking about Shenlongjiu, and thinking about Qin Yang's fighting power all the time, I am afraid that Gong Yeqian would not be so majestic when he was in the realm of the King of Gods. Since the shadow wants to provoke it this time, then I will do as they wish. The gods obeyed the order, encircled the shadow and the blood skeleton, and killed them all. Xuanhuan Guqing said. One slaughter, making everyone's heart tense. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't this the same as his purpose? Qin Yang smiled and said, you don't need to surround them, they seem to have surrounded you. At some point, a large number of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky, among them many cultivators in the sky, and most of them were cultivators in the land of exile. In the whole place of exile, all the people from the 12 caves of Juzhegu are here except for the gravel village. With such a powerful fighting force, even if all the soldiers of the Xuanyue Empire are added up, they may not be able to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. The human race and the demon race who originally besieged Qin Yang were all secretly controlled by Shifeng. Its domain heart network is even more special. It connects all the puppets, and everyone shares their vision. Even if one person dies, the experience he has exchanged for death can be passed on to everyone's heart. This is a troubling area because it's hard to detect. No matter how strong you are, as long as you fight against these puppets of heaven and earth, within a moment, all the power characteristics and methods can be known to the opponent. Shifeng has taken control of the overall situation, and those who are controlled by her still pretend to be watching a play. Even the people who brought it are also onlookers. Feng Lian noticed that the atmosphere was wrong, and Divine Sense voiced, didn't you say that Qin Yang and Emperor Tiangang were fighting? Why did they stop fighting? Shifeng closed her eyes and scoured the memories of those under her control, knowing everything in her chest. They have temporarily stopped, and Xuanhuan Guqing seems to want to surround us. Shifeng said. Encircle us? The corner of Feng Lian's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a smile, although they are the gods of war in the sky, but that is already the past. The strength is only the king of the gods, but our secret key to the gods is the real super god. At this point, we are already invincible. This is just right, take this opportunity to eradicate them all. Feng Lian stepped forward, looked at Qin Yang, and then at Xuanhuan Guqing, and said coldly, hand over the spirit beads. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a tone. I gave you a city before, but now I bring it to my door. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Feng Lian with disdain and said, I don't hide my head and show my tail like you do, let's just say it bluntly, today I will not only take back the wood spirit orb, but also kill you all. You brought this on your own. Feng Lian did not hide his murderous aura. Shi Tiangong took out a picture scroll, and each picture scroll could get out of the army of millions. It seems to be surrounded by Feng Lian, but in fact, there are more than the number of people. The two sides talked harshly to each other, but neither of them made a move. Feng Lian always turned to Qin Yang from time to time, and Xuanhuan Guqing was also afraid of Qin Yang's sneak attack. As a result, the three parties held each other, the two armies, and one of them was Qin Yang, and the scene became extremely strange. Chapter 590, The Formation of Reconciliation. To deal with Qin Yang, he was afraid of losing his move if he fought with all his strength. If Qin Yang wanted to do something in a fight between the two sides, even Emperor Tiangang would not dare to say that he was clueless. How about, you guys play first? Qin Yang chuckled. It's really comfortable to sit back and enjoy. But whether it is Xuanhuan Guqing or Feng Lian, how can Qin Yang get his wish and make Qin Yang the last fisherman? Feng Lian said, if you... Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, saying, there is nothing to talk about between you and me. Feng Lian suddenly choked and gritted his teeth. Xuanhuan Guqing smiled and said, didn't you always want to destroy the shadows and blood skeletons? I'll help you, how do you repay? Such words made Qin Yang a little admired. Don't talk about cooperation, don't talk about avoidance, only talk about helping. Whether Qin Yang is willing or not, he will owe Xuanhuan Guqing a favor on the surface. Why, don't you use the Sky Alliance to oppress me this time? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing playfully. Ming people don't speak secretly, if I solve them, I will solve you. Xuanhuan Guqing's attitude was still firm. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. Now he already knows that he has misunderstood the Xuanhuan royal family, but now Xuanhuan Guqing will not let go. You know your abilities. Xuanhuan Guqing said. If you are so unreasonable, it will be boring. Qin Yang frowned and said, don't forget, your military advisor is still in my hands. No. Qin Yang changed his words and said, I have Jiang Chengwei to help, are you sure you want to keep staring at me? The three Feng Lian looked at each other. What happened? I'm afraid they would never have thought that there was an inevitable reason for Xuanhuan Guqing's determination to deal with Qin Yang. This reason made Qin Yang feel helpless. That is Qin Yang masters the rules of annihilation, that's all. As for personally killing God King Chu and insulting Xuanhuan Ling, these are all secondary. After all, Xuanhuan Guqing is not stupid and knows why Qin Yang did those things. But only Qin Yang's identity as the Lord of Destruction, placed here, can never be changed. Jiang Chengwei. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath, she knew Jiang Chengwei best. If the battle is like in the past, there is a large army drag, Jiang Chengwei is actually not difficult to deal with. But now, Qin Yang doesn't have an army by his side, only some elites, but this makes Jiang Chengwei unscrupulous and can give full play to his abilities. Jiang Chengwei, who controls the army, has weaknesses. But Jiang Chengwei, who is following Qin Yang's side, is the most dangerous and should not be underestimated. Humph. Xuanhuan Guqing took a step back. In fact, she didn't understand why Qin Yang suddenly changed his temper. According to Xuanhuan Guqing's understanding, this kid will take action against himself as long as he takes the opportunity. It should be said that this kid is very hostile to the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. But now, this hostility has suddenly disappeared. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang sideways, seemed to have figured out something, and immediately laughed. Just because of a heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation, you suspect that the Xuanhuan imperial family is colluding with the shadows? Xuanhuan Guqing said suddenly. Emperor Tiangang and other gods of war looked at each other and couldn't understand. It's just brainless. Xuanhuan Guqing said contemptuously. Qin Yang was a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect Xuanhuan Guqing to figure it out so quickly. He immediately said, whatever you say, but I still stick to my principles. If someone dares to harm me, once I confirm it, I will kill him at all costs. After speaking, Qin Yang added, don't forget, not only Jiang Chengwei, but also Xuanhuan are by my side. As soon as Xuanhuan was mentioned, the faces of the 7 war gods stiffened. In particular, Emperor Tiangang was even more angry. In fact, most of Emperor Tiangang is still aggrieved in his heart. Others can fight, even Qin Yang can fight happily, but Xuanhuan's ability is unreasonable. Even if it is Jiang Chengwei, if it can't be done once, 10 times, or 100 times, even if Jiang Chengwei can run her own ability, in the eyes of Emperor Tiangang, she just keeps winning. However, Xuanhuan was different. They went to Xuanhuan together in one move, so that each of the 8 gods of war in the sky lost their temper. Xuanhuan Guqing pondered, suddenly stretched out his hand frivolously, and drew a little in the void. A formation was created out of thin air. Seeing this formation, Emperor Tiangang and other gods of war were stunned and couldn't believe it. Feng Lian's 3 people are very confused. This Xuanhuan Guqing will also wave his hands into formation? Ding! The copy is successful, the formation of reconciliation. Qin Yang raised his brows and copied the formation directly. This reconciliation formation is similar to a contract. After the 2 parties sign it, the contract will be performed. Once one side violates it first, it will be attacked by the formation of reconciliation. Its backlash is not serious injury or death, but will leave evidence to prove that it has violated the contract. In this way, another convenient and justifiable reason to retaliate against it. How can there be such a formation? Qin Yang was a little surprised. There are countless formations, and Qin Yang asks himself what he has not seen before. But this reconciliation formation was really the first time I saw it. Even in the Old Man of the Formation, there is no collection of this formation of reconciliation. This is a formation created by Jiang Chengwei. It's extremely useless. It's just a form only. Xuanhuan Guqing said. This reconciliation formation, to put it bluntly, is not bound by the other party, but by yourself. You and I have each other's bottom line. If someone violates the other party's bottom line one day, then... Xuanhuan Guqing said, don't say more? Qin Yang nodded, this formation is really good. When even waved his hand, he condensed the same reconciliation formation. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes showed a strange look, if this guy really took a look at it. Although the formation of reconciliation is not difficult, the proficiency displayed by this is not at all like the first time. The two formations of reconciliation were printed together, and after the fusion of the formations, a new formation was formed, and then returned separately. Qin Yang blinked, and he found that he had mastered an extra reconciliation array, and this reconciliation array could also be used directly. However, this extra reconciliation formation was signed with Xuanhuan Guqing. Is this signing a contract? Qin Yang laughed dumbly. He didn't expect Jiang Chengwei to be able to make such a thing. After being a big enemy, and being able to deal with shadows and blood skeletons together, how can Qin Yang make a lot of money? As long as the formation of reconciliation is displayed and the spiritual mind is injected into it, the information of this formation of reconciliation can be obtained. That is the bottom line of Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing. Qin Yang's bottom line is that he must never hurt the people around him. The bottom line of Xuanhuan Guqing is that it is not allowed to harm the interests of the sky world in any way. This is the most fundamental bottom line for both of them. Although Qin Yang did not join the Sky Alliance rebuilt by Xuanhuan Guqing, but with this reconciliation formation, his status has jumped directly to the level of an ally. It directly surpassed the identities of all members of the Sky Alliance. There is something I want to remind you, after all, your brain is not as bright as Jiang Chengwei. Xuanhuan Guqing said. When he said this in front of his face, Qin Yang was also annoyed and asked, you say, I really want to hear what you can say. Chapter 591. Violating the reconciliation formation is not a direct reversal, and compensation and remedies can be made. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang with a headache. Although this kid is restrained, he will not kill until he is sure, but if he does, it will be a big trouble. Saying this is to warn Qin Yang not to be too impulsive or too preconceived. Qin Yang touched his nose and rolled his eyes, knowing. This addition is also a good thing for him. Immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two of them reached an agreement, the three Feng Lian couldn't stay still. What the hell happened to make it become what it is now? Haven't Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing always been enemies? Chu Jiansan, the guardian of the Xuanhuan royal family, was about to quarrel with Qin Yang before he could finish a few words. Why did the formation of reconciliation come out? But saying. What is the reconciliation array? Zhou Da's divine sense transmitted sound. I don't know, it's not a good thing for us anyway. Feng Lian narrowed his eyes and said, no matter what, this is also an opportunity. We have fully grasped our strength and finally caught up with Qin Yang. With so much help, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such an opportunity in the future. Feng Lian calculated in his heart that Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were not around Qin Yang, and this was also a good opportunity. In one move, they went to Huang Quan and killed Emperor Xuanhuan in seconds. In the entire secret realm, the only God Emperor existed, and he fell in such a confused manner. The key is that Xuanhuan was resurrected by Qin Yang again. Such a big killer, if it is in this battlefield now, I am afraid that Feng Lian and others will not dare to show up. Isn't dawdling enough? Are you really unwilling to hand over the spirit beads? Feng Lian asked in a deep voice. What do you think? Qin Yang asked back. Feng Lian nodded and said, okay, then, don't blame us. Everything we do is in line with the rules of the Qianlong competition. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian suspiciously. Is this guy used to being grand, or does he value the Sky Island base too much? But no matter what, after today, he doesn't want to see the three Feng Lian anymore. The three of them, catch them alive. Qin Yang pointed to the three Feng Lian and said to Xuanhuan Guqing. Xuanhuan Guqing looked over suspiciously, and Emperor Tiangang and other gods of war also frowned. From an enemy to an ally, they have not yet gotten used to this process. Chen Feng, in particular, felt uncomfortable in his heart. He still had a means to use. But in the previous battle, the means he used were calmly resolved by Qin Yang. Isn't it difficult for him to turn over? Why? Xuanhuan Guqing said. Because they have life-saving means. Qin Yang said. How? Xuanhuan Guqing continued to ask. Qin Yang explained slowly, resurrection from the dead seems to defy the sky, but it's not unusual. It's just the first sentence that makes everyone stunned. In the entire sky world, all the onlookers who were paying attention to the first stop of the Kanglan secret realm in front of the light screen were boiling. Dead and resurrected, isn't it uncommon? Everyone is waiting for Qin Yang's follow-up through various means. Qin Yang didn't give a shit, but said bluntly, death formation and reincarnation are one of them, and Feng Lian and the others also have a method of resurrecting from the dead. Their strongest life-saving ability is suicide. As long as after committing suicide, you can be resurrected. As for the method, unlike me, I don't know either. Oh? Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Feng Lian's three people, and Tiangang Emperor and other 7 gods of war also kept their thoughts. Feng Lian can't wait to yell at Qin Yang. How could Qin Yang say such a peerless secret so easily? Really? Xuanhuan Guqing didn't believe it. Qin Yang shrugged and said, the reason why I let them still live and dance is because of this. In fact, I killed them once, and then watched them commit suicide once with my own eyes. Such a record made everyone stunned. Even Xuanhuan Guqing was a little surprised that Qin Yang and Feng Lian had such a past. Seeing that the abilities of the 3 Feng Lian were all told by Qin Yang, Feng Lian couldn't hold back and ordered the attack directly. Shi Tiangong spread out the picture scroll, and the Xuanhui Empire army walked out directly from the picture scroll. Jinling Island was originally destroyed and only the formation base was left, and now this base has become a battlefield for the 2 armies. The strong will fight in the sky, and the weaker will die on the formation platform. Qin Yang, if you don't make us feel better, don't even think about being at ease. Feng Lian shouted, and then Qin Yang had a premonition of the crisis. The head turned to the right side, and the left side rubbed the ear and shot an arrow. The sharp attack made the hair on Qin Yang's left face stand up. If it wasn't against the sky, the arrow would at least have been shot out of his ear. This arrow. Qin Yang turned around, and sure enough, Chuchinga was standing in the distance, still maintaining the posture of drawing the bow. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes lit up. Chuchinga's goal was no longer him, so wouldn't the 3 Feng Lian still be able to capture them? Shi Tiangong also saw this person who was praised by Xuanhuan Guqing for his unparalleled archery skills. His hands were itchy for a while. Of course, he also saw the arrows. The arrow of an archer's dream. Good boy, you can dodge this arrow. Shi Tiangong couldn't help but nodded. This arrow made Xuanhuan Guqing embarrassed, and Qin Yang was unscathed. I'll meet him when I come. Shi Tiangong's hands were itchy, and he shot out an arrow. The arrow shot out like a rainbow, and shot directly through the sky. A huge hole appeared in the clouds. However, this arrow was easily dodged by Qin. The way of dodging is exactly the same as Qin Yang's, only slightly sideways. Shi Tiangong was instantly angry. This way of avoiding is completely Qiguagua's contempt. This is an announcement that the trajectory of the arrow has been seen through. He is my man, and I will deal with him. Qin Yang said. What are you? Shi Tiangong stopped halfway through his words. The seal of reconciliation has just been signed, isn't it too disrespectful to Xuanhuan Guqing? And if Jiang Chengwei knew that in fact, the 8 gods of war in the sky had a disdainful attitude towards the seal of reconciliation, would that be okay? It's no wonder that Jiang Chengwei can let them go. Being missed by Jiang Chengwei, there is no good fruit to eat. Shi Tiangong was not angry, so he could only fight and shoot an arrow at Zhou De. Unexpectedly, Zhou De urged Tianmen to transfer the arrow back. Ouch! Shi Tiangong ran wild, his face ashen, and rushed over. Qin Yang quietly stared at Qin, while Qin was still bending bows and arrows. Whoosh! When an arrow was shot, Qin Yang reached out and grabbed the arrow in his hand. The black ivory of the heavenly splitting mammoth was forged by the old refiner Duobao Divine Emperor himself, or shot by Qin. The previous experience with Xuanhuan Guqing has confirmed how strong this arrow is. There was a tingling sensation in the hand, a hole was drawn in the palm of the hand, and blood dripped. I don't remember how long I haven't been hurt, but I didn't expect it to be hurt on your hand. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, the arrow spun in his hand, and then swung it back at a faster speed. I taught you your archery skills. If you want to use them against me, you are too naive. Qin Yang said, slowly. Xuanhuan Guqing has been paying attention to the battle here, and found that Qin Yang threw the arrow back again, and there was no chance to stop it. Qin Yang's heart is naturally like a mirror, joking, Qin has 3 arrows in total, what if they all shoot out and disappear? This ammunition naturally has to be returned. Feng Lian was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that what Qin said was true. He and Qin Yang had really turned against each other. Chapter 592, The Eye of Truth. Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow directly. It's just that his entire arm was injured, and he doesn't have the tyrannical physique of Qin Yang. But responding in the same way as Qin Yang, it shocked everyone. Reaching out to hold the arrow, not everyone can do it, no one thought that even Qin could do the same. Feng Lian and the 3 were overjoyed, as if they had found a low-profile version of Qin Yang. With such a helper, as long as they cultivated more, they would be enough to compete with Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing and other gods of war in the sky looked at Qin with fear, and they also saw the huge potential in Qin. Qin Yang was a little speechless, and Divine Sense transmitted a voice, playing handsome is handsome, don't you want your arm? Qin's expression did not change, but he also transmitted his spiritual sense, saying, Feng Lian talked to me. If this calamity is over, I can enter the core of the shadow and see the divine shadow in the shadow. At that time, we can find out who is behind the shadow. Divine shadow? Qin Yang frowned. In the shadows, the golden shadow represents the star realm, and the jade shadow represents the god king realm. I didn't expect that this shadow also has the position of the god emperor realm, divine shadow. There are 12 demon gods in the demon temple, and there are 12 blood gods in the blood skeleton. Now, there are 12 gods in this shadow, right? Sure enough, Qin continued, there are 12 divine shadows in the shadow, among which the Feng family, the Zhou family, and the teacher's family each have one. As long as you can get in touch with the divine shadow, the final master will be clear. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Qin Yang said. Why? Chuchinga was puzzled. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the battlefield. The three Feng Lian were directly surrounded and beaten by the god of war in the sky, and the secret keys of the three major gods were only enough to protect themselves. As for the help of Feng Lian and their helpers, they couldn't even hold a single move in front of the Tsangqiang god of war. Feng Lian underestimated the difference between peak combat power and ordinary cultivators, and underestimated the power of the gods and emperors. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, "This is only the realm of the gods. If you reach the gods' environment, the gap will be more obvious." Chuchinga was stunned for a moment and said, "You mean that the three Feng Lian will surely die?" Qin Yang nodded lightly. "Is there any way to keep them from dying?" Chuchinga was a little anxious, and they have reached this stage. If the three Feng Lian died here, wouldn't it be a waste of time? If you want to find out the mastermind behind the shadow, it is even more impossible. Of course there is a way. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Kill them." Chuchinga's eyes were different, and her heart was a little complicated. This is probably the strangest thing in the sky world. Feng Lian's greatest self-preservation ability is to be resurrected from the dead, and they can commit suicide as a last resort. And the best way to kill them is to kill them directly. On the light screen, the gods and god emperors displayed their powerful combat power one by one, and the martial arts and rules that had never been seen before made the world amazed. On the other side of the screen, Qin Yang and Chuchinga stood opposite each other, and they have not yet done anything. What are they doing? Why don't you fight? Everyone is curious. From Chuchinga's body, Qin Yang's shadow can be seen. Some of Qin Yang's characteristics are vividly displayed in Chuchinga's body. Such as stealth, such as combat touch. In fact, it's all just a countermeasure. Whoosh! An arrow shot. Chuchinga used ordinary arrows. If the three Feng Lian were to leave the secret realm alive, the three arrows would be kept for the three of them. Qin Yang turned sideways and dodged the arrow, but he didn't expect that the arrow was just a cover. Under the change of shape, the arrow suddenly changed position and was about to hit Qin Yang, who was dodging. Qin Yang laughed and stretched out his hand lightly. The arrow was directly shattered by a finger. The two fought, but the fight was unbelievable. Every move and every arrow seems to be out of order, but it always makes the opponent just hit it. Even so, if you change to an ordinary person, you might panic, but the two people in the battle are still strolling around. Chuchinga is also a genius. It was the first time that everyone paid attention to this humble young man, who never showed off his beauty, but had such a skill. How many powerhouses and how many monsters are still hidden in the Qianlong competition? Don't forget, you have just entered the God King. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Chuchinga reacted and hurriedly hid. Hunting posture. Chuchinga displayed the martial arts taught by Qin Yang. Completely hide the breath, it is difficult to detect the larger the realm. The longer he hides, the more powerful he is when he attacks. The jade mantis is an extinct mysterious monster, but its abilities are carried forward in the human race. Qin Yang twitched the corners of his mouth, he couldn't even detect Chuchinga's breath. Originally, there were people who suspected that Chuchinga could really fight against Qin Yang, but after seeing Chuchinga's voice disappearing, they immediately understood. Such a sky-defying concealment ability is simply beyond imagination. Xuanhuan Guqing's teeth were itchy when she saw it. It was this movement that caught her off guard. The seven gods of war in the sky are also afraid, as if there is an ancient evil. The beast lurks in the dark. Or the kind of ancient beast that is good at hiding. Whoosh! Another arrow made the world change color. Under the blessing of the hunting stance, the power of this arrow has been enhanced to the strength of the pinnacle god king, and it is precisely in this way that with the special arrow, Xuanhuan Guqing is embarrassed. However, this is useless to Qin Yang. The hand pinched the sword finger and pointed it out directly. The edge of the fingertips obliterating the rules is enough to smash everything, and this arrow is no exception. Qin Yang smiled, his figure flashed, and he also hid. In the battlefield, a strange scene appeared. There seemed to be two ghosts fighting each other, disappearing and disappearing. The attack is even more powerful, one arrow shoots through the sky, and one point breaks through the giant waves. Qin Yang can't help Chuchinga? Feng Lian struggled to resist, while thinking in his heart. This person must be well recruited. Qin Yang's ability gave him a headache, and Chuchinga also mastered this ability. Huh? Qin Yang, who was walking in the dark, opened his eyes and saw Chuchinga, who was also hiding. But Chuchinga didn't find himself, just glanced here suspiciously. Strange, how can the hunting posture be seen? Qin Yang wondered. The Dragon Clan has the eyes of truth, which other practitioners of the same level cannot detect, but for the Dragon Clan, they can perceive it. Shen Longjiu said suddenly, and also added, you'd better remind him, don't use it stupidly. This ability to provoke the dragon race. Otherwise, it's just a clown jumping on the beam. But he is the king of gods, and I am also the king of gods. Qin Yang said, this is no longer perceived, and it is too clear to see. Nonsense, am I on the same level as you? Qin Yang was speechless. Chapter 593 Death is imminent. Under the gaze of Qin Yang's exterminating dragon eyes, Chuchinga seemed to be muttering something in a low voice. Suddenly, he stared at him sharply, bending the bow and arrow in one go. Discovered? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, waved his hand and patted, and at the same time revealed his figure. Chuchinga was also surprised. He didn't expect that he actually found Qin Yang. The two were fighting, saying that the battle was actually more like learning from each other, while improving their own strength. Chuchinga always wanted to have such an opportunity to learn from Qin Yang. Although he has not played for a long time now, he has learned a lot. Become more proficient at what you have already mastered. Tianyan Divine Art has also been greatly improved. It's just that Chuchinga has always had a doubt in his heart, that is, Tianyan Divine Art can only temporarily see Qin Yang's status quo, but it can't predict Qin Yang's future at all, not even a breath in the future. Although it only predicted Qin Yang's current situation, it was enough for the battle. And every time Qin Yang releases Tianyan Divine Technique, his proficiency will increase a lot, and he will gain new insights after almost one use. Tianyan Divine Technique is one of the supreme secret techniques in the world. The mysterious core inheritance of Tianjin is Tianyan Divine Art. At the same time, Tianyan Divine Technique is also the only ability that Qin Yang has not been able to replicate so far. It is extremely difficult to improve Tianyan Divine Art, but Chuchinga got a great opportunity because of Qin Yang. Tianyan Divine Technique? Qin Yang also figured out that it was only possible for Chuchinga to do the impossible thing. I'm so tired. Chuchinga's forehead oozes fine sweat. She quickly took out the porcelain bottle and swallowed a pill. He doesn't have the strong infuriating support of Qin Yang, especially the running of the hunting stance consumes more. Although I can't predict Qin Yang's future, I can predict myself. Chuchinga kept thinking in his heart, summing up and improving his strength. This is also the reason why he can avoid Qin Yang's attack. Competing against other cultivators is not so troublesome at all. The only disadvantage of this is that if Qin Yang doesn't do it to himself, then his Tianyan Divine Technique will be nothing in front of Qin Yang. But it is such trouble and limitations that prompted Chuchinga to rapidly improve his proficiency in the Divine Technique. The battle between the two is still going on, and on the battlefield, the two sides have already seen it. From time to time, an arrow suddenly appeared, and I was no longer startled. If someone suddenly appeared wiping his body, he was also prepared. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly felt a hint of happiness in his heart, even Chuchinga could cause such a big trouble to himself. If he didn't sign the seal of reconciliation with Qin Yang could also use this method if he annoyed Qin Yang. Come for yourself and others. At that time, it will not be as simple as shattering the imperial armor and getting slightly injured. 100 refinements. Shi Tiangong suddenly shouted and waved his hand. Among the practitioners in the exile, dozens of them were directly shrouded in strange rules. Their bodies were twisted, and they merged together. An arrow. On the sun-shooting bow, the sun-shooting arrows are condensed. Except for the gods and god-emperors, everyone was frightened in a cold sweat. Even Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. This arrow directly forcibly refined the dozens of cultivators into arrows, and shot out a blood path directly. This arrow contains the power of the rules of the dozens of cultivators. It is unpredictable and unbelievable. Shi Tiangong laughed, which is why he never refines tools for others. Because his refining tools are different from ordinary people. Brother is great, look at me. A voice sounded, and Qin Yang thought he was dazzled. This person looks exactly like Shi Tiangong, they are twins. Shi Tianduo also stretched out his hands and shouted, Wanyu. Between heaven and earth, the clanging sound of shackles rang out, and the entire Yin Ling Island formation base immediately turned into a prison. Qin Yang couldn't help stunned, this is more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Koming's tree cage sky prison. All the enemies who are shrouded in hell are like being chained. Feng Lian's face changed, and after being reminded by Tian Gord, he learned that this person is Shi Tianduo, one of the 110,000 hells in the Cunlong 8 gods of war. Its ability is similar to the swallowing gourd, but it is not weaker than the swallowing gourd. The 8 gods of war in the sky, each of which is not the secret key of the virtual god world. This 10,000 prison can also devour others to strengthen itself, and will judge the people in 10,000 prison. Every time a person is sentenced to death, 10,000 prison becomes stronger. The 10,000 prisons that shrouded the entire Yin Ling Island formation base in this way, I am afraid that millions of people have really been sentenced to death. Zhou, hurry up. Feng Lian Divine Sense Voice Transmission. At the same time, the only female among the gods of war in the sky flashed a strange color and said, Li Tong Tian, they are going to run away. A god of war next to him suddenly opened his eyes, grinned, and clapped his palms. Tong Tian Avenue, 1 step radius. On the other side, Zhou Dagong urged Tian Menin, and Feng Lian and Shi Fein disappeared, but then, they appeared in 10,000 prisons. What's going on? Feng Lian's heart tightened. Zhou De swallowed nervously, this 8 battles in the sky. The power of the gods can actually be understood, it is similar to the secret keys of the 8 gods, but now that you are fighting against the 8 gods of war in the sky, why are there evil sects everywhere? Zhou Da's heavenly gate seal said, the 8 gods of war in the sky, Li Tong Tian. Feng Lian was puzzled and said, but how did they know that we were going to retreat temporarily? Shi Fein listened to the Dao Qin but said through voice transmission, 8 gods of war in the sky, Lan Sangu. Her ability is that he can understand other people's thoughts at will, and secret voice transmission can't escape her perception. At the same time, Qin Feng snorted coldly and shouted, Feng Tian Hua Di. The entire field is shrouded in the 10,000 prisons, and the strong alliance, in the 10,000 prisons, no one can escape. Even if Zhou De can break through the blockades, and continue to urge the heavenly gate seal, he will still be brought back by Li Tongtian's 1 step. At the same time, the door of one prison seemed to open, and a jailer stepped into it. It is none other than Tiangang Emperor. Holding a long spear, his eyes swept towards the 3 Feng Lian, making the 3 Feng Lian horrified. I haven't cooperated like this for a long time. Li Tongtian said. Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, as long as we join forces, Gong Yegan won't be able to escape. But Shi Tianduo looked at Qin Yang, who was elusive in the distance, and said, but can we trap that kid? Immediately, Shi Tianduo looked at his brother Shi Tiangong and asked, "Brother, is your arrow faster or his faster?" Shi Tiangong's face darkened, and he scolded, "Why don't you ask whether it is Gongya or Shenlong Yukui? Jing asks these useless questions." Chapter 594, 3 Arrows. When the army is fighting, the leader will go first. No matter how many soldiers you have, what's the use? Emperor Tiangang looked at Feng Lian coldly, and said, "It's only for personal gain, but it has buried countless soldiers." Looking at Shi Fein again, the killing intent in his eyes was even greater. "Fool the soldiers, manipulate them arbitrarily, you are not worthy of leading the army. What kind of skill is it to rely on a large number of people?" Feng Lian gritted his teeth. "Now it's really dying." But this death was different. With Qin Yang's previous reminder, the god of war in the sky already knew that he couldn't kill them directly. Otherwise, there would not be such a big battle, first 10,000 prisons, and then seal the sky. There is one more step waiting for them, waiting for an opportunity. More importantly, he was peeping at their thoughts. This is simply crushing. Feng Lian suddenly understood why Qin Yang looked down on them, saying that they were just tools for magic weapons. Now, the god of war in the sky is in front of them, speaking with facts. In front of the god of war in the sky, they are simply vulnerable. Even if they wanted to escape, at least Tian Menian had to self-destruct and send them away with all their strength. "There are so many people?" Emperor Tiangang laughed, pointed his spear, and shouted, "You dare to fight me?" Feng Lian tightened his body, as if his body had been pierced by a spear. "Escape again? Isn't there a seal of heaven? Why are you so honest?" The frivolous voice sounded, and Qin Yang suddenly appeared beside the three Feng Lian. This really frightened Feng Lian and the three of them, and Feng Lian's face turned white with fright, and Zhou De and Shi Fein felt their calves trembling. The god of war in the sky and Xuanhuan Guqing were stunned for a moment. "I was talking about Qin Yang just now, but I didn't expect Qin Yang to appear directly, and he regarded the prisons and the heavens as nothing. I haven't heard that Shenlongjiu is so strong." Shi Tianduo felt the 10,000 prisons he released, but he didn't even find out how Qin Yang got in. Shi Tiangong narrowed his eyes and said, "It's Qin Yang, this kid is strong, he is driving the dragon Jade, and it's different from the three of them." In the distance in the air, a pitch-black extinction divine sword hovered quietly, successfully being ignored by everyone. The three Feng Lian looked embarrassed, and Zhou De looked even more desperate. Did they stop there? Next to the light screen, all the audience held their breaths. Could it be that the young masters of 3 of the 8 Shinto clans have to die like this? Ordinary people would not dare to offend the 8 Shinto clans, but the other party was the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. And Qin Yang, who is also of the 8 Shinto clans. How to deal with it? Killing can't kill, and it is impossible to maintain Wanyu and Fengshan Wadi all the time. Emperor Tiangang looked at Qin Yang curiously. Since Qin Yang appeared, there must be his way. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian and the three mysteriously, opened his mouth to make a prediction, and suddenly turned his head. The posture is very strange and very abrupt, but those who have seen Qin Yang fight before are shocked. Facing the arrow, Qin Yang can't move without moving, and this swipe of his head means. Emperor Tiangang and others almost had an idea in their hearts, and 3 arrows shot directly over them. Feng Lian's eyes lit up, although the shadow of death appeared again, but without these 3 arrows, what they would face next would be even more terrifying than death. Puff puff. 3 times in a row, the hearts of the 3 Feng Lian were directly pierced. The black ivory of the sky mammoth instantly broke the defense, and shot through the hearts of Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shi Fein almost without hindrance. Let them escape again. Qin Yang frowned, very unhappy. But it was because of this expression on his face that it dispelled Xuanhuan Guqing's doubts about Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing thought that Qin Yang had missed, so Chuqinga took advantage of it. But the real fact is that Qin Yang wanted to kill Feng Lian 3 people, but he had to let them go. How did you get in? Sure, Tian Duo was taken aback. Chen Feng didn't understand either. I didn't cover Qin Yang and Chuqinga when I cast myriad prisons. Sure, Tian Duo said. Chen Feng also followed, me too, I didn't sense them either. Xuanhuan Guqing said, I didn't sense it, it doesn't mean they are not here. Looking back on the previous battle, it seems that when Tian Duo and Chen Feng were using their magical powers, Qin Yang and Chuqinga seemed to be still hiding. Whether he didn't go out all the time, or came in later, he couldn't judge at all. Lan Sanggu. Xuanhuan Guqing shouted softly. Lan Sanggu shook her head and said, Qin Yang's mind cannot be spied on. The whole body is full of obliteration rules, and no power of rules can penetrate it. Even Qin Yang doesn't need to defend himself, Lan Sanggu's supernatural powers are like moths to a fire. Killing people in front of me is a bit of a skill. Qin Yang opened his mouth and stretched out his hand to take a picture. Just as he was about to get the swallowing gourd, the seal of Tianmen, and the listening Daoqin, Chuqinga took a step ahead. Not only did he take away the 3 secret keys of the gods, but he also took away the 3 arrows, and then disappeared again, hidden and invisible. Dare to play a ghost in front of our god of war in the sky, we can't let this kid go. Chen Feng was furious. Emperor Tiangang tightened his grip even more. With the long spear in his hand, Chuqinga couldn't detect any breath at all, making him really powerful and useless. At the same time, Qin Yang also hid himself, turned to destroy the dragon's eyes, saw Chuqinga with the help of Shenlongjia's true eyes, and sent Chuqinga directly. The location of the teleportation was the Extinction Divine Sword that was suspended outside. It is the magic crow art that Qin Yang copied, but his name is Wanjian Guizong. As long as there is a clone of a sword, Qin Yang can teleport at will. This trick was also used at the beginning, no matter where Zhou De teleported, Qin Yang could follow him. I can't find it. Qin Yang appeared and shook his head. Xuanhuan Guqing and other gods of war in the sky were very angry, and they had no doubts about Qin Yang. If Qin Yang could find it, the previous battle would have ended long ago. Seeing that the 3 Feng Lian were dead, the cultivators in the controlled exile land and the cultivators in the sky regained their sobriety, and looked at the terrifying prison of 10,000 prisons blankly. How to deal with it? Sure, Tian Duo looked at Xuanhuan Guqing. Xuanhuan Guqing said, those who don't know are innocent, they are just puppets, let them go. Sure, Tian Duo and Chen Feng looked at each other and both cancelled the supernatural power domain. Those dazed people looked at each other in dismay, and quickly fled. However, shadows and blood skeletons cannot be spared. Xuanhuan Guqing added. Immediately afterwards, there was a big chase. Shadow suffered heavy losses this time, and lost his wife and lost his troops. At this moment, a previously controlled sky cultivator held up a wood spirit bead and said with great joy, I got the wood spirit bead. But as he said this sentence, he was immediately surrounded by the god of war in the sky. The cultivator was also stunned, trembling with fright, and hurriedly put his hands up. Although this wood spirit orb can add 60 points to him, it still has to be taken with his life. It is also thanks to him that he knows the current affairs, otherwise the god of war in the sky, who is in anger and depression, will not forgive him. Chapter 595 Formation Base. The number of people is wrong. Qin Yang looked around the audience, and there were not many sky practitioners on the formation platform of Jinling Island. Even the ones who were controlled, and those who were standing in the line of Xuanhuan Guqing, didn't add up to many, only 1/10 of this Qianlong competition. Counting the previous casualties, it was only 23 out of 10. Where have everyone gone? The competition for the 5-element spirit orbs is so lively, the battle is one after another. Are those contestants also watching the show? Very far away, the blood skeleton people wiped away their cold sweat, and an old man respectfully looked at the young man in front of him, and said with admiration, "The blood god envoy is really clever. Fortunately we slipped fast, otherwise it would be a waste of time. The loss is heavy." Xuanhuan nodded with a smile, and said, "Although we have temporarily joined forces with Shadow, the three Feng Lian are ignorant of current affairs, do not understand the situation, and want to kill us. Do you really think that we are as brainless as them?" "That's right, the blood god envoy is right." The old man hurriedly slapped his horse. All the blood skeleton cultivators also fell to the ground with the 5 bodies that Xuanhuan admired. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan leading them to avoid Fein deliberately, they would have become puppets and cannon fodder at this time. Even if Fein died and the control was lifted, he would have to face the pursuit of Xuanhuan Guqing and other gods of war in the sky. The rest of their lives after the catastrophe, they have tremendous trust in Xuanhuan. In this Qianlong competition, a total of 2 blood gods were dispatched. One was Xuanhuan and the other was Zhao Kongming. Now that Zhao Kongming has fallen, the blood skeleton is completely led by Xuanhuan. After such a move, Xuanhuan's reputation skyrocketed. Then what should we do now? It's impossible to grab the 5-element spirit orb. The old man asked. Xuanhuan took out the hegemony order, scanned the information above, and was overjoyed, saying, "You don't have to worry anymore, we can also avoid them in the next hegemony competition." "Oh? Why?" The old man was puzzled, and he also took out the hegemony order, and immediately smiled. It turns out that the follow-up level of the competition has already been opened. There are 49 levels in total, and as long as you pass the level, you can get the corresponding points. And these 49 levels, the challenge order is not limited. If you want to avoid Qin Yang, Xuanhuan Guqing and others, you can jump directly to other levels. Once a level is cleared, no one else can get points for passing the level. There is no need to compete on the same stage, which is equivalent to giving everyone a chance. Of course, except for the existence of peak combat power, such as Qin Yang. At the same time, Qin Yang, who has been paying attention to the information on the hegemony order, also discovered this. In the next 48 levels, all the gods and stars participated together. In the same level, the God King realm has the tasks of the God King realm, and the star realm has the tasks of the star realm. Although in the same level, but the things to do are different. Don't think about it, since the rules are like this, separation is the best way. Xuanhuan Guqing seemed to know what Qin Yang was thinking. Immediately, Xuanhuan Guqing said again, "Since you have joined the Sky Alliance, you can rest assured. Your people are naturally protected by the Sky Alliance." Qin Yang looked over, smiled and said, "You are wrong, I have not joined the Sky Alliance, we are just allies. What's more, my friends do not need protection from others, I believe in their strength." Xuanhuan Guqing took the Shui Lingzhu and the Earth Lingzhu from the Tiangang Emperor, and together with the Wood Lingzhu, they already had 3 Lingzhu. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, "Where are the fire spirit beads and gold spirit beads in your hands? Take them out, so that we can start the next hegemony competition." Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, "Our task is to repair the 5 elements ascension formation. Before that, should we repair the formation base of this golden spirit island?" Everyone looked at the platform under their feet. The potholes were uneven. Where are the traces of the formation lines? If this is the formation base, who has the ability to repair him? Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the gods of war in the sky. They looked at each other, stuck in a dead end. There are spirit beads in the air, but one of the foundations of the 5 elements ascension array has been destroyed. Does this mean that they cannot complete this task? For the cultivators who did not obtain the spirit orbs, this was simply great news. They were gloating over the misfortune as they watched the excitement, while some went directly to the ruins of the imperial city in the inland and left this secret realm through the gate of the secret realm. There are still 48 levels below. As long as they move fast and can finish first, others will not be able to get points from the levels they pass. Personal strength is by no means a decisive requirement for the Qianlong competition. This sentence is perfectly explained to everyone again. Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath, and the other gods of war in the sky also stared at him. The reason why the Golden Spirit Island formation base became like this is entirely because of Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't know this would happen. Didn't you guys feel very happy when you played on this formation platform earlier? The surrounding sea water was rough, and the blood-colored waves seemed to tell everyone what kind of bloody battle had just happened here. I'll stay, you go to other levels first. Xuanhuan Guqing ordered. Emperor Tiangang and others nodded and left directly. Open. Xuanhuan Guqing was holding 3 spirit beads and looked at Qin Yang quietly. It seems to know that Qin Yang has a way. I can repair this formation, but you have to give me a spirit bead as hard work, Qin Yang said. Impossible. Xuanhuan Guqing refused decisively. You destroyed this Golden Spirit Island formation fundamental formation, and naturally I want you to repair it. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, even if I don't repair it, everyone should not ask for points. There is no point reward for repairing this formation, so why should I bother? Besides, my points are in the contestants of the God King realm anyway. Even if you have 3 spirit beads, can you be taller than me? 1 spirit bead is 60 points, Qin Yang has 2, plus the 150 points he had obtained before, a total of 270 points. As for Xuanhuan Guqing, she did not get the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and she and most practitioners only had 50 points. Even if she has 3 spirit orbs, it only adds up to 230 points. Anyway, your points are already so high, why should you care about 1 more spirit bead and 1 less spirit bead? Xuanhuan Guqing said. There is a smile in his eyes, which can only prove that Qin Yang is not sure about the next Qianlong competition. That's why it pays so much attention to the points of the spirit orb. Qin Yang insisted, I can't wipe your ass for you. I didn't destroy this Jinling Island array abutment alone. Vulgar. Xuanhuan Guqing is the Orthodox royal family after all, and is the ancestor of the Xuanhuan royal family today. Naturally, she will not be arguing with Qin Yang all the time. Xuanhuan Guqing said, okay, if you can really repair it, why not give you a spirit bead? Chapter 596, Spirit Race Counterattack. It's about the same. Qin Yang nodded and immediately looked at the ground. The formation abutment has been destroyed in a bad way. If you want to repair it, you must first smooth the formation abutment again. Thinking of this, Qin Yang had a big head, stepped aside, and said to Xuanhuan Guqing, get out of the way. Xuanhuan Guqing stepped back. Qin Yang said, it's not this, you fly. Xuanhuan Guqing frowned, still standing empty. I saw Qin Yang use his Jinghong sword finger, and the flying swords flew and hovered in the sky. Then it was directly merged into a super huge annihilation sword. Cut! Qin Yang shouted, and the divine sword drew a circle. The entire array base has become a bright mirror, and the smooth and clean can reflect the human figure. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang, I asked you to repair this formation foundation, why did you destroy it all? If you don't smooth it out, how can you engrave it? Qin Yang asked back. Xuanhuan Guqing suppressed his anger and said, you are on purpose. Even if you are a master of the formation, slowly exploring the traces of the past, it is not an easy thing to repair. You are good, you have not left any traces. Now, how do I fix this? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, what are you anxious about? With your temper, you are still the Empress of the Ages? Xuanhuan Guqing can't understand Qin Yang. What trick is this kid trying to play? Qin Yang was about to draw according to the lines he remembered in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something, and said to the sky, "Starry sky compass, send me the metal formation of the 5 elements ascension array." Xuanhuan Guqing was stunned for a moment, and all the people who were still watching were also stunned. Outside the secret realm, in front of the light screen, the audience looked at each other in dismay. They had become accustomed to the scene of Qin Yang talking directly to the monitor. All the participants of the Qianlong contest, Qin Yang alone, can talk to others so naturally. "The star compass can't enter this secret realm, what do you think?" Xuanhuan Guqing asked inexplicably. The starry sky compass, not long after leaving the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, returned to the super-god level quality. And this hidden dragon contest, he was able to cooperate with Mr. Qiqiao to broadcast the situation of all the contestants, which has proved this point. Qin Yang shrugged and waited quietly. Sure enough, a light screen appeared in front of Qin Yang, and on top of the light screen was the metal formation of the 5 elements ascension formation. Ding! The array method was successfully copied, and the 5 elements of the god level ascended to the sky. Qin Yang's face darkened, the starry sky compass obviously looked down on him. A metallic part of the formation directly copied the complete 5-element ascension formation. In fact, what Qin Yang wanted was only the part of the metallic formation in the super god level 5 elements ascension formation. Even if he is not strong enough to copy the formation technique, it doesn't mean that Qin Yang can't engrave it. Recalling the memory in his mind again, Qin Yang began to arrange it. As long as the formation lines are engraved and the golden spirit beads are placed, the formation base is complete. Qin Yang started to set up the formation, but the audience paid more attention. After seeing the strength of Qin Yang's combat power, can his formation skills be so strong? Can the 5 elements ascension formation be arranged? Who can't paint a gourd with a scoop? That is, quickly cut the picture to other people, we still want to see what the remaining 48 levels are. No, look, the formation that Qin Yang engraved is different from the one on the screen in front of him. I don't know who reminded me, everyone looked over, and sure enough, the formation engraved by Qin Yang was not the formation given by the starry sky compass on the light screen. Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't hold it anymore, and reminded, this formation is not a trivial matter. If you destroy the entire formation of Jinling Island, this 5 elements ascension formation will be completely abolished. Even if it is a formation. Abutment, there are not many such abutments in the entire sky continent. Qin Yang didn't answer, and pointed like a sword, imprinting with a strong physique. Even so, he was not lightly tired. If you don't believe me, why don't you come? Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan Guqing was silent for a while, staring at Qin Yang quietly. Although Qin Yang's engraving is not displayed on the light screen, it seems to be very organized, not like a random engraving. Outside the secret realm, the pupils of the starry sky compass shrank. Could this kid let himself project the formation just to identify the position? When did this kid learn the 5 elements ascension formation? It is already difficult for practitioners to arrange formations at the same level, but Qin Yang is now setting up formations at a higher level. It's not that you can't succeed in jumping into a formation, but that success only exists in theory. Theoretically speaking, as long as there is no mistake in the engraving of the lines of the formation, and the spirit orb is placed, it can be repaired. But under the premise of being out of control, how can you guarantee that you will not make mistakes? Qin Yang's move directly made all the formation masters in the audience feel ashamed, and some formation masters couldn't hold back their excitement and wanted to rush in and stand by Qin Yang's side to observe. Huh. Qin Yang stopped and took a long breath. The entire formation base has been engraved, 1/10. What? Can't act anymore? Xuanhuan Guqing said with a smile. After signing the reconciliation formation, Xuanhuan Guqing didn't care about Qin Yang. The identity of the Lord of Destruction. Her worries are all on the formation of reconciliation. As long as his fears come true, Qin Yang will inevitably violate the formation of reconciliation. At that time, you can directly try to kill Qin Yang. Before that, Qin Yang could be treated as an ordinary cultivator. As a result, Xuanhuan Guqing didn't look at Qin Yang so much anymore, but rather admired and praised him. Even if this step is achieved, the previous engravings are enough to prove to the world the talent of Qin Yang's formation method. Qin Yang touched the sweat on his forehead and said angrily, "Can I take a break? Why don't you try?" Xuanhuan Guqing shook his head disdainfully and said, "I won't do things I'm not sure about. If you don't do it, just be honest. If you can fan me by the side, it will be a big help for me." Qin Yang took a deep breath and continued to engrave. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flickered with divine light. Although he showed disdain, he still descended to the platform and drew carefully with his fingers. Using 8 successes, it failed to shake a single point. This formation base is actually so hard. Looking at Qin Yang again, every stroke was as simple as swinging a knife on tofu, and Xuanhuan Guqing was stunned. How much finger power it takes to do this? As expected of a shocking sword. Qin Yang was very focused on drawing, but Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, with doubts in his heart. The soldiers of the Yuanyue Empire have returned to rebuild the empire, and the contestants have all left the secret realm to take the lead in conquering the level. Where did this army come from? Xuanhuan Guqing showed a vigilant look. The army was approaching, and Qin Yang just felt it for a moment, and then continued to engrave the formation. This is the arrival of the Eldar. But Qin Yang didn't notice that every spirit clan's eyes were red, filled with terrifying hatred and killing intent. Chapter 597. The people of the spiritual race directly formed an 8-door formation and rushed over, only to find that the building was empty for a long time. Only Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing were on the formation platform of Jinling Island, and the others were gone. Among the 5 leaders of the spiritual race, the leader of the wood spiritual race is no longer Peony, but Lulua. Lulua asked, "Where are the people from the Yuanyue Empire?" "Go back." Xuanhuan Guqing replied. "What about the cultivators in the sky?" Lulua asked again. "Go out." Xuanhuan Guqing replied. The leader of the fire spirit clan shouted angrily, "Damn locusts, they must not be allowed to escape. Go after the cultivators in the sky first, and then clean up the world." The other spirit race people responded in succession. The 8 Gates formation is like a strange field, and all the spirit races move in unison, and there is no mistake in their actions. With such a big formation, if Qin Yang didn't concentrate on the formation, he would be smacking his tongue in admiration. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at these people from the spiritual race in surprise. Although there were not many people, the battle formation formed made him terrified. Could this be? Xuanhuan Guqing set off a storm in his heart. If he guessed correctly, this should be the 12th Slaughter God formation. Jiang Chengwei was unable to train a real battle formation back then, but now she has seen it with her own eyes. And this battle formation didn't give people a sense of threat, but that's what made Xuanhuan Guqing a little scared. This battle formation is already extremely mature, and it has all the 5 elements, and its strength is top. Without the 5 element spirit orbs, how did they do it? Xuanhuan Guqing looked at the departing spirit race army, and then looked at Qin Yang, who had been bowing his head, and asked, "Where's your flag?" Qin Yang took a meal and quickly continued to engrave, "Don't disturb me." Did Jiang Chengwei train them like this? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. "It's me." Jiang Chengwei appeared, with a strange and complicated expression, and a little self-blame. Huang Quan also showed his figure, looking at Xuanhuan Guqing with hostility. Xuanhuan Guqing's heart jumped, and he said, "I signed a reconciliation formation with Qin Yang, and we will be at peace for the time being." Speaking of this, Xuanhuan Guqing stared at Xuanhuan and said, I'm not trying to explain anything, I just want you to take back your eager eyes. Xuanhuan raised his brows, looked at Qin Yang and nodded, feeling a little helpless immediately. Jiang Chengwei's head is full of black lines. What time is it? Xuanhuan is still causing chaos. With Qin Yang as his backing, he can be resurrected. This Xuanhuan thinks who is the second when he sees him. Qin Yang, hurry up and save the spiritual race. Peony flew over with a crying voice, her face was pale, and she was obviously seriously injured. Qin Yang raised his head, rested again, and took this opportunity to react. The aura of the people of the spiritual race that I just sensed seems to be not quite right. Looking at Jiang Chengwei's expression, and at the crying peony with pear blossoms and rain, she asked curiously, what happened? Jiang Chengwei explained everything in detail. It turned out that he taught the 8 gates of the spiritual race, but the number of people was always uneven. The spirit race has a heaven-defying talent that can split and coexist. At the beginning, it was the Earth Spirit tribe. After the division of talent, they gathered people together. Then during the training, someone made a mistake and almost fell, and another person from the spirit race used symbiosis. 2 kinds of talents against the sky made Jiang Chengwei see the hope of the formation of the 8-door formation, and she also took a reassurance. It can be successful, as well as failure. Split symbiosis, emotional contagion, hatred in one person's heart immediately infects all other spirit races. At the beginning, Peony sensed something was wrong and hurriedly stopped it, but suffered a backlash during the operation of the formation, and was directly seriously injured and almost died. By this time, Jiang Chengwei hadn't noticed it yet, and it was too late when she found out. Even if it is to open the perfect world field, it can no longer be stopped. The most terrifying thing is that the spirit race battle formation has directly broken through Jiang Chengwei's domain. What you mean is that the spirit race has completed the great formation because of the racial talent of division and symbiosis. But its hatred and killing intent are also shared, and all the spirit races have become a distorted whole because of the great formation and their own talents. Qin Yang analyzed. Jiang Chengwei nodded, her face serious. As far as the 8 gate arrays are concerned, this is probably the success of no one before or after. Qin Yang said. Qin Yang added, but for the spirit race and others, this will be a devastating disaster. Because of the 8 gate arrays, every spirit race is tightly bound together. Peony's eyes were flushed, and she prayed again, please save the spirit race. Jiang Chengwei was also very helpless, he didn't expect this to happen. Xuanhuan Guqing covered her mouth and chuckled, probably this was the first time she saw Jiang Chengwei's missing move. This is the end of the matter, so we can only adapt accordingly. Qin Yang nodded and continued to engrave the formation. Jiang Chengwei and Peony looked worried. After a whole day, Qin Yang took countless rests before finally finishing the engraving of the formation. As long as the Yin Ling Feng is placed in the eye of the formation, the metallic formation of the 5 elements ascension formation can be activated. As for the other 4 5-element formations, as long as the spirit beads are placed, the 5-element ascension formation will also be repaired. Where's Yin Ling Feng? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Go to the spirit clan and retrieve the spirit orb. Qin Yang said. Sure enough. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, it's not just the Yin Ling Feng, the fire Ling Feng is also in the hands of the spirit clan, right? And your 4 flags? Qin Yang nodded. It's the bane you planted. Xuanhuan Guqing said. You can't blame me. The previous war was so fierce, the spirit race must have some means of self-protection, right? Qin Yang said. You know, I only need to repair the 5 elements ascension formation, not to destroy their spiritual clan. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Then after a pause, Xuanhuan Guqing added, I asked them to hand over the spirit beads before, it didn't affect them, it was because they were stubborn. Guarding the Lingzhu is someone's responsibility after all. No one is right or wrong about this, Jiang Chengwei said. But now, those spirit races regard you as enemies too. I want to see how you deal with it. Xuanhuan Guqing said. The soldiers will block, the water will cover. Qin Yang said slowly, since the spiritual clan is no longer in danger, then they should return my things to me. As he spoke, he looked into the distance, and the army of the spirit race was rushing towards the sky. As if a world was oppressing it. Hand over the wood spirit beads, water spirit beads, and earth spirit beads. For the sake of helping us before, I'll let you go. Lulua's appearance has changed. The hair that was originally green has turned into a black one. Color. In the eyes, the green light full of vitality also disappeared, replaced by a deep darkness. The 5 elements spirit orb was originally intended to repair the 5 elements ascension formation. Now I have repaired the formation of the golden spirit island. Bring the golden spirit orb, and the formation is over. The remaining spirit orbs can be placed individually. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back and said quietly, but before that, should I return my array flag to me? Fart. You have brought a devastating disaster to our spirit race. Even if you take that flag as compensation, I'm not willing to let you go, the leader of the fire spirit race shouted angrily. Oh? Qin Yang's face was calm, and his eyes were even more indifferent and terrifying. So, your spirit race backtracked, and you want to grab my flag? Chapter 598 Shocking Battle. Only strength is king. Weak strength can only become fish on a sticky board. Now that my spiritual race is strong, we must give your human race a taste of being slaughtered by others. The fire spirit race leader shouted. Don't forget, who gave you the power you have now? Peony was about to cry, and she didn't expect why it would become like this. Why does an 8-door formation used for self-protection make the Eldar become so crazy? Talk about being strong in front of me? Well, very good. Qin Yang nodded, looking at the formation base that he had worked hard for more than a day to repair, looked up and said, since you don't want to return it, then there is only one battle. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, this 5 elements ascension formation is also very important to your spirit race. Why don't we change the place? If this formation is destroyed again, you won't be able to arrange it even if you win. The leader of the fire spirit race was hot-tempered, and immediately shouted, do you think that without your human race, we will not be able to set up a formation? Joke, do you think our spirit race still needs to survive in this secret realm? Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes sharpened, do you still want to return to the sky? Humph. How difficult is it to be in charge of the sky, the leader of the fire spirit race said to himself. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Jiang Chengwei, then looked at Qin Yang, and snorted coldly, the good things you two have done, one left the spirit clan with roots, and the other gave the spirit clan powerful strength. In this situation, I'm afraid you didn't think about it yourself, did you? Jiang Chengwei was deeply remorseful and said, I don't know the spirit clan. And now I finally know why the spirit clan are separated into 5 places. Once they are brought together, even if there is no 8-door formation, the spiritual clan's racial talent is enough to make them extremely powerful. This is also the reason for the competence of the spiritual race. They not only rely on the power of the 8 gate arrays, array flags, and spirit orbs, but their own racial talents are also perfectly stimulated. It's just that the 8-door array makes this process faster. Qin Yang, we know that you are very strong, but compared to us now, you are simply vulnerable. Thank you for giving us the flag and teaching us the 8 formations, so that our spiritual race can regain its former glory. Lulua said. Qin Yang reached out his hand to interrupt and said, let me correct you a little bit. I didn't give you the array flag, I lent it to you. Qin Yang looked at the 5 leaders of the spirit clan playfully, and said, since I think I'm vulnerable, there's nothing to say. The leader of the Fire Spirit clan was a little surprised and said, "Do you really dare to fight with us? If it wasn't for your cultivators in the sky running fast, we would have killed them all long ago. The previous army of the Xuanhuan Empire would also destroy them. It's only half a day." Qin Yang raised his brows, and Jiang Chengwei's face sank. Xuanhuan Guqing clenched his fists and asked in a deep voice, "Jiang Chengwei, are these 8 formations really that strong?" After the strength of the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire has greatly increased, the practitioners who can shake the blood skeletons, the shadows, and the exiled land can only hold out for half a day in front of these spirit races with less than 1,000 people? The leader of the Fire Spirit clan laughed and said, "Not only the army of the Xuanhuan Empire, but the practitioners in the exiled land have also been killed by us all. And our strength is even stronger." Qin Yang felt a little unbelievable, but Peony explained with a weeping voice, "If a spiritual clan dies, it can be turned into nourishment for other clansmen and enhance the power of other clansmen. But there is also a taboo, that is, enemies can also be turned into nourishment. There's still this matter?" Qin Yang smacked his lips. The spirit clan had completely gone down the wrong path, and such a spirit clan would be a big disaster wherever it was placed. "I wanted to save the spirit clan, but I didn't expect that the spirit clan would be destroyed by my hands in the end," Qin Yang said quietly. "It's good if you know it. Now that you know it, hand over the spirit orb and get out of here. I'll warn you again, if you don't leave, we will kill you," the Fire Spirit race leader said. Qin Yang closed his eyes, and opened his eyes again. His eyes were already annihilated, his tone was flat but indifferent, as if he was narrating something that had already happened. "I have already said that the spirit race was destroyed by my hands." Qin Yang spoke slowly. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang with a strange look. This kid is still a bit responsible. The implication is, of course, a decisive battle with these spiritual races in front of him. In the words of your human race, this is called toasting, not eating and drinking. The leader of the Fire Spirit race looked at Lulua and said, "You kindly want to save his life, but he doesn't appreciate it. Then kill it," Lulua said sensibly. Qin Yang laughed and said, "I have another word from the human race. I will teach you today. That is, the man's arm is a car, and you can't do it." Qin Yang danced with his hands, drew a circle on his chest, leaned forward, and stepped on a lunge. Suddenly, the pressure of heaven and earth increased sharply, the spiritual energy rolled back, and Qin Yang's whole body was directly repelled from a vacuum. "This is a symbol of your own strength reaching the limit." Xuanhuan Guqing was a little terrified. Could it be that Qin Yang never made a real move in the previous battle? "Crazy Dragon Palm!" Qin Yang shouted loudly. "Ow!" The loud and high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and Shenlongji suddenly appeared. The body, which was as white as jade, was several hundred feet long. At this time a layer of pitch-black mist surrounded the body, like a cloud. "And this fog is the rule of annihilation." "But..." Shenlongji's blood-colored dragon eyes stared at those spirit races and rushed over directly. 8 gate formations. Suppression. The leaders of the 5 major spiritual tribes drank in unison, and the entire 8-door formation quickly began to function. The spiritual race is inherently connected, and after splitting and symbiotic racial talent, the strength is extremely condensed, just like a single person. During the urging of the battle formation, the mighty coercion of heaven and earth caused the entire sea area to sink sharply. Then came a shocking explosion. Qin Yang's crazy dragon palm directly motivates the Shenlong Jade. This is the strongest posture of crazy dragon palm, but it can't be shaken in the face of a battle formation at the level of the 8-gate array. Not only that, the Shenlong Jade was slammed down by Julie and smashed heavily on the formation platform. The hard formation abutment shattered instantly, breaking into countless terrifying pieces. Shenlongjiu was struggling, but the strongest power of the 8 gates array was to seal the town. Only by activating the power of the source to directly travel through space. Even so, the body of Shenlongjiu also showed cracks. In one blow, it was so terrifying. Xuanhuan Guqing, Jiang Changwei, and Huang Quan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even the gods and god emperors couldn't imagine how powerful this might be. Outside the secret realm, in front of the major light screens, all the onlookers turned pale with fright. If this power really walked out of the mysterious realm, wouldn't it be? The Dragon Clan directly sent several god emperors to guard the exit of the secret realm. At the same time, several divine lights came from the Xuanhuan Empire and flew directly. Chapter 599. Some of the contestants who quit early to go to other levels to continue the Qianlong Hegemony tournament changed their colors one after another. One by one sighed, thankfully they left early. I said long ago that these calamities cannot be left behind. Now Jiang Changwei is eating the consequences. Emperor Tiangang snorted angrily, with the spear in his hand, and he was about to kill him again. The other gods of war in the sky responded and flew back. However, he was blocked by the Dragon God Emperor. You dare to block me? Emperor Tiangang raised his eyebrows, coldly. The Dragon Clan God Emperor coughed lightly, obviously recognizing Tiangang Emperor, and immediately said nicely, "It has been said before the game, any level, after going out, can't enter the second time. Why don't I remember?" Of course Emperor Tiangang wouldn't buy it. The god of war in the sky fought for the sky and suffered a lot. Now it's time for us to do our part for the sky. The Dragon God Emperor said with a smile. You mean, we are outdated? A voice sounded, Aurora Dazzling, the Lord of the Rainbow, the Aurora God Emperor appeared beside the Dragon God Emperor. The Dragon God Emperor was not afraid, but insisted, the rules are like this. Another Dragon Clan God Emperor smoothed things out and said, don't worry, once the Spirit Clan comes out, they will be suppressed by us. Besides, isn't Qin Yang at war with them now? Lan Sango pulled Emperor Tiangang and said in a low voice, let's wait and see how things change. Isn't Jiang Changwei still in the secret realm? With Jiang Changwei and Huang Quan, even if it's another 10,000 years, the Spirit Clan will still be there. It's impossible to come out. Li Tongtian sighed and said, it's just that this Spirit Clan is different from the Spirit Clan back then, and Jiang Changwei's domain will probably not be able to suppress it. Mr. Qiqiao waved a huge light screen at the right time, in front of these big men, so that they can see it clearly. At this time, Shenlongjiu was in an abnormal state, and Qin Yang was turning his head to look at Shenlongjiu. His eyes were a little suspicious. Is it even difficult for Qin Yang to understand how powerful the spirit race is? Emperor Tiangang clenched his spear. Others are also paying attention to the light screen. But no one thought that Qin Yang would say something lightly, Shenlongjiu, are you so rubbish? In the entire sky world, all the audience in front of the light screen were silent. Even the god kings who participated in the competition were in a mess. In particular, the 8 Shinto clans and the Tiangang Emperor were even more astonished. You kid, tell me clearly, what do you call me trash? What's the matter? Your mad dragon palm didn't kill them all, is it still my fault? Shenlongjiu roared loudly. Otherwise? Qin Yang pouted, and the disgust was separated by a secret realm, which could be clearly perceived through the screen. You go, you go. Shenlongjiu said gruffly. I'll go up. Qin Yang snorted. Although the two were arguing, Shenlongjiu was still engrossed in it. If Qin Yang had a slight accident, he would have to dutifully bring Qin Yang out. In case of being suppressed by the 8 Gates formation. The demon god emperor who dominated the sky back then almost died like that. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang shouted lowly, the divine sword flying all over the sky, gorgeous, but even more powerful. The torrent of the sword washed up directly, and the spirit race once again urged the battle formation, and everyone worked together to make the battle formation flawless. As soon as the torrent of the sword touched, the five-color divine light brushed over. The hilt of the exterminating divine sword was directly wiped off, and the imposing torrent of the sword was also washed clean by the five-color divine light. The trend continued, and the five-color divine light brushed towards Qin Yang. My Nima! Qin Yang couldn't help but swear, these 8 formations are really so strong? Long Wei Jiujia! Qin Yang shouted, and his body directly propped up Jiujia. The annihilating light ball, which was originally 100 feet in diameter, was directly squeezed by less than 3 feet under the five-color divine light. However, it can only go to this point. After the squeezed, the power is even more solid. Even Qin Yang, who has an immortal body, feels a little uncomfortable. Well, I can't resist. Qin Yang was directly smashed to the ground by the five-color divine light that brought people to the ground. As if possessing infinite power, while resisting the rules of annihilation, the total amount of power overwhelms Qin Yang countless times. Boom! A louder voice than before came, and the entire formation abutment of Jinling Island, directly on the basis of being broken into several pieces, shattered into slag and completely sank. Shenlongjiu hurriedly brought Qin Yang out, but saw that Qin Yang had escaped the suppression in a flash. After confirming that Qin Yang was all right, Shenlongjiu said cruelly, "How is it? Whose fault is it?" Qin Yang's face darkened and he said, "Okay, I'm blaming you wrong." Twisted his arms, moved his waist, and the sound of popping beans rang out from his body. Obviously, the blow just now, Qin Yang, was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. The 5 elements rotation, fire. The spirits all shouted in unison. A flame giant appeared out of thin air, with his feet on the sea and his head above the sky. The flames made the surrounding sea boil directly, fog everywhere. The air is diffuse. Flame spit. The spirit race shouted again. The fire giant spewed out a pillar of fire directly, and its power was no weaker than hellfire. Just when Jiang Chengwei, Huang Quan, and Xuanhuan Guqing wanted to avoid them, they saw that Qin Yang was still there, and took a deep breath, his chest bulging high. The power of replication can only be maintained at present. After a while, it will be banned by the rule of annihilation. Therefore, Qin Yang's power has only the rule of annihilation. But copy on the spot and use it on the spot, this ability of the Invincible Copy System is still there. Qin Yang pinched his fingers, and the air he had inhaled suddenly spurted out, and at the same time, the sound of heaven sounded. Once the magical powers and martial arts are released, the divine sense will connect with the heavens and the earth, triggering the sound of heaven. The voice of heaven is also a symbol of a practitioner's strength. The 5 elements rotate, and the flames breathe. Almost the same high-temperature fire column was sprayed out at the fire giant. The whole sea became a sea of flames. Across a light screen, all the audience can sweat profusely, and fire is reflected on everyone's faces and eyes. I wipe. Qin Yang. This is. He also breathes fire? Is he a fire rule practitioner? This flame is no weaker than that fire giant. No, I seem to be out of breath. When everyone was talking to each other, Qin Yang really blushed. The finger on the hand changed, and the thick flame beam became thinner. Like a laser, the temperature was more than 100 times stronger than before, and the huge power directly pierced the head of the fire giant. Pretty. Fantastic. As expected of a master of fighting. This change made everyone stunned, but this courage, ability, and daring made everyone in the world feel ashamed and ashamed. The fire giant disappeared, and the flames fell from the sky, but they couldn't burn a single hair of Qin Yang. Chapter 600. Help me take a shower. You're stronger than we thought. But you can't beat us. The leader of the fire spirit race said. The leader of the earth spirit clan beside him stood up, and the 8-door formation changed again. Led by the leader of the Earth Spirit Clan, the Spirit Clan shouted in unison. The 5 elements rotation, Earth. The Earth Spirits waved 2 flags of the Earth formation in their hands, and a tall Earth Giant appeared out of thin air. Stone shattering. The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan shouted loudly, and the Earth Giant waved his fists and smashed it down. Like 2 mountains, it crashed down. Everyone looked at Qin Yang nervously. This move should be avoided, right? But Qin Yang still stood in place, letting the sea slap, but he was as immobile as a rock. He stretched out his right hand and made a fist. Muscles bulging, veins protruding. The right sleeve shattered instantly, and the surging power gathered on this punch. Does he want to compare his strength with this Earth Giant? Why didn't you use the magical powers this time? How can manpower compete with the Earth Giant? Even the monsters are afraid that they will be smashed into meat sauce by the Earth Giant's fist? The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, and manipulated the Earth Giant to fight against Qin Yang. A mantis arm is a car, overestimating one's own strength? The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan laughed. I'll let you see who is the mantis, and who is the car. Boom. A punch hit, it was truly earth-shattering. The huge waves were huge, and the sea water, with a radius of 100 meters, sank instantly. That's not all, the power of the fist directly punched a terrifying hole in the sea, and when the sea rolled back, it set off a monstrous wave. Qin Yang's figure was still in place, and this punch was actually caught. Crack. Collapse. The strange sound continued to sound, and the fist of the Earth Giant actually cracked. Immediately afterwards, the crack spread rapidly and spread to the entire arm. With the shattering sound, the Earth Giant shattered directly from the fist to the arm. Is this your strength? The 2 flags of the Earth formation and the 8 formations are only capable of this? The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan was horrified, and the formation changed again. The 5 elements rotation, water. The leader of the Water Spirit Clan shouted. Above the sea, the power of the water system will be increased. A water giant is directly condensed by the sea water. The whole sea seems to have sunk a little, and the sea water is condensed in the giant. 800 wild dragons. As the leader of the Water Spirit Clan shouted loudly, the water giant was like a cultivator, manipulating the rules of heaven and earth. The entire sea boiled directly, and water columns rose into the sky, condensing into a dragon of water. Each dragon is a few hundred feet tall, and there are 800 of them. The water giant brought 800 wild dragons together, turning the whole world into a world of water. How can there be such a strong power? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. Jiang Chengwei had a solemn expression and said, with spirit beads and array flags, their power has become infinite. Even if they are severely injured, they can recover in an instant. With a water giant as the medium, they are on the sea. Jiang Chengwei did not say that if the spiritual race had stronger control, the seawater in the entire secret realm would condense into dragons. This time, see how Qin Yang can catch it. Even if the supernatural powers and martial arts are strong, facing these 800 mad dragons, they can't resist them at all. Every dragon has the top power in the secret realm, just like the peak of the God King realm. This is not their strength. Their real power lies in the infinite resurrection. Even if the 800 mad dragons are slaughtered, they can be summoned again at any time. 800 mad dragons, kill. The leader of the Water Spirit Clan shouted, and the water giant waved his hand. A mad dragon rushed directly to Qin Yang and was smashed by Qin Yang with a punch. Another dragon followed closely, and Qin Yang kicked its head off with one kick. The broken water dragon condensed in an instant, and the water dragon behind it had already been strangled. Even if it is consumed, it will consume Qin Yang. Is this the end of Qin Yang? Everyone was worried, and if even Qin Yang couldn't resist, who else could stop these spirit races? Is it really necessary to wait for them to rush out of the secret realm, and let the god emperors from all sides take action to suppress them with realm? If this is the case, even if the spirit race is destroyed, for the practitioners of the sky world, this is not a victory, but a defeat, a complete defeat. Almost instantly, Qin Yang was submerged by a water dragon. A huge water polo condensed in midair, and in the water polo, the shadows of water dragons flickered. It doesn't seem as shocking as before, but everyone knows that in such a situation, Qin Yang's pressure is even greater. The clothes were shattered directly, and every inch of skin was being subjected to the violent baptism of the water dragon. Qin Yang was directly restrained, and people seemed to see Qin Yang being torn to pieces. But everything seems to stop at this moment. No, it didn't stop, but the water ball formed by 800 water dragons could no longer cause more damage to Qin Yang. Are you going to give me a shower? Qin Yang finally spoke, but the moment he spoke, everyone was stunned. Qin Yang looked displeased. Of course he knew how many pairs of eyes looked at him. Now, most of his strength is used to protect his clothes, running naked in the eyes of the world? My scalp tingles just thinking about it. Take a shower? The leader of the water spirit clan widened his eyes, attacking like this. Is it just a shower for Qin Yang? No, where's the white jade dragon? A spirit clan suddenly said. What about Qin Yang people? Another spirit race asked. Their hearts are connected at this time, and they are only shocked when they speak. Suddenly, above the sky, a figure in a black cloak hovered quietly. He was wearing shorts and no shoes, but a cloak was very cool. Gold gilt cloak, with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the back, and the word Qin on the corner of the clothes. It was Lu Mingyu who showed Qin Yang by himself. Qin Yang's posture, like a fairy floating in the world, shook his head gently, and the last trace of wetness was also thrown away. I've been reluctant to wear it for a long time, now it's clean. Qin Yang said with a playful smile. It was just an ordinary cloak, but it was worn by Qin Yang to give off the majesty of Xuanhuan Guqing's imperial armor. 800 mad dragons. The water spirit clan's patriarch was instantly enraged, and the water polo turned into 800 water dragons again, rushing high into the sky. The 8 gate arrays are not so weak. Qin Yang had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, his demeanor changed from usual. There was also warmth in his eyes. A cloak, an ordinary cloak, made Qin Yang change his mood. And such Qin Yang is undoubtedly more powerful. The fingers are like swords. When everyone thought that Qin Yang was going to use a powerful sword, Qin Yang's fingers spread out a line of annihilation. The lines danced with the wind, getting longer and longer. Qin Yang flicked his fingers and said softly, the rhythm of extinction. Where the lines crossed, the 800 wild dragons were directly divided, their strength was cut off, and they were smashed into sea water. The rhythmic annihilation line directly surrounded the battle formation of the spirit race. Even if it can be captured, the rules of annihilation are condensed to the extreme, and they have the property of breaking defenses, and they will instantly cut the spiritual clan on the periphery of the battle formation. Chapter 601 Church Enemies. What kind of martial arts is this? Qin Yang still has such a strong ability? If it goes on like this, wouldn't Qin Yang kill all the spiritual races by himself? The audience in front of the screen felt chills on their backs. Qin Yang always had powerful cards that others couldn't understand. Imperial City, and under the Jin family, Jin Wanshan excitedly introduced to the people around him. In the beginning, Qin Yang used this one move to determine the outcome and resolve the predicament of our Jin family, but he immediately killed it. The rhythm of obliteration directly killed the entire circle of spirits around the battle formation. The obliteration lines sometimes disappear, sometimes appear, killing people in the invisible. The spirits were filled with panic, but they quickly calmed down. Their hearts are connected at this time. As long as one person is brave, no one is afraid. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and observed this scene carefully. Even though a lot of spirit races were killed, those spirit races were reborn again. It was not a resurrection from the dead, but a new spiritual race split from other spiritual races. The spirit clan is also defending against Qin Yang's attack. This attack cannot be defended at all. Not even capturing. One moment ago, I tried my best to defend, but the next moment, the annihilation line had disappeared, and once again I found that several spirit races had been beheaded on the spot. Don't worry about him, let him be so powerful, as long as he can't kill us all at once, it's useless. Lulua shouted. Sure enough, the spirit race no longer wastes power, but uses all of its power for overall defense, division, and symbiosis. Sweat leaked from Qin Yang's forehead, and the rhythm of annihilation was stimulated in this way, which was indeed a lot of consumption. Taking out the porcelain bottle, Qin Yang carefully poured out a pill. It is the 6th order Huitian pill that he refined himself. Because Qin Yang consumes more than true energy. The previous physique was also slightly injured. The entrance of the pills turned into strong medicinal power, and Qin Yang's eyes were full of divine light, and he immediately became alive. I might not be afraid of you compared to consumption. But I already know your weaknesses. Qin Yang said with a slight smile. Weakness? We have no weakness at all, the leader of the fire spirit race shouted loudly. At the same time, all the audience were also full of question marks. Does such an Eldar have weaknesses? How is this possible? Qin Yang looked at the leaders of the 5 major spiritual clans with contempt, and said sarcastically, I taught you the 8-door formation, and then gave the formation flag and the spirit beads, and it turns out that this is all you need. You think that the 8-door formation is really only that simple. After playing with the 5 elements wheel, it's gone? Qin Yang, what are you thinking? Jiang Chengwei thought deeply, but she couldn't understand Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing said directly, Qin Yang, are you crazy? Are you addicted to fighting as a master? Even teach the enemy? You still teach them now? Teach them how to kill you? Qin Yang shrugged and did not refute. Just a gleam in the eyes. The 5 leaders of the spiritual race are in the same mind, and they have only just completed the 8-door formation. Until now, they have only paid more attention to the racial talent of the spiritual race itself. Now this kind of clan talent plus the primary 8-door formation can only be tied with Qin Yang. If you really want to get out of the secret realm, you must kill Qin Yang. If you want to kill Qin Yang, now you have to start with the 8 gates array. The 3 cobblers surpassed Zhuge Liang. At this time even Qin Yang underestimated them. Everyone's minds are connected to each other, which is more terrifying than Shurfein's heart network. After brainstorming ideas and understanding in an instant, the 8-door formation quickly advanced under their groping. At the same time, the battle formation has also changed, and the formation has gradually expanded. The number of people is small, but its power has surpassed the previous army of the Xuanhui Empire and even the Shadows. The 12 Slaughtering Gods array is originally the Slaughtering Gods, but from your war, I can't see a trace of threat. Qin Yang continued to stimulate. Shenlongjiu turned into a jade pendant and hung it in front of Qin Yang's neck, but the divine sense entered Qin Yang's mind and complained. Can't see the threat? Lao Tzu's body was broken. The 8-door formation was gradually perfected, and the eyes of the leader of the fire spirit race were bright, as if shooting out 2 flames. Change formation. With a low voice, the battle formation suddenly changed. The 8-door formation instantly expanded, covering the entire Jinling Island ruins. Before Qin Yang could even leave, he was enveloped by the formation. Feeling the imprisoning power in it, it becomes extremely difficult for Shenlongjiu to shuttle away. How are you now? You're nothing to do with yourself. Shenlongjiu complained. Qin Yang still had a faint smile on his face. The cloak on his body was automatic without wind, revealing the solid muscles in his chest. It's as if you are the audience, not the beast in this array. Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, it would be really difficult for us to find out. These 8 formations are really interesting, and they are stronger than the racial talent of our spirit race. The leader of the Fire Spirit clan laughed. However, thanks to you, we wouldn't have made such rapid progress. Qin Yang nodded and replied, yes, you guys are making really fast progress. Lulua looked at Qin Yang in surprise, not understanding why Qin Yang did this. But as soon as this idea came out, it was flooded with the violent killing intent of the leader of the Fire Spirit race. The minds are connected, and everyone's thoughts will appear in the hearts of all spirit races, but some violent thoughts, such as the leader of the Fire Spirit race, can easily gain the upper hand in this situation. This is why the Eldar as a whole have become so angry, so bloodthirsty. The 5 leaders of the spirit race all shouted, "Slaughter God." When the formation is in operation, the entire 8-door formation seems to form a space of its own. The outside can't get in, and the inside can't get in. But you can see Qin Yang's every move. Huge pressure squeezed Qin Yang, and the space distorted directly. It seemed to become a broken mirror, kneading together. The sound of clicking is not another sound, but the sound of space breaking. It's just this blow that becomes more powerful than all the previous ones. Qin Yang propped up the world and spread the rules of annihilation all over his body. The gold-gilded cloak exuded heart-pounding fluctuations, and the indestructible body also moved to resist the suppression of these 8 formations. Under the true power of this great formation, within a moment, you will be wiped out without any scum left. The leader of the Golden Spirit clan's eyes lit up. He couldn't think of any other way for Qin Yang to escape. The rule of annihilation is enough to annihilate everything, but the 8-gate array plus the 5-element spiritual race, with unlimited power, can be destroyed no matter how fast the opponent can fill it up. Obliterating the rules, completely in danger. Confused? Xuanhuan Guqing scolded secretly, holding the Emperor's divine sword in his hand. He slashed with one sword. Now, the spirit race is no longer something Qin Yang can fight alone. Chapter 6025 Spiritual Gods. Qin Yang was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect Xuanhuan Guqing to take the lead. It seems that this ancient empress has a straight temperament. She will kill if she needs to, and save if she needs to be saved. At this time, Jiang Chengwei is not far behind, propping up the perfect world field. It's just that this domain cannot wrap the entire spirit race, only a part of it. The sword of the Chengu Empress was directly resisted by the spirit clan, but Jiang Chengwei's domain made the wrapped spirit clan lose the connection with other spirit clan. There is a loophole in the array. Field, hundreds of dead and no life. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, his eyes exuding a penetrating light. A huge grimace suddenly appeared from behind it, and with a big mouth, countless ghosts spewed out. This scene directly frightened all the onlookers. Even Qin Yang's eyes twitched. In the realm, the people of the spiritual race who were dead and invaded by ghosts suddenly turned hideous, trembling with fright, and no longer able to fight. Xuanhuan nodded lightly. Jiang Chengwei directly put away the field. Everyone in the spirit race once again has the same mind, but this has expanded the power of Xuanhuan's move. All spirit races have felt countless deaths, and all kinds of tragic deaths are like personal experience. If they cannot stand firm, they will die the same way they feel. The 8-door formation collapsed in an instant. That gloomy guy, and this trick? It's not really the reincarnation of the King of Hell, is it? How can it be said that it is the King of Hell? It should be said that it is the god of the underworld. The audience chatted and discussed, and the people around Qin Yang were simply too weird, and they were also powerful and weird. In this way, the spirit race will surely die. No, you see, someone from the spirit race has woken up from it. Qin Yang hasn't escaped from the battle formation yet. Everyone looked at the light screen. and Xuanhuan Guqing in the scene also looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Even an ordinary cultivator would know to take the opportunity to kill these spirit races. Under everyone's attention, Qin Yang just brushed off his cloak. "Qin Yang, come out quickly!" Jiang Chengwei hurriedly shouted. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan with a chuckle and said, "You shoot." Xuanhuan looked smug. "If you admire it, we'll talk about it after this stage." Qin Yang shook his head and continued, "It's too early for you to take action." Xuanhuan was stunned for a while. "It wasn't that I shot too early, it was you who lost the opportunity we created for you, right? Among the spiritual clan, as long as one person successfully persists from Xuanhuan's domain, everyone will no longer be afraid of Xuanhuan's domain of death and no life. Even after passing through the 100 Dead realm, he will be immune to most of Xuanhuan's attacks. In addition to the last resort, to go to Xuanhuan together, Xuanhuan is equivalent to indirectly losing all combat power. However, since that's the case, I'll send you all on the road together, the leader of the fire spirit race shouted loudly, with a very determined look in his pupils. After Xuanhuan's move, the hearts of all spirit races have also become much tougher. It is even more difficult to deal with it than before. Unless the 8 gods of war in the sky gather together, the spirit race at this time will not be able to fight at all. Xuanhuan Guqing concluded. Jiang Chengwei said, "The spiritual race is not stupid, although they want to rush out of the secret realm and return to the sky. But they have realized that the 8 gate arrays have not really mastered it, and they will definitely occupy the entire secret realm of the azure waves to perfect their power. At that time, the spirit race with the formation flags and spirit beads, plus these 8 formations, may not be able to escape from the hands of the God Emperor. And the chances are quite high." Having said that, in front of all the light screens outside the secret realm, everyone's expressions became heavy. Especially those God Emperors at the entrance and exit of the secret realm, their faces are also extremely stiff. The power of the spirit race will not be promoted to God Emperor immediately after leaving the secret realm, but in this case, as long as one person is promoted to God Emperor, the others will naturally be promoted once, which will cause a chain reaction. Even if giving them the spirit race a chance will also lead to irreparable consequences. More importantly, whether it's an array flag or a spirit bead, their power is inherently limited in the secret realm. Only on the sky continent can the real power be exerted, and in this way, although the spiritual race has not been promoted to the God Emperor, but relying on the 8 gate arrays. What Jiang Chengwei said was a bit conservative. It's not that you can't escape from the God Emperor, but it's not that you can't defeat the God Emperor. 5 elements gathered together, 5 spirit gods. The figures of all the spiritual races actually merged together, the earth spirit race as the body, the wood spirit race as the meridians, the water spirit race as the blood, the fire spirit race as the coat, and the gold spirit race as the weapon. A god statue suddenly took shape. As soon as the statue appeared, the situation between heaven and earth changed, the tide of the power of rules rolled up, and the power of rules of the secret realm was instantly disturbed. It's just that the appearance of the idol has such power, and its combat power is even more unimaginable. All the spirit races are integrated at this time. This is the true strength of the spirit race, and it is also the ultimate means of the 8 gate array. The space is shattered, and without the stability of the 5 elements ascension formation, this secret realm is simply unstoppable. Outside the secret realm, the dragon god emperors have changed their expressions. If the secret realm collapses, the road to the sky will also collapse, and the Haitian Holy Land above this will completely lose any connection with the sky. This is a great disaster for the dragon race and the entire sky world. If you want to get the empty island base, you must go to the core of Xingqianhai. If this is the case, it will be an extra catastrophe for practitioners in the sky world. This Qin Yang, it's true that success is more than failure. A dragon clan god emperor hated his teeth. And that Xuanhuan, and that Jiang Chengwei, without these three guys, how could these spiritual races grow like this? Another god emperor also gritted his teeth. In the secret realm, Xuanhuan Guqing's breath felt a little heavy. When the 10,000 worlds battle, there were not a few such dilemmas. Now, before the 10,000 world battle has been started, it has already appeared. Qin Yang, I want to see how you end. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Looking at Jiang Chengwei again, Xuanhuan Guqing snorted coldly. If he can leave the secret realm alive, Emperor Tiangang would definitely want to talk to you, should he let the spirit clan go. The 8 gates array and the spiritual clan are integrated. These 5 spirit gods are already powerful. At this time, they also possess the power of the 8 gates array. What kind of monster is this? Qin Yang was speechless. This is simply a metamorphosis, like opening and hanging. If you want to defeat such a spirit race, unless... Xuanhuan Guqing hesitated. Unless what? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Xuanhuan Guqing sighed and said, unless you are promoted to God Emperor at this time. Qin Yang laughed and shook his head gently. Chapter 603 full stop. You are still smiling now? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. Otherwise? Let me cry. Qin Yang spread his hands. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flickered with thought, and he doubted, don't you really want to destroy the continent? He waved his hand to call out the formation of reconciliation. The formation of reconciliation was running as usual. Even so, the doubts in Xuanhuan Guqing's heart were still difficult to eliminate. The 5 spirit gods in our spirit clan legend can really be summoned. The 5 spirits spoke up, and the voice was indistinguishable from male and female, and it seemed to be the common voice of countless spiritual races. The 5 spirits stand in the sky, like giants who opened up the world. The space around him can't bear its powerful force, but the power of the 5 elements is filling the broken space at the same time. A strange balance was formed. The existence of the 5 spirit gods makes this secret realm collapse soon, but at the same time, because of his existence, this secret realm is extremely stable. The 8 gates formation, also known as the 12 slaughtering god formation, can even seal the entrance to the demon realm and deal with the collapse of this secret realm, and it is no weaker than the Vientian locking dragon formation. Not even weaker than the 5 elements ascension formation. This will be the peak moment of the 8-door formation. I dare to say that there will never be such a perfect 8-door formation as we have seen. Qin Yang sighed. 8-gate formations, as a battle formation, have only one disadvantage, that is, the members participating in the battle formation, even if the strength can be integrated, but after all, they are all individuals, and they are still a bit estranged. But for the Eldar, it was different. After Qin Yang's recommendation, the spiritual race discovered the power of the 8-gate arrays, and with the idea of seeking perfection, the spiritual race will naturally use its own racial talent to complete the fusion. And this fusion also awakened the extremely powerful talent that was dormant in the bloodline of the spirit race. 5 spirit gods. From the moment it appeared, it has been confirmed that the 5 spiritual gods possess the power of God Emperor. It has even surpassed the realm of God Emperor. Even if the previous Emperor Xuanhui was reborn, the Emperor Xuanhui of the God Emperor realm was not an opponent of these 5 spirits. After all, the power of the 5 spiritual gods is too powerful, and the 5 elements are gathered together to achieve perfection. As Xuanhuan Guqing said, if you want to defeat such 5 spirit gods, unless Qin Yang, who masters the rules of annihilation, is promoted to God Emperor. Is the fusion ready? I can't wait. Qin Yang said suddenly. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of astonishment in their hearts. What? Qin Yang is still waiting for the spirit clan to master his full power? I think he knows that he is no match. No matter how strong he is, how can he be the opponent of these 5 spirits? At the exit of the secret realm, the faces of the dragon god emperors were ashen. Such 5 spirit gods must not let them leave the secret realm. Not to mention whether they can fight after leaving the secret realm. Just talking about the rules of the tide, once the 5 spirits leave the secret realm will collapse irreversibly in an instant. The Vientian locking dragon formation and the 5 elements ascension formation will all be useless. This is directly into a dead end. Who can stop them from leaving the secret realm? Everyone looked at Qin Yang, at the young man who was not seen through by anyone. Wearing a cape, with an unruly demeanor, even in this situation, his face is still light and calm, and everything is under control. I read all kinds of things in your past, and now I have helped our spiritual race take a big step forward. I can spare you from dying. The voice of the 5 spiritual gods resounded throughout the world. You spare me not to die? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth raised indistinctly. The point is not forgive you not to die, but the word I. The 5 spiritual gods call themselves I, not we. Qin Yang's risky conjecture has finally been verified. 5 spirit gods, among the spirit clan, are taboo techniques? Qin Yang asked softly. Peony was completely stunned. At this time, she turned to look at Qin Yang, and said, yes, even if the clan is destroyed, it is a forbidden technique that cannot be used. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang, what do you want to do? Xuanhuan Guqing asked in a low voice. You'll find out later. Qin Yang chuckled, I don't like trouble, but if trouble arises, I naturally want to eradicate it completely. The 5 spirits turned to Xuanhuan Guqing and said directly, hand over the spirit beads. Xuanhuan Guqing's face was ugly. If they didn't pay, the 5 spirits themselves would not be opponents. If it is handed over, how can these 5 spirits let go of themselves? Even if I let myself go, what is the dignity of Xuanhuan Guqing? Clenching the Emperor's divine sword in his hand, Xuanhuan Guqing's attitude was clear. Looking for death. Wu Lingshan punched out. The power of the 5 elements was perfectly integrated, and the space collapsed directly. Qin Yang came to Xuanhuan Guqing's side in a flash, pushed Xuanhuan Guqing away, and activated the power of Shenlongjiu. Even under heavy pressure, Xuanhuan Guqing was able to escape safely. But Qin Yang himself punched in the front. When the strength reached the peak, it was no longer necessary to stick to the form. With a simple punch, Qin Yang could no longer avoid it. Indestructible body, the rules of extinction are fully motivated, and the whole body is 100 feet in radius, and it is directly smashed out of a collapse point. Any monk in the collapse point of the secret realm will be torn apart and swallowed. But Qin Yang does not. The body is surrounded by annihilating flames, and the figure under the gilded cloak looks so mighty and extraordinary. Pfft! Qin Yang couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even so, the corner of the cloak was torn apart by the punch. Qin Yang's complexion changed, and his eyes were quiet, like a terrifying deep sea, bottomless. This punch is to give your spirit race the last dignity. Qin Yang said slowly. Everyone was blinded, and still didn't understand what Qin Yang wanted to do. Qin Yang continued, also let your spirit race draw a perfect ending. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Qin Yang is finally going to use a stronger ultimate move? I saw Qin Yang step out of the collapse point of the secret realm in one step, and then he was urged by the 5 spirits to fill the collapse point directly and disappear. Wu Lingshan also looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, but at this time Qin Yang reached out and pointed to the side lightly. Jinghong sword finger? Or? Everyone stopped breathing and didn't blink an eye. But I heard Qin Yang scolding, have you seen enough? I said before that you shot too early, so you won't do it, right? I've laid the groundwork for so much, just let you watch the show. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Qin Yang's pointing was not to release some powerful magical powers, but to Huang Quan. Huang Quan was also stunned for a moment, but Jiang Chengwei reacted directly and said quickly, before, The spiritual race was a battle formation composed of individuals, and it is useless to go to Xuanhuan together. No matter how much you kill, the spiritual race can split and coexist. But now, there is only one spiritual god, one. Xuanhuan was naturally transparent in an instant, looked at Wu Lingshan playfully, and then looked at Qin Yang, and said, "Thank you for giving me such a chance. So far, I'm afraid this is the most valuable time for me." Xuanhuan made a pleased gesture, pointing to the 5 spirits. "Please go to Xuanhuan with me." Chapter 604 Repair. Boom. With a loud bang, the sky seemed to split in half. A gate that reached the sky and latitude appeared, which directly opened another world. Xuanhuan was stunned. When did this move of his own go to Xuanhuan together? When did it have such great power? With a strange color in his eyes, he looked at the 5 spirits. The 5 spirits were terrified, and the irritable voice resounded throughout the world, "I am the Emperor of the 5 realms, how can I die like this?" Before he finished speaking, he punched the sky with a punch. The power of the 5 elements scours Xuanhuan Road, as if filling this void and lifeless world. The door is gradually shrinking. Everyone was terrified, especially the audience in front of the screen outside the secret realm, who were stunned. God Emperor of the 5 realms. That is a level that no one has ever cultivated to. Not to mention the 5 realms of God Emperors, even the 4 realms of God Emperors are rare in the long river of history. Go on the road with peace of mind, you have no chance to become the Emperor of the 5 realms. Qin Yang said lightly. Qin Yang was also a little surprised. Fortunately, Xuanhuan shot and killed the 5 spirits. In case the spirit race is given a chance, once it is allowed to leave the secret realm and enter the sky world, I am afraid that it will really become the God Emperor of the 5 realms. However, the current 5 spiritual gods are at most just entering the God Emperor for the first time. In the realm of the God Emperor, their strength is not strong. The 5 elements rotate. The 5 spirits shouted loudly, the power of the 5 elements was pushed to the limit, and the powerful bombardment was hitting Xuanhuan Road. Xuanhuan's eyelids jumped, facing Xuanhuan Road, he had never seen such a tossing. But it's just a form of the power of rules, I don't believe that it can't break you. Wu Lingshan was not reconciled, his body was swallowed more than half, but he still struggled violently. With his struggle, this Xuanhuan Road has a tendency to be torn off. Let's go. Qin Yang couldn't stand it any longer, he stepped behind the giant spirit god, and kicked him. On the spot, the 5 spirits were kicked into the road of Xuanhuan. I won't let you go. Wu Lingshan stared at Qin Yang with colorless eyes. Qin Yang said indifferently, whatever. I have already given you face, and let you do your best. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the road to Xuanhuan was gradually closed. There are no more figures of the 5 spirits and gods in the world, and the figure of Xuanhuan also disappeared. Humph. Qin Yang snorted coldly, looking at the damaged part of his cloak, feeling distressed for a while. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang complicatedly, and said, if there is no Xuanhuan, how would you deal with him? Qin Yang said, if there is no Xuanhuan, the 5 spiritual gods will not be able to appear, and I will not give the spirit race a chance. Xuanhuan Guqing frowned, and suddenly thought of one thing, that is, Qin Yang has not yet opened the field. If Qin Yang opens up his ordinary world domain, the 8-door formation is in operation, and all the spirit races wrapped in his domain will lose all power in an instant. And the backlash of the 8-gate formations is enough to kill those human races. In Qin Yang's domain, it is completely possible to destroy the 8 formations without bloodshed. It is impossible for the remaining spirit races to directly complete the fusion to become the 5 spirit gods. The speed of Qin Yang's domain opening is definitely faster than the speed of their fusion. Oops. Qin Yang's expression suddenly changed. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Qin Yang, who can even kill the 5 spirits, it must be no trivial matter to make him so discolored. Qin Yang raised his hand to rest on his forehead, and said, "My array flag still has a spirit bead." Hey, what did I think made me jump? That's right, isn't it the array flag and the spirit bead? No, it doesn't matter if there is an array flag or not, but if there is no Lingzhu. All the audience looked at the light screen nervously, and the regular tide was surging. Although the space was not broken, it was extremely unstable. Wherever the regular tide goes, all life will wither, and even if this secret realm does not collapse, it will become a ruin. Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing almost gasped, but she couldn't say anything about Qin Yang. Qin Yang did have other ways to solve the problem, but that would leave hidden dangers. It is the safest way to let the spiritual clan merge into the 5 spirit gods, and then let Xuanhuan send them away. But everyone has forgotten that the reason why the 5 spirits and gods have merged so smoothly is also thanks to the 8-door formation. The reason why the 8 gate arrays can have such great power is that they rely on the array flags and spirit beads. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep look at Qin Yang. She lost all 4 array flags in one fell swoop. Now the 5 elements ascension formation can't be repaired. Because in addition to Qin Yang's 4 flags, the fire spirit bead and the golden spirit bead also went to Xuanhuan together with the 5 spirit gods. It's better now, the 5 elements ascension array can't be repaired. Xuanhuan Guqing sighed. Qin Yang frowned and volleyed into the air on the spot. The gate of the world of death, open. Pulling his hands together, a clanging sound rang out. The heavy door appeared, with a terrifying ghost face, and a pair of eyes stared at Qin Yang. The ghost face's mouth twitched, and suddenly a wave spit out a figure. Xuanhuan was stunned. Why now? Has resurrection become like this? Qin Yang is also full of black lines. This gate of the dead world, what the hell? In the gate of the world of death, the colorless divine light flickered, and even if the ghost face kept his mouth tightly closed, it was difficult to cover the penetration of the divine light. The 5 spiritual gods have not given up. Reincarnation. Qin Yang pinched his fingers and directly resurrected Xuanhuan. The resurrected Xuanhuan stretched out his body with a comfortable look on his face. Everyone was stunned. With Xuanhuan around, wouldn't that kill whoever wanted to kill? Who dares to be the enemy of Qin Yang? Qin Yang looked at the gate of the world of death and said in a low voice, 5 spiritual gods have array flags and spirit beads on their bodies, can you take them out? Xuanhuan raised his brows, thought about it carefully, quickly shook his head, and whispered beside Qin Yang, 5 spirits and ghosts have fought, and we don't know who is left. But no matter whether we win or lose, the flag and spirit, I'm afraid I won't be able to get the beads back. After hearing this, Xuanhuan Guqing turned around and left. I didn't expect it to be a waste of time in the end. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, don't leave in a hurry, the Lingzhu, stay. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang suspiciously and said, Lingzhu? The 5 elements ascension array can no longer be formed. Lingzhu is just a good magic weapon. Do you still need Lingzhu for your strength? Looking at Qin Yang's appearance, Xuanhuan Guqing said, could it be that you still have a way to repair the 5 elements ascension array? Qin Yang knew that it was basically impossible to deceive the Lingzhu, and the Lingzhu itself had a very high value. Immediately said, of course, I have a way to temporarily arrange the 5 elements ascension formation to stabilize the secret realm, but it is only temporary. Before a result was communicated here, a light screen appeared directly in front of several people, which was a dragon god emperor. If you can really set up the 5 elements ascension formation, the points will remain the same. The dragon clan god emperor said. As usual? Qin Yang laughed and said, I'm just talking about it, it may not be successful. Chapter 605 Gardener. How could the wise eyes of the dragon clan god emperor fail to see Qin Yang's thoughts? Immediately, he said directly, the Qianlong contest is a grand event in the entire sky world. It is fair and impartial, and will never favor any party. After a pause, the Dragon Clan God Emperor continued, the Lingzhu was lost because of you, so you should make up for it. Qin Yang shrugged and said, but I'm not capable enough, and I can't do anything about it. What should I do? The Dragon Clan God Emperor suddenly choked. He really couldn't do anything about Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I won't let the dragon race favor me in the Qianlong competition. What I want is something that has nothing to do with the Qianlong competition. What? The Dragon God Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Since he can say that, Qin Yang must be confident about the 5 elements ascension formation, otherwise he would not be so confident in negotiating conditions. As for what he wanted, the Dragon God Emperor didn't care at all. Qin Yang can refine Hyuanden, which has been passed back to the Dragon Clan by Aoker. This Hyuanden alone is enough for Qin Yang to take whatever he wants. Empty dark stone, Yin wood, Taiyin spring water. Qin Yang said a long list of spiritual materials. Everything is so precious that most people have never even heard of it. The Dragon Clan God Emperor took a deep look at Qin Yang. The Dragon Clan naturally has these things, but not everyone can enter the places with these things. Not only the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan, but also the dangerous land, where danger is everywhere. The Dragon Clan God Emperor stroked the dragon's beard and said, no problem. Really? Qin Yang Ishi, who had just resurrected Xuanhuan again, deeply felt the crisis. On the contrary, the Star Stone is the most indispensable. If you have these spiritual materials, then you will really have no scruples. Okay, deal. Qin Yang nodded, reaching out to Xuanhuan Guqing. Xuanhuan Guqing said, I have 3 spirit beads here. According to the previous rules, 1 spirit bead has 60 points. Qin Yang shook his head and smiled, you are wrong, you only have 2. Xuanhuan Guqing squinted at Qin Yang, and sure enough, no one is a fuel-efficient lamp. I didn't expect Qin Yang to remember the previous agreement so clearly after passing through one of the 5 spirits. Immediately, Xuanhuan Guqing threw the Lingzhu to Qin Yang. Qin Yang patted the ring of demons lightly, and the Flame Demon Queen and swordsman Shenjin, who were temporarily staying here, walked out of the ring of demons. With a solemn look on his face, Shenjin Jian took a deep breath and said, originally in Wanzhong Mountain, we had to get to this stage. If it can be pushed to the present, it's already earned. The purple bamboo swordsman came out uninvited, and his eyes were a little red as he stared at the divine gold swordsman. Hey. What are you doing? A look of parting from life and death? Qin Yang said with black lines all over his head, it's just a temporary formation, I will find the corresponding formation flag as soon as possible, and then fill your gaps. The Flame Demon Queen's expression suddenly became vivid, she frivolously leaned against Qin Yang, and said, it seems that you really can't get enough of me. The slender figure, bold dress, and hot figure made all the male audiences swallow their saliva again and again. The purple bamboo swordsman was also overjoyed, and quickly wiped away the tears on his face. Shenjin's swordsman looked at Qin Yang in astonishment. This kid was willing to replace them with a formation flag? If it were someone else, it would be impossible, but Qin Yang planned to do it. But this Jinling Island formation base has been destroyed, how do you set up the formation? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Qin Yang said, I didn't say I would set up a formation here. Immediately, he looked in the direction of the inland and said, I plan to set up a formation in the imperial city before the Xianyue Empire. As long as it's solid there, everything is fine. The main thing is to keep the road to heaven, the road leading to the holy land of sea and sky. Arrange it there? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned and said, but the effect will be greatly reduced. Qin Yang said, the effect will definitely not be as good as before, but it must be the same. I'm afraid it's not because of the formation platform, right? Xuanhuan Guqing guessed. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, although the Flame Demon Queen and Shinjin Swordsman possess the pure and powerful power of the five elements, they are after all living beings. If they are used to stabilize the entire secret realm, in case someone fights in the secret realm, the great formation that stabilizes the secret realm will use up their strength. If the source is damaged, it will affect their life." Everyone looked at Qin Yang with admiration, but he didn't expect Qin Yang to think about the Flame Demon Queen and the God Golden Swordsman. The Queen of Flame Demon even came close to her body again, as if she wanted to promise each other with her body. Everyone was about to go to the inland, but they saw Peony look down, looking at the direction of the previous Xuanhuan road, and occasionally looking at the place where the gate of the dead world disappeared. "What are your plans?" Jiang Chengwei asked. Peony shook her head gently and sniffed. The former spirit race disappeared, and now she is the only one left. Jiang Chengwei comforted, "The five spiritual gods are taboos of the spiritual race. Once they appear, it will also mean the destruction of the spiritual race, which means that there will be no spiritual race in the world. And you, as the Spirit Lord, you should be strong and take on the responsibility of rebuilding the spiritual race." Heavy burden. Me? Peony couldn't believe it. Could it really be possible to create an Eldar by relying on oneself? Jiang Chengwei smiled gently. "Of course, this is also the reason why the Wood Sage sent you away from Wood Spirit Island. You thought that the Wood Sage was just for you too. Is Qin Yang a guide?" Peony suddenly realized, thinking about the past, and said, "The prophecy turned out to be true. Grandma Z once said that only destruction will bring new life." Jiang Chengwei nodded lightly and predicted that it was always so magical. No matter what happens, it will always come true. No one would have thought that the spirit race would have such an ending. The five spiritual gods are the pinnacle of the spiritual race, and they are also the end of the spiritual race. Even if one of the links in the middle changes, there will be no such ending. If Qin Feng didn't send Qin Yang and the others into the exile. If Xuanhuan Guqing didn't attack the spirit clan. If Qin Yang didn't teach the spirit race how to protect themselves. "Can I follow you?" Peony looked at Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei is the holy son of the spiritual race, the one who leads the spiritual race to a new life. Peony really didn't dare to be alone, she was afraid that she didn't have the ability. Jiang Chengwei hesitated for a while, and Xuanhuan Guqing didn't say anything. He didn't kill the spirit clan back then, leaving behind troubles. But obviously Peony is not a problem. The spirit race has been drawn to an end by Qin Yang, while Peony is just a brand new beginning. "I'm just a sidekick." Jiang Chengwei smiled slightly and said, "Or, it can also be called a housekeeper." Xuanhuan Guqing was speechless for a while, and the dignified alliance counselor was actually willing to degenerate. Xuanhuan, who was put aside, was even more angry. Jiang Chengwei was also a housekeeper anyway, and Xuanhuan seemed to regard himself as Qin Yang's thug. "Qin Yang." Peony looked at Qin Yang with a complicated expression. Qin Yang said directly, "My home in the sky is missing a gardener, are you interested?" Chapter 606 Undersea Prison. Bastard. It's so hateful. The audience was boiling, and an unknown flame was burning in their chests. The Spirit Master Peony, regardless of her status and strength, is enough to be called a peerless beauty with her beauty. But he became Qin Yang's gardener. I'm afraid it's a misnomer, right? This is what people follow voluntarily. Actually speaking, Qin Yang is really good to the people around him, and he doesn't seem to have any blemishes. There are also many cultivators who have reacquainted with Qin Yang. Looking back on the previous information about Qin Yang, most of them were fighting with shadows and blood skeletons. And the reason for the fight is also because of the brothers. What's more, Qin Yang himself is a teacher of Songqiong Academy, and it is natural to be an enemy of the dark forces. Not to mention Songqiong Academy, any practitioner of the right path will also want to do what Qin Yang is doing. But more than that, it is jealousy and jealousy. Returning to the home in the sky, whether it can enter the rankings is still unknown. He has been delayed in this secret realm for too long, and the competition for the leaderboard is not waiting for anyone. Yes, although Qin Yang has entered the rankings, the points are not calculated like this. Everything must be calculated based on the final points. Who knows if the people on the list will sell their hegemony orders to others? Adding up the points, it must be more than Qin Yang. Qin Yang is not alone, haven't you looked carefully? Top of the rankings, those cultivators in the star realm? At this time everyone looked at the leaderboard again and was shocked. Everyone is watching the fun, and even some contestants are watching the fun, but other contestants are also immersed in the level, desperately competing for points. The gap gradually widened. And the most significant dividing line is Lu Qingshan. Who didn't know that Lu Qingshan was the person Qin Yang had taken a fancy to before, and he was already Qin Yang's companion. On top of Lu Qingshan's ranking, Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan and others are all on the list. Their points are a lot bigger than the ones behind. And Qin Yang's ranking is directly ahead of all the God King contestants, ranking 72nd with 333 points. Among the contestants of the God King stage, only Xuanhuan Guqing was on the list at the same time, but the ranking was 99th. Only 107. The gap is large enough to prove Qin Yang's strength. However, there is no way to do this. Just to obtain the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, there is a gap of 100 points. Not to mention the rewards of the 3 spirit orbs that follow. Thank you for your hard work, I will find the flag as soon as possible. After Qin Yang arranged the 5 elements ascension array, the tide of the entire inland rule stabilized. But the surrounding ocean and the 5 spiritual islands are still ravaged by the regular tides. The Flame Demon Queen said charmingly, "Don't make people wait too long." The Shinjin swordsman was much heavier, and said, "The top priority is the hegemony competition, and the flag formation will come slowly. We have been dormant in Wanzhong Mountain for thousands of years, and this is just a blink of an eye." The Flame Demon Queen pouted. The 5 elements ascension formation, the Flame Demon Queen and the Divine Gold Swordsman are in their respective circles. As long as they are still there, this formation can function normally. Qin Yang turned to leave, turned around and said, "By the way, I have no restrictions on this formation. If you are bored, you can go around." The Flame Demon Queen and the Shinjin swordsman looked at each other. Qin Yang was so considerate. The audience who saw this scene were also speechless. The human race didn't feel anything, but some demon races showed strange expressions. There are also some powerful magic weapons with self-intelligence, and they all feel incredible. Go out of the gate of the secret realm and return to the world of the sky. Qin Yang took a deep breath and looked back at the gate of the secret realm, sighing for a while. From the previous door-ceiling formation, to the Xuanhui Empire and the spiritual race behind, all these experiences were like a dream. Like other cultivators who walked out of the secret realm, the moment they just came out, they all seemed to have a feeling of being in a different world. There are 49 levels in the Hidden Dragon tournament, and there are 48 levels left. Qin Yang asked, "Where shall we go next?" Xuanhuan Guqing didn't leave directly, but actually flowed down. She knew that only by following Jiang Chengwei could she get the most points, with the least effort. Qin Yang naturally won't drive away Xuanhuan Guqing, anyway, everyone will be able to compete for points. According to the current information, in addition to this secret realm, there are 2 other places where the test has been cleared, although it is only the test place of the Star Realm. But next, many of the God Kings and the Star Realm share the same attended. Jiang Chengwei analyzed it and came to a conclusion: "I think we should pick some relatively simple levels to challenge. With our strength, we can easily pass the level and get points." And we can always pay attention to those that are more difficult. The level of. After a pause, Jiang Chengwei continued, as for those that are more difficult for us, basically it will not be so easy for others to clear customs. You mean, let others help us find the way? Qin Yang said, and glanced at Xuanhuan Guqing inadvertently. Xuanhuan Guqing was depressed for a while. Is God of War going to find the way? Don't think about it, with the temperament of Emperor Tiangang and others, it is natural to go straight to the most difficult levels. Cough. The Dragon Clan God Emperor coughed lightly from the side, who was the one who communicated with Qin Yang earlier. The Dragon Clan God Emperor's eyes were full of light, and he said, "You said a lot of spiritual materials earlier." I thought about it. In this level of hegemony, there is exactly one spiritual material that you need. Having said that, Qin Yang suddenly became restless and hurriedly asked, "Where?" The Dragon Clan God Emperor pointed to the sea and said, "Undersea prison." The audience breathed a sigh of relief. There had been a surveillance screen in the underwater prison before, but it was only for a moment. A practitioner of the 9 heavens of the God King realm died inexplicably before entering the door. Today, there are only a few video screens related to the underwater prison level, including Emperor Tiangang and others. Jiang Chengwei frowned and wanted to persuade Qin Yang, but he also knew what Qin Yang wanted these spiritual materials for. He hesitated but chose to shut up and let Qin Yang decide for himself. Xuanhuan Guqing snickered and said, "That's right, we can join hands again." In Xuanhuan Guqing's view, Qin Yang is the biggest enemy in the competition. It would be better if Qin Yang could be with them. On the one hand, you can follow Qin Yang's dynamics in real time, and on the other hand, you can limit Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes flickered, staring at the Dragon God Emperor and asking, "I feel like you are digging a hole for me." The Dragon Clan God Emperor pretended to be dazed and said, "Is there any?" "What I said is the truth." The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly and said, "Okay, the next stop is this underwater prison." After speaking, Qin Yang added, "But I'll go alone." Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan naturally understood that this was to divide their troops to fight, and this was the best way Jiang Chengwei could think of. "Are you sure? It's not wise to separate. The existence of the 5 spirit gods is not uncommon in this sea of stars," the Dragon God Emperor said. Chapter 607. The East China Sea is also a part of the Xingqian Sea. The reason why the Dragon Clan is powerful, and it is recognized as powerful by the entire sky world, this East China Sea is the best proof. Can suppress Xingqianhai into a peaceful scene, except for the Dragon family, there is nothing else. But the ability of the Dragon family is limited to this, and the scope of the East China Sea cannot continue to expand. At the core of Xingqianhai, it is said that even the Dragon Clan dare not venture into it. In the deep sea, countless terrifying and huge shadows flashed quickly, and the ocean currents were like mad dragons. Even the practitioners with slightly lower strength could not protect themselves in this ocean current. The God King who fell inexplicably before, didn't even enter this door? Qin Yang pointed to the dark hole in the distance. An iron door was closed darkly. After the Iron Gate, among the 49 levels of the competition, the most dangerous one, the submarine prison. It is said that the giant monster aliens from the Xingqian Sea are imprisoned here. Since the Dragon Clan conquered the East China Sea, all the rebels have also been imprisoned here. Xuanhuan Guqing nodded and said, "Not bad." At the same time, she also looked around vigilantly. In the deep sea, there seems to be a wonderful power, especially in the vicinity of this submarine prison. The spiritual sense is suppressed. The shadow visible to the naked eye in the distance, but spiritual mind can't find out what the other party is. As for the Tiangang Emperor and others who had already entered, there was also a message that they entered inexplicably, but they did not encounter the danger. "If you don't want trouble, just follow me." Xuanhuan Guqing said. Although the East China Sea was suppressed by the Dragon Clan, it did not mean that it was really safe. Strength should be used to complete tasks to obtain points. It is not worth wasting outside this underwater prison. Although Xuanhuan Guqing didn't want Qin Yang to get more points, he didn't want to be here too. Are you sure? Qin Yang said, Tiangang Emperor and the others are lucky, but that doesn't mean we are lucky. Xuanhuan Guqing took out the hegemony order, and many high-level god kings have already entered the underwater prison. Obviously, there are not a few people who want to challenge the highest difficulty to prove themselves. Then you can just wait here. After Xuanhuan Guqing finished speaking, he rushed directly to the Iron Gate. Before she got close, she felt a sense of chaotic space and a distance pulling her. Xuanhuan Guqing had been prepared for a long time. According to Emperor Tiangang, they were also pulled directly into the underwater prison by this huge force. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he came to Xuanhuan Guqing's side. He was thinking of going in together, and suddenly the side suddenly lit up. Like a scarlet moon, but this is more like a scorpion. Qin Yang blinked and sighed in his heart, it really isn't that simple. Xuanhuan Guqing quickly calmed down and stared coldly at that pupil. The huge sea monster, I do not know when it is entrenched here, its size is so large that Xuanhuan Guqing and Qin Yang think that it is a big mountain under the sea. His eyes were full of ice coldness, and a terrifying spiritual thought was suppressed. Long Wei Juejia. Qin Yang directly displayed the strongest divine sense attack, but also the strongest divine sense defense. This is several times greater than the spiritual sense pressure of the wooden sage, Granny Z. Qingming is mighty. Xuanhuan Guqing also displayed his own domain and defended it together with Qin Yang. Those eyes seemed to be a little puzzled, how could these miscellaneous fish be able to resist? Turning over and opening the mouth of the blood basin, the huge suction force of the submarine prison suddenly changed direction, directly facing the mouth. God Emperor level sea monster. Qin Yang's scalp was numb. Where is there any strange scene? This entrance is entrenched in the God Emperor level siren. When the cultivators of the God King realm came here, wouldn't they send sheep into the tiger's mouth? What kind of inexplicable fall? It should have been swallowed directly by this God Emperor level sea monster. Walk. After the first wave of divine sense attacks, Qin Yang urged the divine dragon Jade, stepped on the dragon step, and dragged Xuanhuan Guqing to break through the pulling force, and teleported directly to the Iron Gate. The space is distorted directly. The big Iron Gate of the underwater prison has its own section. Although the sea monster is also swallowing and pulling, it does not mean that the section of the big Iron Gate has disappeared. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing were directly swallowed by the Iron Gate and seemed to be sent into another space. The last thing Qin Yang saw was a golden dragon, biting directly with the Kraken. Dragon Clan God Emperor took action? Could it be that the God Emperor level Kraken escaped from this underwater prison? Qin Yang frowned and thought. I haven't figured it out yet, the world is spinning and the scene has changed. There are no cells, no jailers, no prisoners. If you don't say it, just based on the scene in front of you, you don't know that this is a prison at all. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing appeared on a road with no end in sight, and the road was extremely wide. Qin Yang frowned, the spiritual sense was suppressed even more terrifyingly, and he couldn't get out of his body. Come here, just like an ordinary person. Without divine sense, all magical powers and martial arts will lose their accuracy, and even some fields will not be able to hold up at all. This is directly knocking down the God King realm to the Grand Master realm. Although the magical powers and martial skills are still there, the physical strength is still there, but the fighting style is different from that of the Grandmaster. Unparalleled. Xuanhuan Guqing's face changed slightly. Such a restriction is simply a nightmare for all God Kings. But in this underwater prison, it is also good news for their contestants. Because the giant sea monster imprisoned here has also lost the most powerful power, even the God Emperor level sea monster cannot exert the strongest power. On the hegemony order, the task appeared. Task 1, restart the Tianjian formation, reward points, 300. Task 2, search for the survivors of the dragon guards, and reward 200 points. Task 3, kill the big demon Kuan Yo, reward 100 points. Task 4, kill the big demon, worm and ghost, and reward 100 points. Task 5, kill the demon general and the ghost skeleton, and reward 100 points. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide, and the long list of tasks in this struggle for hegemony has no end. It seems that all the monsters in the underwater prison have been sent to the hunting list. As long as one kills one, it is 100 points. Before repairing the 5 elements ascension array, one spirit orb was worth 60 points, but here, as long as one kills one, it is almost worth 2. Originally thought that coming here, the speed of getting points will be greatly reduced, but if you have the strength, this is simply an excellent level to score points. Xuanhuan Guqing also saw the mission and was stunned. This underwater prison is the place where the contestants of the God King realm should come. No other level can compare to this. However, Xuanhuan Guqing frowned frequently because of the names of the big demons. She looked at Qin Yang from time to time, and finally she reminded, "It's not as simple as you think, you'd better not be too happy. In the front, I know quite a few big monsters who have 100 points reward." Chapter 608 Opportunity. Isn't it the best to know each other? Or how can it be called killing familiarity? Qin Yang chuckled, and thought flashed in his eyes. Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't understand Qin Yang. What time was it? How could he still make a joke? What are your plans? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Although they are allies, they are also the most powerful competitors. Xuanhuan Guqing kindly reminded that Qin Yang would naturally not hide it. Qin Yang said, among these tasks, the first thing to do should be to restart the Tianjian formation. Although it is only 300 points, it is equivalent to killing 3 big monsters, but... Qin Yang went on to say, if you don't know what's going on in this underwater prison, and hunt and kill blindly, you may not even be able to find those big monsters. After thinking for a while, Qin Yang said again, before this, finding the survivors of the Dragon Clan is also the top priority. I think the hunt for the big monster should be put aside. Xuanhuan Guqing laughed, with some sarcasm, and said, these big monsters are not as simple as you think, each of them has the strength of the God Emperor. It is difficult for you to kill them one by one. Are you a turkey and a wild dog? Qin Yang shrugged and said mysteriously, maybe they are really turkeys and wild dogs. Xuanhuan Guqing snorted softly and looked at the surrounding environment, but there was really no useful information. And there was news from Emperor Tiangang that they had hunted down a big monster. It's just a big monster that rewards 50 points. At the same time, there is also one less killing task in the hegemony order. But for tasks that can't be seen at a glance, missing this one is like missing a drop in the bucket. Although this underwater prison limits the power of everyone and the power of those big demons, don't forget that the God Emperor is the God Emperor after all. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I know. Xuanhuan Guqing pondered and said, this underwater prison is so vast and has so many tasks, I don't have time to spend with you, why don't we split up? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing playfully. Xuanhuan Guqing didn't hide it, and said directly, I've won the first place in the Qianlong competition. Let me tell you the real way of doing tasks in this underwater prison. All ears. Qin Yang said. Promotion to God Emperor. Xuanhuan Guqing said word by word, and then asked Qin Yang, I followed you before, why don't you follow me now? There is a playful meaning in the words, and I want Qin Yang, to see how the gods of the gods and gods regained the throne. No, then I wish you all a successful hunting. Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan frowned. In this underwater prison, even Qin Yang couldn't find any waves. Could it be possible that he could be promoted to God Emperor before them? Power is imprisoned here, but it is more effective for breaking the level required to advance to God Emperor. The most important point is that power compression is easier to control. Although after being promoted to God Emperor, he will still be shackled by the underwater prison, but in this underwater prison, there is still a gap between the strength of God Emperor and God King. And the difference is not small. Of course, except for the existence of Qin Yang with a celestial physique. However, if others can be promoted to God Emperor, can Qin Yang not? In fact, Qin Yang already had an idea. This underwater prison was designed just for him. For a long time, Qin Yang has suppressed his own power and stopped copying, because he was afraid that after he was suddenly promoted to God Emperor, he would not be able to enter various secret realms in the next hegemony competition. But in this underwater prison, there are endless points. As long as you have enough strength, you don't need to go to other levels at all. And this submarine prison does not limit the level, but only the Emperor can be safer here. In this case, why should Qin Yang continue to suppress himself? Xuanhuan thought that he had understood Qin Yang thoroughly and no longer had to worry about Qin Yang. But she could never imagine what Qin Yang's real trump card was. Xuanhuan came to the side of the road and looked down. There was a bottomless abyss below. The entire submarine prison is divided into 6 floors, each of which has a special name. Where she is now is Jieqiao. The end of the bridge is the stronghold of the Dragon Guards. But it has been said in the mission that all the Dragon Guards are missing, and they are afraid of catastrophe. Among the strongholds guarded by the Dragon Clan, there is also the destroyed Tianjian Formation. For the contestants, there is no point in repairing the Tianjian Formation and looking for Dragon Guards. It is better to kill a few more monsters if you have this energy. Xuanhuan naturally thought the same, so he had no interest in the end of the Jieqiao. Under the bridge, there is an abyss leading to the 2nd floor, Yuan. It is also introduced in the hegemony order. This is an abyss where even shadows will sink. Once inside, the only way out of Yuan is not to return to the first layer boundary bridge from Yuan, but to continue down. Because even the shadow will sink, how can people come back? On the 6th floor, there is a direct passage to the East China Sea, which is in the hands of the Dragon Palace. In other words, once you come to the underwater prison, if you want to leave, you must go to the 6th floor at least, and then be picked up by the Dragon family. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said without hesitation. Then jumped down. The figure quickly disappeared into the abyss. At this time in Yuan, a large number of powerful God King stage contestants are already vying to hunt down monsters. There are not only monsters, but also countless treasures. Other Divine King stage contestants are not stupid, and they naturally know that improving their strength is the most important thing here. At the same time, this underwater prison has also become their paradise. Some gods and kings have notified their friends to come quickly. For those peak God Kings, there are many people who are only one step away from being promoted to God Emperor, and then they are restrained after life. Now, here's your chance. In the same way, there is a submarine prison. For the peak God King, the other 48 levels are simply a waste of time. With this submarine prison, that's enough. Qin Yang stretched out, and Jiang Changwei sent a message without waiting for his notice. Underwater prison, I am afraid that Mr. Qiqiao and the Star Compass will join forces to break through the confinement. The place where the spiritual sense is suppressed is still under the control of the 2 super god-level magic weapons. Should we go too? Jiang Changwei asked. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, no need for now, this underwater prison is not that simple. What are you afraid of? With me here, let's be the first one. Huang Quan said. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he said, What do you think I came to the submarine prison for? It's just the materials for the formation. Be careful with me. Without my permission, dare to go to Xuanhuan together again, be careful that I won't be resurrected. Is you? Xuanhuan suddenly slumped. Chapter 609 Big Demon, Insect and Ghost. Let Jiang Changwei and Xuanhuan continue to go to other levels. With the two of them, they have both strength and brains, and the speed of obtaining points will not be slower than in the underwater prison. The most important thing is, which of the big demons imprisoned in the underwater prison is the soft persimmon? Even Xuanhuan Guqing knows it, so why not? I am afraid that Xuanhuan Guqing and the others will be planted here if they are not careful. To be honest, this underwater prison is full of opportunities and risks. It happened that Jiang Changwei and Xuanhuan could take care of Lu Mingyu and the others while they were outside. After all, most of the next levels will be competitions between the God King realm and the Star realm. Although the tasks are different, the people are all together. This also made Qin Yang feel more at ease. When the levels outside are almost cleared, you can come in again. Qin Yang said. Jiang Changwei nodded in agreement and said, all right, we also happen to use this undersea prison to break through and be promoted to God Emperor. Qin Yang was puzzled, and said, promotion to God Emperor, what is the use of this underwater prison for breaking the barrier, is it really useful? Jiang Changwei responded, the most important thing in breaking the level is to reintegrate and control the power. One mistake can easily lead to failure. Under the many restrictions of the underwater prison, the most difficult part of breaking the level has become the most difficult. Simple. As long as you accumulate enough strength, you can easily break through. Qin Yang fumbled for his chin. If this is the case, I am afraid that after all the levels outside are almost cleared, all the God Kings will come to this underwater prison. By then, this underwater prison will be very lively. After finishing the communication, Qin Yang looked towards the end of the Jieqiao. Before he could go forward, several figures suddenly appeared beside him. A famous God King directly entered the underwater prison and was teleported to the starting point of this bridge. They also all saw Qin Yang, and they all looked nervous. After taking a few steps back, he looked at the abyss under the bridge and jumped straight down. No one was interested in the first and second tasks released on the hegemony order. Everyone turned a blind eye to restarting the Tianjian formation and looking for the survivors of the Dragon Guard. There were also many hostiles. Seeing that Qin Yang was also here, alone, he couldn't help but be eager to try. But thinking about the previous battle between Qin Yang and the 5 spiritual gods, he was at a loss. Although not sure, but the abacus in my heart cracked. The Qianlong contest has reached another level for the peak God King. That is to see who is promoted to God Emperor first. As long as he is promoted to God Emperor, even if Qin Yang can't be killed in this underwater prison, once he leaves the underwater prison, the Qianlong competition should be about to end. And by then, wouldn't it be easy to kill Qin Yang again? With this thought in mind, almost all of them chose to rush to the second floor of the submarine prison, Xuanhuan. If Qin Yang knew what they were thinking, he would definitely sneer, who would be promoted to God Emperor first. At the same time, Qin Yang is also looking forward to the promotion of God Emperor. According to past experience, the system will be upgraded again. Qin Yang is very curious about what powerful abilities this upgraded system will have. However, these are set aside for now. Qin Yang ignored the God Kings who entered the underwater prison and strode forward. The Dragon God Emperor took action and killed the big monster who escaped from the underwater prison. It also allowed many God Kings to enter the underwater prison without hindrance. A famous God King couldn't stand the temptation. He even gave up the current level and went straight to this underwater prison is coming. Qin Yang? A familiar voice came. Xuanhuan led a large number of blood skeleton troops directly to this underwater prison, mighty and extraordinary. Because of his previous actions, Xuanhuan had a very high reputation among the blood skull contestants, and he was also the blood god envoy. When another blood god envoy Zhao Kongming fell, he naturally became the leader of the blood skull contestants. Let everyone go to Xuanhuan first, and stay on the Jieqiao alone. You blood skeletons also want to seize this opportunity? Qin Yang was not surprised. For blood skeletons and shadows, this underwater prison makes them feel like a duck to water. They can use their abilities to the fullest. If it is said that who is most likely to be promoted to God Emperor, and who can be promoted to God Emperor the most easily, it must be blood skeletons and shadows. It's just that the shadows are almost completely wiped out. I am afraid that the three Feng Lian after the resurrection are still on their way to the East China Sea. The secret key of the gods can exert its full power, and the combat power of the three Feng Lian will be greatly improved. Xuanhuan hesitated, and now he can no longer block the hegemony orders. If he shows Qin Yang's kindness again, it will inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Xuanhuan pursed his lips, and jumped directly into the abyss. Qin Yang didn't say anything, he actually wanted to remind Xuanhuan not to be in such a hurry. Why do they all want to hunt down big monsters? Qin Yang couldn't understand. The underwater prison limits the power of everyone inside, but those big monsters are vegetarians? The underwater prison can make it easier for practitioners to be promoted to God Emperor, isn't it easier for those big monsters? Moreover, in terms of combat experience, physical strength, and many conditions without divine sense, the strength of the big demon is far stronger than everyone imagined. Line up to die, and scrambling to be the first, alas. Qin Yang shook his head with a long sigh. And his sigh was naturally reflected on the screens of all the audience. The authorities were fascinated by the onlookers, and some audience members were shocked after being excited. Surprisingly, Qin Yang was afraid that he was about to say the right thing. At the same time, on the other light screens, a cultivator fell one after another, and the appearance of death was exactly the same as that of the previous person who fell inexplicably before entering. To put it simply, that is, if you die without knowing how to die, the image screen just goes black. The Dragon Guards, the formation of the heavenly prison. Qin Yang moved forward while thinking. According to the design of this submarine prison, this world bridge is the first floor of the 6 floors, and it is absolutely impossible to come up from below, no matter how powerful the big demon is. But how did the Dragon Guards become survivors? Who attacked them? There is also the heavenly prison formation, which is extraordinary when you hear the name. It is enough to control everything in the entire submarine prison. With the heavenly prison formation, what kind of waves can the monster in this submarine prison make? These are the top priorities of the underwater prison level. The unchanging scenery, Jieqiao seems to have no end. Qin Yang frowned, stepped on his foot hard, and shot out like an arrow. While rushing on the road at full speed, it took a long time to arrive at the stronghold of the Dragon Guards. A castle, dilapidated, with scary traces everywhere. Half of the castle collapsed directly into ruins. Obviously, there was a big battle here. Qin Yang couldn't help being surprised when he saw these battle marks. These battle marks naturally occurred when the stronghold formation was still in existence, but even if there was in formation, it actually smashed the castle? Just as he was about to go to find the location of the Tianjian formation, the sound of a baby's cry suddenly came from his ears. The voice is immature, but it is full of negative feelings, making it creepy to hear it. At the same time, all those who watched Qin Yang's images also had goosebumps all over their bodies. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the dark place in the ruins of the castle. From where, a baby slowly crawled out? No, it's not a baby, it's a bug with a scary baby face. Damn it! Qin Yang exclaimed directly, if the panel is correct, this person turned out to be a big monster. Chapter 610, A Clone. Panel, Big Monster Insect Ghost. Strength, the Realm of God Emperor. Talents, Parasitism, Split. Rules, Duplicate the rules. Domain level supernatural powers, thousands of people and thousands of faces. Question mark. Qin Yang was full of question marks. What the hell is this? Talent is easy to understand, but the power of rules is actually a copy of the rules? There is one last item, domain-level supernatural powers. Qin Yang thought about it and understood. Some practitioners and monsters do not practice the field. However, its supernatural power is so powerful that it can compete with the realm, and it is a supernatural power of a realm level. In fact, Qin Yang's absolute limit is also considered a domain-level supernatural power. It's just that in this underwater prison, not to mention the ordinary world domain, even Qin Yang of the extreme world can't be released. But the big monster in this underwater prison still has this level of ability. There are thousands of people and thousands of faces, and there is no need for spiritual thoughts to come out. When Qin Yang was looking at the big demon was also looking at Qin Yang. The two looked at each other, and the big demon worm gave out a laugh, but Qin Yang was not afraid. Not only is he not afraid, Qin Yang also feels a little disgusting. The strength of the God Emperor realm, the strength of various forces, has reached a big step. The gap between the God Emperor and the God Emperor is mainly in the strength of the power of rules, and the power of rules must be controlled by divine sense. Qin Yang thought in his heart, even in the 5 realms of the God Emperor, in this underwater prison, the divine sense cannot penetrate through the body, and the power of the rules will be greatly restricted. Qin Yang summed up a good news and a bad news. The good news is that in this underwater prison, there will be no existence that is too heaven-defying, and there will be no absolute overwhelming power. The bad news is that in the undersea prison, the existence of similar abilities like the big monster worm and ghost has not weakened at all. Its rules and supernatural powers can be perfectly exerted. So, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and became vigilant. You must not be caught. Once again, he glanced at the panel of the big monster and insect ghost, and Qin Yang's ability was already known. Ding. May I ask the host whether to replicate? Qin Yang listened and hurriedly shook his head. No. No copying. Qin Yang was taken aback. Such a bird's ability cannot be replicated even if killed. Parasitic in other people's body, and then break out, copy all the abilities of the parasite, and even transform into the appearance of the parasite. Even the closest friends are difficult to find. This ability is disgusting to think about. There are also thousands of people and thousands of faces, which is a parasitic army, a direct group of replicas. For Qin Yang, this is useless at all. There is an invincible copy system. Why do you need to copy in this way? Moreover, in this kind of replication, a split parasite can only replicate the parasite. It's a perfect body. The big demon insect had a slap in the corner of his mouth and kept swallowing. The maggot-like body slowly wriggled and was slowly approaching. Ouch! Qin Yang retched immediately, and quickly tightened his cloak to protect his strong chest that made thousands of girls blush. What do you want to do to me? Qin Yang looked scared. In fact, it was already clear in my heart, it was just pretending. The great demon insect ghost, although it is only a monster in the divine emperor realm, it ranks 4th in the hunt for hegemony orders. The 1st and 2nd in the front have nothing to do with monsters. In other words, in the eyes of the dragon clan, the threat level of this big monster in the underwater prison ranks 2nd. Thinking about this guy's ability, he is relieved. Once it is parasitized by it, no matter the realm of the God Emperor, it can be copied and replaced by the parasite. Best of all, there is no means to be discovered. In addition to the panel given by the Invincible Copy System owned by Qin Yang, it can be seen that the ability of this big monster is afraid that it can ignore the true eyes of the dragon family. At least in the same realm, to ignore. This is also quite amazing. Don't worry, it won't hurt, it's fine, just drop it. The big demon worm continued to squirm over, his eyes glowing with golden light, looking at Qin Yang as if a gambler saw a golden mountain. He had never seen such a perfect body. With such a physique, he is clearly in the 9 heavens of the divine king realm, but his physical strength has reached the level of the divine emperor. This rare and almost impossible physical body was actually encountered by myself. If it can be parasitized and replicated, who is the opponent of the entire underwater prison? Your body is mine now. Come on. The big monster worm and ghost rushed towards Qin Yang greedily, and the speed was as fast as lightning. The previous slow wriggling, coupled with the insect's body, was just to hide people's eyes and ears. Instinctively, I used the blindfolding method. It seems that the environment in this underwater prison is quite bad. Qin Yang secretly analyzed that even if the big monsters were fast, they would not be as fast as Qin Yang's calculations. The figure flashed, and Qin Yang stretched out his hand and slipped. Destroy the half-moon slash. In the past, the annihilation of the half-moon cut, Qin Yang was able to retract it freely. But in this underwater prison, the divine sense is blocked, and it can only be released but not collected. But that's enough. Pfft. The big demon worm and ghost obviously did not expect that Qin Yang was so agile, and his attack power was so powerful. The worm's fleshly body made him unable to defend against the supernatural powers and martial arts under the rule of annihilation, and he was directly cut into 2 halves. The disgusting, stench-smelling dark green liquid splashed out. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved directly out of his body. A shield was formed, wiping out all those liquids. Qin Yang frowned, his spiritual sense was blocked, and he had to get used to it as soon as possible, otherwise the next battle would be miserable. A cloud of dark green liquid was not blocked by the annihilation shield. Qin Yang closed his feet and avoided it. Qin Yang knew that even a drop of liquid from the other party could complete the parasitism. Of course, it should not be underestimated. Looking around, Qin Yang was in a hurry. The power of the rules of obliteration erupted directly, spreading in all directions from Qin Yang's body as the center. Controlling the force, not spreading too far, although the absolute world cannot be used, but it is used like this, the effect is similar. The big monster, worm, and ghost disappeared in an instant, and at the same time, Qin Yang's hegemony order was directly added with 100 points. Today, Qin Yang has 430 points, and his ranking has also entered the 56th. What big monster, how rubbish. Qin Yang can kill him easily, and it would be easy to replace it with any god king, right? Hurry up and find a way to notify the contestants of our family and go to the underwater prison to collect points. The audience immediately exploded. Some contestants were stunned when they heard the news, and rushed towards the underwater prison one by one, as if they were late and lost their points. Qin Yang sighed, shook his head, and said to the air, "The points are given early. The bug just now is just a small clone of the big monster. It's not that simple to really kill the big monster." Qin Yang explained. The Dragon Clan, Mr. Qiqiao, and the Star Compass still haven't recovered their points. A light screen suddenly lit up in front of Qin Yang, with the image of Mr. Qiqiao on it. Don't worry, if you kill one of his clones, he won't let you go. The 2 of you will die in the end. If you kill him, the points will still be yours. If you are killed by him, you won't be able to take it back. It's just 100 points. Mr. Qiqiao said. Qin Yang's head was suddenly full of black lines. Chapter 611. Although Qin Yang said so, it still can't stop the enthusiasm of others to go to the underwater prison. Some people even suspected that Qin Yang did this on purpose so that he would have fewer competitors. How come there are big monsters, insects, and ghosts in the stronghold of the dragon guards on the bridge? Qin Yang was puzzled. And the strength of that clone is too weak. This is definitely not the real power of the big monster, it is more like a deliberate display of weakness. Around Qin Yang, there is a regular spherical void, which proves the absolute limit that Qin Yang just released. This kind of range killing, outside, Qin Yang can control, even if he wraps the friendly army, he can't cause damage to it. But now, if there are his own people around, Qin Yang will never be able to release Juejia. Otherwise, it would be an indiscriminate attack. It's really the right thing to come here alone. Qin Yang nodded secretly. Continue walking towards the depths of the castle, everything smells of decay. This place has been occupied for at least decades, and some elixir that can be used for cooking have grown recklessly, and it has almost become a medicine garden. Spiritual sense can't come out through the body, but Qin Yang can find out the situation of the underwater prison through these clues. Looking at these elixir, Qin Yang knew something. The undersea prison imprisoned the spiritual sense, but on the contrary, it enhanced the concentration of spiritual energy in it. Any treasures of heaven and earth can grow rapidly here, at least 10 times faster than the outside world. On the contrary, the power of the imprisoned monster here will also grow like this. The estimation of strength seems to be carried out again. This also made Qin Yang more convinced that the previous bug was indeed a spy. Monster beasts are inherently powerful, and in such an environment, fighting is inevitable, and their combat experience should also be quite rich. Qin Yang seems to be walking aimlessly, but he has already obtained a lot of precious information. The monsters are strong, but the dragons are stronger. In the underwater prison, the strength of the dragon guards is the real peak. But even so, the stronghold of the dragon guards can fall? It doesn't matter, let's find the Tianjian formation first. Qin Yang walked towards the main palace of the castle. Entering the hall, Qin Yang could only search around like a headless fly. As he walked into a dark passage, he heard steady footsteps. As if he knew that Qin Yang was here, he slowly approached Qin Yang. Divine sense could not come out through the body, and in this case, the atmosphere suddenly became strange and gloomy. And that footstep seems to be intentional, each step is extremely stable, and it is just like this, it will make people more stressed. Through the light screen, the audience felt that it was hard to breathe and watched nervously. Qin Yang was just stunned for a moment, and continued to walk forward, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Play psychological warfare with me? Qin Yang thought it was funny. The sound of footsteps in his ears was so clear that Qin Yang could even calculate the speed of the opponent's advance. The steps under his feet were not more or less, neither fast nor slow, always maintaining the same speed as the opponent's. If it goes on like this, unless Qin Yang stops, he will never even want to walk in front of Qin Yang for the rest of his life. Finally, the footsteps began to be messy, and the speed increased. Qin Yang stopped suddenly. The footsteps paused and continued walking. A burly figure appeared in front of Qin Yang, and also appeared on the light screen that all the audience were staring at. The body is full of scars, the armor is broken, and there are 2 dragon horns on the forehead on the hard face. This is the dragon family. This is the lost dragon guard. What are you looking for? The dull voice of the dragon guard sounded. There was confusion and anger in his eyes. Who are you? Qin Yang's eyes flashed a hint of abuse. Under the sea prison, the jailer general, Long Yi. Long Yi said, slowly. The jailer general is also the main force of the submarine prison, under the jailer marshal and above the ordinary jailers. Long Yi said angrily, who are you? Why are you trespassing on my guard? Why haven't I received news that a new prisoner has been sent to the underwater prison? Following his questioning, Qin Yang's points soared by 200 points again. The second task, looking for the survivors of the dragon guards, has been rewarded with 200 points. Qin Yang's face was full of helplessness, and he couldn't even watch it himself. What kind of jailer general is this? This is the parasitic body of the big monster, the ghost, and it can also be said to be a clone of Long Yi. Now that the replica has appeared, it can only prove that Long Yi has fallen. Do you think I look like a prisoner? Qin Yang blinked and said, I'm the new general of the jailer, Qin Yang. The new general of the prison guard? It's just you? Long Yi's doubtful eyes were filled with a hint of shock. There was also a flash of panic. He is not afraid of Qin Yang, what he is afraid of is that the Dragon Clan has noticed the underwater prison. What? You still have to try my qualifications? Qin Yang said with a bad expression. I don't mean that. Since you are the new general of the prison guard, then you should be my subordinate. Long Yi said. Qin Yang nodded, non-committal. Long Yi tentatively asked, how many generals are here this time? What strengths do they have? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said casually, not much, just a few hundred. As for strength, naturally, they are all god emperors. As for the realm of god emperors, I can't know about god kings like me. Long Yi said ineffectively, hundreds? Are you kidding me? I'm asking about the general jailer, not an ordinary jailer. Also, where are they now? Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, I'm talking about the generals of the prison guards. Otherwise, all of my god kings are generals. Could their god emperors still be my subordinates? As for where they are, of course, they have already gone. Because of my low strength, so I took the drudgery. Speaking of this, Qin Yang smacked his lips, looked around, and said, how did this place become like this? How can we live here? Long fell silent for a while. Qin Yang asked, where's the Tianjin array? Take me to see it. Long Yi looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, is this kid really a prison guard? Did the Dragon Clan really send out hundreds of god emperors? As for the number of people, Long Yi has no doubts. After all, there are countless big monsters in this underwater prison, and hundreds of dragon god emperors are considered few. Why did you choose a god king to be the jailer general? Long Yi asked. Qin Yang laughed and said, when you take me to see the Tianjin formation, you will naturally know. Could it be that you can set up a formation? This is an underwater prison, and the spiritual sense is limited, so the difficulty of setting up the formation will be increased tenfold or more than 100 times. Long Yi said. I know for sure, that's why I can become a prison guard general. Qin Yang will flicker to the end. Not only Long Yi believed it, but the audience almost believed it too. At this moment, Qin Yang suddenly thought of a loophole, that is, this submarine prison can only go down and not go up. But in this Long Yi's view, it is not only after reaching the 6th floor that the Dragon Clan can pick him up before he can leave. Could it be that this heavenly prison array has such a function? Qin Yang thought of the big monster at the entrance of the underwater prison before, didn't he also leave the underwater prison directly? Thinking of this, Qin Yang took a deep look at iDragon 1, that big monster, wouldn't it be one of the avatars of this worm ghost, right? Also for testing? Chapter 612, Heavenly Supervisor's Array. The dragon guards the stronghold, behind the castle. At the edge of the boundary bridge, there is a formation abutment. The formation of Tianjin is on it. Qin Yang glanced at it, the formation was in bad shape, and after carefully observing the traces, the cores everywhere were completely destroyed. Wanting to fix is no different from rearranging. Perhaps rearranging will be easier than repairing. Ding. Beyond the level of the host, the formation of the Guardian cannot be replicated. Qin Yang smiled when he heard the system prompt. This unrepeatable situation is finally coming to an end. As long as you are promoted to God Emperor, this formation can naturally be copied at a glance. how do you want to repair it? Did you bring the diagram of the Tianjian formation? Long Yi asked. Qin Yang didn't know what a map was, and said, you don't need to worry about it. Where is the warehouse? I'll see if the materials are available. Long Yi hesitated, the warehouse here is already empty, didn't you bring in the spiritual material? The two are wrangling each other, testing each other on the edge of danger. As the conversation continued, there were more and more loopholes in the words of the two. Even Long Yi opened his mouth to talk about the outside world's big monster being beheaded by the Dragon Clan God Emperor. Because I am used to the rules of the underwater prison, I am not used to it when I arrive in the East China Sea. To be able to say such a thing has confirmed that the previous big demon is also the clone of the insect ghost. What about the other dragon guards? Qin Yang asked, casually. It's all down there. Long Yi replied. Then how did you come up? Qin Yang asked. Of course, through this sky prison formation. This sky prison formation can monitor any place on the 6th floor of the entire submarine prison, and it can also interrogate prisoners. When something is wrong, you can directly catch the monsters. Long Yi opened his mouth and replied. Qin Yang nodded, which was reasonable. After all, if the Tianjian array only has the function of monitoring, it is not very useful. Can't let the dragon guards go down and arrest people in person? Even if you get caught, you won't be able to come up yourself? Is it possible that we have to go through the Dragon Palace for a circle? The problem was already clear. Qin Yang cracked the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, are you the monster that was caught? Long Yi nodded instinctively, and suddenly he widened his eyes and looked at Qin Yang. Immediately, his grim face was revealed. Good boy, you have discovered my identity a long time ago? How did you find out? Long Yi looked around and recalled what he had said. Although some of them were indeed imprecise, it was a bit too incredible to judge his identity based on this. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I guess. Long Dan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, and looking at Qin Yang's expression, when he saw him for the first time, he was afraid that he already knew the truth. The conversation between the two along the way, it was all Qin Yang's inquiries and tricks. The dignified monster and ghost, the only monster in the history of the underwater prison that escaped, would be planted in the hands of this little god king one after another. I don't believe that you can take over the entire dragon's nest guarded by just one insect demon. What alliance do you have? Qin Yang asked. The dragon guards must know the ability of this big monster, insects and ghosts, and they will definitely be on guard. No matter how big of a doubt there is, they will definitely not interrogate insect ghosts through the heavenly prison array. After all, the risk is too great. In this case, there must be enough monsters to cover, so that the dragon guards have to interrogate the monsters to find out the facts. As for the destruction of the heavenly prison array, I am afraid that some of the dragon guards have discovered that one's own person has changed. Only by destroying the heavenly prison array can this method of leaving the underwater prison be completely sealed. You have a lot of questions. Contribute your body, and you will naturally know everything I know. Long Yi said in a negative way. Qin Yang laughed and said, if you want to parasitize me, you must have this ability. Long Yi narrowed his eyes sharply. How could this kid even know his own abilities? It seems that I have to parasitize you. Long Yi suddenly panicked. This kid is too mysterious. Only by parasitizing Qin Yang can you know everything in Qin Yang's mind. I hope your perfect body can withstand the punch of my clone. It would be a pity if your body was broken. It must be difficult to reunite a body like yours. Long Yi said, and threw a punch. Even though Qin Yang had the ability to defy the sky and saw the trajectory of this punch in advance, he couldn't dodge in time. King Kong is not bad. Qin Yang snorted lowly, his body lit up with black divine light. A loud bang. Qin Yang's body was blasted out like a cannonball. directly blasted through the entire castle. If the flight trajectory was not a straight line, this punch would knock Qin Yang down into the abyss and enter Xuanhuan on the second floor. Cough cough. Qin Yang coughed lightly, a pain in his chest and abdomen. Qin Yang stared at the direction of the castle and said to himself, "It seems that next time I will directly step on the dragon step, the second realm of the God Emperor, or the God Emperor of the Dragon Clan. It really deserves its reputation." Beside the light screen, all the audience looked blank. This change is really fast, and how can Qin Yang be okay? How strong is this physical defense? Sure enough, it's a perfect body. I punched with all my strength, but I couldn't hurt you. Long Yi rushed over with a single stride, and threw another punch with the help of inertia. This time, Qin Yang could learn to be obedient, hooked up with Shen Longjiu, and swept past like a loach. You punch me, and I'll give you back. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, Jinghong sword finger. A 3-inch sword glow appeared from the fingertips, and the rules of annihilation were condensed on it. Puff. This finger was directly inserted into Long Yi's waist. The effect of force was mutual, and Long Yi's speed also increased the power of Qin Yang's finger. Long Yi didn't expect that this kid could dodge the attack, and he didn't even think that this kid was a threat to him. The injury seemed to turn a blind eye, and he turned and kicked. Qin Yang laughed and said, "It's time to teach you how to use the martial arts of the human race." Qin Yang snorted coldly, ignored this foot, raised his leg and kicked Long Yi's other leg as the support point of his body. Under Qin Yang's kick, he directly kicked Long Yi to his knees, and his attack naturally lost its power. Before he kicked Qin Yang, he couldn't kick it out. As expected of a master of fighting, as long as it is related to fighting, Qin Yang will never let us down. No matter how much it costs, I must send my son to the Sky Academy. Me too, my son is just the right age, if I am fortunate enough to apprentice to Qin Yang. The audience talked a lot. If it was another cultivator, they would have panicked. But Qin Yang had a huge advantage with his own strength and movement. No, not huge, but overwhelming. At least that's how it seems to everyone. But Qin Yang knew that he was suffering and that he had an immortal body, but he almost broke his finger with the previous finger, and he was still sore now. Although Long Yi's flesh was injured, his fingers got stuck in Long Yi's ribs. It is not easy to kill Long Yi. Chapter 613. How come Qin Yang's points are only 630? Why? This gap is not a little bit. At least twice as many as other god kings, no. Twice as much. On the leaderboard of the Qianlong competition, there are very few gods on the list. In addition to Qin Yang, Xuanhuan Guqing has the most, with only 170 points. This Qin Yang just entered the submarine prison, and the points skyrocketed by 300, and everyone was not calm. There are more and more god kings rushing to the underwater prison, but instead they give those Star Realm contestants a chance. Many Star Realm broke through the God King in the battle. For the low-level God King they just promoted, there is no other middle and high-level God King competition, but in other levels, it is very comfortable. This submarine prison is our monster beast's territory. The human race has gone to the submarine prison, and we naturally can't fall behind. A God King Demon Beast contestant is not angry. The other God King monster said fiercely, "Qin Yang beheaded Zimao. If we don't do anything, Lord Monster God Zun will not let us go." The monster contestants also set their sights on the underwater prison. In the live video, Qin Yang was still fighting to the death with the Dragon Guard. At the same time, a God Emperor and 3 young cultivators appeared directly above the East China Sea out of thin air. The faces of the 3 young cultivators were ashen. Who else could it be if it wasn't Feng Lian? The God Emperor who escorted them came dodged and disappeared. Take out the shadow token, and Feng Lian directly transmits the sound. Chuchinga rose into the sky from the sea and came to the three of them. Feng Lian's face softened a lot, and he said, "Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for your 3 arrows, we would have really fallen." Chuchinga handed over the secret key of the gods that he had put away before, and asked in a low voice, "Is the god of war in the sky really that strong?" Feng Lian's face suddenly stiffened, and he said, "I underestimated them." But Feng Lian's eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, "I won't make them feel better. Since I can't fight for fame, I have a way to clean them up." Zhou De said, "They are only strong when they are together. If they are scattered, they are not our opponents at all." Chuchinga inquired, "What are you going to do?" Feng Lian looked at Chuchinga and said, "I'm really sorry for being suspicious of you before. After all, Qin Yang has also played such a trick, we don't want to be deceived a second time." Chuchinga blinked, but did not answer. Feng Lian said, "After this calamity, you are already our own. Even if we tell you the next plan, it doesn't matter." With that said, Feng Lian Divine Sense Voice Transmission said, "Now the 8 gods of war in the sky and countless god kings have gone to the underwater prison. This underwater prison is like a deck to water for those of us who have the secret keys of the gods. Let's go to the underwater prison too?" Chuchinga asked. Feng Lian sneered and said, "I have to do the opposite. We won't go to this underwater prison. At least not now." "Then we?" Chuchinga was puzzled. Feng Lian said, "Qin Yang is strong, but Lu Mingyu and others are only in the star realm. The 8 gods of war in the sky are inseparable, almost inseparable. Even if they are alone, it is not easy to deal with them. So, let's start with Qin Yang first." Chuchinga's heart skipped a beat. In Qin Yang's eyes, Feng Lian and the others were naturally not enough, but for Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan, this was not the case. On the surface, Chuchinga nodded and said, "Okay." Feng Lian said, "No, this time you don't have to act with us. It's not that you don't trust you, but you don't need to fight at all. Your task is only one, enter the submarine prison and monitor Qin Yang." "Isn't there an image light screen?" Chuchinga asked, curiously. Feng Lian shook his head lightly and said, "On the video screen, you can only see what Qin Yang is doing, but you can't see where he is at all. The environment of the underwater prison is complicated. Except for the first floor of the boundary bridge, the other second floor to the 3rd floor, we don't know anything about the 6th floor. With only the video screen, I'm afraid that even after the Qianlong contest is over, we won't be able to find Qin Yang's position. If Qin Yang can't be found, what's the point of catching Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan and others?" Chuchinga said, "Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan, their backgrounds are not simple. If you catch them like this, will you?" Feng Lian's face showed a ruthless expression, and said, "I can't control so much at this time. Besides, I'm just catching them, not killing them directly. As long as I don't kill them, no matter what their background is, I don't care. I only need Qin Yang to submit." Having said that, the 3 Feng Lian couldn't wait to get up, found the secret realm where Lu Mingyu and others were, and flew over directly. Chuchinga took a deep breath, with a worried look on his face. He really didn't know what to do at this time. He had to go to the underwater prison immediately and tell Qin Yang all this. He didn't even dare to use the sky token. Once it was used, it would be directly exposed under the surveillance of Mr. Qiqiao and the Star Compass. Underwater prison, Level 1, Boundary Bridge. There is no dragon body, but no dragon soul. The body of the dragon clan is in your hands, so it's so rubbish." Qin Yang spit heavily. "Although rubbish, but with the power of the 2nd realm of the God Emperor, running the sky-defying calculation, the battle is extremely strenuous. It's enough to win you. I advise you to let go. Abandon resistance, obediently let me parasitize. Your name will still be resounding on the mainland, don't you want to be famous for eternity? Long Yi said. I'm going to fuck with you, and my name will last forever? I'm still immortal. Qin Yang got angry and stretched out his hand to hold it on the side. A sword of annihilation was directly condensed. It's just different from the past. This annihilation sword can only be held in the hand in the underwater prison. Pulling a sword flower above the tip of the sword, the annihilation line began to rhythm. Uncontrollable, it spreads freely in the air. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. Isn't it a weapon? Who doesn't have it yet? Long Yi also stretched out his hand and grasped it, and a giant sword suddenly condensed. The two rushed up directly, and the clanging sound could not be heard. It's sloppy, it's clean at all, your swordsmanship is not as good as your fist. Long Yi said disdainfully. Qin Yang hummed disdainfully and said, you know AP. The lines became longer and spread, and as the battle continued, the dragon began to tie his hands and feet. This annihilation line is extremely powerful, and even the physique of the dragon clan of the second realm of the God Emperor is not uncomfortable to be entangled. The first point is that it is not easy to break free. Qin Yang used his calculations against the sky to precisely avoid his own annihilation lines. How about throwing wool? Are you worthy of becoming a cultivator? Long scolded at the beginning, his body was already covered with annihilation lines. The annihilation line tightened his body, making his actions sluggish, and there was no deliberate defense, and even blood was drawn. Shaking wool? Ha ha ha, then let you see the power of wool. Qin Yang laughed. Chapter 614 Touring. This move, the true meaning of martial arts, comes from Li Baijian's dragging knife. The longer the time, the longer the line, and the greater the power. Qin Yang's divine sword of destruction has gradually been able to compete with Long Yi in power, and there is no need to use soft power and all kinds of tricks. Even if it is reckless, it will not be too passive. Coupled with the fact that Long Yi was quickly entangled with lines, Qin Yang once again had the upper hand in the battle. It's just some wool, what's the real power of wool? Long Yi said ruthlessly, boy, you've made me angry enough that you don't eat or drink a toast. Wait until I parasitize you, first kill everyone around you in a flash. I think, they must not be on guard, right? So vicious, the ability of the big monster, insect and ghost also makes people see the real horror side. If the people around you are parasitized by worms and ghosts, then it's creepy to think about. This stronghold guarded by the dragon clan is afraid that this is how it fell. When Qin Yang heard this, his face suddenly turned cold, and his movements stopped. What? Changed your mind? Obediently obeyed me, I can live for you and spare everyone around you. Long Yi was delighted. In this way, these woolen threads make him too irritable, and this kid's movement is like a loach, so he can't catch it no matter what. What's more, some of the guys who attacked this guy just predicted it. It would be too much trouble to defeat Qin Yang, parasitize, and copy everything he did. No. Qin Yang shook his head slowly. Long Yi was taken aback. Qin Yang looked at Long Yi lightly, and said, I haven't changed my mind. What I want to say is that you don't have this chance. Long jumped like thunder for a while. It wasn't his own body anyway, and he was going to beat this kid even if he was injured. As long as you get this kid's body, you don't need the dragon's body at all. Long Yi grabbed the obliteration thread that was still wrapping around him, and stalemate with Qin Yang. Qin Yang also dissipated the divine sword of destruction, and also grabbed the destruction line. In Long Yi's surprised eyes, Qin Yang actually smiled. Feel it well, your body will die like this. Qin Yang said quietly. Then, Qin Yang's figure suddenly retreated, stepping on the dragon step. With the help of the power of the dragon jade, the speed instantly reached the extreme. The annihilation line was torn by Julie, and suddenly tightened. Long Yi's body trembled, panic in his heart, and before he could react, his body shattered into countless pieces. It is truly a corpse. On the other end of the bridge, Qin Yang's hands gurgled blood, which soon healed. Even with an immortal body, at this speed, the lines almost broke Qin Yang's hand. It's nothing more than that. Qin Yang came to the corpse, and on Long Yi's head, a pair of eyes stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised his foot and stomped on it. Jieqiao trembled, and the ground with a radius of 10 feet shattered into cobwebs. Long Yi's head was also crushed by Qin Yang's foot. At this point, another clone of the big monster, insect and ghost, completely died. When Qin Yang stepped on the head of the dragon, in a dark and terrifying wormhole on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, a huge monster whose details could not be clearly opened suddenly opened countless pairs of eyes. The dense eyes, revealing a murderous look. Boy, I will kill you. The roar spread far and wide, and within 1,000 miles, the terrifying big monster was afraid. Even the big monster on the 6th floor hurriedly avoided it. It's hard to earn these 100 points. Qin Yang shook his head and came back to the Tianjian array. Although the points have been attributed to Qin Yang, in the final analysis, Qin Yang is still a long way from killing the big monster, insect and ghost. Qin Yang touched his chin and looked at the Tianjian formation. According to the information he inquired before, it seems that as long as there is a diagram, the formation of the Tianjian can be arranged. Qin Yang opened his mouth immediately, as if talking to himself. Starry sky compass, is there a map of the Tianjian formation? A light screen lit up in front of him, which was the complex starry sky compass. Although everyone knew that the dragon one killed by Qin Yang was the clone of the big monster, it was still the image of the dragon clan after all. The star compass is naturally interested in the dragon clan. Qin Yang's actions will greatly damage the dragon clan's face. Is there any? Qin Yang asked, with a frown. The star compass replied briefly, yes, it is in this stronghold. After speaking, the light screen disappeared immediately, obviously not wanting to talk to Qin Yang more. Beside the many light screens in the outside world, all the audience were still stunned by Qin Yang's previous methods. Qin Yang is really a fighting genius, and this kind of fighting method can only be imagined by Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't say it before, that Long Yi has a dragon body but no dragon soul, and his strength is less than 5 or 6 out of 10. Killing him is nothing. Even if it's 5 or 6 out of 10, that's 5 or 6 out of 10 in the second realm of the God Emperor, or the Dragon Clan God Emperor. Would you try another person? Qin Yang's strong physique and high fighting talent have refreshed everyone's cognition once again. Even if Qin Yang stopped fighting, more and more people paid attention to him. In this stronghold? Qin Yang was worried, such a large castle. Half are ruins, and half are like a maze. If there is a pattern, where can I find it? What's more, the big monster who copied Long Yi, even if he had all the thoughts of Long Yi, didn't he find the pattern? Just as Qin Yang was thinking about it, a ray of light lit up on the Tianjian formation. The broken lines were connected by rays of light, and it turned out to be a great formation, composed of profound rays of light. After the formation was formed, it began to rise slowly, gradually shrank, and turned into a human shape. I've seen the general, and next is Turing. The man looked young and looked like a shop assistant. Qin Yang suddenly smiled, it really took no effort. What's even more interesting is that this guy really believed in his previous flickering and regarded himself as a general sent. Turing. Qin Yang stared at Turing and looked at it. It was the first time he had seen him, and this array of pictures could be transformed. Turing cupped his hands and said, exactly. Okay, since you are here, let's start the formation, shall we? Qin Yang asked. There was a burst of joy in my heart, this is simply a point for nothing. Restarting the Tianjian formation has a full 300 points, And as long as you get these 300 points, the task will naturally be missed by others. Turing shook his head and said, no. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he said, why not? Looking at the shattered, messy Tianjian formation, Qin Yang guessed, is there no formation material? Turing said, the materials for the formation are all available, but there is a lack of orders. Order? What do you mean? Qin Yang asked. Turing explained, no matter how the Tianjian array is destroyed, if it is to be rearranged, the dragon god must give the order in person. I can arrange it myself. Chapter 6:15 Order. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, looked at Turing, and said, are you kidding me? No. Turing shook his head. That's the dragon god playing with me? Qin Yang said again. Then I don't know. Turing said honestly. Qin Yang took a deep breath, squeezed the hegemony order, and transmitted his spiritual sense through physical contact, saying, you have all seen it, the mission is to restart the Tianjian formation, but what is the order of the dragon god? This is not clear. Don't let people finish it? For a time all the audience were also talking about it. But then, a light screen lit up in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at the void compass in confusion and said, no, our spiritual senses are all restricted, why are you all okay? The light screen appeared directly, obviously the void compass or Mr. Qiqiao's spiritual sense was not restricted. The void compass said directly, the submarine prison is like a secret realm, like a magic weapon. At the beginning of its establishment, there was a privileged passage. What do you mean? Qin Yang was puzzled. Void compass said, the so-called privileged passage is not restricted by the underwater prison. But the privileged passage must be opened in the Dragon Palace. Qin Yang frowned and said, so, you are in the Dragon Palace now? Void compass nodded. I really asked a question and said something, which made Qin Yang hold back a lot. Fortunately, Mr. Qiqiao also squeezed into the picture, and the nature of the chatter was like pouring beans immediately. If you want to repair and restart the heavenly prison array, you must get an order. If you want to get an order, then go to the Xuanhuan altar on the 6th floor of the submarine prison. When you get there, you can meet the dragon god and get an order. So far, Turing will restart the Skyguard array, and you have completed the task. Mr. Qiqiao said so. After some rhetoric, Qin Yang almost fainted, don't be so troublesome, as long as there are materials, I can arrange it without Turing. Saying this, the void compass was shocked. Turing also looked at Qin Yang in amazement. This kid has such an ability? Qin Yang said, when he showed up just now, I have written down the appearance of the formation. No matter how slow it is, it will be faster than going to the 6th floor of the submarine prison, right? The void compass was immediately relieved, and Turing also laughed. Turing said, you don't know the meaning of my existence, right? Do you really know what I am? Are you really a general sent by the dragon race? What do you mean? Qin Yang was puzzled. Turing said, I thought you could rearrange a Tianjian formation, but I just wanted to draw a gourd. As long as I was there, no one else could move this formation. You thought that the previous formation was damaged and it was made by the dragon guards. No, that's the heavenly prison array that I personally destroyed, because I found out that a big demon escaped from the underwater prison. After a pause, Turing continued, I am Turing of this Tianjian formation, and I am this formation. Just like a door spirit, even if there is an order, it depends on whether I am willing to do it or not. Look at what you are capable of. Could it be that you are an ownerless thing? Qin Yang asked. Turing shook his head and said, my lord, there is only the dragon god. Therefore, I only listen to the orders of the dragon god. The gate of the dead world that he summoned suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's mind. Could the grimace on the gate be the spirit of the gate? Co-authoring yourself can still resurrect people, but in fact this door is in the hands of others? Looking at Turing, who was beaten, and looking at the void compass and Mr. Qiqiao in the light screen image, Qin Yang said with a smile, "The dragon family is really good at thinking." In order to find out what happened in this underwater prison, it really took a lot of effort. Mr. Qiqiao smiled meaningfully and pushed his glasses. The light on the lens seems to be praising Qin Yang. The void compass shrinks. This kid's imagination is too rich, right? If it's just rich, that's all. I'm still thinking so accurately. The privileged channel is not restricted, and the hegemony order monitors everyone. It seems to be a venue where you can score unlimited points, and it also helps the God King to be promoted to the God Emperor. As Qin Yang slowly arrived, everyone understood all of this in an instant. Is there anything more quickly and effectively to find out everything about the underwater prison than today's situation? I'm afraid not. Even if the Dragon Clan really sent hundreds of Dragon Clan God Emperors, it would be difficult to find out the situation of the underwater prison. Moreover, this is an incomparably huge workload, and this hidden dragon contest has given the Dragon Clan a large group of free laborers. So what if you know? This was originally one of the assessments of the Qianlong competition, and it has been the case over the years. It's just that not so many people were so confident before. Star Compass said. That's right, even the contestants who haven't entered the underwater prison are still thinking about entering here. Without him, others can enter. Why can't I enter? The main thing is to start from the beginning. First, the god of war in the sky rushed in directly, and then Qin Yang showed his great power to play and killed a clone of the big monster. Naturally, many contestants thought that this underwater prison was nothing more than that. Even if you enter other levels, is there no danger to your life? What's more, Qin Yang's points skyrocketed so fast, which also stimulated everyone. After all, the Dragon Clan directly gave Qin Yang so many points, and it was a bit calculated. Intricate chessboard was disassembled, but the ending was the same. Including Qin Yang himself, he still had to move forward according to the original plan. Great! Qin Yang gave a thumbs up. You're not bad. The Star Compass said, and then added, this is a multi-pronged thing, and it is beneficial to everyone. Qin Yang didn't say more, and was about to jump off the bridge when he looked back at Turing and had an idea. Hey! What are you doing? Release your hand. That's the core spiritual material of the formation. Stop it. Turing yelled in a hurry, but although he could set up an array, he only had this ability. Its own combat power is equal to 0. Qin Yang was scavenging for the spiritual materials of the Tianjian array, and he put all of them into his Qianquan ring. Just wait here for the Dragon God's order, I'll keep these materials for now. Qin Yang smiled. As long as these materials are available, even if Turing is ordered, he will not be able to form an array. It directly prevents other people from getting orders and stopping halfway. This trick was learned from Xuanhuan Guqing robbing Lingzhu. So learning and selling now makes Xuanhuan Guqing vomit blood. Many contestants are also holding the hegemony order and staring at the light screen. Although they know how to complete the first task with a full reward of 300 points, but now before they get the order, they still need another one. The premise is that you must cooperate with Qin Yang. Damn, why didn't we think of removing the materials of the Tianjian formation? One cultivator regretted it, and the other sighed. However, it is not so simple for Qin Yang to remove the materials of the Tianjian array. Nowadays, most of the contestants of God King want to be promoted to God Emperor in this underwater prison, and Qin Yang is no exception. After Qin Yang was promoted to God Emperor, it would not be a problem to copy this Tianjian formation. Qin Yang glanced at Turing lightly, fearing that after he was promoted to God Emperor, he could even copy this Turing after a glance. Turing was stared at by Qin Yang's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 616 Blue Flame Saber-Toothed Tiger. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Turing looked resentful, as if the big girl had been stripped of her clothes. Above the Jieqiao, he stood alone in an open space, and all the materials for the formation of the Tianjian formation were taken away by Qin Yang. Now, looking at it again, I can't even see that a large formation was originally arranged here. This is more than that. If it weren't for the special material of Jieqiao, which was extremely hard, Qin Yang seemed to want to pry the whole piece away. Xuanhuan, it's really strange. Qin Yang jumped off the bridge and was immediately pulled into the abyss. As he continued to descend, Qin Yang tried to use his body technique to fly up, but it was impossible. Even if the divine dragon jade is activated, the rising speed is extremely slow, like a boat against the current, but this is more like a waterfall against the current. In this way, if you want to leave this underwater prison, you can't count on it? Qin Yang asked. Shen Longjiu tried several times, but his spiritual sense was blocked, and he couldn't even tell the direction. If you only go in one direction, you can go out sooner or later, but now Shen Longjiu doesn't know if he is walking in a straight line. Qin Yang joked, Feng Tian Baojing can't seal you, but I didn't expect you to be planted in this underwater prison. Shen Longjiu said depressedly, what do you know? When the dragons built this underwater prison, they naturally took me into account. Otherwise, how could they keep the countless monsters locked up for thousands of years? Besides, why do you think the East China Sea is so peaceful? It's not the original. All the star sea monsters in this sea area are locked here. This prison has 6 floors. Is it true that the further down you go, the stronger the demon is? Qin Yang asked. Shen Longjiu said, of course. And the clone of the big monster you killed before, he is the big monster on the 6th floor. Qin Yang became curious and said, is it possible to go up on every floor, only go down? Shen Longjiu was non-committal and added, not only that, even if you want to go down, you may not have this strength. For the big monsters in the underwater prison, being able to enter the 6th floor is the proof of their strength. Qin Yang nodded, then it seems that the monsters in the 2nd layer of Xuanhuan are all shrimps. Shen Longjiu laughed and said, there are many big demons who are too lazy to prove themselves. Not all the big demons imprisoned here want to break through the cage and enter the dragon palace. Don't take it lightly. For the submarine prison, they may be dried shrimps, but to you, hee hee. The implication is that this underwater prison is in danger. Being imprisoned here proves the strength of the big demon in itself. Even a little monster from 10,000 years ago, with these 10,000 years of practice, his strength should not be underestimated. Underwater prisons are helpful for physical cultivation. Except for a few monsters that have peculiar abilities, most of them are quite arrogant. For thousands of years, new monsters have been imprisoned here. Maybe their strength is not strong, but if they are really strong, once they appear, they will inevitably become a nightmare for the contestants. Shen Longjiu reminded repeatedly. Qin Yang naturally won't let his guard down. Even the avatars of the big monsters are fighting so hard, not to mention other big monsters. While talking with Shen Longjiu, Qin Yang felt the ground below, and as soon as he adjusted his body, he slammed down. There is a dark color everywhere, and many moonstones are embellished, as if entering a void. Another one. Today is really a feast for the eyes. A joyful and gloomy voice sounded, and a saber-toothed tiger-like monster charged directly. The 4 hoofs were blazing with light blue flames, holding up the long phantom. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Monster beast, blue flame saber-toothed tiger. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Bloodline, Shangxiuhu. Rules, extremely hot blue flames. Magical powers, blue flame saber-tooth. Saber-toothed tiger's greedy eyes stared at Qin Yang, and the speed was extremely fast. Whizzing. 2 voices came in succession, and 2 blue flame swords shot out. Ding ding. Qin Yang opened his bow from left to right, and with one hand and a sword of annihilation, knocked out the blue flame sword of the saber-toothed tiger. After the blue flame divine sword was shattered, the temperature in the field rose sharply. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly stopped with its 4 hooves, slid 3 feet away, and stopped when it rushed in front of Qin Yang. He looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Especially the 2 dark swords in Qin Yang's hands. "Who are you?" Saber-toothed tiger asked in a deep voice. "What demon are you?" Qin Yang asked back. The 2 were deadlocked, and the saber-toothed tiger turned around and ran away. Qin Yang was immediately stunned. The monsters in the God Emperor realm were so cowardly? Where to escape? Qin Yang shouted, and the divine sword of destruction in his hand flew out. The saber-toothed tiger turned its head and shot out 2 more blue flame swords, directly smashing the 2 extermination swords thrown by Qin Yang. The saber-toothed tiger stopped again, puzzled in his eyes. Why is this power so bad? The greed and appetite in his eyes ignited again. Hey! It's really interesting. Qin Yang was amused by the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger shot 2 blue flame swords again, and Qin Yang did the same. However, when Qin Yang blocked the 2 blue flame swords, his heart palpitated suddenly. Roar! On the saber-toothed tiger's head, a huge phantom of the tiger's head appeared, and 2 sharp saber-toothed flaming blue flames roared and bit down. Qin Yang quickly retreated and heaved a sigh of relief. Too scheming. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel ashamed, and now he couldn't judge what the saber-toothed tiger was thinking. Huh? Saber-toothed tiger looked at Qin Yang in amazement. This kid actually escaped his fatal blow? If you only have this ability, you may die in my hands. Qin Yang said seriously, and once again called out a sword of annihilation, pointing at the saber-toothed tiger. Hey, shameless, it's impossible for me to die in your hands. Lan Yen saber-toothed tiger said disdainfully, his figure flashed and disappeared immediately. But the long blue flame tail revealed his whereabouts. Qin Yang's eyes followed the blue flame tail and narrowed his eyes. It's just a blindfold. In order to paralyze the enemy, if you are really attracted by the blue flame tail and get used to the speed of the blue flame tail, then. Kung! With an explosive sound, Qin Yang resisted the sneak attack of Lan Yen saber-toothed tiger with his backhand. The figure trembled violently, and the huge force made Qin Yang unstoppable. Stepped forward and slammed on it with 1 foot, which directly smashed the ground with a radius of 10 feet. Kick the sky. Qin Yang exerted force on his waist, twisting his waist and raising his leg was a kick. The beautiful one-word horse directly smashed the saber-toothed tiger's jaw and kicked the saber-toothed tiger into the air. I like this kind of battle. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. It is not against the sky to perceive the enemy's attack trajectory with divine sense, and this kind of physical competition is also Qin Yang's strength. Chapter 617, Empty Nether Stone. The blue-flamed saber-toothed tiger flew up and down uncontrollably, and his lower jaw was kicked to pieces, which made him terrified. The strength of this foot is nothing like what a human being can achieve. Qin Yang was about to chase, his body bowed slightly, and he was about to jump up, but suddenly stopped. His eyelids twitched, and there was a picture of a foreboding in his eyes. From the dark place, a large mouth of blood suddenly appeared, and the blue-flamed saber-toothed tiger was swallowed in one mouthful. If Qin Yang had just rushed up to continue the attack, he would have swallowed this mouthful. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What kind of monster is this? You really won't die in my hands. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Qin Yang stared at the end and shook his head, looking left and right. He didn't even see his full size. Like a big mountain, not even the eyes can see it. But this does not affect the system to scan it. Ding! The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Monster, Shadowless Kuan. Strength, God Emperor 2. Bloodline, Xuanhuan. Rules, swallow shadows. Magical powers, follow the shadows. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. This ability is too weird. Can swallow shadows? And once the shadow is swallowed by it, then this shadowless Xuan may appear by your side at any time, and you can't get rid of it. Thinking about it carefully, the blue-flamed saber-toothed tiger just now seemed to have no shadow. It seems that Qin Yang's realm is too low and his body size is too small. This shadowless Xuan actually ignored Qin Yang. The space twisted for a while, and disappeared directly. As if the previous behemoth was an illusion. Qin Yang frowned, everyone ignored him, and he didn't know where to chase him if he wanted to. Qin Yang only wanted to find the contestants first, and then copy the power to become a god emperor. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Yang was stunned. No, magical powers are like shadows, and the power of rules is to swallow shadows. Although Qin Yang couldn't replicate its power due to the difference in realm, there was a detailed description on the panel, and Qin Yang was already clear about Wu Yingquan's ability. Swallowing shadows can devour the shadows of any human race or demon race, wait for the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and launch a sneak attack whenever you want. Like a shadow, it will naturally make Wu Yingquan the most terrifying assassin. But Wu Yingquan's departure, just now, did not activate the magical powers that follow him. So how did he disappear? Observe with the naked eye, and then teleport? Qin Yang can do it himself, but it is obvious that Wu Yingquan does not have this ability. Just thinking about it, Qin Yang's eyes twitched, and the shadowless Xuan didn't leave. The behemoth appeared directly behind Qin Yang, and Qin Yang's shadow was about to be swallowed by that big mouth. Even if Qin Yang dodged this blow, the shadow couldn't escape. You are better at playing with shadows than those shadows. Qin Yang snorted coldly and rushed directly into the mouth of the behemoth. Only in this way can you not let yourself fall into passive. Of course, getting into the mouth of the other party doesn't count. In case the shadow is swallowed, always be on guard against the sneak attack of the shadowless Xuan. Instead of doing this, it is better to let him swallow it directly. I'm afraid you can swallow me, but you can't digest it. Qin Yang clenched his fingers and shouted angrily, "Extreme." There is no need for divine sense control, just to completely break out the rules of annihilation. Roar. Wu Yingquan screamed in pain, and his tongue was directly annihilated into 2 pieces. There was endless panic in his eyes, his body twisted for a while, and disappeared again. Qin Yang's body fell to the ground. He smiled. He didn't expect this shadowless Xuan realm to be very strong, but its strength was so poor. With such an ability, encountering oneself is regarded as encountering a nemesis. But this time it suddenly disappeared again, making Qin Yang somewhat unpredictable. If it's not his ability, what kind of power can make him disappear at will? Qin Yang frowned, his eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "No way, this guy has a free ghost." Empty nether stone, a rare heaven and earth spiritual material. The most common use is to create the top-level Qianquan ring and Yaojian ring. Although rare, Qianquan ring and Yaojian ring are not scarce. Ordinary Yaojian rings and Qianquan rings can be created with the formation method, but the most top-level ones must be made of Kongming stones. In addition, there are many functions of the void stone. For example, Qin Yang used to arrange the reincarnation formation and the death circle, and he needed the empty ghost stone. I needed several kinds of spiritual materials, but I didn't expect to come across one. Previously, the Dragon Clan God Emperor said that there are spiritual materials that Qin Yang needs, but obviously it is not just Kongming stone. This submarine prison is really right. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose, and he secretly said in his heart, if Wu Yingquan can escape into the different space, he must have a lot of empty ghosts. It's no wonder that this shadowless Xuan has such a poor physique, but it can still get into the second realm of the God Emperor. It is entirely because of this empty ghost stone that it has the power to protect itself. It's just that Qin Yang's headache now is how to make this shadowless Kuan appear, and then kill it and take the Kongming stone. I knew I didn't have to worry just now. I found the Kongming stone in his stomach, and then I can just do it. Qin Yang regretted for a while, and pretended to leave, just far away. After hiding his breath far away, the cat came back again. To be able to stock up in the submarine prison, all the scheming cities are not shallow, and the patience is also excellent. Qin Yang himself was about to lose his patience, but that wooing Kuan still didn't show up. At this moment, a monster approached cautiously. There was a battle here before. Although there was no spiritual sense, it could sense the movement here. This is an 8-eyed divine cow, with eyes all over its huge head. Each eye can look in one direction, almost like a radar with no dead ends. Sure enough, except for the tyrannical monsters, almost all the monsters here have various strange abilities. Qin Yang thought secretly and waited patiently. But the shadowless Kuan didn't show up yet, but there were several ethnic contestants waiting. When the 8-eyed divine bull saw these few famous race contestants, he rushed over without saying a word. It was just a god king realm, and it was a delicious meal. Those god kings were in a state of embarrassment, but they were full of energy. After seeing the 8-eyed god cow, they were overjoyed, and they rushed up to them. The battle was fiery, and the space suddenly fluctuated. Come on! Qin Yang's eyes lit up, his eyes fixed on the place where wooing Kuan just disappeared. A few ethnic contestants found that they lost, and one said, "Damn, we still can't beat this one. If this goes on, we will all become soy sauce. I'm afraid that the soy sauce will not be able to be used. We don't have much medicine left. If we can find Qin Yang, let's see if we can buy more medicine from him." Another said, "Let's retreat, let's honestly search for some treasures from heaven and earth to break through. If we encounter a tyrannical monster, we're afraid we won't have such good luck, and we can escape every time." One of them took out a magic weapon and threw it forward. Immediately, a thick plume of smoke spread out, making it hard to see. The 8-eyed divine cow's cry of moo resounded through the heavens and the earth, and this magic weapon just restrained him. But halfway through the call, it suddenly stopped. "It's now." Qin Yang seized the opportunity. The 8-eyed divine cow must have been swallowed by wooing Kuan. "Let's see who is the Oriole." Qin Yang laughed, holding an oversized sword of annihilation in his hand, dozens of feet long. Chapter 618, Can you escape? If you accidentally get hurt, then I'm sorry. Qin Yang thought silently in his heart, using his speed, first dragged the huge extinction divine sword back and forth a few times, and then swung the sword like a madman. Ow! A violent scream rang out. With the defense-breaking attribute, coupled with the extremely fast speed, as soon as he was hit, he couldn't detect it at all. When wooing Kuan found out that his body was cut by the extinction sword, it was too late. The last thought that stayed in my mind was who killed me. Ding ding ding. The sound of hard objects colliding sounded, and Qin Yang stopped. The magic weapon smoke in the field dissipated, followed by the pungent bloody smell. A huge mountain of minced meat fell to the ground, and a sea of blood spread on the spot. Not far away, the contestants looked at each other. What happened? Before walking far, they saw this horrifying scene. A mountain of corpses appeared out of thin air. I thought it was the movement caused by the 8-eyed divine cow, but now it seems that it is not at all. Moo! A cow screamed, and the 8-eyed divine cow didn't even die. Luckily escaped. His 8 eyes looked back and forth, looking at this mountain of corpses. His 8 eyes suddenly turned blood red and devoured frantically. When he found that there was still a huge void stone in the corpse mountain, he widened his 8 eyes with excitement. He wanted to take the void stone as his own, and quickly slipped away, but a voice sounded behind him. "Stand up." With so many eyes, can you really see things clearly? Qin Yang stared at the eight-eyed divine cow, with an unpleasant expression. How dare he pick it up? Or pick up your own leaks? The extermination divine sword in his hand has not been cancelled, and he stretched out his hand and waved it. The eight-eyed divine bull turned his head, and the horns withstood the divine sword of destruction. First, Qin Yang let out a low shout, and the divine sword of destruction instantly shattered, and the power of the rules of annihilation was scattered, and most of the corpse mountain was annihilated on the spot. The eight-eyed divine bull didn't feel good either, and it collapsed and disappeared without a single horn. Looking at Qin Yang, who was full of murderous aura, the eight-eyed divine cow ran away with its legs. How could he still control the Kongming stone? Qin Yang looked at this empty stone quietly. It was like a hill. Great, another kind of spiritual material, once and for all. Qin Yang smiled with satisfaction. After the celestial star stone, there is no shortage of Kong Pluto stone. Qin Yang. This is our trophy, do you want to rob it? A loud shout came. The previous practitioners went back and forth, all looking bad. Qin Yang chuckled, stretched out his hand directly, and put the Kongming stone into the Qiankuan ring. The void stone that has not been made is like an ordinary stone. Unless it is injected with power, it will have the property of opening up space, so it can also be included in the Qiankuan ring. Seeing Qin Yang's actions, the eyes of the practitioners turned red. This is a huge wealth. Even if a small piece is deducted, it is enough to make a top-level Qiankuan ring. At least it's god-level quality. Of course, if the Qiankuan ring refined with the void stone is only a god-level quality, it can only prove that the refiner is garbage. We are members of the Sky Alliance. You formed an alliance with us. Is that how you treat your allies? One shouted loudly. Another person also said, we fought hard and did not hesitate to sacrifice our lives. But you are profiting from this fisherman and enjoying the success? Don't think that you have a little strength. In this underwater prison, there are many dangers. Do you even want to offend your allies? Several people surrounded Qin Yang, and there was a tendency that Qin Yang would not let Qin Yang leave without handing over the Kongming stone. Qin Yang looked at the mountain of corpses and the river of blood flowing around, and said, are you really going to entangle me here? With a glance, he saw through several people and copied all their abilities. The power that has been suppressed is also slowly increasing. It's not far from being promoted to God Emperor. The extinction nebula in the body is more solid, and there is a faint trend of compression. A high-level God King, the sea of stars in the body will transform into a nebula, but if you want to be promoted to a God Emperor, the nebula must be compressed into a little bit, like the universe opening up, and a new world will be born again. This step is the breakthrough that the promotion of God Emperor has to face. Qin Yang had been suppressing and not copying before, but he missed the power needed to become a God Emperor. From this point of view, at least hundreds of people had to be copied to achieve the point of complete qualitative change. Don't worry about it, hand over the empty ghost stone. One person said. The other said, of course, it is impossible to treat you badly. You only need to hand over 2/3. No, 3/5, and the matter will be settled. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and muttered with his fingers crossed. Several people thought that Qin Yang was loose, and they were overjoyed for a while. It's not in vain that they sing red and white here. How? Do you agree? One person asked eagerly. The smell of blood was already pungent, making it hard to breathe. With the sense of smell of monsters, I am afraid that monsters within 100 miles will rush over. Don't stay here for long. Qin Yang finally figured it out and said, is your math taught by a physical education teacher? What do you mean? One person was stunned. Not only a few of them, but the audience in front of the screen were also puzzled. Qin Yang said, whether it is more than 2/3 or more than 3/5, do you know arithmetic? 2/3 is 0.666, 3/5 is 0.6, and even that. Arithmetic is not clear, still haggling with me? The two who sang the red and white face before suddenly turned red, and the audience beside the light screen also burst into laughter. One person said, "Then you will hand over half of the head office?" Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "Let's not talk about arithmetic, this Kongming stone is mine, and I killed that Wuyin Kuan, what does it have to do with you? If you want to grab it, you have to find a better reason. So, you don't want to give it?" The other person took a threatening step with a gloomy face. Qin Yang sighed and said, "You can't even beat the Bamut divine ox. How dare you provoke me? Why, do you think I'm easier to deal with than the Bama divine ox?" A cold light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the hearts of several practitioners suddenly tightened. Someone hurriedly said, "We are all alliances, and we can't hurt each other. We are all god kings, and this underwater prison is just when we need each other's help. Let's take a step back, you give us 1/3, how?" After he finished speaking, he added, "In this way, it has already given you a great deal of face, and it has been regarded as having done your best to you. Could it be that you don't even give the face of our Heavenly Sphere Alliance, or even the face of Xuanhuan Guqing?" Another big hat was put on Qin Yang's head. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I regret reconciling with Xuanhuan Guqing." The expressions of several practitioners changed, and Qin Yang said again, "By the way, I have to remind you that there may be many monsters lurking around in the dark, treating you and me as a meal. I can definitely escape, but you, can you escape?" Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Let's all do what you can, if you can still live." Before he finished speaking, one of the cultivators suddenly stiffened, and a sharp claw on his chest pierced through his chest, holding the fresh heart in his hand. It was a bloodthirsty monkey. Chapter 619 Bloodthirsty Monkey. "Okay, it's too early." Qin Yang pouted, and in the blink of an eye, two cultivators had their hearts dug out by the bloodthirsty face monkey on the spot. The sharp-mouthed monkey's cheeks have blushing blood, and Baji's mouth is fragrant. He eats deliciously, but the other practitioners are so scared that their legs are softened. The bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey licked the corner of his mouth, bowed his body like a little old man, his eyes glowed with infinite ferocity, and stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. Why is it that people and demons feel that they are easy to bully? Taking this opportunity, the cultivator who was lucky enough to escape death immediately ran away. Some people even glared at Qin Yang and said angrily, "Qin Yang, I, Zhang Ting, will not let you go. This account, the Sky Alliance will also remember it." Qin Yang didn't pay attention at all, but looked at the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey. The bloodthirsty monkey scratched the monkey's cheeks, his eyes were rolling, and his eyes kept wandering on the corpse mountain and Qin Yang. Turned around and left. Qin Yang already had the experience, but he was afraid that he didn't know where to hide and waited for a sneak attack. He immediately smiled lightly, stepped on the dragon's footsteps, and disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey came out of the shadows, looked around, a look of annoyance, and could only start to devour the mountain of corpses. There are more and more monsters, and soon, there is a fight here. The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the shock wave kept sweeping all directions, and Qin Yang had already walked away. "In this underwater prison, is your ability still useful?" Qin Yang released the treasure hunter. Squeak. "Of course it works. I originally rely on my nose to smell." The treasure rat patted his little chest proudly. Panda was also unwilling to be lonely, and said, "I think this is my chance to advance to the God Emperor level." His serious appearance made Qin Yang laugh. Whether it is a human or a demon, they all want to be promoted to God Emperor here. But for the swallowing beast, this is probably his paradise. One person and two demons, directly and purposefully move forward quickly. 30 miles ahead, behind the waterfall in the cave, there are a lot of elixir. The treasure rat's eyes almost turned into searchlights. Go. Qin Yang's figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. The original one was empty, and a unicorn crocodile dragon bit the air with its mouth. However, he has to thank himself for not taking the opportunity, otherwise, whoever is on the plate might not be sure. Good guy, is Wagwashan Water Curtain Cave? Qin Yang looked at the waterfall and smiled. The treasure hunter pointed in the direction, and Qin Yang went straight in. As soon as you enter the cave, there is a smell of wine. As soon as I smelled it, I felt like I was going to be drunk, and my strength began to surge, and my energy was also very strong, as if people lost the feeling of tiredness. A pond exudes 5 colors, full of spirit wine. Qin Yang's eyes swept away, and a systematic voice came from his mind. Ding! The recipe has been copied successfully, Lark sent. Good wine. Qin Yang knew it before he drank it. There are hundreds of cherished elixir in this Bailing-seeing. All kinds of elixir appear in my mind, some even Qin Yang has never heard of. Even any kind of elixir is invaluable and has extraordinary efficacy. Hundreds of elixir, without any conflict, complement each other. Such brewing skills are really amazing. And the wine in this wine pond already has an age, at least a few hundred years. You can't take too much every year. You can take up to 3 jars in this pool, and then add spiritual medicine to it to ensure that the effect and age will not be affected. Not bad, really good. Qin Yang took a spoonful and tasted it, feeling that his potential was about to be stimulated. This wine is already the best panacea. I don't know who could brew such a good wine. Qin Yang drank another spoonful. In the world, it is the best in the world. In this underwater prison, it is even more treasured. Stimulating potential is of great benefit to improving the realm and even breaking the level of the God Emperor. Qin Yang nodded again and again. Even if he knew the recipe, it would be impossible to brew this pool of wine. The formula and technique are very important, which is not a problem for Qin Yang. But there is one problem that Qin Yang cannot do, and that is time. Within a few hundred years, the lark in this pool would not have been so superb. Beautiful. Qin Yang's face turned red, and he had endless strength. Looking at a pool of spirit wine, Qin Yang directly condensed the divine sword of destruction, and wanted to move the entire pool away. No, where's the treasure mouse? Qin Yang looked around. The panda next to him lowered his head and didn't know what to do. Qin Yang looked around and was immediately furious. Damn it! Qin Yang almost closed in one breath. From the panda's mouth, a small water spout was rushing into his mouth. And the other end of the water spout is connected to the wine pool. Pandas are already like this, so what about treasure hunters? If you dare to go in and take a bath, I will dare to turn you into wine. Qin Yang said viciously. Fortunately, the treasure rat was just secretly drinking in the corner of the pool and didn't go down, otherwise Qin Yang would really have to kill him. The lard in the wine pool can clearly see the water level under the rapid drop. It has already exceeded the amount of 3 altars. Qin Yang felt a pain in his flesh, and he picked up the drunken treasure-hunting mouse. The whole treasure-hunting mouse was glowing red, and when he lifted his foot, he kicked the panda into a ball. It's not that you are not allowed to drink, let's see what you drink. You are exhausted and fishing, do you understand? Qin Yang rebuked. Okay, hiccup. Wine. Treasure-hunting mouse's eyes were blurred, and its 4 paws kept flapping in the air. The panda also swayed its body from side to side, and even stood unsteadily. It's a pity, this pool of Bailing-seeing is at least 50 years less. Qin Yang felt a pain in the flesh. Without further ado, Qin Yang directly waved the divine sword of destruction to dig out the entire pool. The wine pond is big enough, with a radius of 10 feet and a depth of 3 feet. While Qin Yang lamented the heavy workload, his heart was filled with the joy of a bumper harvest. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he finally dug up the bottom of the pool and put it in the Qianquan ring. With hundreds of years of immersion in Baixiang Yin, this pond is no longer a mortal thing. I'm still thinking of being promoted to God Emperor. Are you already drunk and unconscious? Qin Yang helplessly looked at the panda, who was already shouting. The treasure-hunting mouse even opened its mouth and kept the Harem-seeking, and slept soundly on Qin Yang's shoulder. It's too worry-free. If I wasn't here, let the two of you come here alone. I'm afraid you won't know how you died. Qin Yang said. Taking advantage of the absence of the owner of the cave, Qin Yang planned to escape quickly. Suddenly, a shadow rushed over, and the panda's body smashed directly towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to block and said, "Why, you are not happy to say a few words? Really, you can still hear my words when you are so drunk." There was something wrong with the strength. Qin Yang didn't block it with his palm, and smashed his own hand onto his chest. Lao Tzu's Xuanhuan monkey wine, who is so bold? With a burst of rage, the entire cave trembled. The bloodthirsty monkey was holding a big red stick, and his eyes shot out blood. Chapter 620 Battle. In the big hole that was smashed out of the cave, neither Qin Yang nor Panda cared about the impact force. Qin Yang kicked the panda out with one kick, but this guy hasn't woken up yet. He also walked out of the cave immediately, and when he saw the owner of the cave, he was instantly overjoyed. "It's you again." Qin Yang laughed. "I'm not afraid of flashing my tongue when I speak big words. It's obviously 100-year-old Fellatio. How can it become a 10,000-year-old monkey wine?" The bloodthirsty monkey face was stunned when he saw Qin Yang. He wanted to sneak up on this kid, but he didn't expect that he would steal his den and steal his monkey wine. Even the pond was dug up. "How do you know this is Fellatio?" The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey was surprised. It was obviously because of his fate that he brewed the monkey wine into Fellatio 500 years ago, and it has undergone a qualitative change since then. How could the other party recognize it at a glance? Fellatio, that is the legendary spirit wine. Hurry up and return my monkey wine, otherwise, I will break every bone in your body, and then grind you into powder and sip it in the wine. The bloodthirsty-faced monkey grinned, and the blood-colored stick in his hand danced like a tiger. Qin Yang touched his chin and said, "It turns out that there is a foundation of monkey wine." I said, how can this Fellatio be better than the formula? Did you hear what I said? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey gave a ghostly face, extremely gloomy. I heard. Qin Yang nodded. Then don't do it. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey said angrily. But if I return the wine to you, will you let me go? Qin Yang asked, with a half-smiling smile. The bloodthirsty monkey scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes flashed fiercely, but he said, of course. Qin Yang naturally wouldn't believe what the monkey said, and immediately said, for the sake of this pool of monkey wine, I won't kill you this time. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey glared fiercely and said, little human race, how dare you speak such madness? I will smash your head and search for your Qianquan ring. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy that pool of monkey wine? Qin Yang said with a smile. No matter how fierce and mighty the bloodthirsty monkey face is, it does not dare to act rashly at this time. He didn't do it for a long time, and that's what he was afraid of. How on earth can you give it back to me? Said the bloodthirsty monkey face. Qin Yang groaned and said, so, it seems that I have become a robber. Well, if you can defeat me, I will return the monkey wine to you. If you lose, the monkey wine will belong to me. How? In the underwater prison, it is almost a miracle to have such conditions. This is a world where the strong eat the weak, and all morals are farts. Qin Yang can say this, and he has done his best. But even so, the audience who had been watching in front of the light screen scoffed. It's really over your head, if you have the strength, just kill the monkey. If you don't have the strength, don't run away. That's right, I think this Qin Yang is waiting for the swallowing beast to sober up. He is afraid that he is not the opponent of this monkey at all. Everyone has different thoughts, but there are also very few people who admire Qin Yang's benevolence and righteousness in their hearts. Outside the cave, Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, and the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey on the opposite side shouted loudly, "Let's agree, if you lose, give me back my monkey wine in its entirety." Qin Yang nodded. The bloodthirsty monkey rolled his eyes, and thought to himself, if this kid is playing tricks on me, I will cut him into pieces. If this kid is really a fool, I won't let him go. Qin Yang also had his own thoughts. He completely took a fancy to the big bloody stick in the opponent's hand. With Qin Yang's level of refining, it is natural to see that this stick is extraordinary. Moreover, this stick can't even see through the replication system. Its refining techniques have even surpassed the God King level. If I can't beat him, at least I won't lose. If I beat him, this monkey doesn't seem like a master who will admit defeat. I'll kill him again and take his magic weapon. Qin Yang calculated in his heart. Look. The bloodthirsty face monkey greeted with a stick. The stick is long in the wind, and the end in his hand is still the thickness of a baby's arm, but the other end is comparable to a room. Good job. Qin Yang raised his hands up and resisted directly. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey laughed disdainfully, and his hand lightened slightly. If a stick even smashed the human ring, the monkey wine would be gone. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground split into a terrifying canyon. Qin Yang's figure was deeply smashed into the ground. His hands were numb. No, Qin Yang's inextinguishable body kept shaking with this huge force. The figure rushed up, and Qin Yang stared at the stick and thought. The material for making this stick must be no less than the black ivory of the mammoth. It has its own rules, giant force, tremor. The bloodthirsty monkey face was startled. This kid was unscathed? I think you can still stop it. The bloodthirsty face monkey waved another stick, as if it were about to play baseball. The stick is good, but unfortunately your stick is too bad. Qin Yang shook his head again and again. The breeze blows the willows. With a low voice, Qin Yang's palm, surging power spurted out, pulling the stick to other places with 4 or 2 strokes. Although the size can be changed as desired, and the power will also be stronger or weaker, but in the hands of the bloodthirsty face monkey, it seems that there is no change. Based on this alone, this stick is also a superb attacking magic weapon. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey did not expect Qin Yang to have such a skill, but because of the magic weapon itself, Qin Yang's power was strong, but in the hands of the ghost-faced monkey, it was as light as a wooden stick. Effortlessly throwing the stick back, Qin Yang's Qingfeng Fellatio had no use other than resisting an attack. It's really a powerful magic weapon. Qin Yang had a headache. If this stick was really heavy, this breeze would be enough to make the bloodthirsty monkey lose its focus, but now, it has no effect. Jinghong sword finger. While Qin Yang avoided the stick, he pointed it out, and shot out a divine sword. The extinguishing Excalibur crossed a trajectory in mid-air, and the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey turned its head to avoid it, but the extinguishing Excalibur suddenly turned. The bloodthirsty monkey face was startled. How could this kid be controlled with divine sense? It was as if it was controlled by hand, and there was a 90-degree turn, and it was wiped directly to his neck. Make a fuss. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. The sudden change of moves caught the bloodthirsty monkey face off guard, and a pinch of hair was shaved off his neck, and there was even a faint bloodstain on his neck. What a powerful attack! The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey shattered the sword, only to discover that at the end of the sword there was a smaller dart-like sword. It was this little sword that came first and hit the extermination sword in front, which caused the effect of turning. It turned out to be just showing off some little tricks. What did I think it was? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey sighed in relief, his eyes narrowed, and the stick in his hand quickly waved, fighting with Qin Yang. Chapter 621, Jade Blood Mantis. Having 10,000 years of monkey wine, but only at the level of a god-emperor. But in this Xuanhuan, it can occupy such a treasured place of geomantic feng shui, and there are no monsters around that dare to step over the thunder pool. Qin Yang looked at the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey quietly, and he did not relax. The physical strength is very poor, far worse than Long Yike. The ability of such a weak monster cannot be underestimated. Qin Yang glanced at the panel of the bloodthirsty monkey again. Monster, bloodthirsty monkey. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Bloodline, six-armed monkey. Rules, the mind is demonic. Supernatural powers, fear of inner demons, digging heart claws. Qin Yang knew the abilities of this bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey very well, but he was just curious about how this magical power and the power of rules could be used. In my heart, I also understood that the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey is only a god emperor. Controlling the power of the strange rule of mind-demon barrier, I am afraid that the inner demon that I want to break through will be even stronger. The power of powerful rules also limited his own promotion path. The stick of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey dances like a madman, and Qin Yang moves and dodges with ease. Although he is in the 9 heavens of the divine king realm, facing this monkey in the realm of the divine emperor is not the way to cultivate his physique. Qin Yang even occupies the position. Advantage. It's just that this stick can't be taken any longer. If he takes another hit, while his body is shaken, Qin Yang can't guarantee that he will be scratched if the monkey gives him a claws. Crazy sword art. Qin Yang let out a low voice. His body was like a hidden weapon of a pear flower needle in a rainstorm, spinning and shooting out countless swords of annihilation. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, who had seen the power of the divine sword, naturally wanted to resist it. Ping ping pong pong. A dense drum-like sound rang out, fortunately blocking all attacks. As soon as it stopped, the bloodthirsty monkey face shrank its pupils. He saw Qin Yang make a strange gesture. His 10 fingers were slightly open, and there were countless dark silk threads connected to each finger. If my attack was this simple, I would not be a master of battle. Qin Yang snorted softly, stretched out his hand, and yanked it. The extinction divine sword that was originally shot was pulled back directly under the traction of the extinction line. How much he was knocked away by the bloodthirsty monkey face before, how much has been pulled back now. And this time it was attacked from behind. What's more, the annihilation line itself has a very strong attack power. Shishin stick, do whatever you want. Big. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey roared, and the stick in his hand quickly grew bigger, waving it in a circle, winding all the annihilation lines on the spot, and competing with Qin Yang for strength. You've been fighting for so long, how dare you not count X in your heart? Compare your strength with me? I really doubt how you survived in this underwater prison. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, using strength in his hands, but the annihilation lines of both hands are clasped in one hand. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey said disdainfully, "What if you are strong? You are nothing but the scum of the king of the gods." When he saw Qin Yang free a hand, the contemptuous words stopped abruptly. I tugged hard on my hand, but the stick didn't move at all. It seems that the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey defused Qin Yang's attack, but in fact it was Qin Yang who restricted his powerful magic weapon. Qin Yang made a gesture of a pistol that only he could understand, and spit out, "Spear and swordsmanship, bang." Qin Yang also dubbed himself a voice. The bloodthirsty monkey face was full of question marks, and even some audience members were depressed. Guns and swordsmanship? What martial arts? The battles of the others were boring, but Qin Yang was the only one who fought hotly. Next to the video screen, more and more people are paying attention to Qin Yang. In particular, all the God King players who entered the underwater prison, one by one, got up, either sneak attack, or joined together. How can it be so fun to fight alone like Qin Yang? Sorry, there is a delay. Qin Yang chuckled. A small sword shot out from his fingertips, as fast as a bullet. Running the true meaning of the martial art of Jinghong sword finger, and at the same time incorporating the power of Shenlongjiu, its speed has directly achieved a qualitative change. This is a spear and swordsmanship that even Qin Yang himself can't catch up with his full strength, Yu Longbu. Amazing speed also means amazing explosive power. All martial arts under the rule of annihilation have their own defense-breaking properties, and they are enough to cause considerable and effective damage in higher-level battles. It's just that this blow, I'm afraid it's not just that simple. Ah! Roar! The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey didn't even have time to react. When he realized that he was being attacked, a sharp pain came from his right eye, and his mind felt like a needle stick. This blow directly headshot it. It seems that I won. Qin Yang cancelled the annihilation line and the annihilation sword he shot earlier, and turned around gracefully. But his eyes twinkled brightly. All the audience were immersed in amazement. This blow actually killed the God Emperor in seconds. But only Qin Yang knows that this bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey is not dead. His physical strength is really not like a God Emperor. Even if the power of rules and supernatural powers are strong, his physique should not be so weak. Qin Yang clearly knows his own strength, except for the last move of spear and swordsmanship, which combines various. In addition to the true meaning of multiple martial arts, in the previous battle, he didn't even use his full strength. This can be on par with this bloodthirsty monkey face. Qin Yang himself does not believe it. Therefore, Qin Yang carefully observed the panel of this bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, and the only explanation was its bloodline. With the bloodline of the six-armed demon monkey, Qin Yang was also taken aback after reading the detailed introduction. The six-armed monkey is also the top monster on the hunt for hegemony in the submarine prison mission. Its bloodline ability is 3 heads and 6 arms. This bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey's blood is not pure, and the 3 heads and 6 arms cannot be integrated into one body, so the physical strength has been reduced by 3 times, but he still has 3 heads and 6 arms. Only after one death will there be a second head. Without a strong physique, it is equivalent to having 3 lives, which is enough to defy the sky. You won? I won. The bloodthirsty face monkey suddenly appeared behind Qin Yang, with an arm stretched out from his chest, grabbing Qin Yang's back. This scene is very intimidating. The arm that grows out of the chest has blood-red penetrating hair, as if it was dyed red with blood. All the audience exclaimed, sweating for Qin Yang. Just when the bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey was proud, he found out that what he was in front of his heart was just an afterimage. Qin Yang looked at the arm with fear, and always felt that the arm was a little weird, and it didn't seem to be as simple as supernatural powers. How could you be prepared? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey turned in disbelief. You are even more sinister and cunning than the Jade Mantis. Who? Jade Mantis? Qin Yang frowned. Isn't this Jasper Mantis extinct? The hunting stance that he copied from his body was one of his extremely powerful abilities. At the same time, Qin Yang's heart tightened and his whole body was hairy. Could it be that in this Xuanhuan, there is actually a jade blood mantis? Chapter 622, The Lord is Coming. Inner Demon Fear. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey's eyes exuded a sinister light, and a ghostly face turned into another person. Qin Yang blinked. Who is this face? The bloodthirsty face monkey was also stunned, and repeatedly urged the power of his own rules. The demon of the mind can see through the fear in the enemy's heart, thereby forming a demon of the mind. Fear of supernatural powers and demons is the demon of the incarnation of the enemy. Impossible, how could you not have fear? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey's eyes seemed to see through Qin Yang, but he couldn't find any fear at all. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Who do you think I need to fear? The eyes are extremely firm, only he wants to kill, and there is no one he is afraid of." The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey used as a means of pressing the bottom of the box, but it was directly ineffective. At this moment, he himself panicked. He kept changing faces, and finally changed to a face that Qin Yang seemed to be somewhat familiar with. "I won't let you go," the bloodthirsty face monkey said suddenly, and his voice changed. Qin Yang seemed to have heard this voice before. Qin Yang frowned and thought about it, his expression suddenly became strange. This face turned out to be the famous family who escaped before, and a member of the Sky Alliance. "What does it seem to be called?" "Zhongting?" And the voice was his. Qin Yang stared at the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey that had turned into Zhongting's face, and said, "Do you think I would be afraid of him? Even if you're not afraid of me, aren't you afraid of the Sky Alliance?" The voice of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey seemed to have bewitching power. Qin Yang laughed dumbly and said, "Your ability is indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you met me. Since I have no fear in my heart, you should know that no matter who you turn into, it is useless." Qin Yang was a little angry. "Just Zhongting, why should you be afraid of him? You have 3 heads and 6 arms, and now I have exploded a head, I want to see how many you have." Qin Yang's mouth rose, showing a ruthless look. The figure burst forward and punched out. Xuanhuan stick. The bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey roared, and the blood-colored stick was beaten directly. Qin Yang's figure twisted and suddenly disappeared in front of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, and reappeared behind him. And the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey didn't notice it at all. "Destroyed half." Qin Yang whispered softly, but his martial skills were not displayed. Because Qin Yang sensed an extremely strong danger. A short-term future is foreseen in his eyes. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey was tight in his heart, and his sweat stood up, but he had no time to avoid it. Qin Yang's speed was too fast. Moreover, why is this move so similar to the Jasper Jade Mantis? With a stick, the bloodthirsty monkey can only resist. However, Qin Yang is only in the realm of the King of Gods. No matter how strong his physique is, this blow is not enough to kill him. Everything happened between the lightning and flint. Qin Yang did not attack, but made a mistake with his foot, and immediately split a fork, and his body was directly shortened by half. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey stared at Qin Yang disdainfully, thinking that this was just Qin Yang's trickery, but he turned out to be so embarrassed instead. Seeing the fearful look on Qin Yang's face, the bloodthirsty monkey's confidence greatly increased. He didn't see that the image reflected in Qin Yang's eyes was a big green mantis. The big sword in his hand is ready to be headed. Jasper Jade Mantis, supernatural power, hunting fluctuation, supernatural power, beheading. The bloodthirsty monkey wanted to counter Qin Yang with a stick, but found a huge force coming from the stick, followed by 2 ding-ding sounds. The stick was shaken twice by the giant force. The bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey widened his eyes, and at this moment, he felt something was wrong, but the scene in front of him had already begun to turn around. The previous 2 tremors were the 2-knife decapitation of the jade-blood jade mantis. 1 knife hit the Xuanhuan stick first, and after the other cut off the neck of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, it also slashed on the Xuanhuan stick. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey in the realm of the God Emperor was instantly killed by the Jasper Mantis. Moreover, this jade-blood jade mantis has been dormant for a long time, and it is just about to behead Qin Yang. The green compound eyes stared at Qin Yang. The jade mantis with jade blood directly swallowed the head of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, and was not interested in his headless corpse. Qin Yang felt the hairs on his neck stand up. If he hadn't predicted it in advance, he would have to say it now. The Banua slash of destruction is based on the supernatural beheading of the jade mantis, and combines the true meaning of the Banua/'s martial skills. But this does not mean that this move is much stronger than beheading. What's more, the strength of this praying mantis is more than just a God Emperor. With my strength, I can fight with monsters in the God Emperor realm at most, but I can't be tyrannical. Qin Yang secretly said in his heart. This jade mantis with jade blood has the power of the second realm of God Emperor, and has a strong physique. In the face of the natural enemy, Duping bird, he can fight against it, and it is clear that Qin Yang is not an opponent. Unless I am promoted to God Emperor, I must never fight against him. Qin Yang made up his mind. At this moment, the two big knives of the jade blood jade mantis were swung in succession. Qin Yang is all too familiar with this, running against the sky to remove all the green knives. All the air escaped. The dense sword energy swept out directly, and the mountain behind it was directly smashed. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this blow would be enough to chop it into meat sauce. Blood double knives, cereal. Qin Yang let out a long sigh. This blade is too sharp, even if he has the mention of annihilation, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Suddenly, the figure of the jade mantis with jade blood disappeared. Qin Yang's heart thumped, and he stepped forward suddenly, and at the same time his figure was also hidden. It is also a hunting stance. Qin Yang hides this, with the addition of the exercises, which is no worse than the jade mantis. Qin Yang opened the annihilating dragon's eyes, but he couldn't see the jade mantis with his true eyes. Knowing that this mantis is difficult to deal with, Qin Yang plans to run away. At this moment, Qin Yang suddenly thought of something, looked at the headless corpse of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, and his heart tightened again. This bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey has indeed grown a head again. At this time, the head was hidden under the arm. If you didn't look closely, you might have thought he was dead. No trace of Qin Yang was found. The jade blood jade mantis appeared, and his heart was full of doubts. How could that kid's power be similar to his own? He was about to devour the body of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, but he also found that the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey had been resurrected again. Fluttering his wings to fly, a blood-red arm suddenly penetrated his heart. Ow! The jade blood jade mantis roared bitterly, and before he could display his hunting stance, his heart was taken away. I couldn't kill that kid, it's not bad if I could kill you. The bloodthirsty face monkey laughed grimly. Before his aura was different, a phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared on his body. Chapter 623 Beheading. Impossible, you only have 3 heads in total. I killed you twice, that kid killed you once, how can you be resurrected? The jade blood jade mantis sighed and hunted all year round, but it was planted in the hands of its prey. The jasper jade mantis was not reconciled. Humph, do you know why my strength is so poor? I'm actually afraid of death, but thanks to you guys, otherwise I wouldn't be able to complete the transformation. The bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey laughed in anger, and even he himself didn't know what his mood should be at the moment. Qin Yang's heart tightened. This jasper mantis had casserole once before, this bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey? But what does the bloodthirsty face monkey mean by transformation? Qin Yang glanced at the panel of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, and the panel actually changed. Monster, bloodthirsty monkey. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Bloodline, 6-armed monkey. Rules, the mind is demonic. Supernatural powers, fear of inner demons, digging heart claws. Bloodline supernatural powers, 3 heads and 6 arms. One more bloodline supernatural power. Qin Yang stared, then looked at the bloodthirsty monkey face. Under the illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms, this bloodthirsty monkey face is completely different from before. Could it be that this bloodline can only be triggered after 3 deaths? The monsters in this underwater prison are really not to be underestimated. Even the jade mantis here can only be reduced to prey. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The Jasper Jade Mantis was dead, and he ate ahead of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey, and his entire body was eaten by the other party. The bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey wiped the dark green blood from the corner of his mouth, and his breath condensed again. The illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms is also more substantial, as if to become a reality. It has also strengthened the bloodline. Qin Yang secretly said in his heart, if this continues, this bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey will grow rapidly, and I am afraid that its strength can catch up with the real 6-armed monkey. I took his monkey wine, and this guy will definitely stare at me. His strength has become stronger, which is not a good thing for me. Before his strength has improved too much, kill him first. Qin Yang made a decision and appeared directly behind the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey. But this time, the 3 heads and 6 arms of the bloodthirsty face monkey launched a counterattack on the spot. 2 heads stared at Qin Yang, and 4 arms waved up. The combat power of the bloodthirsty monkey face has increased several times than before. I knew for a long time that you didn't leave, the jade mantis died in my hands, let alone you. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey smiled grimly, and the stick became bigger and thicker, and beat him. Qin Yang jumped suddenly and flew into the air, but at this moment, an arm grew out of the bloodthirsty monkey's chest again. Supernatural powers, heart claws. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey looked at Qin Yang with a grin. Boom. The sound of the heart beating sounded strangely. Qin Yang's face changed, this magical power changed. Can't escape. The heart seemed to be fixed by an inexplicable force, and the blood-colored claws were quickly grabbing it. Buzz. Qin Yang's inextinguishable body trembled violently, breaking free from the inexplicable confinement. At the same time, the true eye of destroying dragon eyes also saw the clue. This is not because the heart is imprisoned, but this guy simultaneously exerted the power of the rules and the mental barrier, making Qin Yang think that the illusion is real. Heart claws, of course, have the ability to imprison and grab, but this is in an underwater prison. Without this supernatural power of divine sense, the power cannot be exerted at all. However, the power of the rules of the bloodthirsty monkey face, and the fear of supernatural beings, can make up for it somewhat. If you don't have fear, you create fear. Is this your true power? Qin Yang has seen through everything. Sure enough, a truly powerful existence, even if he saw his panel, he didn't know how his power would be used. You can still escape? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey was greatly surprised, but he was in a very comfortable mood at this time, and the transformation of his power had made him no longer afraid of anything. Moreover, the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey is very confident in his heart, and it is only a matter of time before Qin Yang is taken down. I don't believe it, you have no weakness. The bloodthirsty monkey-faced monkey wielded the Xuanhuan stick. Although this magic weapon is a bit of a waste in his hands, it cannot exert its real power. However, this magic weapon is powerful. It is only a wishful size, and the quality changes with it, which is enough to make the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey have the power to destroy the world. Boom boom boom. The waving of the Xuanhuan stick split the earth, as if there was a big earthquake, and deep canyons were cracked on the ground. I don't have a weakness, but you do. Qin Yang was getting harder and harder to dodge, and the monkey's strength seemed to be improving. After the transformation of the bloodline, the power that really belongs to him is also gradually increasing. The jade mantis with jade blood and the physique of the second realm of God Emperor that he devoured before are also slowly being absorbed by him. Qin Yang can no longer delay. I have? Joke. At this time I am invincible. It won't be long before I reach the 6th floor and compete with the purebred 6-armed demon monkey. The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey said ambitiously. But, did you forget something? Qin Yang waved his hand with a playful look. A pond of monkey wine took out even the pond with wine, and placed it directly on the spot where the bloodthirsty face monkey waving the heart stick. Bastard! The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey was furious, and his strength was so overwhelming that he urged him unscrupulously, leaving no room for turning around. Although the Xuanhuan stick is stronger and the quality becomes heavier, it has no effect on the master. However, if you swing so hard, can you hold back your own strength? Qin Yang laughed, his voice was still there, but the figure came to the face of the bloodthirsty ghost, behind the monkey. It was originally just a gamble, but if you insist on killing me, then don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yang's eyes lit up with a cold light. To mobilize all the power, there is also no leeway at all. Destroy the half-moon slash. This time, the half-moon caused by the Banyu slash began to tremble slightly, which was a trend that was about to surpass Qin Yang's control. The true meaning of martial arts, Qin Yang can use it at will. If he simply wants to increase his power, it is not difficult for Qin Yang. Banyue's sword chi swung out 100 meters away, and the mountain peaks and trees in front were neatly cut off. At the same time, the 3 heads of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey were also cut off. No, no, no. With 3 loud roars, the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey died even worse than the jade mantis, with blood. Breathing heavily, Qin Yang took out the jade bottle, took out a Huitian pill and swallowed it. The power consumed is instantly replenished. It's just that Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. He could feel his physique, with a little improvement. Can the indestructible body continue to increase its strength? Qin Yang was overjoyed. He picked up the Xuanhuan stick and put it into the Qianquan ring, and also put away the monkey wine in the entire pool before, and the figure flashed and disappeared. He has to study it carefully. After all, the current power is basically at the bottom of the submarine prison. Chapter 624, Divine Body. In a hidden cave, Qin Yang sat cross-legged and silently performed the exercises. The audience that pays attention to Qin Yang has also become less and less. Entering the state of cultivation is naturally extremely boring. Everyone turned their attention elsewhere, and some people were always staring at the leaderboard of the Qianlong competition. On the leaderboard, the competition for ranking is fierce. As time slowly passed, a few days later, Qin Yang was even pushed to the bottom of the top 100 list. At the same time, the points of the top few on the list stopped rising and stopped. This gives other contestants a chance to catch up. Why don't Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan increase their points? Someone asked curiously. Some people also knew something through the monitoring light screen, and immediately explained. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifein are staring at them. At this time, the top few people on the list, namely Lu Mingyu, Wu Xiaoya and the others, are all staring at them. Being hunted down. What? They're being hunted? It's not a big deal, but they are in a secret realm and are carrying out a mission. The battle does not violate the rules. Besides, they didn't succeed in Feng Lian. As a result, the rankings gave birth to a lot of suspense. On the other side, the submarine prison, the highlight of this Qianlong competition. Some contestants who have broken through the King of Gods from the Star Realm can't wait to rush into the underwater prison to score. However, there is a huge gap between reality and imagination. Most of them just entered the underwater prison and jumped off the bridge, and they fell directly before they could see the environment of the second layer of Xuanhuan. It's not just them, the contestants who entered the underwater prison early on in the God King realm are not good at it. Almost all of them suffered big losses at the hands of the monsters, and there were not a few casualties. In just a few days, the number of contestants who have fallen is several times more than the number of deaths in the previous wars in the Kanglan Mystery Realm. Fortunately, everyone is not a fool, the contestants have united, and even several groups have established a temporary stronghold directly in Xuanhuan. Search for treasures from heaven and earth, and form groups to hunt down monsters. While brushing points, improve your strength. In this way, the situation has stabilized. Among them, the most powerful is none other than the Sky Alliance. Then, there are the major forces. I have to mention that the blood skeleton has shadow remnants, which are still united. Several major forces have established temporary strongholds, and they are clearly separated from each other. Looking at Qin Yang again, he is still cultivating quietly. Almost 10 days have passed. I've been squeezed out of so many points. Qin Yang opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to check the hegemony order. The total points are 703. After all, killing the bloodthirsty monkey face also rewards 100 points. This naturally includes the points for killing big monsters and ghosts. This is what Qin Yang owed first. Even so, Qin Yang didn't even make it to the leaderboard. These people really sacrificed their lives for the points. Qin Yang couldn't help shaking his head. In these 10 days, Qin Yang's harvest can be said to be great, or it can be said to be almost nothing. Qin Yang has been using the power of annihilation to temper his physique, with little success. But I figured out a little, that is, on top of the immortal body, there is a realm of physical power. In fact, Qin Yang should have discovered this long ago, but he has not paid attention to it. The power of the rule of obliteration can be broken by other forces, so the immortal body tempered by the rule of obliteration is naturally not indestructible in the true sense. In the Divine Emperor realm, even if the monsters do not focus on physical fitness, their physical strength is similar to that of Qin Yang. If the immortal body only has this level, it is too weak. Promoted to God Emperor, the power of rules has transformed, and along with it, there is also a physique. As long as you are promoted to God Emperor, you can get the divine body. In the secret realm of the temples, Xuanhuan Guqing grabbed Qin Yang's divine sword of destruction, and Qin Yang felt a little weird at that time. Although Xuanhuan Guqing was also injured at the time, but with ordinary physique, it is impossible to do this. The next realm of the immortal body is the immortal body. Qin Yang's eyes were bright. At the same time, Qin Yang also knew that he wanted to be promoted to God Emperor, but it was not as simple as copying directly. Even if he can be promoted, the process of promotion will bring great risks to Qin Yang. In the past promotion, the improvement of the rules of annihilation is not a transformation, especially the King of Gods, it is a level-by-level improvement, and the indestructible body is also slowly tempered. But if he really wants to be promoted to God Emperor, the improvement of the rules of extinction will directly change qualitatively. At that time, how can Qin Yang's physique withstand the rules of extinction after the transformation? This is Qin Yang's greatest achievement. The process of being promoted to a God Emperor is probably as dangerous as Qin Yang's comprehension of the rules of annihilation when he first obtained the indestructible body. And that time, even if Qin Yang thinks back now, if he comes back again, he is not sure that he will survive. Qin Yang couldn't help wiping away his cold sweat, feeling extremely fortunate in his heart. The most urgent task is to improve the physical strength, the stronger the better. Qin Yang secretly made up his mind. Simply tempering with the annihilation rule has little effect. The only way is to plunder a lot of heaven and earth treasures. Ordinary heaven and earth treasure. Only in this way can Qin Yang's physique be improved. Also, fight. Only a difficult battle can give the physique room for improvement. The physique is like a spiritual material, and it must be continuously forged to become a real magic weapon. For ordinary practitioners, Qin Yang's physique is enough to envy everyone and make everyone jealous. But for Qin Yang, his physique must be so strong. Otherwise, there is no way to carry the rules of annihilation. Only Qin Yang himself knows that the rule of annihilation is a double-edged sword. This is so strong that even I am afraid. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Now that the road ahead is clear, the next step is to focus on improving physical strength. And this underwater prison is also an excellent place for Qin Yang to improve. Wine, I want wine. The panda jumped out of the demon ring directly, with a treasure hunter on his head, and looked at Qin Yang with saliva. Yo, sober up? Qin Yang didn't get angry when he saw these two goods. Hey, where is this place? It seems to be far away from that cave. The treasure hunter sniffed. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and said angrily, just drink hard. You are so drunk that you don't know how you died. I'm afraid you don't know either. I fought twice. Ah. The panda was stunned, and the treasure-hunting mouse was also at a loss. Fortunately, the jade mantis was beheaded by the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey without any precautions. Otherwise, Qin Yang would not have stayed here to practice so easily. You guys have been drinking this monkey wine for decades. From today onwards, there are only 3 jars of monkey wine a year. Qin Yang raised 3 fingers and added, it's everyone drinking it together. 3 altars. The panda suddenly grimaced, and the treasure hunter was also unhappy. Qin Yang couldn't bear it at all, and resolutely said, in order to plan for a long time, it must be like this. Now, honestly go treasure hunting with me, I want to improve my physical strength quickly. Do you still need to improve your physical strength? Panda asked in surprise. Some viewers also pay attention to Qin Yang's light screen from time to time, and they are immediately amazed that they are so strong, and it is too scary to improve. Qin Yang was too lazy to explain, and said, holding the tail of the treasure-hunting mouse, the direction of treasure hunting, specializing in spiritual materials that are useful to the body, you should be aware of it. The treasure hunter nodded hurriedly. Chapter 625 Dragon Realm. Xuanhuan, there is no daylight. There were dark clouds everywhere in the evening, like before dawn. But it's not dark here, and it can be seen with the naked eye from 100 meters away, and the whole environment gives people a feeling of depression. On a small hill, Qin Yang stood quietly on the top of a boulder, looking around. There was a gloomy ancient castle in the distance. Around the castle, there are black and green bubbling river water, and unknown monsters floating in it. The only way to enter is to fly over or only through the drawbridge in front of the castle gate. Is there a treasure here to improve your physique? Qin Yang asked. Treasure Mouse nodded. Qin Yang had some headaches, and always felt that there was something wrong with his treasure-hunting mouse. The imaginary treasure hunter can always find natural treasures, and it is the kind of wild that can be obtained without much effort. But the treasure-hunting mouse of his own is more like a robber who robs a house, staring at the treasures in the hands of others. The suspension bridge was lowered, and the gate of the ancient castle was opened, not to mention Qin Yang. Anyone who changed it would think there was a fraud. Inside the castle, there might be something waiting for others to send sheep into the tiger's mouth. Although Xuanhuan is only the 2nd floor of the underwater prison, it is uncertain how many powerful existences there are. Qin Yang thought in his heart, but the treasure that can attract treasure hunters must be extraordinary, and Qin Yang is unwilling to miss it like this. Forget it, if it's a big deal, run away. Qin Yang frowned and strode over. When stepping on the suspension bridge, the black-green river water under the suspension bridge emerged the head of a monster, with 2 green eyes and red pupils. Perhaps because Qin Yang stepped on the suspension bridge, the monster did not attack. Walking across the drawbridge and entering the castle from the gate, all the buildings in the castle are full of traces of history, a bit desolate and seemingly uninhabited. Guest, why hesitate? Since you're here, why don't you come in and sit? An old voice sounded, coming from afar from the main hall of the ancient castle. Qin Yang was shocked. In this underwater prison, where spiritual sense was restricted, someone found him so far away? Looking left and right, I found a small stone statue with a strange light in its eyes. Ding. Copy refining method, monitor stone statues. Qin Yang Dun was surprised and paid special attention to it. It turned out that there were such cameras everywhere in this ancient castle. The owner of this ancient castle turned out to be a craftsman genius. Excuse me then. Qin Yang cupped his hands and responded politely. When I entered the main hall, I found that the lord was sitting on an old man, with a white beard, a wrinkled face, and two very characteristic long beards on the edge of the lips, floating on both sides without wind. There is even a pair of dragon horns on the forehead. It's just that the dragon's horns are dim, not as bright and conspicuous as other dragons. It seems to herald the death of the old man's life. Dragon Clan. Qin Yang looked at the old man deeply. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Opponent, Dragon. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Bloodline, Fire Dragon God. Rules, the rules of fire. Domain, Heaven and Earth Hearth. Qin Yang is used to it. Different people have different panels. For ordinary people, the bloodline column shows the exercises. For other races, those with special abilities will also be displayed. The power method is replaced by the bloodline column. Only the bloodline can distinguish the abilities of these races, rather than appearing on the exercises. Not bad. The old man opened his eyes, deep and full of wisdom. When he first saw Qin Yang, he was obviously surprised, but he didn't expect this kid to be a human race, and he didn't look weak. The elder of the Dragon Clan introduced himself. My name is Aoli, the former elder of the Dragon Clan. Under Qin Yang, the human race. Qin Yang said. Aoli nodded lightly and asked, You are so young, why are you imprisoned in this prison? Seeing that the old man had no ill intentions, Qin Yang immediately explained, I did not commit a crime, I am not a prisoner. I am participating in the Qianlong competition, and this is one of the trials. The Hidden Dragon competition? Aoli didn't seem to have heard this term before, apparently being locked up here for too long. Aoli said, What year is it now? Qin Yang thought for a while and said, Qishinli, 1000. Before he could finish speaking, Aoli interrupted, What about the calendar of the gods? That was 10,000 years ago. Why is the divine calendar only 1,000 years old? Because there are 9,000 years of oblivion in the middle. Forgotten calendar. Forgotten calendar. Really forgotten? Aoli laughed, his smile full of bitterness. Qin Yang looked at the Dragon Clan old man, strangely. Could it be that he has stayed here for a long time, and his spirit is not normal? To be honest, I'm here to hunt for treasures. I heard that there are treasures here, to improve physical fitness? Qin Yang said bluntly. Aoli came back to his senses, and stared at Qin Yang quietly. I can't remember how many years ago, you are the first guest in my castle. Qin Yang raised his brows and said, There seems to be a lot of guests in the moat outside? The black and green eerie moat is bubbling. In addition to the ups and downs of terrifying monsters, there are also white bones that seem to fill the moat. Aoli shook his head and said, No, those people are all trash. I mean, you are the first person to walk in through the gate, and naturally only you are considered a guest. Qin Yang felt guilty. If he wasn't afraid of being plotted in the air, he would actually want to fly over directly. Now it seems that walking through the door is still the right thing to do. I have something more important than the treasures of heaven and earth, don't you want to hear it? Aoli asked. What is it? Qin Yang naturally asked humbly. History. Aoli said. Qin Yang is not interested, I still care more about the treasures of heaven and earth. This is related to the success rate of his promotion to God Emperor, so naturally he cannot be sloppy. If others fail to be promoted to God Emperor, they may still be able to survive, but Qin Yang knows that if he fails, there will be nothing left. Even if there are treasures from heaven and earth, you have to live to enjoy them. Aoli said. Obviously he seems to have too much to say, and Qin Yang seems to be a good listener. Qin Yang frowned and said, Okay, then you can talk. There are 10,000 worlds. I know. The world of the firmament is the center of all worlds. I know too. The dragon family is not a creature in the world of the sky. Qin Yang was startled and looked at Aoli in surprise. The dragons are also extraterrestrial gods and demons? This is the reason why the dragon clan did not intervene when the gods and powerhouses fought in the myriad realms 10,000 years ago? At the same time, the entire sky world is also boiling. The audience was once again attracted by Qin Yang's images. Even if there is no battle this time, there is something more attractive than a battle. Dragon family, from the dragon world. Aoli said, slowly. Chapter 626, True God Realm. Following Aoli's chatter, Qin Yang's eyes also appeared in front of a magnificent, myriad world. Myriad worlds are connected to each other, but they are distinct. As the center of all worlds, the sky world connects all worlds with sky spirit treasures. Songqiong Lingbao is the empty island base. As the sky world at the center of myriad realms, it has a speed that is 10 times faster than myriad realms' cultivation, and accommodates the power of all rules. However, the reason why the sky world is like this is because the sky spirit treasure is connected to all realms, and the sky world has been devouring all realms, drawing the power of rules from all realms. Worlds collapsed, destroyed, or merged into the world of the sky, or simply disappeared. The dragon realm where the dragon clan lives was merged into the sky world. The original dragon realm is now the holy land of the dragon clan, the holy land of Haitian. In the 10,000 worlds, there are also strong people who discovered that their world was on the verge of destruction, shattered the spiritual treasures in the sky, completely isolated the other world from the sky world, and no longer worried about the power of heaven and earth being swallowed by the sky world. More and more powerhouses followed suit and kept their own world, but cut off the way for the sky world to draw power. Therefore, the power of heaven and earth in the sky world is rapidly attenuated, and no one can break through the God Emperor. So, forgetting is coming. Not only the world of the firmament has experienced the forgotten calendar, but all the worlds will also experience the forgotten calendar. The myriad realms powerhouse seems to have forgotten why they cut off the connection with the sky world in the first place. They only know that the sky world is the center of myriad realms, where the cultivation speed can be increased 10 times or 100 times. Therefore, Wanjie began to move around, and once again opened up the connection with the world of the sky. The First World War begins. Hearing this, Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. He thought that the Dragon Elder was talking about the current history, but now he suddenly realized that this was the last reincarnation. The War of 10,000 Worlds has spread to every corner of 10,000 worlds. And the sky world at the center of Wanjie, because the Wanjie channel was reopened, became the strongest world again. There is no suspense, the sky world won the victory. After the victory, the Wanjie channel was actively closed by the sky world, and another forgotten calendar began. Qin Yang was stunned for a while. I'm afraid this is not just the last reincarnation, it seems to be the last reincarnation. Looking at this old dragon man suspiciously, is this guy fooling around, or has he lived too long? I am afraid that today's dragon clan doesn't even remember that there is such a once elder. I don't think these histories are more valuable than the treasures of heaven and earth, Qin Yang said truthfully. Although history will give people an indescribable sense of impact, it is heart-wrenching, but after calming down, what is the use of knowing more? Listen to me. Aoli was a little unhappy, and he managed to say what he had been holding back for countless years, and he didn't want to be interrupted again. Qin Yang took a deep breath and could only listen patiently. Maybe after listening to this, the old man will give him the spiritual materials of heaven and earth? The audience in front of the screen was also afraid that Qin Yang would interrupt, but they had never heard of these histories. Obviously, everyone was interested in history. If you can learn from one or two, you may be able to stand in the wind and soar into the sky in the future. Different worlds have different cultivation rules. Only the cultivation method of the sky world is the right way. Because only the cultivation method of the sky world can reach the real God realm. This is a realm that exceeds the 5 realms of the God Emperor. The power of belief was once despised by all worlds, thinking that this method of cultivation restricts cultivators. But no one knows that this is the only way to break through the realm of true gods. Qin Yang scratched his ears, his face full of boredom, but he said, "Then what?" Aoli's face showed a bewitching look. "Don't you want to be a true god?" Qin Yang spread his hands indifferently and said, "It depends on the strength of the enemy. If the enemy is too strong, I can only defeat it if I advance to the realm of true gods, then I will be promoted to true gods." Qin Yang's answer made Aoli look surprised. Over the years, he has heard countless answers, but Qin Yang's answer is the most special. True God is promoted when you want to be promoted? Do you want to know the method? Aoli asked. Think. Think. Hurry up and answer, think about it. In the sky world, in front of the light screens everywhere, all the audience boiled up and shouted loudly and neatly. Even the contestants were guarding the light screens, showing the hegemony orders, clenching their fists, and their palms were almost sweating. For the time being. I'm not interested. Qin Yang's face was calm, he was really not interested. Instead, it feels like a waste of time. Qin Yang didn't know that at this moment, almost everyone stopped and stared at the light screen with his image. What? Aoli was stunned, and every wrinkle on his face revealed a look of disbelief. Aoli slowed down and said, "If you don't get promoted to true God, you will definitely be destroyed in the Great War of 10,000 Worlds." "I won't," Qin Yang said casually. The tone is casual, as if speaking a fact, revealing the incomparable confidence in his heart. "You can." "I do not know." "You can." "I'm good." "Well, just be happy." Qin Yang was speechless. "Since you want to know how to become a true god, as my only guest, I can tell you. Even, help you," Aoli said. Qin Yang blinked and didn't answer. He secretly said in his heart, "I don't want to." At the same time, the entire sky world went crazy, and so did all the contestants who entered the underwater prison. "Where is the castle where Qin Yang is located? Hurry up and find it." The major forces that have united and established temporary strongholds in the submarine prison have issued announcements one after another. To find out the location of this castle immediately. This is probably an unparalleled opportunity. If you can seize this opportunity, you will become the strongest person in the world. True God Realm, just a name, makes everyone rush and lose their senses. Come closer, I'll tell you. I feel that you seem to be being watched, Aoli said mysteriously. Qin Yang was stunned for a while. Is this old guy so godly? At the same time, everyone also believed that this mysterious dragon elder named Aoli really knew how to become a true god. Ding! The level of the formation is higher than the level of the host, and it cannot replicate the great array of heaven and earth. As soon as Qin Yang took a step forward, the system reminded him. Qin Yang glanced at the ground without leaving a trace. The position where Aoli was sitting was right at the center of the formation. Heaven and earth hearth, isn't this guy's domain? Qin Yang thought to himself, and the ability of the heaven and earth hearth field was also passed through Qin Yang's heart. For a while, a faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, so it was. Chapter 627, Heaven and Earth Hearth. In Qin Yang's mind, he thought of the underworld god in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. A great formation of the dead world can be displayed through the formation method. And in this underwater prison, the spiritual sense is limited, and it is impossible to release it at all like this kind of heaven and earth furnace. But the old man's refining technique is extremely clever, as can be seen from the previous surveillance statue. It turned out that he had developed a formation that could display his domain. The hearth of heaven and earth refines all things in heaven and earth, taking its essence and removing its dross. This is an ultra-high method that combines alchemy and alchemy. However, both the alchemy technique and the artifact refining technique use the forbidden technique of the two. If it's just a forbidden technique, it still doesn't mean that this world's hearth is powerful. The real power of this world's hearth is that it can also refine beliefs. If a God Emperor is refined, the power of belief that he possesses will be directly absorbed by this Aeoli and become Aeoli's power of belief. My God, Qin Yang has such an opportunity. He's already strong enough. With such an opportunity, who can compete with him? Everyone was envious, jealous, and hated, their eyes were red, and their hearts were burning with fire. In everyone's eyes, Qin Yang approached Aeoli step by step, and soon walked to Aeoli. Aeoli looked at Qin Yang with satisfaction and said, I'll tell you now, the way to become a true god. I seem to have guessed your method. Qin Yang revealed a playful look. Oh? Then tell me? Aeoli asked in confusion. Qin Yang said, use the heaven and earth hearth formation to refine me and take everything from me, including the power of belief that I have. Aeoli's face changed and stiffened, but he did not speak, but looked at Qin Yang gloomily. The previously kind face is gone. This sudden change made all the audience at a loss, and the contestants were also at a loss. Qin Yang continued, you see that I am a human race, and I can appear in your seemingly gloomy castle, without any fear. You think that my strength must be at least a God Emperor, so you think I have something in me. The power of faith. Aeoli's heart skipped a beat. How did this kid see through it? Qin Yang said again, but I have to tell you, the next is the God King realm Jizongshan. I just want to be promoted to God Emperor more securely, so I came here to find the treasures of heaven and earth. As for the power of belief, sorry, it seems that there is not yet. People believe in me. Because I'm not yet a God Emperor, so if you want to believe, there's nothing you can do. Impossible. My ancient castle was built in the most vicious place in Xuanhuan, surrounded by bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkeys and even a jade mantis with jasper blood, and a shadowless Kuan. You can appear here, you can't just be the king of gods. Aeoli said directly. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, I'm sorry, the monsters you just mentioned are all dead. Qin Yang raised his head and looked around, and said, when you said that someone was peeping, you were talking about the formation of the sky prison in this submarine prison, right? Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said, the formation of the heavenly prison has been destroyed, and the materials for the formation are still with me. However, it is your sentence that is more convincing. Because everyone knows the formation of the heavenly prison. Ruined, the only ones still monitoring are the Star Compass and Mr. Qiqiao through the privileged passage of the Dragon Palace. And you can't possibly know that. So, what you said is right. It's just that everyone forgot one thing. Although everyone knows that the Tianjian formation has ruined it, you don't know. I have to say, this is a wonderful coincidence. Even so, so what? I can feel that your physical strength is very powerful. Even if you don't have the power of faith, it is enough to make my physique more solid. Aeoli revealed his true face and became hideous. Qin Yang sighed and said, it's a pity. What a pity? Aeoli asked. Qin Yang said, the history you said may be true, and the method you said is indeed feasible. You also abandoned the cultivation method of the Dragon Clan, learned the cultivation method of the Sky World, and learned to absorb the power of belief. So, you are still in the first realm of God Emperor, and without enough faith, you will never be able to break through the second realm of God Emperor. I'm afraid this is also the reason why you were imprisoned in the underwater prison? So what? Aeoli said. Such a forbidden method is naturally not tolerated by the Dragon Clan. Simply betraying the way of the Dragon Clan's cultivation is enough to put him in prison. The Dragon Clan would not tolerate him, let alone thinking about this crooked way. What are you pity for? Aoli asked. Qin Yang said, "It's a pity that you chose the wrong target this time." Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang shouted lowly, and poked his sword finger directly at Aoli's eyes. His fingertips were surrounded by Jianmong, and when he suddenly attacked, Qin Yang burst out with all his strength, and this finger directly penetrated Aoli's head. Dragons are powerful, but their eyes are the weakest part. Although the skull is hard, attacking from the eyes avoids the defense of the skull. Aoli died on the spot. "You're probably the easiest god emperor I've killed." Qin Yang laughed. At such a close distance, after Aoli knew that Qin Yang was only in the Divine King realm, he never thought that Qin Yang's physical attack power and speed were not weaker than the Divine Emperor realm at all. If it were any monster in the God Emperor realm, Aoli would not dare to care so much. "One true god in one mouthful, your ambition is really too lofty." Qin Yang snorted and sneered. Although it was said to Aoli's corpse, the audience's faces were red when they heard it. Especially the God King contestants in the underwater prison, who were going crazy before, were also embarrassed. Buzz. There was a tremor, and Aoli's seat immediately disappeared. Including Aoli's body. But Aoli's dragon soul was still standing on the seat. "It's not dead?" Qin Yang was taken aback. Not only did he not die, but he also activated the Heaven and Earth Hearth array. Aoli laughed loudly. Okay, I have been thinking about not giving up the dragon body, but I didn't expect to encounter a body stronger than the dragon body today. If you have this body, my plan will be implemented. Easier. Aoli opened his mouth and said, "Listen to you, the heavenly prison array has been destroyed? It's so good. Finally, I don't need to be imprisoned anymore." The role of the Heavenly Supervisor Array is obviously not just monitoring. On the contrary, the joint monitoring of Mr. Qiqiao and the Star Compass is the only monitoring function. Among the Dragon Clan, it caused quite a stir. Of course they knew what the detained Aoli was, but they didn't expect that this Aoli was still alive. People who were originally envious of Qin Yang's chance were also gloating at this time, but they didn't expect this to be not only a chance, but a trap. Qin Yang looked at Aoli like a fool, and said, "You only have a dragon soul, and you still want to take me away? Or do you think your formation can trap me?" Qin Yang hummed disdainfully and took a step back. And it is this step that directly exits the formation. Aoli couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? What made him even more astonished, and what puzzled all the audience, was that Qin Yang tilted his head and stepped into the formation one step further, tempering his body in the raging flames generated by this great formation on the hearth of heaven and earth. Chapter 628, Tempering the Physique. It turned out that Qin Yang heard the words of the treasure-hunting mouse, and this great array of hearths in the heaven and earth is the greatest treasure of heaven and earth to improve one's physique. Obviously, the realm of the treasure hunter at this time has become the pride of the treasure hunter race, and its understanding of the treasures of heaven and earth is also different from that of ordinary treasure hunters. He knew that Qin Yang wanted to improve his physical strength, so he would naturally give Qin Yang the best guidance. And in this great formation of heaven and earth hearth, there is no heaven and earth treasure that can compete with it. Aoli was a little confused. Is this kid trying to prove that he can go out if he wants to, and come in if he wants to come in? Aoli couldn't help being a little furious. Good boy, you will regret it. Even if your physique is comparable to a dragon clan, your spirit is still a human clan. You will pay for your actions. With that said, Aoli's soul turned into a streamer in the flames of the formation and rushed into Qin Yang's mind. In Qin Yang's sea of consciousness, Aoli's wild laughter sounded. As long as he killed Qin Yang's spiritual sense, he could occupy his body. It's a pity, this is a real pity. Aoli was beyond excited. This is simply that after the duck on the mouth flew away, it shrugged off its hair, roasted it, and sent it to the mouth. In Qin Yang's sea of consciousness, a pair of annihilated dragon eyes suddenly opened. An incomparably vast pressure filled the entire sea of consciousness. I'm still thinking about how to kill you so that you don't hurt this world. I didn't expect you to find the best way for me. Qin Yang's voice was a bit complicated, and he couldn't help himself from laughing. Shenlongjiu's terrifying body was lying cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. Although his body was hanging around Qin Yang's neck, it was a jade pendant. But the divine soul of Shenlongjiu lives in Qin Yang's sea of consciousness. Aoli was crushed by this earth-shattering pressure, and his soul trembled, especially this pressure. There was an unstoppable blood pressure. Your dragon soul, I laughed. Shenlongjiu took a big mouth, and Aoli's dragon soul was directly swallowed by it. Shenlongjiu smacked his lips, and after a while, it was obviously a delicious meal. Close your eyes and continue to rest comfortably. The Shenlong Jade, which has returned to the super god-level magic weapon, has always been invisible. And Qin Yang has never used the true power of Shenlongjiu. Destroying Longwei is also dominated by Qin Yang, who borrowed the ability of Shenlongjiu. However, that is not the full power of the Dragon Jade. It's just that Qin Yang used his own strength to possess the characteristics of Shenlongjiu. The Dragon Jade itself has the power of a God Emperor. After returning to the Super God rank, he is not an ordinary Super God rank magic weapon. In other words, in terms of real combat power, Shenlongjiu himself can sweep Xuanhuan. As for the fact that the body was almost split open by Wu Lingshan with a punch in the Kanglan secret realm before, it was because the Shenlong Jade was restricted by the Kanglan secret realm and did not exert its full power. If it is brought into play, what else is there to do with the 5 spiritual gods? The Shenlong Jade showed its mighty power, and when the true power of its body was revealed, the entire secret realm would collapse. Even if there is another 5 spirit gods, the secret realm cannot be stabilized. However, Shenlongjiu is only Qin Yang's trump card, and Qin Yang also has an advantage, that is, he likes to be down to earth. Just like just now, even if Aoli throws the shock of history, uses the real god realm as bait, draws a big cake and creates a shocking sense of crisis, but what Qin Yang thinks is to listen to him finish the nonsense. Okay, find ways to increase your physical strength. This is my sea of knowledge. Qin Yang looked at the soul of Shenlongjiu and was speechless. Shenlongjiu opened one eye, looked down at Qin Yang, and said, "It's more comfortable to live here, don't thank me." Qin Yang rolled his eyes and rushed into his own sea of consciousness. Aoli was seeking his own death. Even if there is no Shenlongjiu, Aoli's dragon soul is not Qin Yang's opponent. The physique is comparable to that of a dragon, and the power of rules is even stronger. How could Qin Yang's spirit be weak? On the contrary, Qin Yang's strongest is the power of the soul, otherwise how to control the indestructible body and the rules of extinction? I thank you for your head. Qin Yang pouted. Shenlongjiu muttered, "Anyway, if you destroy it, there will be nothing left. Such a delicious dragon soul cannot be wasted." Qin Yang sighed, and his soul returned to reality. Fortunately, the heaven and earth furnace array was still activated, and the flames wanted to refine Qin Yang. However, the flames at this time were only forging Qin Yang's physique. As a god emperor, the rules of annihilation will undergo a qualitative change. Before that, there was no rule of annihilation for qualitative change, and the strength of the tempered indestructible body was simply not enough. So, I need more powerful pressure to temper my physique, and try this world's furnace formation first. Qin Yang sat cross-legged and began to undergo refining, and his hair drifted behind his back without wind. Controlling the power of the rules of annihilation, instead of resisting the flames, it simply motivates the immortal body and accepts the tempering. The physique is gradually strengthening, and in this terrifying flame, the flames that are enough to refine the fleshly body of the God Emperor realm make Qin Yang extremely difficult. However, Qin Yang must grit his teeth and insist. Only by perseverance can you succeed. Time passed slowly, and the audience lost patience again and went to watch other people's images. But as one of the strongest contenders in the competition list, Qin Yang's video screen will never go out. As for previously, Ao Li's divine soul attack, anyone who knew that Qin Yang was a descendant of the 8 races of Shinto and possessed the secret key of the divine world, the dragon jade, would be regarded as a joke. If Ao Li also knew this, I'm afraid he wouldn't die in vain if he cut himself off. 3 days later, the flames of the heaven and earth hearth array gradually went out. Qin Yang's inextinguishable body has adapted to this flame. Although his physique has improved a lot, it is approaching the critical point. When I want to improve, I am afraid it will be extremely difficult again. Watching Qin Yang wake up, some viewers couldn't help being shocked. Staying in this flame for 3 days, I am afraid that the whole Xuanhuan will not be able to find a monster that can be so relaxed. But Qin Yang did it. Even if he is not promoted to God Emperor, Qin Yang's strength is enough to cross Xuanhuan. However, because Qin Yang has improved his strength, and he is the only one alone, the points are also far behind. Although he is not ranked on the list, it is not difficult to check everyone's points if you want to know. The 100th place on the leaderboard already has more than 1,000 points. Moreover, more and more God Kings have also entered the rankings, and the advantages that the practitioners of the Star Realm had previously gained are slowly being narrowed. In addition to the underwater prison, almost all the major levels have been cleared, and many practitioners in the Star Realm have broken through the realm of the gods and entered the submarine prison. The entire power of Xuanhuan has undergone earth-shaking changes. The strongholds of the contestants' forces have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain, and they form groups to hunt down monsters. Even if their strength is not strong, a group of ants is enough to surround and kill insects. With the arrival of a piece of news, the entire Hidden Dragon contest has reached its first high court. Someone has been promoted to God Emperor. Chapter 629 8 Regions. Someone has been promoted to God Emperor? Who is it? Xuanhuan Guqing? Or the God of War? Wouldn't it be Feng Lian them? No, Feng Lian, and they haven't entered the underwater prison yet. I heard that it is a man named Zhang Ting, a cultivator of the Sky Alliance, and a member of the Li family of the 4 major families in the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. Zhang Ting's name instantly moved the world, and many people picked up the 8 generations of his ancestors. At the same time, the major gambling markets are also mourning, especially the dealer, who is crying. Fortunately, because of this change, more people also participated in the gambling, and the various gambling contracts made the dealers smile one by one. Uncertain factors and personal opportunities are too difficult to grasp, but make people want to try. Come on, guess the next God Emperor. In addition to these, there is actually a quiz about who will fall next. The entire Qianlong competition has also entered the hottest time. And this fiery will obviously last longer. After all, this is only the 2nd floor of the underwater prison. I just improved my physical strength here, everyone has been promoted to God Emperor. Qin Yang was a little depressed, riding on the head of a panda that had become the size of a mountain, and the treasure-hunting mouse on his shoulder pointed in the direction. Feng Lian is chasing Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and saw this message from the hegemony order. Murder in his eyes. At a time of danger, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan appeared, and they both joined forces to beat Feng Lian 3 people. When Qin Yang saw this, he immediately became happy. Fortunately, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were not allowed to come in with him, otherwise, Gong Sunming would suffer. Why does Gong Sunming suffer? Because of Lu Qingshan. Qin Yang had already explained that no matter what danger they encountered, the harm suffered by Lu Mingyu and others would be passed on to Gong Sunming. This guy has the secret key of the gods and the sky-filling stone. He is truly immortal. If someone dies and can be resurrected, he can't die at all. Sky Alliance, Justice Alliance, Dark Alliance, Million Demon Alliance. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. Why did so many alliances pop up? Xuanhuan Guqing's reconstruction of the Sky Alliance seems to have a rival. The Xuanhuan Empire's royal family took the lead, with the 8 gods of war in the sky as the pillars, and the 4 major families of the imperial city and various forces joined in, but they were still cut off. The Justice League, represented by the Temple of Heaven, the Land of Order in the Sky Continent, the gods united them and the forces of the Land of Order, and did not buy the account of the Sky Alliance at all. The Dark Alliance is the combination of the shadows and blood skeletons of the 3 major dark forces, and the participation of various killer evil forces, making it quite strong and not weak at all. The 10,000 Demons Alliance is represented by the Beiyuan Demon Temple, and the 10,000 Demons Palace also joined it, most of which are monster forces. Surprisingly, among the 4 major alliances, the strongest is not the Sky Alliance, nor the Justice and Dark Alliance, but the 10,000 Demons Alliance. The weakest one is actually the Sky Alliance. Moreover, the Sky Alliance is the most unreliable one. I don't know what Xuanhuan Guqing's expression will be when he sees these messages. Qin Yang laughed. Although Zhang Ting's promotion to the God Emperor in the Sky Alliance really made the Sky Alliance show his face, Zhang Ting made it clear that he only served the Li family of the 4 major families. Li Fengdao, the eldest of the 4 young masters of the imperial city, is his young master. This statement is a bit intriguing. It seems a bit like the meaning of forcing the palace. Zhang Ting seems to feel that he has been promoted to God Emperor, and he should have the right to speak if he has a position. He wants to force Xuanhuan Guqing and others to pay attention to him. The most important thing is to kick Qin Yang, an ally of the Sky Alliance, away. Even Zhang Ting threatened to make Qin Yang look good, and it's best not to let Qin Yang touch him. In this regard, Xuanhuan Guqing and other gods of war in the sky naturally ignored it. As the arrogance of the gods, how could he be threatened like this? As for kicking Qin Yang? Even if Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were ignored, and they only spoke of Qin Yang's identity as the master of destruction, Xuanhuan Guqing would never cancel the reconciliation formation. The most important thing is that Qin Yang has proved time and time again that he is no worse than anyone, not even any God Emperor. Only the God Emperors of the gods can know the battles Qin Yang has experienced and how amazing it is to not be deceived by Aoli. Unshakable by everything, Qin Yang's strength has too many sides that others can't see. The more contact, the more shocked. Huh? The map of Xuanhuan? After Qin Yang quenched his body, he searched for treasures in the castle. Unexpectedly, the old dragon, Aoli, was so poor that there was no treasure other than this great formation. In the treasure house, there is dust everywhere, except for some useless ancient books. There is only one scroll magic weapon left. After recognizing the master, spread out the magic weapon. It is the map of Xuanhuan. The effect is similar to the 3-dimensional image of the Sky Command. If this Aoli does not take the sword to the side, and only thinks about the real God realm that is unrealistic and unreal, with such a refining method, it will also be famous in the world. Xuanhuan is divided into 8 areas: Scarlet Wilderness, Buried Bone Mountain, Moonlight Lake, Gangfeng Cliff. Qin Yang looked at it confidently. There were still a lot of labels on the map. The overlord of each of the 8 regions of Yingyuan. And where Qin Yang is located is the Scarlet Wilderness. Among the 8 regions, the most desolate place. Although the treasures of heaven and earth are indeed a bit rare, that monkey can brew monkey wine, and this old dragon has also built such a big array. Even this red wilderness is like this, isn't it the treasures of heaven and earth in other places? Qin Yang's eyes lit up and continued to check the map. The Scarlet Wilderness is a relatively small part of the 8 major regions, and there are few powerful monsters. The Jade Mantis and the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey are all marked on it. Obviously, these monsters already represent most of the strength of the Scarlet Wilderness. But in other areas, all kinds of big monsters are dotted with bright red ink. Compared to that, those who mark the range of activities of monsters such as the Jade-Blood Jade Mantis can be ignored. Moreover, the Scarlet Wilderness is also the foothold of Jieqiao, a place where some sinister and cunning monsters who are good at ambush like to stay. The Scarlet Wilderness is full of hunters. Haha. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Whether it is the Jade-Blood Jade Mantis or the Shadowless Kuan, this is really the case. It's no wonder that powerful monsters can't be kept here. No matter how strong they are, they don't like to stay in the same area as those who only like to assassinate. Gangfeng Cliff, leading to the 3rd floor of the submarine prison. Qin Yang pondered, and before he was promoted to God Emperor, Qin Yang didn't want to take risks. It's not just him, all the cultivators have the same plan. Only after Xuanhuan has gained a firm foothold and improved his strength, can he have the confidence to move forward. What Qin Yang didn't know was that he was observing the map here. Through the video, almost everyone got this very precious map. For a time, the contestants in the entire Xuanhuan, the major alliance forces, all took action. Chapter 630 Steel Monster. Buried Bone Mountain has divine bones, with unparalleled power. Qin Yang pouted, divine bone. The promotion to Divine Emperor is just in front of him. What is so strange about divine bone? Moonlight Lake is rich in wave sand, which can be traded with dragon guards. The dragon guards are all dead. Heilangsha can trade with the East China Sea dragons. Qin Yang nodded secretly. On the map, many top-level treasures of heaven and earth are also marked, but these are of no use to Qin Yang. Yes. Steel Swamp, there are mysterious metallic spiritual materials. Qin Yang suddenly cheered up. This is the part of the map with more markings. Aoli obviously worked hard on this Steel Swamp. The Steel Swamp, the edge of the Red Wilderness, looks like an ordinary swamp, but there are countless mutated steel monsters. Hence the name. Steel monsters, invulnerable to swords and bullets, all possess metallic supernatural powers and talents. Mutant steel monster? Qin Yang frowned, and looked at the location of the ancient castle, which happened to be on the edge of the bloody wilderness, connected to the Steel Swamp. Isn't the moat connected to the Steel Swamp? That steel monster. Qin Yang was a little impressed. Could that black monster be a steel monster? If the spiritual materials with names and surnames are marked on the map, Qin Yang may not be very interested. Maybe it is useless to himself? But a mysterious metallic spirit material made Qin Yang unable to bear it. If you don't figure it out, you always feel like Tiger is missing something. It saves me finding my way. Qin Yang put away the map and walked out of the treasure house. A stench came from the tip of his nose. In the ancient castle, there are dirty marks on the ground, and it seems that there are monsters crawling on the ground. Come in? Qin Yang knew instantly that the monsters didn't attack him before, so he co-authored him to find the way. They have completed their body quenching, and they can really bear it. Exactly, let's try it out with you. Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he walked along the traces. The traces are new, the foul-smelling liquid has not dried up. Qin Yang was looking for the steel monster, and the steel monster that entered the castle was also looking for Aoli. As long as they devour Aoli, their strength will increase a bit. In the original hall, a steel monster looked around in confusion. It was empty, and there was nothing. Even the invaluable array has exhausted its energy and become a pile of waste. Qin Yang stood at the door and looked at the steel monster curiously. It seemed to be a monster in the shape of a crocodile. It was covered with hooks. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. The sound of the system sounded, and Qin Yang saw his panel. Monster, steel crocodile. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Rules, the rules of gold, hard, sharp. The rule of earth, Meyer. Magical powers, gold-based supernatural powers of thousands of swords, gold-based supernatural powers of steel. Earth elemental supernatural powers, mud burial. Qin Yang was stunned for a while. This guy seems to be inconspicuous, but he knows a lot of things. Based on Qin Yang's experience, this steel crocodile is not mutated, but has changed the cultivation rules. It was originally an earth-type monster, but for some reason, he began to practice the gold-type rules. It must be because of the unknown metallic spiritual material that this level of monsters can give up their own destiny rules and modify the gold rules. It can be seen that the power of the metallic spiritual material. Cough cough. Qin Yang coughed lightly. I've been here for so long, you haven't found it yet. With your big nerve, what can you find? Qin Yang joked. The steel crocodile was startled and turned around, staring at Qin Yang with a pair of red eyes. Boy, where's Aoli? Asked the steel crocodile. Dead. Qin Yang said. Impossible. He is a dragon, how could he die so easily? Who killed him? The steel crocodile didn't take Qin Yang as a threat at all, but looked around vigilantly. Qin Yang touched his nose and said, far in the sky, right in front of you, I will kill it. The steel crocodile's disdainful eyes didn't even look at Qin Yang, and he was still on guard. At this moment, there was another steel crocodile lurking outside the door, directly opening its mouth and biting at Qin Yang. The sneak attack that didn't drag on the water made people feel a chill in the back of their head when they saw it. Qin Yang took a step laterally and kicked out. Boom! With a bang, the steel crocodile was kicked and flew out, and the hall shivered, shaking off the dust. It's tough. Qin Yang exclaimed. This kick really seems to hit the iron plate. This is the feeling after my physique has been improved. The steel crocodile was stunned before, but this human kid in front of him has such a strong power? He did believe that Qin Yang killed Aoli. Since I can't swallow him, I'll swallow you. The steel crocodile charged quickly. It seems slow, but in fact the speed is extremely fast, and it came to Qin Yang's face in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang's foot hadn't been put down yet, and he stepped on it hard. He stepped on the head of the crocodile with one foot and pushed it to the ground with tremendous force. The whole steel crocodile is like an upside-down onion. Plugged into the ground. Divine ability, thousands of swords and thousands of swords. The steel crocodile used metallic supernatural powers, and the numerous hooks on his body shot in a salvo. Qin Yang's figure quickly dodged within a square inch, dodging every attack precisely. The undersea prison where the spiritual sense is blocked, how do you get the hook back when you shoot it out? Qin Yang asked, curiously. The steel crocodile pulled his head out from the ground and looked at Qin Yang in horror. How did this kid escape? Qin Yang raised his hand, pointed a finger at the steel crocodile, and said softly, I want to see if your gold-type supernatural power can withstand my attack. Jinghong sword finger, spear and sword art. Qin Yang shouted in a low voice. A palm-sized destruction divine sword shot directly out. Divine ability, body of steel. The steel crocodile remained motionless as if it had become a statue made of steel. The extinction divine sword was shot in his face, and there was a crisp sound of collapse, and it bounced off. At the same time, there was another attack of thousands of swords and swords shot back from behind. Qin Yang turned his head suspiciously, and once again easily dodged every sword and every sword. This was not because the thousand swords and swords just came back, but the steel crocodile that was kicked away by himself also performed this trick. The tinkling sound came from the ear, and the thousand swords were inserted back into the steel crocodile. The two steel crocodiles cooperated seamlessly, passing the hooks to each other like passing the ball. Is this all right? Qin Yang stuttered, it's just a talent. It's no wonder that the hooks on the back of the steel crocodile are so irregular, and they are really inserted. Hand over your metallic spiritual materials, I don't need to kill you. Qin Yang said. Humph, you should survive first. The steel crocodile snorted coldly. Qin Yang's eyes were cold, he reached out and flipped his hand, and the Xuanhuan stick appeared in his hand. Since you don't know the current affairs, don't blame me for being rude, and watch me smash you into meat pie. Xingxin stick, big. Qin Yang waved the Xuanhuan stick, and one end of the stick quickly became larger and thicker. With one wave, the entire castle hall was also smashed down. Chapter 631 Golden Array Flag. The castle then turned into ruins, and Qin Yang fought with two steel crocodiles. It is better to say that it is a battle, it is better to say that it is a one-sided beating. Even if there is a body of steel, the steel crocodile cannot resist the power of the Xuanhuan stick. How could you possibly have a stick of bloodthirsty monkey face? The steel crocodile was slapped into the ground again by a stick, and the hooks on its body were flattened by the hammer. The steel monsters that had entered the castle were not only these two, but they were also besieged at this time. In the gloomy and disgusting moat, heads emerged one after another, stepping on the endless bones in the river, revealing a hideous body. That steel crocodile is just a scout. Speak. Where is the metal spiritual material? Qin Yang stood with a stick, his mighty power was extraordinary, the steel crocodile was dazed and confused. That flag is our holy relic. You can't even think of being a ghost. The steel crocodile said. Qin Yang laughed and said, okay, then I'll let you be a ghost first. Qin Yang threw the Xuanhuan stick high, and the steel crocodile looked up at the stick in horror. Where are you looking? Qin Yang reminded. The steel crocodile suddenly locked in his heart and lowered his head abruptly, with only a sort of annihilation in his eyes. Puff. An arrow pierced the head, and the steel crocodile fell directly. And the Xuanhuan stick, which had just fallen, was taken by Qin Yang and stuck on the ground. The other steel crocodile saw this and fled. Qin Yang didn't go after him either. Qin Yang took out the hegemony order, checked the points above, and killed the steel crocodile, but there were no points. Qin Yang's head was full of question marks. Could it be that there are monsters in this underwater prison that don't get points? Isn't it all 100? Qin Yang just couldn't understand, when a light screen appeared in front of him. Mr. Qiqiao explained to Qin Yang, but also to all the audience and contestants, in the underwater prison, there are two types of monsters that are not on the list of hunters and kills, and they won't get points for killing them. Hello. Second, the monsters born in the underwater prison. When Qin Yang heard this, he immediately understood. This steel crocodile should account for both. But I suddenly remembered that I had no points for killing Aoli before. Maybe there is a dragon family, Mr. Qiqiao is inconvenient to say, but everyone already knows it. Metallic spiritual materials, holy objects, flags. Qin Yang was suddenly stunned when he thought about what the steel crocodile just said. Shouldn't this be golden array flag? Qin Yang almost shouted, but he didn't expect the golden array flag to appear here. That's right, only a heaven-defying treasure like the golden array flag can achieve such a level that the monsters willingly change the rules. Qin Yang was excited. There are 12 flags in the 5 elements array. Each side can completely control the power of the corresponding 5 elements and become the master of the rules. Qin Yang originally had 4 sides, and he was taken away by the 5 spiritual gods in one wave. Now, they have to find a golden flag and a fire flag to replace the divine gold swordsman and the flame queen, who are considered spiritual materials in the mysterious realm of Kanglan. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Qin Yang grinned. Suddenly, he stepped forward abruptly, holding the Xingxin stick in his hand, and smashed it back with a backhand. Like playing baseball, ding. A crisp sound penetrated the eardrum. The Xuanhuan stick didn't show the power it should have, and the hasty attack was only Qin Yang's own physical strength. But Qin Yang's tempered physique was actually blocked by a monster. A monster in armor with a metallic sheen all over his body blocked the blow, just by raising his arm lightly. The hair is strong, and the golden hair is stained with the dark green sewage in the moat, and a pair of golden eyes stares at Qin Yang. Just rely on you to dare to fight the flag? The monster beast said in a loud voice. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Monster beast, steel golden eye beast. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Bloodline, dragon. Rules, the rules of gold. Supernatural powers, copper head and iron arm. A very simple panel, but it has an unpredictable and powerful atmosphere. Just relying on this unremarkable block, it proves that this monster is extraordinary. At least not on the same level as that steel crocodile. It's up to me. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and the dragon race had killed it. This monster with the blood of the dragon race and the rules of gold at the same time would definitely be more resistant to beatings. Boy, you're really outrageous. I'm afraid you just entered the underwater prison, right? The golden-eyed beast didn't attack directly, but said, hand over Aoli's map, I can let you join my army. Legion? Qin Yang raised his brows, what army? The golden-eyed beast chuckled and said, there are major forces on each floor of the undersea prison, and our forces are called legions. Only by joining the legion can you keep your peace. Speaking of this, the golden-eyed beast said proudly, in Xuanhuan, the second floor of the submarine prison, there are 8 major areas and 8 legions. And our steel legion is the strongest. Qin Yang looked at the golden-eyed beast suspiciously, and said, you are the legion representing the Iron Swamp? Are you the leader? Not bad. The golden-eyed beast nodded, and at the same time chuckled. Looks like you really got the map. With a single answer, I found this message, and the IQ of the golden-eyed beast is not low. Qin Yang thought about it and said, I can give you the map, but you have to bring the formation flag in exchange. Anyway, all the contestants knew about this map, and they copied it. This map is completely worthless in Qin Yang's hands. The eyes of the golden-eyed beast suddenly became cold and stern. It seems that I want to give you some color to see? Qin Yang waved, stop. I want to ask first, what's so strange about this map? It's not unusual. The golden-eyed beast said calmly. Qin Yang must not believe it, and said again, this is just a record of the coordinates of some treasures in Xuanhuan. Since you are the leader of the Iron Legion, can't you draw a map that Aoli can draw? The golden-eyed beast said disdainfully, do you think he drew this map? Do you think that he can walk all over Xuanhuan and search for all the treasures? If he has the ability to search, why not take these treasures his own? It seems to make sense. Qin Yang nodded and said, could it be that this map is guarded by the Dragon Clan? The golden-eyed beast snorted softly and said, it's just that they made some shady deals with those guards, and the dragon guards will give him Xuanhuan's map. If you gave me the map, you would have obtained all the treasures long ago. Qin Yang said, if I had given you the map earlier, I'm afraid that even if you got the treasure, it would not have been distributed to the guards. The golden-eyed beast was noncommittal. Since you are the leader of the Iron Legion, then. Qin Yang said. The golden-eyed beast thought Qin Yang had changed his mind. Qin Yang went on to say, if you kill you, you will get the flag. Chapter 632 Starlight Moonsword. Let's fight. Qin Yang laughed loudly, jumped high, and the end of the Xuanhuan stick in his hand turned into a big mountain and crashed down. The ground of Shizhong was instantly smashed into scum, and the ground of Baizhong cracked into a canyon. The entire ancient castle can no longer be seen to have existed, only the terrifying ground fissure and landslide. Looking for death. The golden-eyed beast took the blow of the Xuanhuan stick, and even wanted to lift the Xuanhuan stick. After the Xuanhuan stick became larger, the weight also increased. The physique of this golden-eyed beast was beyond imagination. If you want to prove your strength, it can only be said that you are just a fool. Qin Yang looked at the golden-eyed beast coldly. Only then did I discover that the metallic luster on this golden-eyed beast is where the armor is. It is clearly this guy's physique. There was a playful look in the eyes of the golden-eyed beast, and he said, if the bloodthirsty monkey face is here, he will definitely not use the Xuanhuan stick to deal with me. Qin Yang laughed. What are you laughing at? The golden-eyed beast was puzzled. That's right, treasures like the golden array flag should naturally be carried with you. Qin Yang looked at the golden-eyed beast. The golden-eyed beast felt a chill in his heart. This kid, unexpectedly. Gritting his teeth, the golden-eyed beast didn't continue to hide, he stretched out his hand, and a formation flag appeared in his hand. The array flag is exactly the same as what Qin Yang has seen, but the words are different. The word above is the word Shen. The Xuanhuan stick is only a metal magic weapon in the final analysis. Facing the golden array flag, it really can't take advantage of it. Qin Yang thought in his heart that although this Xuanhuan stick is useless to the golden-eyed beast, it is not all bad. That is, the physique of this golden-eyed beast is not strong enough to defy the sky. He blocked the blow just now, not relying on his own strength. Instead, Qin Yang relaxed and put away the Xuanhuan stick. Instead, he condensed a sword of annihilation and held it in his hand. Qin Yang actually knows swordsmanship? Just kidding, master of fighting, what martial arts can't you do? He's going to use martial arts again? This time, you have to look carefully, no matter what level you are in, it will definitely benefit a lot. The audience stared intently at the light screen. On the other connected light screens, the major alliances formed by the contestants in Xuanhuan also sent teams to rush over to Qin Yang. That golden-eyed beast is not easy to deal with. The copper-headed and iron-armed are simply invincible in defense. What kind of martial arts can break his supernatural powers? The audience also became curious. This sword. The golden-eyed beast's eyes narrowed, and the pitch black seemed to swallow all the light, like a black hole, being held in his hand. Divine sense was blocked, and he was unable to immediately judge what kind of rule power it was. If you are acquainted, you know that you shouldn't use a random stick to deal with me. Even if the golden-eyed beast doesn't take the exterminating divine sword to heart, in this Xuanhuan, there is still no power, no, except for the god of buried bone mountain. Bone, nothing can hurt you yet. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he said, are you ready? I'll just stand and let you fight. If it hurts me in the slightest, I'll turn around and leave. If I don't embarrass you, I won't worry about the Xuanhuan map again. The golden-eyed beast said. Even Aoli is not his opponent. If he was not afraid of destroying the map, he would have succeeded. This human race boy, what virtue and ability, dare to fight against himself? Qin Yang looked at the golden-eyed beast playfully and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. After Qin Yang finished speaking, his complexion froze, his eyes became unwavering, and there was no emotion. Xinghui Mingyue sword. Qin Yang's arm instantly waved the afterimage of the sky, the sword tip was as cold as a star, and the sky was full of stars. Hey, what's the use of bells and whistles? The golden-eyed beast stood directly with his hands behind his back, not even defending. Huh? Isn't this the Mingyue sword of Xuanhuan Jiannan? Yes, it is the martial arts of the Xuanhuan family. When did Qin Yang learn this? It seems to be stronger than the Xuanhuan family. The audience talked a lot. Outside the underwater prison, Xuanhuan Jiannan's face was ashen. When he was in the academy that year, he had a hand with Qin Yang, and it was that time when he used his family's unique technique, Mingyue sword, in front of Qin Yang. But when it came to Qin Yang, it was simply the difference between Fanqing and Haoyue. The little stars are getting denser and denser, but what Qin Yang uses is not just the bright moon sword. Rather, it is the Mingyue sword that incorporates the true meaning of many martial arts. Not to mention the rest, the Jinghong sword finger is the foundation. The stars gathered into a moon wheel, but the annihilating moon wheel was 100 times stronger than Qin Yang's annihilating half-moon slash. Qin Yang knew that this golden-eyed animal had rough skin and thick flesh. If it couldn't kill it with one blow, it might not catch up. Iron Swamp, as soon as you hear the name, you know it's not a good place. If nothing else, who likes to drill into a swamp? If you want a fatal blow, you can only superimpose the power and explode in an instant. Qin Yang also had a flash of light in his mind before he remembered this trick. It is just right to cooperate with the Jinghong sword to display the most powerful swordsmanship. Next to the image light screen, everyone held their breath, and the annihilation moon wheel has been generated. Even if the spiritual sense is blocked, the golden-eyed beast knows that he is too big. This move is by no means an ordinary martial skill. Supernatural power, copper head and iron arm. The golden-eyed beast roared, losing face, and directly urged the supernatural power. The flesh and skin on his body are like armor, and the steel shines brightly, like the reflection of the silver moon. Sudden. The annihilating full moon suddenly disappeared, leaving only a few stars. Qin Yang's arm was trembling uncontrollably. On the tip of the sword, a little cold light pointed at the golden-eyed beast. Impossible. The golden-eyed beast was taken aback. How could such a strong martial skill be able to blend together? All the spectators next to the light screen also stood up. This scene simply refreshed everyone's understanding of martial arts. Even if you don't know how many martial skills Qin Yang has integrated with this sword, just turning this full moon into a star is enough to make everyone feel ashamed. Shangguan Jiannan's face was full of despair, and he closed the light screen. He knew in his heart that Qin Yang's height had reached a level that he could not reach. Even if he is now with Feng Lian and others, he does not have the slightest confidence. Xinghui Mingyue sword. Qin Yang spit out these words gently, and that little bit of stars also touched the chest of the golden-eyed beast. The golden-eyed beast wanted to dodge, but no matter how he dodged, Qin Yang's sword tip could always be aimed at him precisely, and sometimes he could even predict in advance. The golden-eyed beast gritted his teeth, and his golden eyes stared at Qin Yang. I don't believe it, what can you do to me with this sword? Motivating the golden array flag, the cold steel light on his body turned into a golden brilliance. Countless steel monsters surrendered to it. This is the supreme existence of metallic rules. I am obliterating the rules, and I am not afraid of everything. Qin Yang said coldly. Ding. With a soft sound, the sword stabbed directly into it. Chapter 633. Ha 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 ha. The golden-eyed beast laughed. Even if it pierced his heart, so what? The power of this sword will end here. It seems that you only have this ability. Let me tell you the truth, even if you pierce my heart, I can't die. My body is full of fine iron. After piercing it and forging it back, it's harder than before. The golden-eyed beast said proudly, your ability is good, but it can help me improve. I can't control it anymore, Qin Yang said suddenly. The golden-eyed beast was stunned. What do you mean? All the audience were also confused. Do you think I drew the full moon just now for you to see? Qin Yang snorted softly. He drew his sword and took a step back. At the same time, Qin Yang said again, by the way, I want to tell you one thing, the moon is not a cake, but a ball. This made everyone even more puzzled. The golden-eyed beast roared, what's the matter with you? Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed, and his body started to swell with a loud bang. No. The golden eyes of the golden-eyed beast were full of blood, but in the next moment, the surging power of annihilation burst out under the sword of Xinghui Mingyue. The body of the golden-eyed beast was directly blown up by a pitch-black ball of light, and the body fragments disappeared in the ball of light before they flew out. From a distance, it really looks like a black moon. Xuanhuan, the leader of the Iron Legion, the iron-eyed beast, die. What a powerful attack. Qin Yang always has such endless means. If no one accepts it, I will accept Qin Yang, the master of battle. Some viewers scoffed at this, and although there was jealousy in their eyes, they said, although powerful, this sword is too slow to move, and the control of power is too demanding. Haven't you seen it before? He could barely control himself. Yes, I also don't think this move is practical. Given the time to use it, the enemy would have already traveled 800 miles away, so it's no use if he doesn't hit it. Everyone was silent for a while. These miraculous martial arts, I am afraid that only Qin Yang can use them. But they didn't know that Qin Yang had the best speed in the world, the best rules in the world, and even more mysterious and unpredictable calculations against the sky. He fled in front of Qin Yang? Not at all. Especially Qin Yang's Wanjian Guizong, which was transformed by the magic crow art, branded the enemy with a divine sword. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Qin Yang could instantly appear beside the opponent. When Zhou De used the Heavenly Gate seal, did he still not get rid of Qin Yang? The annihilating full moon gradually disappeared, and at the same time, there was the steel golden-eyed beast. Only one array flag was suspended in the air. Qin Yang stepped forward and reached out to hold the formation flag. Through the perception after contact, Qin Yang has a feeling that he has become the master of the rules of the gold system. It feels the same as the flag of the earth, the flag of the water, and the flag of the wood. That's great, there's one more flag of the fire array. Qin Yang put away the Jinji Shen flag contentedly. If something goes wrong, there must be demons. It seems that there are more anomalies in this underwater prison. If there is something related to the rules of fire, maybe you can find the flag of the fire formation. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised. There are 12 flags in the world, and now there are 6 of them. In addition to the 4 sides that Qin Yang had before, there are 5 sides in total. And in Xuanhuan Guqing's hand, there is also a flag of the soil formation. Qin Yang was not interested in this array of flags. The 5 spirits and gods took away Qin Yang's 4 array flags in one wave, and Qin Yang completely lost his thoughts on the 12 slaughtering gods. Even the battle formation of the 12 slaughter gods is difficult to reproduce the glory. 5 spiritual gods. Qin Yang took a deep breath. Now that Yin and Yang are separated, no matter how angry he is, there is nothing he can do. Don't kill the leader of the Iron Legion. This area of the Iron Swamp is completely leaderless. Without the golden array flag, they are nothing to worry about. The mysterious metallic spiritual material of the Iron Swamp marked on the map has come to an end. Qin Yang nodded secretly, took out the magic weapon scroll, and spread it out. The 3-dimensional map appeared. Qin Yang stretched out his hand as a pen and drew a fork on the steel swamp. Next stop. Qin Yang rubbed his chin. Clap clap clap. Someone applauded from a distance, getting closer. It was Zhang Ting, who escaped before. It is also all the contestants, the first person to be promoted to God Emperor in the underwater prison. If it wasn't for the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey who changed his appearance and wanted to intimidate Qin Yang really couldn't remember him. Wonderful, too wonderful. Zhang Ting looked at Qin Yang coldly. Thank you. Qin Yang nodded and continued to look at the map. There are more than a dozen practitioners around Zhang Ting, all of whom are members of the Sky Alliance. Compared with the identity of the Sky Alliance, they are more loyal to the 4 major families of the Imperial City. Zhang Ting looked at the map in front of Qin Yang, with a burning look in his eyes, which was clearer than the screen broadcast, and the screen broadcast only had an impression, even if he remembered it clearly. But the map in front of Qin Yang can also be expanded, and various small characters will be displayed on the map, which are not in the previous broadcast screen. With this map, it is like controlling the formation of the heavenly prison. To Xining. Everything in the abyss is well known. Zhang Ting's eyes showed greed. It's a beautiful show, Zhang Ting said. Huh? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Zhang Ting said, and said a boring, not even bothering to defend himself. Qin Yang's indifferent attitude made Zhang Ting furious. Now that he has been promoted to God Emperor, he should be the boss among all the contestants. Many people look at him with admiration, and there are many people around him who come to join him diligently. But Qin Yang was just watching the map, looking for the next target. Zhang Ting has regarded all of this as his own pocket. Qin Yang is looking for a target on the map, doesn't he want to take something in his pocket? Buried Bone Mountain, Divine Bone. This should be good. Qin Yang looked around, and there was indeed no place where the fire array flag might exist. Other spiritual materials, this god bone is also a bit interesting. What? Want to leave? Zhang Ting stopped Qin Yang directly. Qin Yang turned his head and said, What? Stop me? Zhang Ting laughed and pointed his nostrils at Qin Yang. What happened before is not over yet. You just want to leave like this? What's the matter? You escaped? Qin Yang blinked. Zhang Ting's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he said angrily, With my strength, do I still need to escape? What strength? Is it a god emperor? Qin Yang laughed and said, Don't say you only had a god king at the time. Even if you had a god emperor at that time, wouldn't you run away? Zhang Ting gritted his teeth and said, Don't think that you can really attract people's attention by putting on a show here. I am the strongest in all the competitions. Qin Yang was taken aback and said, Then what? Does this have anything to do with me? Return the Kongming stone to me. Also, hand over the map. Zhang Ting said. 634, what did you do? There's something wrong with your still dot. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Ting coldly. That pile of empty dark stones, you stole me in the first place, what's the problem? Zhang Ting was promoted to God Emperor by himself, and he was extremely arrogant. That pile? The cultivators beside him looked at each other in dismay. The void stone was a good thing, and it was worth a fortune. But when did the Kongming stone press heap instead of block? It can be seen that there are so many empty and dark stones in Qin Yang's hands, and it is no wonder that Zhang Ting is obsessed with it. Qin Yang laughed and said indifferently, Okay, if you rob it, it's even robbing it. Besides, this map, could it be that this map is also robbing you? Having said that, he also raised the map in his hand, and the magic weapon scroll was even more eye-catching. Not to mention treasure hunting in Xuanhuan, even if you want to understand Xuanhuan in depth and avoid danger, this map is of great value. Although this map was not stolen from me, for the sake of everyone's interests, you should hand it over. Zhang Ting said. There was an irresistible arrogance in his tone. It's just that this domineering looks so ridiculous to Qin Yang. Go away. Qin Yang, too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, shouted angrily. Zhang Ting's expression changed, and he stared at Qin Yang fiercely, and said, Qin Yang, I know you are a genius, but you are only a mere god king, and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of a god emperor. Qin Yang took out his ears, looked at Zhang Ting seriously, and said, If I hadn't given Xuanhuan Guqing and Jiang Changwei face, I wouldn't have listened to your nonsense. But face is limited, and your time is running out. Yo, how dare you threaten our boss? It seems that for a genius like you, it's better to convince you. Go ahead. A cultivator's younger brother was going to beat Qin Yang when he rushed over. Qin Yang looked at the cultivator like an idiot, and the cultivator raised his hand directly, as if to slap Qin Yang. Qin Yang pointed like a sword and stretched out his hand a little. The fingertips lit up with sword beams, instantly smashing the man's head. Zhang Ting's face changed, and all the younger brothers were also shocked. You dare to kill? Zhang Ting pointed at Qin Yang and said angrily, okay, this is the reconciliation formation you violated, but don't blame our Sky Alliance for being rude to you. Qin Yang said, excuse me, do you know what a reconciliation formation is? Do you know what constitutes a violation? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, you don't deserve to know about the reconciliation formation. Just after hearing the name, do you think it can suppress me? Qin Yang played with the map in his hand, and smiled, if you want an empty stone and a map, you can come and grab it. When did you start looking for high-sounding reasons? Use the Sky Alliance to press me? You are not qualified. In the same way, at least Xuanhuan Guqing's words have weight. A Zhang Ting is not yet in Qin Yang's eyes. What's more, if it's really Xuanhuan Guqing, she can't do such a shameful thing. You should thank me. Zhang Ting said. Thank you? Qin Yang was stunned, why? Zhang Ting snorted coldly, clasped his fists in both hands, and said, because I let you know in advance what the gap between God Emperor and God King is. Qin Yang's face was expressionless, and he felt like he was about to become a fool. As I put it bluntly, you are like a wild dog. And you are a wild dog that has not estimated its true strength. You don't even know who you are facing and who you are barking at. Zhang Ting gritted his teeth and said, don't think that if you show off a few times, you will have real strength. The ones you killed are just little scoundrels. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose, and he said, well, I also think it's a little kid. Zhang Ting took a deep breath and continued, you grabbed my Kongming stone first, and you occupied the map and refused to hand it over. You also made such unkind words to this God Emperor and ignored the Sky Alliance. I killed you, there are 100 a reason. Qin Yang sighed and said, do you still need a reason to kill? Everyone is dead, why do you need so many reasons? The two held each other, and their eyes met in the air, like sharp knives. The audience naturally noticed what happened in this light screen, and there was a lot of discussion about it. Qin Yang is doing a show? No wonder, the previous battles were indeed not easy for Qin Yang, who was only the king of gods. Everyone knows that Qin Yang has a relationship with Mr. Qiqiao, and also has a relationship with the Dragon Clan. Maybe Mr. Qiqiao and Xingkong Compass take care of Qin Yang. Some people began to doubt and believed what Zhang Ting said. After all, Zhang Ting has been promoted to God Emperor. Once promoted to God Emperor, the sky is not limited to the mainland, but the whole firmament world. But some people scoffed at this and countered, in the battle of life and death, do you let the monsters in the undersea prison accompany you to show off? If there are really weak undersea monsters, can you find 1, or 2, or 3? Qin Yang is still talking nonsense with him, just beat him down and talk about it. The audience looked impatient, but they didn't know that once Qin Yang made a move, it meant killing people. What? Don't do it yet? Qin Yang looked at Zhang Ting playfully and said with a smile, I've already found so many reasons, so what are you still doing? Qin Yang looked at Zhang Ting and said, if you hesitate any longer, I can leave. After saying that, lift your legs and leave. Boss, I'll teach him a lesson. Another cultivator walked out and took out a magic weapon, which was a golden bowl. The golden bowl is engraved with obscure lines, and when it is thrown at will, it will become larger in the wind, and it will detain Qin Yang in it and capture Qin Yang alive. Qin Yang took out the Xuanhuan stick and threw it. The Xuanhuan stick is obviously stronger than this golden bowl, by countless grades, and it grows longer and bigger in an instant. I thought that the golden bowl was going to be blown away, but Qin Yang didn't even think about it. With a wave of his hand, the golden bowl was smashed in the air. Pfft! The cultivator's face turned pale, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The magic weapon of his destiny was instantly destroyed, causing him to suffer backlash. Everyone's expressions changed, and even Zhang Ting's eyes shrank tightly. This magic weapon. Zhang Ting's eyes showed a stronger color of greed. Qin Yang is a treasure. It seems that this God Emperor can only go out in person. Zhang Ting appeared behind Qin Yang in a flash. Qin Yang had already made a gesture, pointed like a sword, and waited behind his back. Zhang Ting seemed to pass through something. His fist was in the air, but it couldn't fall, and the power was passing by rapidly. What have you done? Zhang Ting looked at Qin Yang in horror. At the same time, all the audience felt a chill in their hearts. Qin Yang has already reached such a state when he started to do so? Qin Yang retracted his fingers, and the exterminating divine sword also disappeared. And what Zhang Ting just passed was the divine sword of destruction that Qin Yang had already laid out. Defying the sky calculated Zhang Ting's path, and now it seems that Zhang Ting sent his neck up by himself. Just looking for death. It's not what I did. What did you do? Qin Yang chuckled. Zhang Ting's eyes were rapidly losing light, and his head fell in response. Chapter 635 Bone Patrol. How dare you make a sneak attack? One of Zhang Ting's younger brothers stood up in fright. All the practitioners looked horrified, and someone shouted, "Despicable! Shameless!" Others let out cruel words, "Dare to kill Zhang Ting, Qin Yang, you won't live long." Before he finished speaking, there was another sound of people's heads falling to the ground. And where Qin Yang was originally standing, there were only a dozen swords of annihilation, and Qin Yang's figure had come behind everyone. There seems to be a dark line connecting the end of the exterminating divine sword, and the other end of the line is in Qin Yang's hand. Everything was completed in the blink of an eye. Before Zhang Ting's younger brothers, who were present, had figured out what they were doing, Qin Yang yanked them. "Qin Yang, you will pay for it." The voice stopped abruptly, and everything returned to calm. Only the corpse, cut into a pile of minced flesh, proved what had just happened. Tigers don't show their power. Do they really think I'm a sick cat? Qin Yang let out a sigh and said to himself, "It's a pity that Kanglin's secret realm didn't kill you all." Raising his head, he seemed to be looking for the camera again. Qin Yang said slowly, "If you want to die, don't be so troublesome, just appear in front of me." After he finished speaking, he added, "Don't look for some messy reasons, just come, and I will kill you directly." All the audience sucked in a breath of cold air, and what they saw in front of them seemed to be a demon who came out of hell. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Yang changed. This is no longer a young genius, let alone a monster with strength against the sky, but a real tyrant, a real killing god. By the way, Qin Yang added another sentence, took out the map and spread it out, pointed to the location of the buried bone mountain, and said, "I will wait here for you to die." Buried Bone Mountain, where the bones of God are located. The power of the divine bone is unparalleled, and the leader of the Iron Legion, the golden-eyed beast, is obsessed with it. Even if he owns the Golden Array flag, he still yearns for the divine bone. It seems that with the divine bone, a mysterious and powerful power will be obtained. A day later, Qin Yang finally came to the buried bone mountain. From a distance, it seems to be just an inconspicuous mountain. Wangshan ran to the dead horse, and Qin Yang galloped for an hour after seeing the buried bone mountain before he came to the foot of the buried bone mountain. And here, many cultivators have already arrived, and they are teams sent by major alliances. The arrival of Qin Yang immediately caused a riot. Some people are hostile to Qin Yang, while others are just afraid of wanting to leave but reluctant to give up. "This is not what we appeared in front of you, we came first," a cultivator shouted. "What do you mean?" Qin Yang asked, with a frown. The cultivator blushed and said, "You can't kill people indiscriminately." Qin Yang suddenly laughed, although saying this would be detrimental to his face, but he was considered one of the few understanders who knew that Qin Yang was not easy to mess with. "Don't worry, I will only kill those who seek death," Qin Yang said. Beneath the bone mountain, the gloomy wind was blowing, and there seemed to be a mysterious powerhouse watching over everyone. And that Yin wind is like the incarnation of the strong. No matter how strong the strength is, this Yin wind seems to be able to blow into the bones. Qin Yang looked at the buried bone mountain and spread out the map. At this time everyone was staring at Qin Yang's map, but no one dared to grab it, not even stepping forward. The three-dimensional map is enlarged, and the location of the god bone is found. It turned out to be in the deep mountain of this bone mountain. This bone mountain turned out to be a huge tomb. And not one, but countless tombs connected together. Qin Yang looked at the map, and then looked up at the buried bone mountain. Although the map marked the location of the god bone, it did not indicate where the entrance was. Such a map, someone who is capable will know it. Since you don't hand over the map, then die. There was a loud shout, and a middle-aged cultivator did something that everyone wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Bend the bow and take an arrow, and an arrow shot directly at Qin Yang. Shocking feather arrow skill. Qin Yang knew what to do, and stretched out his hand at the same time. Gun and sword art. Qin Yang came first, and the annihilation sword directly pierced the opponent's head, and the explosion rule of annihilation wiped out half of his body. At this time, the opponent's arrow was shot in front of him. Qin Yang tilted his head and dodged the arrow handsomely. Boom! With a loud noise, the rocks behind were shot and shattered. Such a fierce shot shocked everyone who was eager to try. Where did Qin Yang make a show before? Moreover, killing Zhang Ting was also based on his true talents and real learning. Qin Yang's strength still crushes their existence in the underwater prison. Qin Yang's eyes swept over everyone present and frowned. The physique is not strong enough to give Qin Yang the confidence to be promoted to God Emperor, and it is not the time to copy it now. These people, kill one less and one less. Qin Yang sighed, but in the eyes of outsiders, it seems that he has to work hard again. Qin Yang took a step, and everyone took a step forward. Qin Yang took 2 steps and directly. Someone stumbled and fell to the ground. Where is the appearance of the people of the mainland? Those who can appear here are all people on the billboard, but in front of Qin Yang, they are like old and weak being targeted by bandits. Qin Yang thought it was funny, now he knew he was afraid of himself. However, Qin Yang also saw the cruel look in these people's eyes. Although he is already strong enough, in the eyes of these people, he still dares to regard himself as an enemy. At this moment, the sound of neat steps sounded in everyone's ears. It was as if an army was approaching. Everyone turned their attention to the past, and their scalps suddenly became numb. This turned out to be a team of white bones. All soldiers are bones. The white bone team also found Qin Yang and the others, and rushed over to kill them directly, but when they got to the front, they seemed to be blocked by some force, and they couldn't leave the area of buried bone mountain. The green ghost fire burned in the empty eye socket, and the white bone team turned around and returned directly. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. If he followed this white bone team, wouldn't he be able to find the entrance to buried bone mountain? Thinking so in my heart, I stepped forward. Others also want to follow suit, but they are afraid of Qin Yang and have no peers. But not long after, another team of white bones appeared. The cultivators hurriedly hung behind these bone patrol soldiers and entered the buried bone mountain. When all the cultivators left, a monster beast arrived late, with murderous intent in his eyes, and roared in a low voice, "Qin Yang, dare to kill my clone, I want you to die." After the avatar of the big monster insect ghost on the second floor of the submarine prison, after parasitic copying of several contestants, it can be considered that Qin Yang was found. But he was a step too late. Qin Yang had already entered Baigu Mountain. The monster looked at the depths of Baigu Mountain with fear, and sighed, obviously annoyed that he couldn't kill Qin Yang himself. In the eyes of the big demon, this Qin Yang is already dead. Chapter 636, White Bone Armor. Qin Yang followed the bone patrolman deep into buried bone mountain, but following along, the bone patrolman in front disappeared immediately. Qin Yang waited for a while and came to the place where they disappeared, as if there were some barriers in front of them. When he reached out and touched it, Qin Yang was shocked. Retract hands as if electrocuted. This is a yin and wind barrier. If Qin Yang's physique is not strong and there are rules of annihilation, just this touch is enough to turn Qin Yang's hands into bones. This gloomy wind is unusual. Qin Yang looked at his hand, and there was no harm. Although the force of the yin wind barrier was strong, it couldn't help Qin Yang. Immediately, Qin Yang gritted his teeth and plunged in. The whole body suddenly tightened. Where is the yin wind barrier? Cross this hurdle. What is the yin wind inside? It is difficult to walk, and even has to resist the continuous capacity. Just when Qin Yang was thinking of a way, his eyes lit up. Isn't this an excellent place for body training? Yin wind body refinement. I'm afraid it's unprecedented. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. He let go of his defenses, and let the gloomy wind blow. As if the yin wind really blew into Qin Yang's flesh and blood, turning Qin Yang's flesh and blood into fly ash. Qin Yang's indestructible body, flesh and blood slowly increased under this power. And this yin wind has destructive power to flesh and blood, but it seems to have a strengthening effect on bones, and it helps Qin Yang to temper his physique even more. The further you go, the greater the pressure. Qin Yang laughed, and when he really entered the core of buried bone mountain and found the divine bone, his physique was completely tempered. This kind of tempering, from skin to bone, is simply too perfect. However, apart from Qin Yang, I am afraid that no one can do this. Without an immortal body, it will turn into a dead bone when it enters. Qin Yang walked to the side of the road and sat cross-legged under the humble rock. Quietly temper your physique. Compared with the divine bone, Qin Yang is not attractive at all in the face of tempering his physique. A voice came from his ear, and Qin Yang opened his eyes. Another group of white-boned patrolmen, not long after they left, a group of cultivators, followed. Some cultivators were stunned for a while, and they plunged in directly, instantly turning into a pile of dead bones, but the dead bones became more and more crystal clear, and they were turned into a skeleton soldier on the spot. The skeleton soldier looked around in a daze, as if he was being called by something, and continued to walk forward. There seems to be a boundary between inside and outside. The inside can see the outside, but the outside cannot see the inside. Qin Yang felt faintly in his heart that within this limit is the real buried bone mountain. The practitioners outside didn't know what was going on inside, let alone that the practitioner who walked in earlier had turned into a bone soldier they had followed before. But someone just stretched out their hand, felt that something was wrong, and pulled back, almost fainting from fright. The living arm stretched in, and when it retracted, it became a bone. Everyone was also taken aback by the scene, but some people were suddenly pleasantly surprised. This buried bone mountain is very dangerous. Are the people who went in before all dead? What? Co-authored that the person who entered just now was not from your alliance? Someone frowned and scolded. The man said, "No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is Qin Yang also?" Everyone was instantly overjoyed, and someone said, "Even if you don't die, you will become a bone." Haha, God helps us. I didn't expect Qin Yang to be invincible, arrogant to the sky, and he would be planted here in the end. Since he is turned into a white bone, isn't the sacred bone buried in the bone mountain what we have in our pocket? Everyone began to discuss, and some people were sharp and saw the bones scattered in the surrounding corners. After checking it, it seems that the bones are armor that can be worn on the body. Someone decided to seek wealth and wealth at risk, and directly put on the white bone armor. In the eyes of everyone, he put his hand in, and then shrank back. Anyway, there is a Hui Tian Dan, which can live and die, flesh and bones, and a pill. The man withdrew his hand, but did not dare to look at it. Someone next to him exclaimed, "It's nothing." Everyone immediately started looting the white bone armor, and then rushed into the buried bone mountain. One by one is like a monster with bones growing out of it. When they rushed in, they inadvertently glanced at a boulder next to them, and there was a man sitting there, looking at them with interest. Not Qin Yang, who else could it be? The person who said Qin Yang had turned into a skeleton before, was suddenly shocked. Is Qin Yang all right? And you can see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. Didn't you hear what you just said? That person just ran away. How could Qin Yang let him go? Qin Yang has said it countless times, and has proved it countless times with his actions. Qin Yang doesn't like trouble. The only way to solve trouble is to kill. Qin Yang flicked his fingers, and a sword of annihilation shot directly out. The man was killed on the spot before he took 2 steps. The people who were with him looked at Qin Yang in horror and hurried away. Qin Yang's words count, and he really kills without blinking an eye. Only Qin Yang and the practitioner in white bone armor were left in the field. Qin Yang had already been shot in the head, but they were still standing there. Suddenly, the cultivator turned around and stared at Qin Yang with burning eyes. In his eyes, there is a dark ghost fire. The original head was pierced and disappeared under the rule of annihilation, but at this time, the helmet of this white bone armor replaced his head. The worm has already set his sights on you. Do you think I will turn you into my soldier, or will I give you to him? The cultivator said in a gloomy voice. Qin Yang raised his brows, then narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Ha ha ha, want to know who I am? When you find my divine bone, I will tell you. The weird skull head opened and closed his mouth. Except under the head, there are fleshly bodies, and it looks even more numb to the scalp. The skeleton man walked towards the depths of the buried bone mountain, turning his head to look at Qin Yang from time to time. The flickering ghost fire seems to be wondering, what kind of physique is this kid, so he can actually withstand the dark wind here? This is the Yin wind of hundreds of millions of dead souls. In the underwater prison, a field of independent rules has been formed. Although it is his paradise, it is fatal to human beings or monsters with flesh. I know the worm, and I know that the worm is staring at me. Qin Yang became puzzled. This guy is not easy. I just scanned it with the system, and the generated panel is only the cultivator who was killed by myself. Turn me into a skeleton soldier, or give it to a worm. Doesn't this mean that not only does he know the worm ghost, but he also has an intersection with the worm ghost? To speak in such a tone, he is at least on the same level as the worm ghost. Qin Yang laughed, and things became more interesting. However, he is not a piece of fish on a sticky board and can be slaughtered by anyone. When I succeed in body training again, I have to see what kind of bull, ghost and snake god this is. Chapter 637. The wind of the dead soul was blowing constantly on Qin Yang's body, and Qin Yang's physique was slowly solidifying. The physique, which was originally free of impurities, seemed to be transformed. Even if you don't have an indestructible body, if you can use this dead soul to refine your body successfully, the effect will not be much worse than the indestructible body. Qin Yang was a little shocked by the effectiveness of this body refinement method. Compared to that, the big hearth formation that day was just child's play. The power of the two is not the same level at all. However, if there is no indestructible body, this ghosting Feng is afraid that only the dead soul can refine the body. The flesh and blood are constantly being refined and improved, and the strength of the bones that comes with Yin Feng, the soul of the dead, saves Qin Yang a lot of effort. An hour later, Qin Yang couldn't feel the pressure anymore. He got up and went 100 feet deep. When he felt a little tired and started to walk vainly, Qin Yang sat cross-legged again. In this way, after a day, Qin Yang finally came to a doorway deep in the mountains. If it sounds good, it is a door, and if it sounds ugly, it is the entrance of a cave. It's just that the surrounding area has been repaired, and it seems to be a tomb passage. And the Yin wind of the dead soul is also blown out from here, even though Qin Yang's physique is much stronger, he does not dare to walk in head-on. Too big. Qin Yang was a little speechless. He wanted to go in just now, but if he hadn't been blown away by the wind of the soul, he would have plunged in. How long will it take to get in? Qin Yang frowned. The teams sent by the major alliances have been in for too long, and no news has been sent back so far. Even on the Qianlong contest order, there is no information about this team. Although I don't need the divine bone, this tempered physique is more valuable to me, but... Qin Yang couldn't help sighing, but such a treasure was taken away by others in front of his eyes, and no one would feel comfortable changing it. After calming the restlessness in his heart, Qin Yang calmed down. As long as there is strength, everything is not a problem. The enemies he is facing now are no longer other contestants, but all kinds of monsters in this underwater prison. Those are all god emperors, and some are even 5-realm god emperors that have never appeared on the mainland. Fortunately, it is in the underwater prison. If it is outside, the powerhouse of this realm will be able to sweep the entire continent directly. The Qiankuan Wanxiangju is running smoothly, absorbing the advantages of hundreds of schools and bringing them together. When receiving physical tempering, the effect is also amazing. Although the physique has improved, the realm will not improve. Qin Yang knows very well that the replication system must meet the conditions to advance, and the promotion is easy, but the difficulty is that the strength of the soul cannot keep up, and it is eliminated by the rules of his own destruction. Qin Yang practiced quietly while thinking wildly. He didn't know that the outside world had already exploded. And the reason why no one reported on the hegemony order is because all the contestants saw this scene and were extremely jealous, so they avoided talking about it. Qin Yang's body exudes a dark light, and his crystal-clear bones can be seen directly. At this time, Qin Yang was like a skeleton sitting in a black hole. The skeleton exudes colorful divine light. This is a sign that the God Emperor has cultivated the divine body. He actually chose to temper the divine body first, and then be promoted to the God Emperor? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. Around him are the gathered 7 gods of war in the sky. After all, among the gods of war in the sky, the Aurora God Emperor Gong Yegan has long since recovered to the God Emperor realm, and he is still in the second realm of the God Emperor, so naturally he cannot participate in the competition together. But even if there are only the 7 gods of war in the sky, as long as they gather together, they will have the power to sweep everything. At that time, it was only a few of them who made a move against Feng Lian and forced them to die. This is also a way, and in this underwater prison, such promotion is also effective. Emperor Tiangang nodded. If it were someone else, he would definitely sneer, but this person is Qin Yang. Being able to be recognized by Emperor Tiangang naturally also feels sympathetic to each other. Although he doesn't understand. After all, to be promoted to God Emperor, you need to break through. To break the barrier is to unite between heaven and man, and to combine all powers such as strength, physical body, spiritual sense, etc. After the fusion is completed, the regular nebula after the transformation of the sea of stars in the body will fuse together, thus revealing the self-image. Before that, any kind of power that was too strong would face huge problems. Once the balance cannot be grasped, the power will be out of control, and the whole person will be transformed into rules and dissipated between heaven and earth. Qin Yang's physique is strong enough, which is why some high-level god kings don't take Qin Yang too seriously. With such a physique, it is naturally more difficult than imagined to integrate man and nature into one. Just the hurdle of the God Emperor breaking the barrier is enough to kill Qin Yang. If it is successful, it will come to the top priority of breaking the level. The self-image that appears is the biggest difficulty. The self-image will be the biggest enemy of the cultivator to break through. This statue is not only a demon attack, but also a complete presentation of the cultivator's strength. Only by defeating one's own self-image and self-defeating can one transfer one's will to the image of the god. At this point, it is considered a success. The self-image becomes the self-incarnation. How many times the increase in strength is calculated? From then on, there will be a qualitative leap in strength. Moreover, the ego idol can be branded into the star stone, which is not the same as the imprint of the divine sense. The brand of divine sense is just an ordinary brand of divine sense, and if you use the self-image to imprint the star stone, the idol created by the star stone will also be used for the power of the self-image. In other words, that is another clone. The key is that the statue made of this star stone, because of the star stone, can carry faith and accept incense, which is also the only way to improve the strength after the God Emperor. Of course, this refers to the practitioners of the sky world. To put it bluntly, Qin Yang's body training is looking for trouble for himself, and the trouble is far greater than he imagined. But everyone didn't know that even if Qin Yang knew the details of the breakthrough, he would still choose this way. Otherwise, the power of rules will undergo a qualitative change first, because the power has skyrocketed too strongly, and it is difficult for the body to slowly keep up with the rhythm in the adaptation. In just a moment, Qin Yang himself turned into fly ash, and there is no need to go to the fusion step. I can't go to the buried bone mountain. All the cultivators who explored the way before have fallen and lost contact. Although they are still alive, the hegemony orders have already changed hands. Lan Sangha said. There is no one like Qin Yang, who can use his own strength to resist the Yin Feng of the soul of the dead. But if you put on the white bone armor, you must be looking for death. Xuanhuan Guqing stared at Qin Yang in the light screen. At this time, Qin Yang's quenched body had greatly improved, and his whole body began to flow with divine light. Originally, it was only the bones that possessed this colorful divine light. That was because the bones were successfully tempered in advance. Now, Qin Yang's bones can no longer be seen directly from the outside, which can only prove one point. That is Qin Yang's flesh and blood, which has gradually caught up with the strength of the bones. Chapter 638 Dragon 3 Buzz. Qin Yang clenched his fist violently, as if the space was shattered. Standing up, Qin Yang stretched out a bit, and his whole body seemed to have endless power. This time, Qin Yang came directly to the entrance of the cave and faced the gurgling wind of dead souls. The hair fluttered in the air, this powerful soul of the dead, even Qin Yang's hair could not be hurt. 3 days. Qin Yang muttered to himself, the tempering speed of the immortal body, with the help of the Qiankuan Vientian art, is extremely fast, but it took another 3 days to complete the real transformation. At this time, Qin Yang's physique is completely stronger than that of a cultivator in the realm of God Emperor. No, it should be compared with the Demon Clan, or compared with the Dragon Clan. If he used the strength of his physique at this time and faced the previous Long Yi, I am afraid that Qin Yang would be able to hammer him alive with his fist. There is no need to use the power of rules to resist this ghost of the dead soul. Qin Yang has no pressure on his body and walks directly into the hole. Along the passage, we went deep into the tomb of the gods in the buried bone mountain. After diving deep into it, the space is larger than expected. It was like another boundary bridge, surrounded by a bottomless abyss, and the bridge was empty. The other end of the bridge was hidden in the gloomy dark green mist, as if it were the dead aura of the underworld. In this regard, Qin Yang has long been surprised, let alone timid. If there are really any dead souls, Qin Yang is a dead world, and it is not certain who will be frightened. Wonderful, it has come this far. A familiar voice sounded, and a cultivator came out of the fog ahead, dressed in white bone armor, who was the one who came here to investigate before. As for which alliance he belongs to, Qin Yang does not know. Obviously, in this case, it doesn't matter which league it is. Who are you? Qin Yang asked again. Although this cultivator still has a human form, his body has been twisted out of shape, or he is out of shape by the white bone armor. The bones are deeply embedded in the flesh and blood, and the bones seem to use the cultivator's physique as nourishment. The head is also shriveled, but in the depths of the two eyes, two clusters of ghost fires are burning. Even if you can come here, you are not qualified to know my name, the man said. Qin Yang snorted and said, there are divine bones in this buried bone mountain, shouldn't they be yours? Are you here for the bone of God? The man said in a half-smiling tone, yes, that's the arm of my body. Qin Yang took a deep look at the ghost fire in the other's eyes, and was shocked for a while. With just one arm, can you have great power? Even the dragon guards regard it as a treasure? As long as he gets it, he has unparalleled power, so how strong should his body be? Qin Yang said indifferently, it turned out to be dismembered. Hearing this, the other party became furious and said, that's because this general is too strong. When he detained me, he had to limit my strength. But he didn't know that if my arm was still buried in this mountain of bones, it would be more powerful. Make me stronger. Qin Yang nodded clearly and said, oh, so that's the case. It's not because of your arm that this buried bone mountain became like this. You are also the beneficiary of this buried bone mountain. Hey, this bone mountain is nothing but a tomb that has been piled up with corpses for thousands of years. Speaking of which, the other party stopped abruptly, and the ghost fire in his eyes was beating violently. Boy, do you like testing so much? Qin Yang was non-committal, since he was seen through by the other party, it didn't matter. At least he has a bottom line in his heart. If the dead soul buried in the bone mountain is because of the other's arm, Qin Yang even thinks about turning around and leaving. If you want to get my arm, you can go. But you can't tell if you have the ability or not. The other party said teasingly. Fancy my physique? Also want to devour your old bones, and continue to temper your bones? Qin Yang laughed playfully. The other party shook his head and said, this is just one of the reasons. What about another reason? Qin Yang asked. The other party replied calmly, when you put on my bone armor, you will become my slave. Since my arm is thrown here, it is naturally banned. Qin Yang understood, and said, so it is, no wonder your bone soldiers can't do without this buried bone mountain. What, do you want me to help you take out the bones? The other party said, we can make a deal. Since you are here, you have this qualification. If you are willing to make a deal, I will tell you my name and bless you so that you will not be hunted down by insect ghosts. Chased by worms? Joke, if you can contact him, please tell me, I have already got the points for hunting him. Qin Yang said. This is a fact, but in the eyes of the other party, it is extremely arrogant. The other party laughed, the shriveled zombie-like body, and the laughter was particularly permeating. Ha ha ha, if you really have the guts, if you can leave here alive, it's fine to tell him personally. To be honest, a clone of him has been waiting for you outside. The other party said. Oh? That's a pity, I didn't meet me earlier. Qin Yang smiled and said, the clone can transmit all perceptions back to the main body, I would like to see, he can bear to be killed by me a few times. The other party was stunned, obviously not expecting that Qin Yang was really not afraid. Since you don't want to make a deal, whether you can take my divine bone or not depends on your ability. After the other party finished speaking, he launched an attack directly. On the basis of, several times stronger. Qin Yang dodged, his left hand clenched his fist and slammed it down. Originally, it was smashed in the air, but the opponent's attack happened to appear here, and the figure was 1 point slower than Qin Yang's fist, as if it was hit by himself. Puff! With a muffled sound, the opponent's body froze, and the two ghost fires in his eyes exploded directly. Time stopped for a breath, and after a breath, the opponent's entire body, including the white bone armor, was directly shattered into scum, blown away by the cloudy wind, and disappeared cleanly. Only the two groups of ghost fires were left unable to reunite. Good, good, good. The three good words contained terrifying anger and murderous aura, but after the three words, the opponent's body no longer had any strength. Bega Mountain, are there endless corpses under this bridge? Qin Yang looked down at the bridge, but he always felt that there should be something on the bridge. After all, the cultivator from earlier came from across the bridge. After walking for a long time, an altar appeared in front, and another practitioner in white bone armor sat with his back to Qin Yang. It's just that this figure is a little burly. Qin Yang's arrival, the man moved, got up and turned his head. There was a dragon horn on his forehead. It turned out to be a dragon guard. The other party seemed to retain his own consciousness and was struggling, but he had obviously lost control of his body. The bone armor was also embedded in his flesh and blood, but his flesh and blood had not been sucked dry. In Ha Long San, no matter what, I would like to ask a little friend for one thing. Long San said slowly, although his face was middle-aged, but his voice was like a dying old man, as if he was dying. Chapter 639. The sound is so, I am afraid that I will be unable to bear it. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, okay. Be careful, if your strength is not enough, I advise you to turn around and go back immediately. Long San said in a weak voice. Thank you for your concern, I will let you free, but before that, I need to ask you a few questions. Qin Yang said. It's too late. Long San struggled, his body attacked uncontrollably. He appeared directly in front of Qin Yang, and punched him in front of him. Obviously, the mysterious man attacked Qin Yang before, but he was instantly killed by Qin Yang, and his anger was going to be vented at this time. Qin Yang raised his hand to block, and the giant force came, which made his face change. Although this dragon guard is named Long San, his strength is stronger than Long Yi. This blow directly knocked Qin Yang's feet off the ground, and he was about to fly upside down. Qin Yang squeezed hard, clenched Long San's fist hard, and directly pulled Long San to fly, twisting his waist in midair, and slammed it. Supernatural powers, big smashing monument. Martial arts transform into supernatural powers, and the power is naturally extremely powerful. After a loud bang, Long San's body was heavily smashed on the bridge, and the entire bridge deck was smashed open, as if it was about to break. This blow is not entirely Qin Yang's strength. Qin Yang's use of strength is equivalent to using all the explosive power of Long San before in this blow. The white bone armor on Long San's body was cracked, but then quickly healed. Visible to the naked eye, Long San's physique was also shriveled, and wrinkles appeared on his skin. Good boy, I underestimated you. Although Long San suffered a heavy blow, under this blow, the ghosts and demons will have less control over him, although he can't break free, although his physique is also the bone armor took the opportunity to absorb the power, but Long San was extremely happy in his heart. This kid can really free himself. Who is the owner of this buried bone mountain? Qin Yang asked. Devil's Domain, Ghost Skull and Demon General. 10,000 years ago, when the 10,000 worlds battled, the Gore Fiend and the Ghost Skull Demon would break into the world of the sky at the same time. The Gore Fiend has the ability to regenerate from a drop of blood. Although its body is scattered, it must still be alive. As for the Ghost General, he was captured alive and imprisoned in this underwater prison. Long San returned. At the same time, Long San also started to attack, but Qin Yang turned against the sky and evaded again and again. Long San was fighting against the white bone armor. Although he was powerful, he didn't really show much. Qin Yang could dodge easily and continue to ask questions. One arm of the Ghost General is here, what about the other body? Qin Yang asked. The others are all on the 6th floor. Only this arm was beaten down and can be suppressed separately. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. Originally thought that the ghost skeleton and demon would be cut into 8 pieces, but I didn't expect that only one arm was beaten down. Qin Yang continued to ask, How much do you know about the big monster? Not many. This monster is the emperor of the insect world, and it is rumored that that world is all his clones. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, and a demon can control a world. This is really a real control. Any two of them have their own origins. How many tyrannical beings are locked up on the 6th floor of this underwater prison? Why was the Dragon Clan stronghold taken away? What the hell happened here? Long San hesitated for a while, and said, one of the flags of the 12 slaughter gods was found on the 3rd floor of the submarine prison. It is suspected that Emperor Qin and Su Meixiang came to play, and Su Meixiang secretly hid here. This matter is of great importance. The 12 Divine Slaughtering Formation is a large formation that suppresses the entrance to the demon realm, and the demon realm is also the only world that is directly connected to the sky world without the need for the Gate of 10,000 Realms. Of course, the underworld does not count. Qin Yang was stunned. This sentence contains a lot of information. Emperor Qin, that must be the ancestor of his Qin family thousands of years ago. Su Meixiang. I don't think I've heard this name before. Long San looked at Qin Yang with a bewildered face, while reminding Qin Yang to be careful not to be distracted. He was beaten to death by himself, and explained, Emperor Qin is the head of the Qin family of 8 Shinto clans, but that was 1,000 years ago. Su Meixiang is the master of the demon temple, the master of the monsters in the northern plains, and even the monsters in the world of the sky. Even the dragon god would have given her some face back then. Long San kicked out with one kick, but Qin Yang avoided him. Long San said again, 1,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth recovered, and the sky world was re-promoted to a god emperor, and Qin Emperor was one of them. Just as the entrance to the demon world was loosened, Qin Emperor stood up. I made a big wish to go to the devil world alone and never suffer from future troubles. Before that, Emperor Qin and Su Meixiang visited every place in the world of the sky. But Long San hesitated. Qin Yang's face became serious, but Long San didn't notice it, and Qin Yang's voice gradually became cold. But what? Originally, I just wanted to inquire about some information about the submarine prison, but I didn't expect to hear about my own life experience. Unlike Emperor Qin, the Emperor of Heaven was also promoted to God Emperor, but the Emperor of Heaven wanted to open the Gate of 10,000 Realms and reconquer the 10,000 Realms. If that happens, the world of the sky will be ruined, and Emperor Qin certainly will not agree. After all, Emperor Qin holds the Xuanhuan Jade, one of the secret keys of the 8 gods, and is a close friend with Emperor Songqiong, who established Songqiong Academy, so he doesn't have to rely on the God Emperor alliance of the Feng, Zhou, and Shi families of the 8 families of Shinto. But Emperor Tianqian pretended to compromise, but attacked the Qin family, making the Qin family full of. At the price of the door, he blackmailed Emperor Qin. In the end, Emperor Qin fought against him, but he fell into the careful calculation of the Emperor of Heaven. In the end, Emperor Qin fell, and the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans was destroyed. Qin Yang suddenly stopped, not dodging or evading. Long San reminded loudly in panic, "What's the matter with you? Dodge." A punch hit Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang's body trembled violently, but he did not retreat half a step. There is endless coldness in the eyes, and the tone is even more chilling than the Yin Feng of the dead. So it is. Qin Yang seemed to bite these words out of his teeth. For a long time, Yunbu Gui, the dean of Songqiong Academy, and even Shen Longjiu were unwilling to tell the truth about him, but this is actually the case. You're crazy. Huh? Your physique is so strong? Long San was shocked again. Strong power does not mean strong defense. The strength of Qin Yang's defense surprised Long San even more than the strength he showed before. Why is that so? What were you thinking just now? Can you be distracted by this? Long San was a little displeased. If it comes again, if Qin Yang is killed by him, who can free himself from the pain and become a puppet. No, it is the nourishment for becoming a ghost and a demon to improve your strength. Why are you talking about this? What did you say? Long San's thoughts were a little confused, and the gossip that he could only talk about secretly in secret, he actually said it at this time. Long San finally cleared his mind and said, yes, Su Meixiang hid a flag of the fire array on the 3rd floor of the submarine prison back then. It turns out that my enemy is the Heavenly God Emperor. The Heavenly God Emperor of the Heavenly God Temple. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. What? Your enemy? Long San became curious and asked, who are you? The 8 Shinto clans, the descendants of the Qin family. Qin Yang. Empty reply from server. Chapter 641 Dynamics of All Parties. After the physical strength was enhanced, Qin Yang unexpectedly discovered that the annihilation rule can be compressed with higher quality. If he fights the golden-eyed beast, the leader of the Iron Legion again, and displays the Xinghui Mingyue sword, I am afraid that the death of the opponent will be more straightforward. In addition to the divine sword of destruction, such as the rhythm of destruction, Qin Yang is accustomed to controlling it to his own limit to maximize its power. When the power condensed is close to the limit or even exceeds the limit, the condensed power to destroy the rules will become unstable, and Qin Yang's body will also tremble. However, the physique has been tempered and improved twice, especially this time, Qin Yang has almost possessed a divine body. This is not an ordinary divine body, but an immortal divine body. For the current Qin Yang, the most powerful martial arts displayed before are very easy to display. On the contrary, Qin Yang once again pushed his limits to condense the rules of annihilation, and his power changed qualitatively. To fight with Long Yi, Qin Yang had to try his best. But in the battle with Long San, Qin Yang was able to break the defense easily when Long San wanted to die and competed with the demon General Gui Skull for control of his body. If he uses spear and swordsmanship, he may be able to break the dragon skull with a single finger spear. But that's too disrespectful to Long San. Although beheading is not very respectful. Spear and swordsmanship is to condense the rules of annihilation and motivate them with the true meaning of various martial arts. Speed, power, and quality are all at their peak. Qin Yang's physical strength increases, and the level of cohesion is higher. The power of this spear and swordsmanship is the greatest increase. The world's martial arts can only be fast but not broken, as long as the strength is strong enough. It is specialized in all kinds of bells and whistles. Qin Yang, who has the ability to defy the sky, is using spear and swordsmanship, the power of which even he was shocked. The spear and swordsmanship also coincides with the simplicity of the road, and now in Qin Yang's heart, it has become the trump card of martial arts. Qin Yang looked at Long San's corpse quietly, and in his head, there was a cloud of ghost fire that was about to dissipate. Devil General and Ghost Skeleton? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. The previous dialogue, the Devil General Giku is naturally very clear, but he and Long San are fighting for control, and there is no way to intervene. At this time I was finally able to speak, but I found that I didn't know what to say. This kid has such a big background? Qin Emperor, Demon God Emperor, Heaven God Emperor, Songqiong Emperor. All of them are peak powerhouses who used to be all-powerful, and they are no less than the Empress of the Ancients and the 8 gods of war in the sky 10,000 years ago. Thanks to these few god emperors, did not appear 10,000 years ago, otherwise 10,000 years ago, the world will be defeated even more miserably. Fortunately, these god emperors were only born 1,000 years ago. Boy, are you sure you don't want to make a deal with me? I've changed my mind. The voice of the Devil General Ghost Skull came. How did you change your mind? Qin Yang asked, with great interest. Demon General Giku said, originally, I just wanted to use you and let you take out the divine bone of my arm from the buried bone mountain. Even if you take out the divine bone and give it to me, I will give you to the insect ghost for disposal. But now, I would like to make a real deal with you and truly bless you. If you join my blood skeleton. Wait. Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand. Blood skull? There was a strange look in Qin Yang's eyes. Long San said just now that the gore fiend can be reborn from a drop of blood, and he must not die. The blood skeleton organization on the mainland was built by the gore fiend? Demon General Giku smiled and said, of course, with his power, Blood Skull is strong enough, right? Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, one of the three major dark forces. Demon General Giku said, how about it? As long as you join my blood skeleton, I can guarantee to provide you with enough faith. Let all blood skeleton people believe in you, how about it? Don't worry, we don't practice the power of faith. It seems to be frank, but he never imagined the relationship between Qin Yang and the blood skull. Qin Yang chuckled and said, if I switch to another faction, maybe I'll take it as a joke, or even pretend to join forces. But Qin Yang's face turned cold and he said, the blood skeleton is also the one I will kill. Qin Yang looked at the ghost fire and said, since you are also a blood skeleton, then, you wait for me on the 6th floor, I will find you soon and send you on your way. The ghost fire trembled violently, obviously furious. Good boy, I want to see, what ability do you have? Qin Yang waved his hand violently, directly extinguishing the ghost fire. Looking at Long San's body on the ground, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The amount of information is too great, and now all the mysteries in my heart have been solved, and the future is brighter than ever before. All enemies are already well understood. I'll take care of you one by one. Qin Yang's eyes were extremely bright. And now, it is to take out the bones. Along the bridge, Qin Yang continued to go further. Ahead, there was also a messy pace. The teams of the various alliances that had entered here before were all controlled and killed. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he solved them cleanly. No one can stop Qin Yang's move. Outside, in front of the big screens, all the audience watched in silence. Even some contestants in the underwater prison stopped everything in their hands and looked at the killing figure on the screen. No one lamented Qin Yang's methods. Strong, the strength has once again improved a lot. Everyone recalled all the information they had just received in their hearts. The 2nd floor of the underwater prison, Xuanhuan. A stronghold established by the Dark Alliance. All the contestants with dark backgrounds are gathered here, and people with blood skeletons and shadows are naturally here. Chuchinga stared at the light screen with deep eyes, thinking of the Heavenly God Emperor and the Heavenly God Temple in his heart. What Qin Yang knew was also what Chuchinga knew. Chuchinga could naturally see that the Heavenly God Emperor was the real, behind the shadows. And under that palm, Wanli Palm Lake destroyed Tianjin, and the real enemy was the Emperor of Heaven. Xuanhuan was in another place, where the blood skeleton practitioners gathered. Different from other blood skeleton cultivators, when other blood skeleton cultivators learned that their real boss turned out to be a blood demon, they were all very excited. Especially in this underwater prison, the ghost skeleton and demon general is also a member of the blood skeleton, which makes them extremely happy. Originally, there was a mysterious mission for Blood Skull, but now this mission has become clear in the hearts of all Blood Skull members. Help the ghosts and skeletons to reunite with their true bodies, and bring the ghosts and skeletons out of the underwater prison. The divine bones must not be obtained by Qin Yang. Since the ghost generals are also ours, then we naturally don't have to be afraid. An old man said, but he still had to ask Xuanhuan's opinion. Xuanhuan was worried about Qin Yang's safety. He had integrated into the blood skeleton and knew the power of the blood skeleton. Xuanhuan said, okay, since that's the case, let's go to Buried Bone Mountain. At the same time, the people of the Shadow who are also the Dark Alliance, naturally also go together. When the major alliances got the news, they all took action. No matter what the purpose is, whether it is to want the treasure of the divine bone, or to check and balance Qin Yang or the Dark Alliance, or other purposes. In short, the major alliances that have already retreated have turned their heads. Go straight to Buried Bone Mountain. Empty reply from server. Chapter 643. You overlooked something. After the portal, there is a long tomb passage that extends down and circles. It seems that the real road is under the previous bridge. It's just that in the tomb passage, the soul of the dead is blocked, and there is no danger. In the tomb passage, there are also many bone soldiers, but at this time they are like sculptures. Qin Yang walked to a white-boned soldier, and through his empty pupils, he did not see the ghost fire. Qin Yang grinned, apparently destroying the group of white-boned soldiers at a glance before, making this ghost general learn to behave. In the tomb passage, the footsteps were steady, without any delay. Knowing everything from Long San, Qin Yang did not hesitate in his footsteps. You really have the guts. A dull voice sounded. Qin Yang has come to the underground, an empty space, like a square. Looking up, it seems that I can vaguely see the previous bridge deck. The Yin wind of dead souls is circling here, like a real entity, and every ray of Yin wind seems to be entangled with countless dead souls. Those who are not strong-willed can produce various illusions just by looking at them, and inner demons will form in their hearts, like being surrounded by hundreds of ghosts. But for Qin Yang, these have long been ignored. In the past, when the body was refined with the Yin wind of the dead, these cold and negative dead souls were already destroyed by Qin Yang. I don't know how many. Looking around, although I heard words in my ears, there was no figure in sight. It's just that there is an altar in the distance, and something seems to be sealed on the altar. After walking over, Qin Yang blinked. This is really the bone of an arm. It is so well placed here, as if anyone can take it. Qin Yang didn't grab the divine bone directly, but laughed. You've already come this far, why don't you pretend to be more like? Qin Yang said suddenly. Those who observed Qin Yang's every move through the light screen were stunned. What do you mean? Pretend what? Who is pretending? Is Qin Yang talking about ghost generals? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding. The major alliances that are gathering elite troops to rush to Buried Bone Mountain are also following Qin Yang's progress. Qin Yang is really amazing. Someone exclaimed. Some people saw their eyebrows, but without Qin Yang's reminder, they would never have seen it. A strange laughter sounded, and immediately, the ground suddenly cracked, and soldiers with white bones crawled out from the ground. One of them is a white-boned skeleton, and the red soul flame is beating in the skull. Strong strength, but stronger than strength, is your heart. The ghost skeleton will appreciate, facing the bones, facing the powerful force without being shaken. The perception of danger is almost as accurate as prophecy. Speaking of this, the ghost skull demon will regret a little. Unfortunately, you don't want to surrender to me and join the blood skull. You are just turning you into my slave and retaining your power, but you can't show your true power at all. Turning into a puppet can only gain part of Qin Yang's combat power. Because Qin Yang's entire combat power, of course, includes analysis, decision-making, and so on. Once it becomes a puppet, the problems that rely on intelligence to solve, such as analysis and decision-making, will be dealt with by ghosts and demons in the future. This is also an admission in disguise. In these respects, the ghost general recognized Qin Yang, and even felt that Qin Yang was better than himself. It's really a pity. Qin Yang looked at the white-boned soldier on which the ghosts and devil's souls were entrusted, and then at the god bones on the altar, and said, It's a pity, this is an underwater prison. If it were an ordinary world, you don't have to work so hard. The ghost skeleton trembled, and the red ghost fire was beating again and again. Did you really see it? Qin Yang laughed and said, Don't you think I'm a fool? I really doubt that an existence with strength like you is just a reckless man. The ghost skull demon general groaned viciously, but did not speak. All the audience looked at each other. Some people also felt the huge pressure from the white bone skeleton from the light screen. If they changed positions with Qin Yang, it would be a miracle that they could guarantee that they would not tremble when they spoke. First pretended to block, then pretended to admit my strength, pretended to be restrained by me. When I came here, I pretended to threaten. However, there is a hint of joy in your tone. You always want me to come here. The reason why I stopped it before was to make me think that I came here, because of my own strength. Qin Yang slowly analyzed, under the sea prison, the spiritual sense is blocked. However, I can continue to launch the attack on the spiritual sense through contact. As long as I believe it is true, whether it is self-confidence or conceit, as long as I pick up this god bone, it's your plan. I have to say, you really worked hard to make sure everything was safe. Impossible, you can't guess all of them right. The ghost will not believe it, but the person in front of him gives him a strange feeling. And this kind of weirdness, shouldn't it be given to others? How did this position change? Everyone who noticed in front of the light screen suddenly became embarrassed. After such an analysis, everyone was naturally very clear. But doesn't this mean that if they don't see it through, they are fools? It's very simple. Qin Yang pointed to the altar in front of him, and then pointed to the top of his head. The ghost will frown. What do you mean? All the audience were also confused. Qin Yang said, do you think I'm blind? The altar here is exactly the same as the one on the head. Powerhouses like Lian Longsan can enter the hinterland of Buried Bone Mountain without wearing white bone armor, but they are still possessed by white bones in the end. Can't explain anything? Qin Yang looked at the divine bone, and his eyes had turned into annihilated dragon eyes. He smiled and said, the divine bone is real, but what is the price for it, hee. The ghost general was silent. He never thought that Qin Yang could get so much information through so little information. Once you get the divine bone, you will have absolute power. Qin Yang said with a smile, this power is probably the power of the armor transformed by the divine bone? Even if you guessed everything, so what? Yes, as long as you pick up this bone, you can have some of my power. You can call on the army of bones in the mountain of buried bones. The ghost skeleton said with a gloomy smile, I won't stop you, but, do you dare to pick up the divine bone? As long as you can resist it and not be controlled by me, the rice will refine my divine bone, and all this power will be yours. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, you don't have to confuse me, you can't influence me. I have always been clear about what to do. Besides, you have overlooked a point. What? The ghost general asked. Qin Yang walked to the altar and directly reached out to touch the divine bone. Qin Yang said slowly as the flames of the divine soul danced with joy. I'm neither confident nor conceited. I really have this strength. Chapter 644 Undercurrent. When Qin Yang reached out and touched the divine bone emitted a monstrous divine light. Xuanhuan instantly transformed into a giant with a skull of 10 feet, looking down at Qin Yang. At the same time, in the skull of the white-boned skeleton, the red soul flame also floated into the head of the Tenzhong skeleton giant. Wanru is like a ghost and a skeleton will come in real form. Submit, and be destroyed. A majestic voice resounded through the buried Bone Mountain cemetery. The army of white bones, crawling out of the ground around them all knelt down on one knee. Qin Yang still holds the divine bone in his hand, and the divine light turns into the body of a ghost general, but the divine bone itself is also changing. The divine bone begins to spread, grows, and becomes an armor. Qin Yang was surrounded. The divine sense is shocking, it's not worth mentioning in front of me at all. Besides, you actually mentioned annihilation to me? Qin Yang showed a playful smile, his eyes blinked lightly, and they had already turned into annihilating dragon eyes. You don't have to fight fearlessly. Even if you see through everything, aren't you really conceited? The Ghost Skull Demon General said contemptuously, although it is only a piece of divine bone, its transformed armor has the defensive power of the 5 realms of the God Emperor just because of its strength. Even if you fight, you won't be at a disadvantage. How can you resist such a power? It's better to surrender to me, and you can gain my power. All the audience were excited and knew that the divine bone was extremely powerful, but no one knew that the divine bone was so powerful. However, behind the power, everyone naturally ignores the risks. Even Long San couldn't resist the fate of becoming a puppet. How could this be a bone to chew on? Do you know the difference between us? Qin Yang wore white bone armor and did not resist. First, he knew that he could not resist, and secondly, that was exactly what he wanted. What's the difference? The Ghost General looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang smiled softly and said, I know what you want to do, but do you know what I want to do? It is true that the Ghost Generals have not understood Qin Yang until now, but is this important? The Ghost General Jia smiled and said, no matter what you want to do, the outcome is already doomed. Your physique is very strong, and you still have enough time to consider whether to surrender. Qin Yang laughed and said, do you think I would really consider it? You can feel it yourself. After the Ghost Skull Demon General finished speaking, the divine light dissipated. The red soul flames danced slowly on the altar. At the same time, the white bone armor began to shrink directly, and Qin Yang's face showed pain. What exactly does Qin Yang want to do? Since he has seen through everything, why did he still cast himself into the net? Could it be that he wanted revenge after knowing his life experience, and would do anything to gain power? But it's too risky to do that. Everyone has guessed Qin Yang's mind, and is also paying attention to all this nervously. It's a little early. In the Dragon Palace, the Star Compass and Mr. Qiqiao stood in front of a light door and communicated in a low voice. Mr. Qiqiao shook his head and said, actually, it's not too early. After he finished speaking, he added, if you really know Qin Yang, you will know that he is different from ordinary people. First met the big monster, insect and ghost, and then faced the ghost skeleton and demon general. This has just entered the underwater prison. Not only for Qin Yang, but for any contestants, the appearance of the big monsters and ghosts is too early. At the same time, it was too early for Qin Yang to know everything. There are people from the East China Sea Dragon Palace beside them, and the Dragon Mother is nervously looking at the various light screens in front of the light door. In the event of an accident, this door of light is the direct passage to the 6th floor of the submarine prison. In the underwater prison, big demons are rampant, and the only one that can compete with it is the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. But after the destruction of the heavenly prison array, Longgong also lost his insight and control over the submarine prison, so he took the risk of setting this place as the assessment place for the Hidden Dragon contest. With the help of the power of the contestants, everything hidden in the underwater prison is completely exposed. Su Meixiang of the Demon Temple is eyeing the tiger, and she is determined to destroy the entire continent. Her 1,000-year contract with Emperor Qin has also arrived. The entrance to the Devil's World has been opened thousands of years ago, but I don't know what happened in the Devil's World, and there is no attack. A vigorous and powerful voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in a dragon robe came slowly. With a dragon horn on his forehead, it is the dragon god of the East China Sea, Ao Yuanjun. When he came to Mother Dragon, Ao Yuanjun bowed his hands in salute, sister. Ao Qingli, the mother of the dragon, was resurrected by Qin Yang in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. She is the sister of the dragon god of the East China Sea. Ao Qingli nodded and said, indeed, there is not much time left for the Sky World. The dragon god sighed and said, my dragon clan has never cared about the affairs of the Sky World, but the dragon realm has been completely annexed by the Sky World, and the two worlds have merged. The erupting volcano. Under the nest, and you has finished the eggs. We in the world of the sky are dead and cold. I didn't expect you to finally see it through. Ao Qingli, the mother of the dragon, seemed a little displeased. The dragon god Ao Yuanjuan's face was a little stiff. It was obvious that the dragon mother Ao Qingli had attacked the Qin emperor 1,000 years ago, and Dong Hai had never been able to help him. Dragon god Ao Yuanjun did not answer, but looked at the image of Qin Yang. Light screen. The Dragon Palace of the East China Sea has been paying attention to this hidden dragon competition, but unlike on the mainland, this Dragon Palace of the East China Sea has only one screen to broadcast, and that is Qin Yang's competition monitoring. Dragon Palace doesn't care about anyone else, even Xuanhuan Guqing and the god of war in the sky. At this time, the dragon god Ao Yuanjun looked at Guangping, and suddenly became surprised. This kid is still tempering his body? Did no one really tell him how to become a god emperor? Ao Qingli, the mother of dragons, frowned and whispered in a low voice, "How on earth are the boys at Songqiong Academy teaching students?" Mr. Qiqiao smiled and said, "I also stayed at the Songqiong Academy for a while, and the Songqiong Academy doesn't teach students how to cultivate." Ao Yuanjun and Ao Qingli looked over one after another. Mr. Qiqiao's smile froze and whispered, "Qin Yang always has his reasons for doing this. He always knows what he is doing and what he is going to do." The scene suddenly fell silent, and Mr. Qiqiao secretly wiped away his cold sweat. "Or the star compass, I know that in front of these two great gods, it is best not to speak at will. By the way, what did he do?" Dong Hai Ao Yuanjun asked. "The big monsters, insects, ghosts, and demons are all showing up. Where is Kuanping, the former owner of this Star Sea Eastern region?" Starry Sky Compass and Mr. Qiqiao looked at each other. Starry Sky Compass replied, "He didn't show up, but..." "But what?" asked the dragon god Ao Yuanjun. Mr. Qiqiao added, "His descendant, Wu Kuan, has been beheaded by Qin Yang." Chapter 645 Indestructible Divine Body. Have you felt pain? Have you felt despair? Otherwise, why would you ask you to free him if you thought Long San was a dignified dragon guard? The voice of the ghost general resounded in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang didn't answer. There was peace in the spiritual mind space. Shenlongjiu wandered around in Qin Yang's spiritual mind space board, as if a very hungry man was waiting for the food to be served. "Qin Yang, can't you find a way to provoke him? Let him in, I'll swallow him." Shenlongjiu and Qin Yang sound transmission. The ghost general still wanted to subdue Qin Yang, but did not launch a divine sense attack, and was attacking Qin Yang's divine sense space. But the ghosts and skeletons will never dream of it. In Qin Yang's spiritual space, there is a hungry dragon that has been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, you can't miss this delicious meal. It's just a remnant of a soul, a ray of divine soul, split by supernatural powers. You will be greedy." Qin Yang said helplessly. "That's also a strand of the divine soul of the 5 realms of the God Emperor. And it's not just a strand, at least a big chunk. If I swallow him, my strength will increase a lot," Shenlongjiu said. Before being embarrassed under the hands of Wulingshan, Shenlongjiu knew that he could no longer be a fool. Although Qin Yang is self-improving, he doesn't need to help himself easily, but if he uses it one day, if he loses the chain again, won't he be laughed at by Qin Yang again? For Shenlongjiu, there can never be a second time. In fact, I can't blame Shenlongjiu. The 5 spirit gods themselves are the best among the 5 realms of the God Emperor. Qin Yang replied, "Don't worry, when he finds out that I'm using him to train his body, he will be angry. Now is not the time. If you anger the ghost and skeleton demon general now, and let him directly enter Qin Yang's spiritual mind space to strangle Qin Yang, Shenlongjiu will definitely swallow him." Then this divine bone really became an ordinary treasure. Although wearing the armor of the gods can gain powerful power, this is not the power Qin Yang wants. But it is different now. Under the control of the ghost general, the armor of the gods has been squeezing Qin Yang's physical body and tempering Qin Yang's physique. Qin Yang, to complete the final body quenching. Breakthrough miracles in one fell swoop, refresh the history of the world in the sky, and first become gods in the flesh. Do you think you'll be fine if you don't speak? The ghost general decided that he had settled on Qin Yang, and said with a smile, "It seems that I will give you more strength." Under the control of the ghost generals, the bone system rules of the 5 realms of the God Emperor have increased their strength again. It is naturally better than Qin Yang's control after obtaining the divine bone. Strong pressure, divine bone armor, white bones wrapped around Qin Yang's body, constantly tightening. Above the bones, gloomy white light flickers. This is not only the oppression of strength, but also the erosion of the power of rules. Qin Yang groaned. The pain was inevitable, but it was painful and happy. At the same time, the divine light also lit up on his body, and Qin Yang's body seemed to be transparent. In fact, it was Qin Yang's bones that exuded a fierce divine light, in harmony with the divine bones. Huh? You used the Yin wind of the soul to train your body to such a degree? Ghost Skull Demon will be pleasantly surprised. This kind of body training method is almost the same as his own body training method, and it is also a success. This made the ghosts and demons appreciate Qin Yang more, and they also cherish each other. For Qin Yang, the ghost will want this person more than a thoughtless puppet. He even decided to fight with Qin Yang to the death, instead of directly killing Qin Yang's soul. Such an interesting person was refined into a puppet, and even the ghosts and skeletons felt a pity and felt that they had lost their way. It's just that he wouldn't have thought that when Zhenrua was attacking with his good soul, he would enter Qin Yang's spiritual sense space, and who would die. Qin Yang's physique has changed again, and the improvement this time is not small. At Qin Yang's current physical realm, it would have been difficult to improve even a little bit, but the Yin Feng of the dead soul is powerful, and this ghost will help unknowingly. It has to be said that Qin Yang is daring and has a pretty good chance. However, this opportunity, not everyone can lose weight. Time passed slowly, and the divine light on Qin Yang's body gradually dimmed. It was not that the divine light of Qin Yang's bones dimmed, but Qin Yang's body and flesh, which became stronger. Divine light has been covered up. In this period of time, Qin Yang's physique has been greatly improved. There is something wrong with your physique. The soul of the dead, refining bones, but not flesh and blood. The ghost skull demon will notice that something is wrong, but he can't say it. Flesh and blood tempering is so strong, what's the use? I have a top-level bone refining method. The ghost skull demon general said, "It seems that you are almost used to my strength, then add more strength." The ghost general said gloomily that he wanted to destroy Qin Yang's flesh and blood in one fell swoop, leaving only that body of bones for Qin Yang. Because the ghost generals can only see the special features of Qin Yang's bones, but cannot see the strength of Qin Yang's physical body. The divine bone armor tightened again, which was infinitely stronger than the white bone armor that wrapped Long San. The white bone armor that wraps Long San is just an imitation of himself, made by the ghost skull and demon, and the divine bone armor on Qin Yang's body is the real ghost skull and devil's own bones. Ah! Qin Yang's face suddenly red. The tempering of the original physique came to a critical juncture, and the force of the ghost general, instead, pushed Qin Yang into the threshold. Flesh shattered, blood spattered everywhere. In front of the screen, all the audience exclaimed and widened their eyes. As expected of the bones of ghosts and devils, can't even Qin Yang's physique be able to withstand it? If Qin Yang can't get the divine bone, who still has this ability? Everyone thought that Qin Yang did this in order to obtain the divine bone, but now the outcome is obviously a failure. In everyone's eyes, a shocking change occurred. The blood splashed out, but it didn't spill. Instead, it seemed to be pulled by a strange force and floated around Qin Yang's body. The flesh and blood shattered, and the broken flesh and blood meridians remained the same. The terrifying scene only lasted for a moment, and then, blood flowed back and flesh and blood reorganized. Qin Yang's physique has undergone a qualitative change. The whole body exudes an endless golden glow. If the power of extinction is the dark universe, then Qin Yang's immortal body is the sun in the universe. No, it is no longer an immortal body, but an immortal divine body. Qin Yang's immortal body has been refined. Boom. The sound of the heart beating sounded, and Qin Yang's body was shocked. The ghosts and demons will increase their efforts to oppress Qin Yang, but the armor of the gods is almost shaken. This is the divine bone of the 5 realms of the God Emperor. Moreover, he is a ghost general who cultivates the rules of the bone system. You are actually refining the body. The ghost general's voice was full of gloom and fury. He finally discovered Qin Yang's true purpose. Chapter 646, The Flesh Becomes a God. Yes, I'm just training my body. Otherwise, do you think my brain is sick? Qin Yang laughed. His current physical strength made him truly feel immortal. And the current physique is really satisfying to Qin Yang. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang's muscles stretched, and the armor of the gods could no longer be locked for half a minute, and even had a tendency to be stretched. But after all, this is the divine bone of the 5 realms of the God Emperor, and its power is no small matter. Even if Qin Yang becomes a god in the flesh, it will be difficult to break free for a while. But it was so close to opening that the ghosts and skeletons were terrified. The divine body that this kid has cultivated is far beyond what he has seen and heard. Even the divine bone that he has trained himself, if the realm is the same as Qin Yang, he is definitely not Qin Yang's opponent. This is more than that. Even if Qin Yang has the strength of the 3 realms and 4 realms of the God Emperor, it is enough to compete with the ghosts and demons. This is a great threat. The ghosts and skeletons will come from the demon domain, and the demon domain is the most respectful of body refinement. Being defeated in the field that he is best at makes ghosts and demons fear from the bottom of their hearts. Facing Qin Yang, he did not have the slightest advantage, but had the urgency of being chased and surpassed. Even if you become a god in the flesh, you don't know how to break through and become a God Emperor. The ghost general seemed to be looking for some comfort. Qin Yang laughed and said, "How do you know that I didn't start training to become a real God Emperor?" Qin Yang's smile is full of wisdom that sees everything, and the ghost will finally feel that what makes him really afraid is not only Qin Yang's power, but also the spirit that he has always been interested in. It's just that the current ghost general has no interest in attracting Qin Yang anymore. Who would let a person who is stronger than himself and who may surpass himself at any time become his subordinate? Although I want to see the embarrassment you faced when you were promoted to God Emperor, but I will not give you this opportunity. You will eventually die with regret. And your divine body will honestly become me puppet. The ghost general roared, and the red beating fire of the soul rushed directly into Qin Yang's spiritual space. How dare you be so arrogant for a mere wisp of remnant soul? I've been waiting for you for a long time, sir. Shenlongjiu can be considered to have waited for this moment. If the saliva is not wiped, Qin Yang's mind is already full of oceans at this moment. Seeing the spirit of the ghost general, Shenlongjiu directly opened his mouth and swallowed it. The ghost skull demon general wanted to imprint on Qin Yang's soul and show his golem to frighten Qin Yang, but he did not expect such a terrifying existence in Qin Yang's spiritual space. The secret key of the gods, Shenlong Jade, no. The ghost general's eyes were splitting. How could he forget this? In the previous communication between Long San and Qin Yang, he clearly heard that Qin Yang's identity is the only descendant of the 8 Shinto clans. But how could he forget that the Qin family is a Shinto family in charge of Shenlongjiu? Hiccup. Shenlongjiu hiccuped, and the entire body of the white jade circulated several red glows, like meridians. The divine soul of the 5 realms of the God Emperor is extremely delicious, and this mouthful has given the dragon jade a huge improvement. Losing the control of the ghosts and demons, Qin Yang's bones are no longer in control. Qin Yang exerted a little force, and the divine bone armor collapsed directly, turning into a stream of light in mid-air, condensing into the original shape of an arm bone. Qin Yang waved his hand, struck an annihilation line, and directly pulled the divine bone back and held it in his hand. "Swallow him for me." Shen Longjiu shouted loudly. "No, this is for me," Panda said. As an ancient divine beast, it was compared by Qin Yang in all aspects. Panda was very unwilling. The strength has surpassed the Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix bird and the others, but they are still far behind Qin Yang. Such a treasure is too wasteful for you. Anyway, you can upgrade anything you swallow, so let's leave this divine bone for now," Qin Yang said. After being promoted to God Emperor, Qin Yang just stood here, and he had great power. It seemed that the Yin wind of the dead soul would also go around Qin Yang. Hair. The God Bone can be transformed into a God Bone armor, which is simply a super version of the Sky armor. Unless you can refine a God Emperor level Sky Battle armor, you can compete with this God Bone armor 1 or 2. It's a pity, it's just that the bones are strong, and there is nothing to follow. Qin Yang put away the bones and looked around the army of white bones. "Yo, the soul is split so much? It seems that your body should be a bit stronger than I thought." Qin Yang stared at the army of white bones and spoke slowly. A skeleton soldier at the head, with his mouth open and closed, if there is flesh and blood, it must be an expression of anger and speechlessness. Qin Yang laughed. The skeleton soldier said viciously, "Put down the God bones." Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "I won't let go, what can you do to me?" Looking around, although the army of bones in the field is numerous, Qin Yang, at this time, is no longer afraid of everything. In this underwater prison, Qin Yang, who has become a god in the flesh, is no longer enough to be measured by an ordinary God Emperor. Qin Yang's combat power is comparable to that of God Emperor 2 or even God Emperor 3. You can't take the God bones with you. After the white-boned soldier finished speaking, he rushed over. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and the white-boned soldier was stunned. Stop, before I had time to turn my head, there was a crisp explosion. Qin Yang smashed the head of the bone soldier with one punch, and the figure flashed repeatedly. The place where he passed was like harvesting wheat. The bone soldier who was enough to fight against the peak of the God King was as fragile as tofu dregs in Qin Yang's hands. There were broken bones everywhere, and the fire of the soul floated out and gradually condensed in the air. It didn't take long for the fire of the soul to change, as if it was burning, and it suddenly turned fiery red. Divine ability soul split, divine soul split. Divine ability soul melt, divine soul fusion. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, the endless army of bones, each with a wisp of the spirit of ghosts, skeletons, and demons. Now all the divine souls are fused together, even stronger than the previous one. The divine soul radiated countless threads, connected to the shattered pile of bones. The pile of bones trembled, and it was slowly condensing into a general of bones. "If I had known this, I should have killed you directly," the voice of the ghost general roared. "It's hard to buy money and know it early. What's more, even if you know it early, can you really kill me?" Qin Yang looked at the white-bone general with a half-smile. It was 10 feet tall, and the dead souls were wrapped around the bones, as if there were thousands of dead souls wailing around it. The terrifying scene made audiences from all over the world feel terrified across the screen, but Qin Yang was not afraid at all. "Unfortunately, I got a magic weapon before, and now I will practice with you." Qin Yang stretched out his hand and flipped, and the Xuanhuan stick appeared in his hand. Chapter 647. Broken. Qin Yang shouted, and the Xuanhuan stick soared 10 feet, and the whole stick was comparable to the height of the white bone general. With a sharp swing, it seems like a heavy weight, but it is actually a light weight. The characteristic of the Xuanhuan stick is that the quality changes, and there is no difference to the owner. Crack! With a sour and brittle sound, General Baigu's figure shrank and almost fell over. One of his leg bones was directly discounted by the stick. Is it so crisp? Qin Yang chuckled lightly. The bone general stabilized his body, and the broken leg bones refused, but the red soul flame in the skull seemed to have weakened a bit. If you want to see some of my power, why don't you return my divine bone? Let me show you. The voice of the ghost general sounded. Qin Yang smiled and said, sorry, I'm not stupid. The ghost general was not reconciled and said, now that you have become a god, and you have such a magical weapon, are you still afraid that you won't be able to beat me, who has a god bone? Just fuse the bones of these white-boned soldiers, how much is the strength worse than his god bones? The ghost general felt in his heart that although Qin Yang was cunning, he was also upright. And such people usually have a weakness, which is to save face. As long as you have confidence, you will give absolute fairness to your opponents. The ghost general felt that he could trick Qin Yang into handing over the divine bones. Qin Yang blinked, and under the gaze of the ghost general, he slowly spit out 2 words, okay. Ghost Skull Demon Jiang was overjoyed and laughed in his heart, it really is. The audience was also attentive, wanting to see that after Qin Yang became a god, he would really fight against the ghosts and skeletons. Although there is only one hand bone, it is also a hand bone of the 5 realms of the God Emperor. Bring it here. The giant white bone general, which the ghost skeleton will condense, stretched out his hand. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, what do you bring? Aren't you going to return the divine bone to me? The ghost general asked rhetorically. Qin Yang laughed dumbly and said, when did I say that I would return the divine bone to you? Didn't I say that? I'm not stupid. The ghost skull demon general immediately became angry and said, how can you go back on your word? Qin Yang frowned and said, when did I go back on my word? The ghost general said, then what did you mean when you said okay earlier? It's still not called back? I see that you are also a respectable cultivator in the world of the sky, so you won't be so shameless, right? Qin Yang was amazed and said, it's hard to imagine that you are the God Emperor of the 5 realms of the demon realm. 10,000 years ago, you were even allowed to mix in with the gore fiend, and you haven't been able to kill it yet. What do you mean? The ghost general said coldly. Qin Yang sighed and said, you don't really think naively that I want to return the divine bone to you? Please, I said okay to admit that I can't beat you with the divine bone, only that's all. You. The ghost will be speechless after choking, and after a long time, he said angrily, you gave up so easily? I think you are a genius, but I didn't expect you to be a mediocre person. Qin Yang shrugged and said, you can say whatever you want, as long as you are happy. Glancing at the clean army of bones that had disappeared around, all the bones were fused into the body of the general, Qin Yang said, if your strength is condensed, then I will start. After this time I will, but it won't stop. After speaking, Qin Yang paused and said, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The ghost general was silent, this time he couldn't say a word. Even secretly condensing power was seen through by Qin Yang. But just now, part of his soul entered Qin Yang's soul space and was swallowed up, and the armor of the bones was broken free. The ghost general knew that even if Qin Yang didn't have the magic weapon of the Xuanhuan stick, his white bone general couldn't help him. However, my heart is angry, I can't swallow this bad breath. Go to hell. The ghost skull and demon general shouted, punching him. Above the fist, countless bone spurs split, directly tying Qin Yang into a sieve. Qin Yang didn't blink an eye, he swung the stick and swept away suddenly. Boom! The airwaves rolled backwards, the souls of the dead scattered, and the terrifying bone spurs were directly smashed by the bone general's fist. Ah! I don't accept it. The Ghost Skull Demon General was extremely aggrieved, but when he raised his broken hand, he found that Qin Yang's figure was long gone. Could it be? The Ghost Skull and Demon General raised his head suddenly, and a huge shadow became the last thing his soul saw. With Qin Yang's intentions, the Xuanhuan stick became bigger, and there was already a hill at one end. It slammed down, and the Tenjong Whitebone General was like a small skeleton that had no resistance. The skull was directly smashed to pieces. Despicable, refined into a divine body, but still fighting with divine weapons. The voice of the General of the Bones gradually weakened. Immediately afterwards, a dragon flew out directly, and there was a black and white monster. The two opened their mouths and sucked wildly. The Bone General didn't even have a bone residue left, and it all became a great supplement for these two goods. With such a big physique, I don't need a stick, how can I kill it? Qin Yang turned. Rolling his eyes, Jing said these useless things. Put away the Xuanhuan stick. Shenlongjiu turned into a jade pendant and returned to Qin Yang's neck, and the panda also returned to the demon ring with satisfaction. The terrifying Bone Mountain, a dangerous place that was directly abandoned by the major alliances, has now been completely swept away by Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised his head, looked at the strong Yin wind of dead souls, smiled lightly, and stepped on his feet hard. It directly smashed the ground 10 feet, and the figure flew up like a cannonball. After passing through the heavy cloudy wind, he rushed directly to the previous bridge. The divine bone was captured by Qin Yang, and the ban on the Bone Mountain also disappeared. The elites of the major alliances in the outside world have arrived, and they are still considering whether they should wear white bone armor to enter. The ban disappears, and the ghostly wind spreads out. On the spot, the weak were turned into white bones in the shadow of the dead. Everyone's faces changed greatly. This Ghostin Feng, which does not seem to have much power on the light screen, is so terrifying. Everyone scattered and backed away, only to reunite after the Yin wind of the dead souls faded and dissipated. At this time a figure came from the depths of the buried Bone Mountain. Qin Yang, it's Qin Yang who came out. He got the divine bone. It's not just the bones, but also the empty ghost stone, and the magic weapon Xuanhuan stick. The void stone means infinite wealth. The divine bone means absolute power, and the Xuanhuan stick is the most handy weapon. Some people practice supernatural powers in a very poor life, but they are not as good as this stick. You just left? Someone stopped Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't pay attention to these people's thoughts at first. He just thought that it was time to go to the 3rd floor of the submarine prison. At this time, someone blocked the way, and Qin Yang also stopped. The person who dares to stop me is not alive yet. Qin Yang said softly. Chapter 648, C1 Kill 1. The old man who stopped Qin Yang turned pale and his hands trembled. But I don't know that it is because of Qin Yang's practice, that it is always difficult for people to regard Qin Yang as a threat. Other powerhouses will exude a strong powerhouse breath, but Qin Yang does not. This is also the reason why everyone has always thought that Qin Yang is a soft persimmon. This is still the case, even after witnessing the most sensational feats. Mi Tianjue, which hides its aura in the first place, plus the practice of learning from each other's strengths, as well as the true meaning of the hunting stance. If you don't stare at him, you won't be able to notice Qin Yang gasping for breath beside you. The treasure of the God Bone is the wealth of all the contestants. How can it be occupied by you alone? The old man said indomitably. Oh? When did the Qianlong tournament have such rules? Qin Yang looked around, looking at the major alliances that were clearly in harmony with each other. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, have you forgotten that everyone is competing with each other? Relationship. Moreover, each other can fight and snatch tokens in the mission. In this way, the thoughts that have been suppressed in everyone's hearts have been exposed directly, as if a layer of window paper has been pierced. They were originally united, but they were more wary of each other. What an eloquent pair of tongues. He's still changing the subject and trying to sow discord, the old man said. Who are you, and where are you from? Qin Yang asked. The old man replied, the god of the gods will take him. Brush. A black light flickered, and Qin Yang's hand was still waving in the air. The annihilating Banua slash directly slashed across the neck of the old man. The old man's eyes widened and he looked at Qin Yang's face in disbelief. It was a ruthless and cold face, and the eyes were even more indifferent, as if there were two glaciers hidden for thousands of years. Since I know that I got the divine bone, then I also know the conversation I had with Long Sam before. Qin Yang raised his mouth, looked around the audience, and said quietly, I see one of the people in the Temple of Heaven, kill another, who else is there? Is it from the Temple of Heaven? The audience was silent, and no one thought that Qin Yang would shoot so neatly and kill people without blinking an eye, and it was so terrifying. Qin Yang bent down, took off the old man's Quanhuan ring, took out the hegemony order, and put it away. Qin Yang did not take out the points. Although there are not many, it is not the time to accumulate them. At this time, everyone noticed that Qin Yang had a long string of Quanhuan rings hanging on his waist. And the old man's Quanhuan ring naturally added another one to this string. Everyone only felt numbness in their scalps and a cold front on their backs. No wonder Qin Yang would talk about the rules of the Qianlong contest. It turns out, he has already done so. Qin Yang's points are not low, even more than 90% of the God Kings. This is Qin Yang's points after retreating and refining. If you count the points in these Qianlong competition orders, Qin Yang once again rushed to the leaderboard of the Qianlong competition, which is simply a breeze. Everyone's eyes on Qin Yang changed, with fear and greed. No matter how strong you are only one person. Someone shouted loudly. Qin Yang pointed out that a small bullet sword condensed by spear and swordsmanship directly penetrated the man's head. Immediately afterwards, a line of annihilation put away the man's Quanhuan ring. If the audience were not staring at Qin Yang, no one would notice Qin Yang's action. Next. Qin Yang said coldly. The elites of the major alliances were silent like ducks pinched by their necks. No one dared to speak again. Qin Yang's attitude is very clear, whoever dares to say a word, it is directly, kill. Tyrant. This term appeared in everyone's heart at the same time. Once Qin Yang decided to take action, he never softened his hand. No? Okay, then I'll go first. See you later. Qin Yang said slowly. After walking a few steps, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Yang suddenly stopped. Everyone suddenly gasped, holding their breath, not daring to breathe. The elites of the various alliances did not dare to confront the current Qin Yang at all. I am afraid that they would only dare to fight with them after they were promoted to God Emperor. Qin Yang's eyes flashed a strange divine light, swept over everyone's body. Everyone present immediately felt a sense of being seen through. Qin Yang's original thought was to go to the third floor, to find the flag of the fire array, but suddenly found a problem. That is, if he has successfully refined his body and possessed an inextinguishable divine body, it is no longer a problem to be promoted to a God Emperor. At this time, there are so many people who are coming to encircle and suppress themselves, why not take this opportunity? Ding ding ding. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and the reminders of successful copying made Qin Yang's power changing. The nebula in the body kept appearing group after group of regular nebula. As it was destroyed by the Annihilation Nebula, the scale of the Annihilation Nebula also gradually increased, the speed became faster and faster, and then slowly stopped. After copying the last person, the Extinction Nebula had stopped rotating, but instead gradually shrank and condensed. Qin Yang remained still, actually making a breakthrough. Major leagues available. The elites did not know it, and they all turned pale in fright and did not dare to act rashly. The obliteration nebula finally shrunk to a weak point. Suddenly, Qin Yang felt that even his soul was cracked, and the point where the obliteration nebula condensed also appeared, and then it exploded. The annihilation rule has completed the transformation, and the amount of violence after the transformation proves how wise Qin Yang is to train his body first. The surging power of annihilation poured out wildly, and Qin Yang's body was suspended in the air. Flee! He's going to make a big move. Someone shouted, and everyone in the major alliances fled with their lives. In the original place, it has been shrouded in a strange light ball. It is pitch black. It seems to be able to swallow all the light. No, not swallowing, but annihilating. Staring at the ball of light for a long time, I even felt as if I was blind. This is impossible. How can the underwater prison use the domain? This doesn't seem to be a realm, it should be his magical power. It seems to be called a world? No, in the underwater prison, the magical power of the absolute world cannot be used. Everyone stopped and watched from a distance. Qin Yang didn't want to kill everyone, and he didn't make a big move, but what was he doing? The audience in front of the major screens were also confused. Is this practicing martial arts? In a submarine prison with damaged spiritual sense, the power of this rule cannot be released like this. Soon, the ball of light began to shrink and retracted back into Qin Yang's body. On the ground, a terrifying hemispherical pit, the surface is as smooth as a mirror. Qin Yang's eyes were pitch black, and his pupils were golden vertical eyes. In the spiritual mind space, another Qin Yang appeared. Chapter 649, The Demon is Right. Qin Yang stood in the spiritual mind space, and there was another Qin Yang standing opposite it. Shenlongjiu opened his eyes, turned his left and right sides, and suddenly agitated, he was stunned on the spot. I'm going. Are you going to be promoted to God Emperor? Shenlongjiu was taken aback, looked at the two Qin Yang back and forth, and asked weakly, which one is you? Me. Qin Yang replied. Me. Another Qin Yang replied almost at the same time. Whether it's the demeanor or the tone, it's all the same. Shenlongjiu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and reminded, God Emperor breaks the barrier, and will evolve into a self-god statue. This god is the complete body of your power, even stronger. At the same time, he is also your inner demon. Qin Yang on both sides looked at each other, motionless. Let Shenlongjiu begin to be difficult to distinguish between true and false. Shenlongjiu continued, under the sea prison, the spiritual sense is blocked, and when you are promoted to the God Emperor, the self-image will not show up, but only the demons of the heart. It is because of this that it is easy to promote the God Emperor from the submarine prison. There will be one less enemy. Qin Yang knew in his heart that now he had time to deal with demons. If he was in the outside world, he would probably have to fight against the idol of himself while guarding against demons. At that time, in his spiritual sense space, only inner demons could take over. A careless, let the inner demon completely occupy the mind, even if the self-image is defeated, it is finished. This is God Emperor breakthrough. Shenlongjiu talked about all kinds of promotion to God Emperor on the spot, as well as the experience of various people who have been promoted to God Emperor. While Qin Yang listened, he looked at the inner demons panel playfully. That's right, inner demons also have panels. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Opponent, Qin Yang Heart Demon. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. Note, it integrates the advantages of thousands of exercises, among which the strongest characteristic is hunting stance. Mitianju. Counting against the sky. Lianqing art. Thunderstorm art. Any kind of exercise, cultivated to the extreme, will become a top master, and Qin Yang's exercise contains all the advantages of copying. When Qin Yang saw this, even himself was startled. It turned out that he was already strong enough for this. Continuing to look at the panel, the following is even more startling. Rules: the rules of annihilation are complete. Supernatural powers: Jinghong Sword Finger, Annihilating Half-Moon Beheading, Annihilating Rhythm, Wandering Dragon Step, Mad Dragon Palm, Breeze Brushing Willow, Shaking the Earth Fist, Annihilating the Big Madra, Overlord's Unparalleled Halberd, Storm Eye, Rong Tianquan, King Kong is not bad. After the supernatural powers column was opened, there was a whole page of supernatural powers and martial arts, some of which Qin Yang almost forgot to learn. The last column is the field. Domain: Ordinary World. Domain-level magical powers: Absolute Realm, Longwei Jiejia. Qin Yang took a deep breath and suddenly felt his head go big. Others just read jokes and think that Qin Yang has a strong physique, and it is difficult to break through and become a god emperor. But even Qin Yang himself didn't know that the real difficulty was the inner demon. Has the same power as Qin Yang, even stronger. For ordinary practitioners, it is very simple to deal with it. But for Qin Yang, with so many martial arts and supernatural powers, how to guard against them? In fact, Qin Yang didn't have any mental barriers, and the appearance of this mental demon was only inevitable for the God Emperor to break through. You must face yourself and defeat yourself before you can truly be promoted to God Emperor. The Emperor of the Gods destroys my entire clan. I must enter the land of order, hit the temple of heaven, and kill it. Anyone who blocks it will die. The heart demon said suddenly. Shenlongjiu was relieved, but fortunately, now you can tell which one is Qin Yang's inner demon. At the same time, Shenlongjiu also looked at Qin Yang with the mentality of watching a play. In fact, fighting with inner demons has nothing to do with strength. It is all about whether the belief is firm and whether you will be bewitched by inner demons. The self-image related to strength cannot be revealed in this underwater prison at all. If you are at war with the idol of the self, and at the same time, you are fighting wits and courage with the inner demon, then it is called dangerous. But then, under Shenlongjiu's surprised eyes, Qin Yangshan nodded and said, yes. The Qin family is destroyed, the Tsangqiang Academy is standing by, the 8 Shinto clans are standing by, and the Dragon clan is standing by, and when I destroy the Heavenly God Emperor, I will definitely find them to settle. Heart Demon said. Qin Yang shook his head with a wry smile, and said, help, it's a relationship, not helping is a duty. Thousands of years ago, the heaven and the earth changed, and the God Emperor came again. At that time, there were only a few people who were promoted to God Emperor first. Do you let them hit the stone with eggs? What's more, no matter how good the relationship is, once the foundation is touched, there is a risk of destruction, and it is wise not to take action, and I don't blame them. Shenlongjiu screamed in his heart, is this kid reasoning with the inner demon? Although Qin Yang understood in his heart, for some reason, a violent killing intent suddenly appeared in his heart. This murderous intent is uncontrollable. Resentment, anger, unwillingness, and other negative emotions invaded his heart, making Qin Yang's eyes gradually darken. Blood skeletons, shadows, all enemies, kill them all without leaving one behind. The inner demon's voice became louder and louder. Reverberates in the entire spiritual mind space. The monstrous killing intent made even Shenlongjiu feel shocked. At the same time, in the spiritual mind space, it seems to have fallen into eternal darkness, but Qin Yang's body. There, it was still bright. Killing will kill, it's just a matter of time. And it can't kill all. Chuqingge and Chuing are in the shadow, Xuanhuan is in the blood skeleton, and I believe that there are many other forces in these two dark forces. Spy. I am still acting in my usual style. Whoever provokes me will kill whoever. Of course, the mastermind behind these two major forces will definitely kill. Qin Yang said slowly. Shenlongjiu nodded secretly, so it seems that Qin Yang is still very rational. Although he was decisive and ruthless, he knew very well who should be killed and who should not be killed. The people present all coveted the divine bone, the Xuanhuan stick, and the empty ghost stone. They didn't have a good heart, they were my enemies. So, they deserve to die. The inner demon said. Qin Yang nodded, that's right. Shenlongjiu was shocked and said, Qin Yang, you can't follow your heart. But Shenlongjiu's reminder was too late. Qin Yang agreed with the demon's point of view, but his emotions gradually got out of control unknowingly. And this kind of loss of control, Qin Yang can no longer break free. However, Qin Yang was not flustered, but scratched his head and said, but, the demon of the heart is right. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang felt the change in his emotions, the monstrous killing intent, frowned, looked at the demon, and said, don't be so excited, the evil dog should be damned, but it won't cause the lion's anger. Because they not fit. Shenlongjiu was stunned, how could she still face the demons like this? Cultivators and inner demons are both extremely dangerous, but Qin Yang seems to be talking to an old friend. Your words, my words, the two of them are like close friends. Although I don't know how others fight against inner demons, Shenlongjiu knows that this is definitely not the way to defeat inner demons.